Upon the conclusion of the college entrance examination, Qin Mo, currently on holiday, finds himself watching iPartment 3 in his hotel room. Suddenly, he is selected by the system, becoming the chosen one. Qin Mo exclaims, "What? A system? Are you truly jesting with me?" The system responds, "Certainly not. This system is dedicated to cultivating the perfect tycoon, capable of assisting the host in ascending to the pinnacle of life and emerging as a victor." Qin Mo remains speechless. Years later, as numerous colossal enterprises rise to prominence, a magnate bearing the surname Qin surfaces, and with further investigation, it is revealed that legends of him resonate not only within the realms of business and entertainment, but even within the esports community. When a journalist inquires how one individual could possibly possess such diverse industries, Qin Mo smiles gently, stating, "All of this was bestowed upon me by others." Chapter 1. Beginning at the pinnacle of life? How did you fare? In the hotel room, Qin Mo reclines on the bed, with iPartment 3 playing on his Apple notebook, while a voice emanates from the phone. Qin Mo pauses the film and replies with a smile, "Better than I had anticipated." "That's good to hear. At least you still have a university to attend," the voice on the other end responds. "You underestimate me far too much, Comrade Lao Qin." Qin Mo retorts with a hint of sarcasm. "Don't be coy. I could hardly be bothered to mention your previous academic performance." "Surely, you are aware of it?" the voice counters. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo instinctively touches his nose and chuckles. "All right, you've enjoyed yourself for long enough. It's time to return. Your mother has been incessantly mentioning your absence." A fatherly voice observes, recognizing Qin Mo's expression from his tone and unable to suppress a laugh. "Understood. I have already purchased a ticket for tomorrow. I shall arrive in the afternoon. I will trouble father to come fetch me." Qin Mo replies cheerfully. "Got it." After hanging up, Qin Mo resumes his previous position on the bed, a relaxed smile gracing his lips. University life is about to commence. I must admit, I am rather looking forward to it. As a senior student, his academic performance does not place him among the top echelon, but rather in the lower middle tier. Nevertheless, he excelled in this examination, scoring just shy of 500. Filtering by city, this result should afford him some options for a second-tier university. He resolves to thoroughly explore his choices upon returning, for although his score is not particularly high, he must seek a city that satisfies him, considering he will reside there for 4 years. It is often said that university is a wondrous and enchanting place, brimming with youthful exuberance, and Qin Mo undoubtedly yearns for the experience. "Well, I might as well start packing my belongings. I'll address the enrollment matters once I return home. There is no rush," Qin Mo muses. As a flower of the new era, Qin Mo's temperament closely resembles that of his father, disinclined to be constrained and possessing a strong sense of individuality. Otherwise, he would not have sought funding from his parents for an impromptu journey immediately after exiting the examination hall. Qin Mo rose from his slumber to organize his belongings, lest he forget something the following day. At that moment, a sudden chime echoed in his mind. Ding! The perfect godly wealth system has been successfully loaded. A system? Qin Mo was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected voice, and it took him a while to realize that such phenomena only existed within novels. Is this genuine? Does this entity truly exist? Ding! The perfect godly wealth system is at your service. It actually works, Qin Mo thought, utterly bewildered. This was no mere dream, but an authentic golden finger? After some time, he began to accept this newfound reality, his heart fluttering with excitement. Could it be that? Who does not harbor a dream of wielding the sun and moon or plucking the stars? He eagerly inquired, "What functions do you possess?" Ding! The perfect godly wealth system can assist the host in reaching the pinnacle of life, encompassing both wealth and status. Wealth? So it is merely a benefactor of fortune. Qin Mo felt somewhat disheartened. After all this time, it was not the cultivation system he had envisioned. Nevertheless, it seemed tolerable. Being a godly wealthy individual also sounded appealing. Immediately thereafter, all his personal information materialized in his mind. Host, Qin Mo level, LV1. Experience, 0/100 000. Attractiveness, 76. Physical fitness, 80. System, what is the significance of level and experience? Qin Mo inquired. His primary focus was not on attractiveness, but rather on those experience bars. Attractiveness is subjective, and Qin Mo bore no ill will towards it. Perhaps the system had simply not encountered many refined appearances and did not grasp the concept of a handsome individual. The perfect, godly wealth system can be upgraded. The higher the level, the more substantial the rewards, and it will also trigger hidden skills. When the experience points are full, the system will automatically upgrade to the next level. I see. Qin Mo realized, so how can I achieve an upgrade? The host merely needs to expend a sufficient amount of funds to upgrade this system. Qin Mo gazed at the numerous zeros following the experience bar, his lips twitching at the thought of 100,000 yuan, a fortune for a high school student like him. System, are you certain you are not jesting with me? Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a monetary blessing. Due to the current system level being too low, the host can only receive 3,333 yuan in blessing funds daily. Is it possible for the blessing funds to increase? Qin Mo inquired curiously. The daily blessing funds at LV2 amount to 6,666 yuan. Qin Mo pondered, suddenly enlightened. Calculating in his mind, did this imply an annual total of 1,199,880 yuan? A level 1 system yielding a net income exceeding 1 million in a year? This is exceedingly exceptional. Qin Mo mused, truly the pinnacle of opulence. An annual income of 1 million yuan is undoubtedly a remarkable sum, even in a first-tier city. How can I withdraw this money? Qin Mo pondered internally. The blessing funds will refresh daily and be securely stored within the system, available for transfer to the host's account at any time. How considerate, Qin Mo murmured, but there won't be any risks associated with this money, will there? If the origins of these funds were questionable, it could spell disaster. Though the amount was tempting, he certainly did not wish to squander his youth behind bars. He had heard tales of backdoor experts within such systems. The mere thought of such a life sent shivers down his spine, leaving him feeling cold all over. Rest assured, the rewards from the system stem from legal funds in the stock market, traceable and devoid of any financial or legal risks. The host can use them with confidence. That is reassuring. Qin Mo sighed in relief. However, he quickly became exhilarated. An annual net income exceeding 1 million meant he could achieve financial freedom almost instantaneously. Though still lacking compared to his father, this was merely the reward of a level 1 system. Who knows how lofty the rewards might become? At just 18 years of age, reaching such a salary was indeed a rare feat. While this amount may not yet qualify him as a godly wealthy individual, it was, after all, a windfall, was it not? Chapter 2. Little Rain, Flute. At the break of dawn the following day, Qin Mo completed his preparations and stepped out of the hotel, inhaling the fresh air that instantly uplifted his spirits. Farewell, beautiful city. He cast a final glance at the hotel, just as a brand new Maybach S580 glided to a halt before the entrance. Its exterior was not adorned in the signature dual-tone colors that Maybach is renowned for, but rather a solid black. Nevertheless, the pristine emblem at the front unmistakably indicated its exorbitant price. The base price of the vehicle was 2.48 million, and with a few optional features, the final cost would exceed 3 million. As a luxury automobile within the Mercedes family, it epitomizes elegance, business acumen, and comfort, a standard for the elite. Although some may contest this viewpoint, there is no denying that this brand ranks among the pinnacle of luxury brands. The driver's door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a black suit and white gloves, exuding an air of politeness. Upon spotting Qin Mo standing at the hotel entrance, he promptly approached and inquired courteously, "May I ask if you are Mr. Qin?" "Indeed, I am," Qin Mo nodded. This Maybach S580 was the luxurious vehicle he had reserved online for his transport today. As a brand favored by understated elites, Qin Mo was eager to indulge in the experience, despite the rather steep price. The journey from the hotel to the train station spanned over an hour, costing nearly 1,000 yuan. In the past, Qin Mo would have hesitated at such an expense, as it could be somewhat painful to part with that amount. However, now, with the system's support, this sum represented merely a few hours of earnings, truly a trifle. Moreover, his life philosophy was that life is short. One must seize the moment and enjoy it. After all, isn't money meant to be spent? Especially when it is essentially found money. To not spend it would be rather foolish. "Mr. Qin, it would be my pleasure to assist you," the man said, taking Qin Mo's luggage with utmost courtesy and leading him to the rear door. He opened it, holding the doorframe and bowing in a gesture of invitation. Qin Mo expressed his gratitude with a smile as he entered the vehicle. Once inside, he couldn't help but remark on the undeniable truth that luxury comes with its merits. The service was indeed impeccable. The driver placed Qin Mo's luggage in the trunk and returned to the driver's seat. "We have refreshments and snacks available inside. Please feel free to indulge," he offered. Qin Mo nodded, fastening his seatbelt just as he felt a pang of thirst. As a seasoned internet surfer, he adeptly located the vehicle's refrigerator and opened it. Inside, he found an array of waters and desserts, all visually appealing. He grabbed a bottle of water, took a few gulps, and sampled a slice of cake, feeling thoroughly satisfied. "Not bad," he praised. "Thank you for your kind words." The driver responded with a professional smile before starting the engine. The journey commenced at a brisk pace. During the ride, Qin Mo engaged in light conversation with the driver, and before long, the hour had flown by. Upon reaching their destination, the car came to a gradual stop, and the driver exited to open the door for Qin Mo. "Mr. Qin, please." "Thank you," Qin Mo nodded, as the driver retrieved his luggage and presented it to him. In terms of service, the luxury vehicle truly lived up to its reputation. Moreover, it must be said that the comfort of the Maybach was remarkable. The seat massage function was delightful, and the spaciousness in the back allowed for complete leg extension without discomfort. It was no wonder that such vehicles were favored by the elite. And Qin Mo was thoroughly impressed. He then wheeled his luggage through security and into the waiting hall. Glancing at the time on his phone, there were still 20 minutes to spare. Setting his phone down, he surveyed his surroundings and eventually found a secluded spot to sit. In his mind, he summoned the system and quickly noted that his experience points had transformed to 1,653, 100,000. The ticket for his return home cost over 700 yuan, and with the earlier Maybach expense, the total amounted to precisely 1,653 yuan. At this rate, he would be poised to upgrade to level 2 next month, Qin Mo mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Upon confirming his experience points, he instinctively opened QQ and entered the class group chat. As anticipated, the conversation was lively. Those who usually maintained an aloof demeanor at school had transformed into chatterboxes, discussing which universities to apply to and which cities were preferable. Qin Mo observed for a while, but soon grew bored, exiting the chat. Noticing he still had some time, he quickly opened the game Honor of Kings for a round. As a seasoned MOBA player, his prowess in the battlefield was nothing short of elite. While there was a slight gap compared to professional players, among casual gamers, he undoubtedly ranked as a formidable force. Achieving 100 stars in glory was effortless, and he consistently placed within the top 100 each season. Why do they only offer useless rewards? Why not bestow a few epic skins? As soon as he logged into the game, a pop-up appeared regarding returning player rewards. Glancing at the underwhelming rewards, he couldn't help but vent his frustration. Honestly, as an internet behemoth, Xuanting always seems so stingy, and the gaming environment has deteriorated significantly. Skins are being churned out at an alarming rate, while the quality of the gaming experience continues to decline. Many veteran players have voiced their concerns, yet they remain unheeded, as the company merely focuses on extracting money from players without treating them with respect. It's no wonder so many players are leaving. While lamenting, Qin Mo closed the page. Due to preparations for the college entrance examination, he hadn't logged into this account for 6 months, causing his rank to plummet to diamond. This tier felt rather low, and he wondered if his skills had declined after such a hiatus. He entered the ranked mode, ready to play. Real men do not rely on matchmaking. Just as he was about to click for a solo queue, an ID that seemed somewhat familiar sent him an invitation. Little Rain. Flute? That name rings a bell. Who could it be? Qin Mo pondered, feeling a sense of familiarity, yet unable to pinpoint the individual. However, time was of the essence, and he prioritized jumping into a game, promptly clicking to accept the invitation. Upon entering the champion selection screen, the familiar ID lit up on his screen, sending a message. "Long time no see. What caused your prolonged absence?" Qin Mo stared at the message, struggling to recall who this person was, yet hesitant to inquire further. If this was someone he had previously played well with, it would undoubtedly be awkward. He quickly typed a response. "Handsome, then Wu Yanzu. I've been preoccupied with studying for the college entrance examination, leaving me little time for gaming." Little Rain. Flute. Wow, how did the exam go? Was it smooth sailing? Handsome, then Wu Yanzu. It was alright. As soon as he sent that message, the game commenced. Little Rain. Flute did not send any further messages, and Qin Mo focused on his role as the jungler, selecting Li Bai, a character adored by many for both his model and skin effects. Qin Mo was primarily a jungler, so he naturally excelled with Li Bai, a hero that allowed for dazzling displays of skill. Little Rain. Flute opted for the support hero Zhuangzhou, whose gameplay was simple, almost devoid of complexity. The opposing team selected a well-known jungler, King GG, a frequent presence in diamond matches. Upon seeing this hero, Qin Mo couldn't help but chuckle. Recalling a famous player's words, This match will be a slaughter with GG. The result was a direct slaughter at the hands of opponents, ultimately becoming a classic phrase within the canyon. In the peak, do not engage the monkey. Simply wait for the 6-point shot. This saying had become immensely popular during the peak matches. Whenever the king of GG was selected, who wouldn't utter, "You truly excel?" As the game commenced, Qin Mo controlled Li Bai, heading towards the blue buff, following the conventional jungle route. Early on, Li Bai was rather weak, only gaining combat prowess upon reaching level 4, while Qin Mo diligently farmed in the jungle. However, his teammates were far from commendable, suffering numerous setbacks within the first 5 minutes, with the scoreline reading 0-8, half of which were attributed to Xiao Yusheng Zhao's blunders. Xiao Yusheng Xiao, I'm sorry, I've let you down this match. Handsome as Wu Yanzu. It's all right, just hold steady. Qin Mo swiftly typed a reassuring message to calm his increasingly agitated teammates and began to operate with greater seriousness. Chapter 3, Rewards from the System. Before long, the game progressed to 13 minutes, and with Li Bai enjoying a significant advantage, they successfully clinched victory in this ranked match. Qin Mo's final score stood at 19-3-8, an undeniable showcase of dominance. Xiao Yusheng Xiao. Oh, great one. Thank you so much for leading me to another victory. Handsome as Wu Yanzu. No big deal, I have matters to attend to, so I'm logging off. Goodbye. After sending this message, Qin Mo exited the game and hurriedly gathered his belongings, making his way towards the train compartment. Once he located his seat and stowed his luggage, he finally settled in, exhaling a sigh of relief as the train was set to depart in 2 minutes. It was 8:30, and the journey to Hangzhou would take over 5 hours. Expected to arrive around 1:30. He took out his phone to inform his father of the time, and shortly after, a notification chimed. His father had acknowledged the message. With the response received, Qin Mo set his phone aside and closed his eyes for a brief rest, only to be startled awake by a sudden alert. Ding. Random task. Assist a former friend. Task completed. Rewards being dispensed. In recognition of the host's exemplary performance in the game, a reward of aesthetic appeal has been granted. Qin Mo raised an eyebrow in confusion. Could one truly be rewarded for their looks? As the system's voice faded, he felt a peculiar gaze from the girl seated beside him, prompting him to pull out his phone and activate the selfie mode. To his surprise, he noticed a subtle transformation. Although it was still his face, it felt slightly different. If one had to describe it, there was indeed an aura of handsomeness. His baseline was already decent, otherwise, he wouldn't have a score of 76. Coupled with his height of 1.78 meters and cheerful disposition, he embodied the quintessential sunny boy. In reality, how many truly scored a perfect 100 or even 90 for looks? If 60 was the passing mark, then those in the 70 range were certainly somewhat attractive. He checked his profile and noticed that his aesthetic score had risen from 76 to 77. After reviewing this, Qin Mo couldn't help but marvel at the system's capabilities, while also harboring hopes that it might alter his physical structure. Specifically, he meant the length of his legs. He quickly composed his expression, leaning back in his seat with utmost seriousness. The train gradually began to move, and as he closed his eyes, fatigue washed over him. Having risen early that morning, coupled with the rhythmic motion of the train, he succumbed to slumber. Goodness, I hope I haven't missed my stop. Upon awakening, Qin Mo hastily checked his phone, relieved to see that there were still 30 minutes until arrival. Alert now, he refrained from dozing off again. Missing his stop would indeed be troublesome. Habitually, he opened the messaging app and entered the class group chat. He noticed that today's messages were fewer than yesterday's. The active members were primarily the seasoned veterans from his class, known for their penchant for casual banter. While skimming through the chat logs, his phone vibrated. An incoming message from Lu Tao. Lu Tao, Qin Mo, you lucky dog. You dashed off to travel the moment the college entrance exam ended. And you didn't even inform me. Given their amicable relationship, Qin Mo quickly replied. Qin Mo, Lu Tao. Haha, one must live life to the fullest, right? Lu Tao, Qin Mo. Indeed, you are a privileged son of wealth. Us mere mortals are not worthy. Qin Mo, Lu Tao, haha. Who doesn't know the illustrious name of Lu Xiao from Hangzhou? Pretending to be poor here? Lu Tao, Qin Mo. Heh, let us keep it low-key. What Lu Xiao? Just remember, we shall always refer to each other as father and son. Qin Mo, Lu Tao, get lost. With a chuckle at the playful banter, Qin Mo exited the group chat. Lu Tao came from a well-off family. His father was in the building materials business. While Lu Tao never explicitly stated it, he likely boasted assets exceeding several million. This guy was the epitome of a bona fide rich second generation. Buzz. Lu Tao sent another message. This time not in the group chat. Old Qin, when are you coming back? Soon everyone will be scattering in different directions. Let us gather with Wang Hui and Qin Xiao. Qin Mo replied. Sure, I'll be home soon. Tonight? Lu Tao. Sounds good, I'll pick a place. Qin Mo left the chat just as the train arrived at the platform. He stood up, retrieved his belongings, and followed the orderly crowd off the train. Outside the station, an older model Audi A6 was parked by the roadside. Qin Mo immediately recognized his father's vehicle, waving with a smile as he approached. "Old Qin, pop the trunk." Qin Mo called out from behind the car. After stowing his luggage, he made his way to the passenger seat, opening the door and settling in. Qin Jiaming greeted him with a playful reprimand. "You rascal, no respect. Calling me old Qin? Hee, doesn't it make us seem closer?" Qin Mo grinned. "Less nonsense. Your mother is waiting for you at home." Qin Jiaming chided as he started the engine. "So how was your trip?" Qin Jiaming inquired. "Quite well. I experienced the beautiful landscapes of our motherland," Qin Mo replied. "Well, while young, one should indeed explore more and engage with the world. It's beneficial not just for health, but for learning and socializing as well," Qin Jiaming remarked. "Any plans regarding school?" "Not yet, but Tianfu seems promising. In recent years, its economic and consumer developments have been decent, and I really enjoy the pace of life there," Qin Mo responded. "Tianfu? The living environment there is indeed appealing." Qin Jiaming nodded. "It's also quite suitable for young people, but it is a bit far from Hangzhou. Your mother would likely prefer you to choose a school locally or in Shanghai. The local universities aren't too bad, but having grown up here, choosing to stay for college seems a bit dull." Qin Mo shook his head. "Moreover, the pace of life in Shanghai is notably fast. With my scores, I wouldn't even qualify for a good university there. Thus, the advantages of Shanghai would be lost on me. Most importantly, the city is overly commercialized, lacking warmth and human connection. Although Shanghai boasts top-tier economic conditions and development levels, it is rife with pressure, making life feel quite stifling. Life shouldn't just be about survival. What is the point in that?" Hence, he leaned more towards cities with a slower rhythm, where he could truly savor the essence of life. Originally, he intended to select one among Wuxi, Jinling, and Tianfu. However, upon reflection, he found Tianfu quite appealing, particularly due to its plethora of internet celebrities and, most importantly, its delectable cuisine. Jinling is not far from Hangzhou, sharing some similarities in taste, while he leaned more towards Tianfu over Wuxi. Qin Mo's sentiment resonated deeply with Qin Jiaming, who wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, the city of magic capital is both pragmatic and ruthless. At any moment, one must speak the language of profit. And amidst the facade of human warmth, it starkly reveals its frigidness, devoid of any warmth. "Fine, you can explain this matter to your mother when you get home." Qin Jiaming waved his hand dismissively. Chapter 4. Lu Tao's new car. We're back. Qin Jiaming and Qin Mo entered their home and walked into the living room, where a well-groomed woman, appearing to be in her 30s, emerged from the kitchen. She was none other than Qin Mo's mother, Wang Xia. "Wash your hands. Dinner will be ready shortly," Wang Xia beckoned. "Smells so good." Qin Mo's eyes brightened at the familiar aroma as he hastily approached the dining table. Wang Xia swatted away Qin Mo's hand, saying, "No eating until you wash your hands." "All right then." Qin Mo, disappointed, gazed longingly at the delicious dishes. Seizing a moment when Wang Xia was distracted, he swiftly snatched a piece and stuffed it into his mouth, grinning as he scampered off to wash his hands. "This unsanitary habit of yours truly reflects your nature." Wang Xia shot a stern look at Qin Jiaming, who stood at the doorway. "What does that have to do with me?" Qin Jiaming replied helplessly, feeling as if he were an innocent bystander in this situation. "You can't deny it. This child, Mo, is just like you." Wang Xia glared. Having completed his hand-washing, Qin Mo emerged from the bathroom, laughing upon hearing this. At home, his mother undoubtedly held the top position in the food chain, followed by his father, and lastly, himself. "All right, dinner is served," Wang Xia announced. Sighing, Qin Jiaming reflected on his rather ambiguous status as the head of the family. Noticing his father's distress, Qin Mo chuckled. "Dad, your status needs a boost. I believe in you. You're just here to stir the pot," Qin Jiaming retorted with a chuckle. "Enough chatter, come over quickly. The food will get cold," Wang Xia urged. "Coming." Qin Mo exchanged an encouraging glance with his father before eagerly rushing to the table, unable to contain his excitement as he admired the array of dishes. "It smells amazing." "Stop your jabbering," Wang Xia chided, turning to serve rice to the father-son duo. At the dining table, Wang Xia inquired, "How was your trip?" "It was quite good, though it felt a bit short," Qin Mo replied between bites. "I heard from your father that your college entrance examination results are out. Any thoughts?" Wang Xia asked. "Most likely, I'll head to Tianfu. I haven't decided on a school yet," Qin Mo responded. "Why go so far? Wouldn't it be better to choose a university in Magic Capital or Hangzhou, which are closer to us?" Wang Xia frowned. "It's not that they're bad. I simply prefer the living environment and pace of life in Tianfu," Qin Mo stated, putting down his utensils and letting out a contented belch. "Besides, with my grades, I wouldn't be able to get into top-tier universities like 985 or 211, so comfort in life takes precedence. Perhaps sensing Wang Xia's reluctance, Qin Mo cheerfully approached her from behind and hugged her, saying, "Mom, with transportation being so advanced now, it only takes a few hours by plane from Tianfu to Hangzhou. I can come back anytime. The child has grown and has his own considerations. Let's not interfere." Qin Jiaming chimed in from the side. "Just eat your meal." Wang Xia shot a glare at Qin Jiaming before sighing. "All right, since you've made your decision, I won't pressure you." "Thank you, Mom." Qin Mo cheered, giving Wang Xia a hug. "Such a rascal." Wang Xia rolled her eyes at Qin Mo. With a grin, Qin Mo returned to his room and opened his suitcase, retrieving his notebook. Since he had decided to study in Tianfu, it was essential to clarify the school details beforehand. One cannot simply enroll in a university without proper knowledge. After browsing for quite some time, he ultimately narrowed it down to the School of Foreign Languages and Tianfu University. After reviewing the strengths and weaknesses of both institutions, Qin Mo pondered for a moment before ultimately choosing Tianfu University. It was said to be an institution where the school itself worked harder than the students, with a history that could be described as tumultuous. Buzzing. Qin Mo's phone rang. It was Lu Tao calling. Noticing the time was already past 6 in the evening, he answered the call. "Old Qin, come downstairs. I'm at your neighborhood entrance. Wang Hui and Qin Xiao are here too. Hurry up." "On my way." Qin Mo hung up and walked into the living room, where his parents were seated on the sofa watching television. Wang Xia glanced at Qin Mo as he prepared to go out and asked, "Where are you off to so late?" As he slipped on his shoes, Qin Mo replied, "We're all about to go our separate ways. I'm just going to hang out with Lu Tao and the others before we leave." "All right. Be safe and come back early. If you're drinking, don't drive," Wang Xia cautioned. "I know," Qin Mo smiled in response. Exiting the neighborhood, Qin Mo looked around but did not spot Lu Tao. Just as he was about to call, a gray BMW with a sporty appearance rolled down its window, and a familiar voice called out, "Old Qin, over here." Turning to look, he saw Lu Tao in the driver's seat waving, accompanied by Wang Hui and Qin Xiao. Impressive. Lu Xiao? Just graduated and already driving a new car? Qin Mo teased as he approached and opened the passenger door, settling into the seat. "Haha, I'm about to start university, so I thought I'd get a new car. Is that unreasonable?" Lu Tao mimicked the tone of a popular streamer on social media, complete with a playful expression. "Only you, Lu, could manage that. Meanwhile, look at us three. We're a sorry sight," Qin Mo joked. Wang Hui and Qin Xiao burst into laughter, chiming in, "Exactly. This guy just bought a new car to show off, right? With all that money, Lu Gongzi should cover the bill for the night." Qin Mo encouraged. "Old Qin is spot on. We're dining off this rich kid." Wang Hui was the first to agree. Their camaraderie was lighthearted, and with Lu Tao's affluent background, a meal was merely a trivial expense for him, just a drop in the bucket. "Call me dad or the deal's off." Lu Tao grinned. "Oh, trying to act tough, are we?" "Get him," Wang Hui shouted. Qin Mo chuckled. "I'm in." He was the first to spring into action, with the others quickly joining in. Stop. I yield. I'll kneel before you." Lu Tao begged for mercy. "You cheeky rascal, let us see if you dare to act tough in front of your dads again." They finally relented, laughing. Being surrounded by you guys is my misfortune," Lu Tao feigned a sigh, shaking his head. "Ha ha ha, you should be grateful you have such good dads," Wang Hui teased. "Get lost." Lu Tao laughed, starting the engine, which roared to life with an impressive sound. M3 Thunder Edition. Such a configuration must cost over $1 million, right? Qin Mo exclaimed in admiration. With additional options and taxes, it totaled over $1 million. The mention of the car sparked Lu Tao's enthusiasm, clearly demonstrating his genuine fondness for it. Chapter 5. Principal Lu's Hot Pot. "Wow, your father is quite something. He gifted you such an expensive car right after graduation." "I'm envious," Qin Xiao exclaimed exaggeratedly. This one car could rival their family's annual income. Envy. Qin Mo and Wang Hui chimed in. "Seriously, are you all insane?" Lu Tao immediately retorted, "Moreover, this car is something I've longed for after much deliberation. With several significant contracts recently secured by my father's company, he finally acquiesced to my request. You have no idea how arduous the journey has been." His expression was one of deep frustration. "In the end, I did manage to acquire it. Unlike you all, if I dared to mention such an expensive vehicle at home, I would surely face some serious consequences." Wang Hui expressed with evident envy. "Indeed," Qin Xiao chimed in. Qin Mo nodded in agreement. "You all are quite enough, especially you, Old Qin. Given your family's circumstances, purchasing a car worth over $1 million should pose no challenge. Yet you pretend to be impoverished in front of me. It's utterly ridiculous." Lu Tao cast a disdainful glance at Qin Mo. "Hey, we're not the same. I am genuinely poor." Qin Mo waved his hand dismissively, though this remark amused Lu Tao. "By the way, Old Qin, what does your family do?" Wang Hui inquired, curiosity evident in his eyes, with Qin Xiao equally intrigued. While they knew that Qin Mo came from a well-off family, they were not fully aware of the specifics, as Qin Mo was quite low-key about it. Can I even say? Lu Tao grinned mischievously at Qin Mo. It's not a secret. If you want to say it, just go ahead. Faced with Lu Tao's smirk, Qin Mo found himself at a loss for words, as if his family were engaged in espionage. Ahem, old Qin's family is involved in foreign trade. As for the assets, not realizing that Qin Mo's family possessed such influence. I want to cling to your leg, they exclaimed in unison, with Lu Tao leading the charge. This time, it was Lu Tao's turn to counterattack. Wang Hui and Chen Xiao had initially believed Lu Tao's family to be the most affluent among them, only to discover that Qin Mo's family background was equally impressive. As for their own circumstances, Chen Xiao's family was somewhat less fortunate, running a modest business with an annual income of around 1 million. Wang Hui's family dealt in wholesale goods, earning several millions a year. While this income might not qualify them as the wealthy elite in Hangzhou, it certainly afforded them a comfortable living. Look at you, old six, learning to pull the wool over our eyes. Chen Xiao playfully punched Qin Mo on the shoulder, prompting laughter from the group. All right, it's not as exaggerated as Lu Tao claims. Comrade Qin Mo wouldn't buy me such an expensive car. He believes that the things a man desires should be earned through one's own efforts. Qin Mo feigned exasperation, shaking his head. Cut it out. Who would believe you? They all scoffed in unison. Their trust in Qin Mo's character diminished. Qin Mo shrugged, choosing not to argue further. The group then shifted the topic, and the atmosphere in the car grew lively again. After half an hour, they finally reached their destination. Lu Tao drove into the underground parking lot, and then took the elevator to the 5th floor, where they found the restaurant rather crowded at dinner time. Fortunately, luck was on their side, and they found an available table. Lu Tao dashed over and called out, "Waiter, a table for 4. This guy is as quick as a monkey," Wang Hui remarked. "Haha, you just realized? He's even faster when it comes to paying the bill." Qin Mo laughed. "What are you all saying about me?" Lu Tao sensed the mischievous grins on their faces and felt uneasy, suspecting they were speaking ill of him. "We're just complimenting young Master Lu on his generosity." "Yes, indeed." They all chimed in, laughing heartily. Lu Tao was suspicious, but lacked proof. "Let us eat first," Qin Mo suggested with a smile. They settled into a window-side position, and Lu Tao called the waiter to order. "You can all handle spicy food, right?" Lu Tao inquired, glancing at the fiery red pot base. Since Principal Lu's hot pot was from Qing City, it tended to be on the spicier side. "As if our fathers can't handle it," Wang Hui boasted. "Just don't cry out for your dad when it gets too spicy," Lu Tao scoffed, then turned to Qin Mo and Chen Xiao, both of whom nodded in agreement. Ultimately, they ordered an ultra-spicy pot base. "Hey, whoever loses is the sun," Lu Tao declared with a mischievous grin after quickly placing the order. "I'd rather endure the heat than let you win," Wang Hui replied disdainfully. "Let us hope your resilience down there matches your bravado," Lu Tao retorted, causing Chen Xiao and Qin Mo to burst into laughter. "All right, enough of the banter," Qin Mo quickly interjected, fearing that Lu Tao might veer off into inappropriate territory, which would ruin their meal. "By the way, old Qin, what did you score this time?" Lu Tao inquired curiously. The group, often distracted from their studies, had not performed well in the recent college entrance examination. Wang Hui, however, had achieved an astonishing score of over 200, much to the dismay of his father, who nearly broke his leg in excitement. Only his mother's intervention spared him. Wang Hui and Chen Xiao turned their curious gazes toward Qin Mo. "I performed exceptionally well this time, scoring just 1 point shy of 500. Qin Mo replied with a smile. "What? You scored 499? You scoundrel, old Qin. You left your brothers behind to sneakily boost your score." They were all taken aback, swiftly approaching Qin Mo as if to devour him. "What is this? This is what we call a prodigy. You lot are nothing but a bunch of mediocre students." Qin Mo gleefully shook his head, leaving the others nearly breathless. "Oh no, if old Qin scored 499, does that mean we can't even compare to him?" Wang Hui lamented. "My world is crumbling. If old Qin can score 499, I feel like a pig could climb a tree." Lu Tao groaned, covering his face in despair. Chen Xiao sighed. "Let us wait for tomorrow's news. I reckon the chances of a pig climbing a tree are slimmer than old Qin scoring 499. You lot truly have no class." Qin Mo laughed, scolding them playfully. "By the way, have you been secretly attending extra classes without us?" Lu Tao eyed him suspiciously. "You really are a cunning one," he added. "Do I look like someone who attends extra classes?" Qin Mo rolled his eyes, bemused by their wild imaginations. Chapter 6, A Partial Cooling of Tensions. "True," Lu Tao nodded. The other two brothers regarded Qin Mo with skepticism. Just then, Wang Hui seemed to recall something and exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, old Qin, you didn't secretly win over our class monitor, did you? And have her give you special tutoring?" "What?" Lu Tao and Chen Xiao were stunned. glaring at Qin Mo with a mixture of astonishment and accusation, as if he were a treacherous villain. I knew something was off between you two during that time. This must be the reason, Lu Tao declared, his eyes sparkling with curiosity as if he had stumbled upon a treasure trove. Quick, tell us about the feeling of dating the class monitor. Did you two kiss? Is she cute? Oh. The group exchanged suggestive glances, leaving Qin Mo utterly speechless. I assure you, our relationship is entirely innocent. Please don't jump to conclusions. Or people might think I have ulterior motives. Is that really the case, old Qin? They leaned in, eager to uncover Qin Mo's secrets. But then, what about the way you two were exchanging glances and flirting? Wang Hui questioned, his brow furrowed in confusion. Qin Mo found himself utterly exhausted from the incessant banter. What do you mean by flirting? Their interaction was perfectly normal, for goodness sake. It was evident that one could not expect wisdom from a dog's mouth. You are slandering us. There is absolutely none of the nonsense you speak of between us, Qin Mo declared with utmost seriousness. Really? Lu Tao and the others inquired. And upon receiving Qin Mo's affirmative response, they all displayed expressions of disdain. You're utterly useless, my friend, I scoff at you. Just then, the waiter approached with the dishes they had ordered, prompting the group to finally quiet down. Since Lu Tao had to drive later, they refrained from drinking alcohol. Ouch! That's hot, Lu Tao exclaimed as he dipped the meat for a mere 2 seconds before tossing it into his mouth, immediately grimacing in pain, which elicited a wave of schadenfreude from the others. By the way, Lao Qin, have you decided on your school? Lu Tao asked. Yes, I have chosen Tianfu University. Qin Mo replied. Tianfu? You're going to Tianfu? Wang Hui and Chen Chao exclaimed in astonishment, even a hint of envy creeping into their expressions. For the girls from Tianfu were renowned for their beauty. Indeed, I found the environment and atmosphere there quite to my liking, and the commercial facilities are well developed, making it quite convenient. Moreover, the pace of life in Tianfu is not oppressive, Qin Mo explained as he continued to eat. That is indeed true, Lu Tao concurred. Having visited Tianfu twice himself, he found the environment and lifestyle comfortable, and the abundance of beautiful women was undeniable. Sigh, you're so fortunate. We, on the other hand, are in a dire situation, Lu Tao lamented, reflecting on his own academic performance. While he wouldn't end up in a third-rate university, he was still far from elite. Wang Hui was in no better position, and like Lu Tao, Chen Chao barely scraped together over 300 points, leaving them at the mercy of schools rather than being able to choose. However, for Lu Tao, there remained a glimmer of hope, studying abroad. He could return with the title of an overseas returnee, even if it held little practical value. It certainly sounded impressive. If only I had dedicated more time to studying. Wang Hui groaned. Nevertheless, it was too late for regrets. Unless he repeated a year, he had no confidence in facing the next year's college entrance examination, opting instead to simply give up. Given your family's situation, why not seek a comfortable environment and have them help you with studying abroad? Qin Mo suggested casually. As long as you have the funds, you can indulge as you please. That won't he do. There's south no place safer than here. I don't want to risk my life just to attend school abroad, Lu Tao vehemently disagreed. If it were merely for leisure, he could accept it. But the thought of living there long-term would drive him to madness. Wang Hui and Chen Chao shared the same sentiment. Qin Mo chuckled and remarked. That is a valid point. Have you set any goals for yourselves? He inquired. The three of them simultaneously shook their heads. Not yet. We'll just have to see when we get back. With these scores, we can only aim for a second or third-tier city. By the way, Lao Qin, I just remembered. At the end of our last group chat, the class monitor mentioned you. Lu Tao suddenly recalled mid-bite. Qin Mo was taken aback. When? I had no idea. It was during that time when I called out to you in the group. You must have missed it when you left, Lu Tao casually explained. Oh, the scent of gossip. You claim there's nothing between you two? Chen Chao teased from the side. What does that even mean? I genuinely didn't know about this. Qin Mo replied, feeling helpless. What did she say? Qin Mo asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. She asked whether you had decided on a school. Lu Tao responded while continuing to eat. Qin Mo pulled out his phone and scrolled through the chat history from that day. Sure enough, he soon spotted the pink avatar, confirming that Lu Tao had not lied. He truly hadn't seen it, and thus had no chance to respond. Setting down his phone, Chen Chao leaned in with an ambiguous expression, suggesting a rhythm of mutual admiration. Enough of this, stop teasing me. We aren't even WeChat friends, Qin Mo sighed, raising his hands in resignation. I don't believe you. Do you guys believe him? Wang Hui turned to the others, who predictably shook their heads in unison. Qin Mo chuckled helplessly, opting not to explain further. Trying to clarify things with these guys was akin to playing music to a cow. The group, recognizing his defeat, ceased their teasing and instead dove into a fervent eating frenzy. It must be said, the hot pot from Qing City was indeed flavorful, presenting quite a challenge for these natives of Hangzhou. Ouch, it's so spicy, Wang Hui exclaimed, his face turning crimson as he repeatedly called out about the heat. The others were not faring much better. Among them, Qin Mo could tolerate spice the best, yet he too struggled, primarily due to Lu Tao's choice of an extremely spicy broth. He regretted it immensely, feeling as if his tongue had vanished entirely. The heat was unbearable and only intensified with each bite. Too spicy, too spicy, Chen Xiao kept exclaiming. Qin Mo couldn't help but laugh at Wang Hui's plight, while Lu Tao roared with laughter beside him. After ordering a few cold drinks, they continued their culinary battle for several more rounds until they finally reached their limit. I can't take it anymore. If I eat any more, I'll explode tomorrow. Lu Tao collapsed into his seat, foreseeing an impending fiery aftermath. Me neither. Wang Hui chimed in, drenched in sweat with lips as red as a ripe tomato, reminiscent of a character from a Stephen Chow film. Chen Xiao soon succumbed as well, leaving Qin Mo as the last man standing. Old Qin, you're incredible. You held on until the end, Wang Hui remarked. It's no wonder you chose to go to Tianfu. You can certainly handle this kind of spice. Chen Xiao added. I, Chun, hereby dub you the strongest iron flower. Shut it. Qin Mo laughed in mock annoyance. Ha ha, iron flower. You're the best, Chaozi. Lu Tao and Wang Hui erupted in laughter. Lu Tao then stood up to settle the bill, which came to a total of 369 yuan. Not too expensive, nor too cheap, but for Lu Tao, who was quite affluent, it was hardly a concern. Let us go, Lu Tao called to the others as they exited the hot pot restaurant. Wang Hui remarked. I thought Xiao Lu would make a speedy exit like Bolt. It's probably because he was too shy in front of the beautiful hostess at the counter. Qin Mo interjected with a smirk. Slander. This is outright slander. What do you mean I would dash like Bolt? Lu Tao could not help but retort. These guys were relentless in their teasing, recalling an incident from his past where he had indeed acted in such a manner, though it was out of necessity. He had once engaged in an online romance with a girl whose photos radiated purity and beauty, easily qualifying her as a goddess in real life. However, upon meeting, to his horror, she turned out to be quite different. Yet he endured the discomfort and did not leave immediately, once she learned of his wealthy background. She sweetly insisted on dining at a high-end restaurant. One could only imagine the absurdity of a girl over 160 pounds attempting to act coy. The sight was almost overwhelming. Lu Tao, upon witnessing her face, nearly lost his composure but managed to suppress his disgust and acquiesced, thinking only of finishing the meal and leaving. To his astonishment, she ordered a bottle of wine worth nearly 10,000 yuan, leaving him dumbfounded. It was clear she was treating him as a cash cow. This was his first encounter with such a person, leaving him utterly speechless. Eventually, he could no longer endure the situation and made a hasty retreat under the guise of needing the restroom, escaping at lightning speed without paying the bill. Upon returning, he recounted this experience to the group, nearly causing them to die of laughter, and they promptly dubbed him the Hangzhou Bolt. Upon hearing those words, several individuals erupted into even more deranged laughter, particularly Wang Hui, who, reminiscing about the incident, found himself unable to contain his amusement. This event had undoubtedly monopolized their laughter throughout the entire semester. It was I who was the true victim, yet I returned only to be mocked by this bunch of rascals. Lu Tao wore an expression of utter dejection. Ha ha ha. His words elicited another wave of raucous laughter. By this time, it was already past 8 o'clock, and the group made their way back to the underground parking lot. Lu Tao, deeply disheartened, had initially set out for a meal in high spirits, only to have his mood thoroughly disrupted by these mischief makers. It's still early. How about we head to a bar for some fun? Wang Hui suggested. Let's save that for another day. After just finishing hot pot, I would smell like a walking firework in the bar. Not only would I fail to attract any girls, but I would be lucky to avoid disdainful glares. Qin Mo replied, shaking his head. True. If I had known, I wouldn't have opted for hot pot, Wang Hui lamented. As their plans for the bar fizzled out, the group dispersed to their respective homes. Lu Tao drove them to the entrance of their community, where Qin Mo waved goodbye and entered the premises. Upon returning home, Wang Xia, who was watching television in the living room, looked up in surprise. You're back so early? Yes, I came back right after dinner. Qin Mo replied with a smile. What about comrade old Qin? Is he out socializing again? Yes, he mentioned that some major clients were looking to discuss business with him. Wang Xia explained. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qin Mo retreated to his room. After a refreshing shower and changing into comfortable attire, he lay on his bed and pulled out his phone to open QQ. He found the class monitor's pastel-colored avatar and clicked in. Have you decided which school you're going to? As soon as he sent this message, he was taken aback by the near-instantaneous reply. Tang Shi, I sent a message in the group. Why didn't you respond? Qin Mo, did you message me? Choosing to feign ignorance without batting an eye. He thought that playing dumb was the wisest course of action at that moment. Tang Shi, you're lying to me. Qin Mo, oh esteemed class monitor. Qin Mo realized she was not truly upset and seized the opportunity. I've enrolled at Tianfu University. What about you? Tang Shi, you're going to Tianfu? Qin Mo, yes. I feel it suits me well. Tang Shi, all right. I plan to attend Fudan University in the Magic City. Qin Mo, congratulations. With your scores, it's a sure thing. After chatting with Tang Shi for a while, he finally set down his phone. As the acknowledged academic prodigy and goddess of their class, Tang Shi truly embodied the perfect goddess archetype. However, Qin Mo harbored no romantic feelings, and their interactions in class remained strictly collegial. He only reached out to Tang Shi this time due to having overlooked her previous messages in the group chat. Truly a scholarly genius, Fudan University, TSK. Qin Mo chuckled. Just then, the phone he had just laid down lit up unexpectedly. Raising an eyebrow, he saw it was a message from Tang Shi, containing her WeChat QR code. After saving the code, he opened WeChat to add her. Much like QQ, her avatar remained that charming pastel one, prompting a smile from him. The illustrious goddess and academic was fond of such adorable imagery. Once successfully added, they exchanged greetings, and he exited WeChat, effortlessly launching into Honor of Kings. The familiar sounds of the game filled the air, and as he sat up, he entered the ranked matches. 7 minutes later, victory. All 5 games ended in triumph, each a resounding victory. Bored, Qin Mo mused, placing his phone down and lying back on his bed. In his mind, he inquired, System, why was there no reward this time? Ding. The system's tasks are randomized. Rewards are not guaranteed with every completion, the system replied. Qin Mo nodded, understanding now. He checked his experience points, which still stood at 1,653, 100,000, murmuring to himself, looks like I need to go out and spend some tomorrow. It's a good opportunity to prepare for the upcoming school term. He then checked his blessing funds balance, noting that today's funds had also arrived, totaling 5,013 yuan. Without hesitation, he transferred the amount to his card. Moments later, a text message arrived, confirming his bank balance had increased to 38,019 yuan. Time for sleep. A satisfied smile spread across Qin Mo's face as he lay in bed, soon drifting into a deep slumber. Chapter 8. Hangqing Building. The following morning, Qin Mo awoke. Refreshed after his morning routine. After breakfast and exchanging pleasantries with Wang Xia, he set out. Arriving at the underground parking garage, he walked up to a matte gray Porsche Panamera, skillfully unlocking the door with his key fob before settling into the driver's seat. This was his mother's car. A significant upgrade from old Qin's aging A6. It must be said, regarding family standing, his mother undoubtedly held the upper hand. Let us head to Hangqing Building. Gucci has released new styles, and I want to take a look, Qin Mo decided, starting the engine and driving out of the garage towards Hangqing Building. Revered as the most luxurious shopping center in Hangqing, Hangqing Building housed an abundance of top-tier international and domestic luxury brands, offering a plethora of dining and entertainment options. The consumption levels were astonishingly high. Aside from clothing, he preferred going to Intai In 77 and Zinniandi. With Jay Chou's Knight's 7th chapter playing in the background, thanks to the car's premium Berlin sound system, the auditory experience was nothing short of exhilarating. While it may not rival a live concert, it came remarkably close. Qin Mo found himself rhythmically tapping the steering wheel, appreciating the depth of Jay Chou's music. Though not a diehard fan, he couldn't deny Jay Chou's unparalleled artistry in music, especially when compared to the recent wave of internet pop music that often felt contrived. A few lyric changes and melody tweaks could pass for originality, but the novelty quickly wore off. Singing along, he navigated the roads, and due to it being the weekend, traffic was light. In just over half an hour, he arrived at Hangqing Building. After parking, he headed straight for his target, Gucci, with a clear intention to shop efficiently without wasting time. Ascending to the 3rd floor of Building B, he entered Gucci with familiarity. Good day, sir. A sales associate approached promptly, displaying politeness and a professional smile. She did not belittle him for his youth, as employees in such high-end boutiques typically exhibited commendable professionalism. In general, one rarely encounters the disdainful attitudes often depicted in novels or dramas, though such instances do exist. If one were to experience it, it would simply indicate extraordinary luck. You should buy a lottery ticket. Qin Mo chuckled and replied, I'm here to check out your new styles, particularly shorts. Right this way. Sir, allow me to escort you to the men's section, the sales associate courteously invited. Nodding, Qin Mo followed her. In the men's section, he immediately spotted the pair of shorts he had been eyeing. Without even glancing at the price, he declared, please wrap this one up for me. The young saleswoman smiled as she brought the shorts to the front, preparing to wrap them up, while Qin Mo wandered over to the t-shirt section. The aforementioned shorts were priced at 8,999 yuan, and with 30,000 yuan remaining on his card, supplemented by today's gift money, he had ample funds to select a few more t-shirts. Shortly thereafter, The saleswoman returned, and Qin Mo pointed to several t-shirts, saying, "Please wrap these up for me as well." "Certainly," she replied, her demeanor not only patient but exceedingly courteous. After all, their commissions depended on sales, and each transaction represented a significant profit for them, making such customers highly desirable. "Is there anything else you need?" the saleswoman inquired further. Qin Mo shook his head and replied, "No, just these. Please follow me, sir." The saleswoman gathered the items he had chosen, and he trailed behind. "Ready to settle the bill. Just swipe the card," he said, extracting his bank card. The saleswoman graciously accepted it, then asked, "Do you have a membership with us, sir?" "No," Qin Mo replied, shaking his head. Gucci's membership required an annual expenditure exceeding 100,000 yuan, a sum far beyond what Qin Mo, as a student, could manage. Upon learning that he did not possess a membership card, the saleswoman promptly took out the POS machine and swiped his card. After he entered his password, the receipt printed successfully. Glancing at the total, which amounted to over 20,000 yuan for one pair of shorts and 4 t-shirts, he accepted his card and receipt as the saleswoman handed him the neatly packaged clothes. She respectfully escorted him out of the store. With over 10,000 yuan still at his disposal, he pondered what else to purchase. Exiting the Gucci store, he checked the balance on his phone, stroking his chin as he summoned the system. Host, Qin Mo level, LV1. Experience, 23, 815, 100, 000. Attractiveness, 77. Physical fitness, 80. Ding. A task was triggered. A lavish spender must indulge in consumption. Noticing the amount spent by the host, a reward of a random cashback voucher ranging from 1 to 100 times was offered. "Would you like to claim it?" "I shall claim it," Qin Mo thought to himself. Curious about the nature of this voucher, it soon became clear, and to his astonishment, he discovered he had drawn a 3-fold cashback voucher. "Would you like to use the cashback voucher?" the system inquired. "Yes," Qin Mo silently affirmed. Buzzing. At that moment, a consumption notification pinged on his phone. "Your bank card balance is now 85,676 yuan. Qin Mo was astounded. The cashback voucher functioned in such a manner that his purchases had not only cost him nothing, but had actually netted him an additional 40,000 yuan. The system proved to be exceedingly reliable. Exhilarated, he realized he now possessed over 80,000 yuan. Would this not enable him to elevate his system level today? Advancing to level 2 would grant him a daily blessing of 666 yuan, effectively doubling his income. Who could resist such temptation? Certainly not Qin Mo. Spend. Ding. A lavish spender cannot remain empty-handed. Purchase a watch that symbolizes the host's status. Completing this task would reward him with a cashback voucher ranging from 1 to 3 times. A watch. Qin Mo paused, glancing at his wrist, which indeed felt somewhat bare. Yet, the options within an 80,000 yuan budget were exceedingly limited. Within Hangzhou Tower, several watch brands were available, such as Breguet, Omega, Blancpain, Cartier, and IWC. Breguet and Cartier were both esteemed as among the top 10 watch brands globally. However, Breguet's offerings at Hangzhou Tower did not include any timepieces within his price range, the cheapest being several hundred thousand. As for the other brands, Qin Mo's knowledge was rather superficial, yet he recalled that within this budget, Cartier's Ballon Bleu seemed a commendable choice, with a design philosophy that was comparatively youthful and fashionable. Chapter 9, System Upgrade. "Let's go take a look," Qin Mo decided, taking the elevator down to the first floor, where Cartier's store was located. Upon entering, a gentleman in his 30s approached him politely, inquiring, "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" "I would like to see the Ballon Bleu collection," Qin Mo stated directly. "Please follow me," the man replied, his smile broadening as he gestured for Qin Mo to proceed. Under the man's guidance, Qin Mo arrived at the Ballon Bleu display. Observing the array of watches, he nodded in approval. The aesthetic aligned with his taste. He glanced at the price tags, which ranged from 40,000 to over 100,000 yuan, while the sales associate detailed the various styles available. However, Qin Mo paid little attention to his words. His gaze fixated on a particular model with a blue strap, noting the price tag, WSBB 0029, priced at 65,999 yuan. This price was just right. "Please take that one out for me to examine," he requested. The sales associate promptly retrieved the watch from the display and presented it before Qin Mo. "May I try it on?" he asked. Of course, the associate readily affirmed, expertly assisting Qin Mo in putting on the watch. "Is there a mirror?" Qin Mo inquired. "Certainly. Right this way, sir." The man led Qin Mo to a full-length mirror. Upon looking, he found it quite appealing, nodding in satisfaction. "I won't be taking it off. Let us just proceed to payment." The sales associate was momentarily taken aback. While he had encountered decisive customers before, none had been quite so straightforward. Most would inquire about discounts or offers first, yet Qin Mo bypassed all that, opting to swipe his card without hesitation. The associate thought to himself, well, some people can afford to be extravagant. If Qin Mo had known his thoughts, he would have chuckled. After all, with the system at his disposal, the money felt entirely free. Would he be concerned about spending it? Not in the slightest. Moreover, he was fulfilling a task for the system while using the cashback voucher. There was absolutely no pressure in his expenditures. The associate's demeanor grew even more cordial as he addressed Qin Mo. Please hold on for just a moment. I will process this for you immediately. Afterward, he took Qin Mo's bank card to the cashier, swiped it, signed, and received the receipt. Watching his account balance dwindle from 85,676 to 19,677 yuan, Qin Mo felt no regret. After all, this was all thanks to the system. At that moment, the familiar voice of the system echoed in his mind. Reward has been credited. Ding. The host has completed the task of being a lavish spender. Based on the amount spent, a 2x cashback voucher has been awarded. Upon hearing this familiar announcement, Qin Mo silently affirmed, use it. In the next instant, 131,998 yuan appeared in his account, rejuvenating his previously dwindled balance of 19,677 yuan to a robust 151,665 yuan. The smile on Qin Mo's face grew even wider. Not only had he managed to enjoy a free purchase, but he had also garnered a substantial profit. He truly adored this system. Furthermore, the system's experience points had increased as well. Experience, 89, 814, 100, 000. Just over 10, 000 more, and he would achieve an upgrade. Sir, here is your watch receipt. Is there anything else you would like to address? The sales associate's question brought Qin Mo back to reality. He glanced briefly at the receipt, smiling as he replied, everything is in order. The system still requires over 10,000 experience points. There is no need to spend elsewhere. I might as well settle everything here. He glanced at the jewelry section and said, let us leave the items here for now. I'll take a look over there. Are you interested in jewelry, sir? Allow me to guide you, the sales associate inquired. Thank you, Qin Mo nodded. Right this way, please. The sales associate led Qin Mo to the jewelry area. Qin Mo tried on a ring and found it quite appealing. He promptly stated, I'll take 2 of this ring. Do you want both of them in this style? The associate asked. Exactly, Qin Mo affirmed with a nod. Qin Mo? Hearing someone call his name, he momentarily froze, recognizing the voice that sounded remarkably like Tang Shi. Turning around, he saw a tall girl with fair skin and a ponytail, her sweet features reflecting surprise as she gazed at him. Indeed, it was Tang Shi. What a coincidence, class monitor, Qin Mo said, somewhat astonished, but quickly returned to his playful self. Teasing, is this fate orchestrated by the heavens for us? Should I let my mother hear that? Tang Shi shot him a sidelong glance. Qin Mo? He turned to face forward, noticing that Tang Shi's mother was also selecting jewelry nearby. Thankfully, she had not noticed them. Otherwise, this conversation could easily lead to misunderstandings. Are you scared? Tang Shi laughed upon seeing Qin Mo's expression. A bit. Qin Mo replied with a smile. Coward, Tang Shi scoffed, then noticed the Gucci bag in Qin Mo's hand. How discreet you are, Qin Mo. These items aren't cheap. Qin Mo glanced at the items he held and said, I'm about to report to Tianfu, so I thought I'd buy some supplies before I leave. They're all on sale, not too pricey. Do you think I'm a fool? Taken aback by her sharpness, then he noticed the blue balloon she held. All right, you wealthy young master, no need to hide it. Are you afraid I might rob you? Class monitor, your words are a bit extreme, Qin Mo retorted with mock seriousness. Humph, Tang Shi lightly snorted. By the way, I'll give you my WeChat. Why haven't you contacted me even once? I didn't want to disturb you, class monitor. After all, with your beauty, I imagined you'd have many suitors. Qin Mo teased. Stop talking nonsense. How could I possibly agree to be friends with those types? Tang Shi casually tossed her hair aside. Are you insinuating something, class monitor? Qin Mo pretended to be shocked. Go away. Tang Shi rolled her eyes at this playful character. Qin Mo chuckled, thinking that this version of Tang Shi possessed a unique charm. Just then, the sales associate returned with the 2 rings neatly packaged. Qin Mo skillfully handed over his bank card. Another 10,000 plus was deducted from his account, and he repeated the process. Sir, here's your card. The associate politely returned it to Qin Mo, taking the items in hand. He felt a sense of accomplishment as today's task was successfully completed. And his system level upgraded to LV2. Host, Qin Mo level, LV2. Experience, 1012025000000. Attractiveness, 77. Physical fitness, 80. Ding. This system has upgraded to LV2. Activating information scanning function. The system's voice echoed in Qin Mo's mind, and he turned his gaze towards Tang Shi, instantly receiving information about her. Tang Shi. Age, 18. Attractiveness, 89. Physique, 86. Purity, 96. System, what does that purity score mean? Qin Mo inquired. The purity score is derived from personal life. The higher the score, the more innocent the individual. A score above 95 indicates no personal life. 91 to 95 suggests relations with only one partner. 90 to 85 indicates involvement with 5 or more partners. And below 85 signifies relations with over 10 individuals. A score of 50 suggests 100 conquests, and it's advisable to run. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo's lips twitched. Good heavens, such a feature exists? That is quite a bug. What are you staring at? Tang Shi waved her hand in front of him, looking puzzled. Nothing, class monitor. I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave. If anything comes up, message me on WeChat. Qin Mo snapped back to reality with a smile. All right, goodbye. Tang Shi waved and returned to her mother. Shi, was that young man your classmate? Tang's mother asked, glancing at her daughter. Yes, he is in my class, Tang Shi replied. Chapter 10, A Night Out at the Bar. Qin Mo exited Cartier and made his way to the underground parking lot. Having completed his spending task for the day, there was no need to linger any longer, lest he end up with too many items to explain upon returning home. After all, the value of what he carried exceeded 100,000. While Wang Xia might not know his exact savings, she had some idea, and being questioned about it would be troublesome. He couldn't possibly explain that this money was given by the system, or she would surely think he had developed a mental illness. That feeling was quite uncomfortable. He needed to devise a way to rationalize this expenditure, or else he'd struggle to justify larger purchases in the future. Qin Mo pondered. However, he wasn't too worried. During university, he could venture into entrepreneurship, and as long as he utilized that wisely, persuading his parents wouldn't be too difficult. With a smile, Qin Mo praised his cleverness as he approached his mother's Panamera, opened the passenger door, and placed the items inside before returning to the driver's seat to depart. Buzz. Just then, his WeChat chimed. Upon checking, it was a message from his mother, notifying him that she had made plans for skincare and would be home late. Qin Mo replied, acknowledging her message. Adding a cute emoji, he glanced at the items on the passenger seat, relieved that his mother was out. Otherwise, it would have been challenging to bring these items inside. Particularly the Cartier watch, which cost over 60,000, difficult to explain. On his way home, Qin Mo felt content. He turned on the music and drove out of the underground garage, heading towards his neighborhood. Due to it being midday, there were more cars on the road than in the morning, but it wasn't too congested. He arrived home in just over half an hour. After parking, he retrieved the items from the passenger seat and took the elevator directly to his apartment. As soon as he entered, he brought the items to his room, especially the Cartier box, which he promptly tossed into his suitcase. That location was one his mother would never discover, ensuring it was quite safe. With everything sorted, Qin Mo lay back on his bed, observing the system information. He noted that today's blessing funds had increased by another 3,333 yuan, indicating that the system had automatically supplemented the amount after his upgrade to level 2. Awesome. Qin Mo couldn't help but applaud. In the evening, Qin Mo perused food introductions about Tianfu on his computer. Just as he began to feel hungry, Lu Tao messaged him, asking if he wanted to go out for some fun. Considering that both old Qin and Wang Xia were not at home, he thought a trip out might be enjoyable, especially since he hadn't eaten yet. He took out his phone and replied, Where to? Lu Tao, FT bar. Qin Mo glanced at the time and replied, It's still early. How about we grab a bite to eat first? Lu Tao responded, I was just about to suggest that. Let's meet at our usual spot. Qin Mo sent an OK emoji and then prepared to rise, picking up the keys to the Panamera before heading out. The usual spot referred to a small eatery that the group frequently visited during their school days. Although the establishment was modest in size, it boasted delectable flavors at reasonable prices, which endeared it to Qin Mo. Half an hour later, Qin Mo drove the Panamera to a narrow alley and parked the car in a spot that wouldn't obstruct traffic. As he stepped out, he spotted Lu Tao staring at him with a look of astonishment. Wow, Lao Qin, I see you as the real wealthy one here, yet you cry poverty. This time, you've been caught, Lu Tao exclaimed. The Panamera, in its shooting brake variant, featured an extravagant sound system worth over 100,000, sports exhaust, and all the bells and whistles. This was truly impressive, Lu Tao marveled. Last time, you said your dad wouldn't buy you such an expensive car? And now you're driving one that costs nearly 2 million. So last time, I guess I underestimated the situation? Lu Tao continued, circling the Panamera and playfully punching Qin Mo. This one alone could buy my 2 cars. Qin Mo retorted, Don't be ridiculous. This is my mom's car, and I just borrowed it for today. You expect me to believe that? Lu Tao shot him a skeptical glance. Really? Qin Mo insisted, feigning innocence. With a scoff, Lu Tao dropped the subject and extended his hand eagerly. Lao Qin, let me take it for a spin. I've never driven a Panamera with this configuration before. It was evident that Lu Tao had a genuine passion for cars, and Qin Mo, with a smile, handed him the keys. Just be careful, otherwise Ms. Wang will scold me. Lu Tao chuckled. Don't worry, my skills are top-notch. Seeing his exaggerated expression made Qin Mo laugh as he allowed Lu Tao to take the wheel. He then turned his gaze towards the small eatery they often frequented. Out front sat Lu Tao's aggressive-looking gray M3. It appeared that Chen Xiao and Wang Hui had not yet arrived, so he decided to wait here. After circling the block in the Panamera for over 10 minutes, Lu Tao finally returned, bounding up to Qin Mo with excitement. Lao Qin, this Panamera is absolutely incredible. I'm tempted to get one myself if I had the cash. Have you really moved on so quickly? No longer fond of the M3. Qin Mo teased. Not at all. It's just that this Panamera is genuinely comfortable, Lu Tao replied, returning the keys with admiration. Why not go home and tell your dad to sell your M3 and get a Panamera instead? Qin Mo joked. Forget it. If I did that, I'd be facing a severe thrashing. Lu Tao immediately shook his head. Ha! Qin Mo burst into laughter just then. A white Mustang came to a stop in front of them. It was a 50T model, completely reworked with a full body kit and a mid-exhaust system, producing a powerful roar and an intimidating appearance. As the window rolled down, it was none other than Chen Xiao and Wang Hui. Qin Mo smiled. Not bad. When did you upgrade? Heh, just finished the upgrade. Chen Xiao grinned. This exterior looks fantastic. It's far from the typical aftermarket style, Lu Tao remarked. Of course. If I had decked it out like a youthful spirit, that would have been a disaster, Chen Xiao quipped, adding that he had put a lot of effort into the modifications. It truly looks impressive, and the sound is exhilarating. Qin Mo nodded in agreement. Alas, for us poor folks, modifications are the only way to indulge ourselves, unlike Lu Tao, who buys an M3 on a whim, Chen Xiao lamented. Exactly. I still don't own a car of my own, Wang Hui chimed in, sighing dramatically. Enough of your pity party, Lu Tao said, exasperated, then turned to Wang Hui. Aren't you the one who just ordered an Audi A7? How did you know? Wang Hui was taken aback, having intended to surprise them. Lu Tao looked at him with disdain. Next time you post on social media, please spare us. We're not blind. Your 3 posts flooded our feeds. What? I thought I had blocked you guys, didn't I? Wang Hui asked, bewildered, only to find Qin Mo and Chen Xiao unable to suppress their laughter. Ha ha, Lao Lu, you have no idea how hard I've been holding it in. This guy has been pretending to be broke. Chen Xiao laughed, clutching his stomach. Qin Mo joined in the laughter. Chapter 11. The face of a capitalist. Wang Hui was utterly frustrated. He had intended to impress them, but ended up exposing himself instead, leaving him feeling mortified. Ha ha. Lao Wang, you're killing me, Chen Xiao said, playfully slapping Wang Hui on the shoulder while erupting in laughter. Next time you flaunt, remember to block us. Qin Mo advised with a serious tone. His reminder only intensified their laughter. Wang Hui felt like crying. This was what they called trying to show off but being exposed. He resolved to meticulously check his posts before sharing in the future. After a while, their laughter subsided. I laughed so hard I nearly cried. Lao Qin. You're too much. Lao Qin is such a rascal. Absolutely. The group united against Qin Mo, nodding in agreement. You guys. Qin Mo rolled his eyes. At that moment, Wang Hui noticed the matte gray Panamera nearby and exclaimed in surprise. Whoa, is that a shooting brake? Shooting brake? What is that? Chen Xiao, intrigued by his words, turned to look as well. Lu Tao, seeing their reactions, smirked and pretended to be mysterious. Do you know whose car that is? Whose? Wang Hui and Chen Xiao asked in unison, curiosity piqued. Humph, Lu Tao chuckled, glancing at Qin Mo. What do you say, Lao Qin? Qin Mo, rolling his eyes in resignation, retrieved the car keys, leaving Wang Hui and Chen Xiao stunned. Wang Hui incredulously asked, Lao Qin, is this car yours? Of course not. It's my mom's car. I just borrowed it for today, Qin Mo explained helplessly. Do you believe this, guys? Because I certainly don't. Lu Tao stirred the pot. I don't believe it either. Wang Hui chimed in. Chen Xiao nodded. Not a chance. Qin Mo, exasperated, shrugged his shoulders, indicating that their disbelief was beyond his control. I told you, Lao Qin is the biggest wealthy one here, pretending to be poor in front of us. I denounce you on behalf of justice, Lu Tao declared, raising his middle finger. Seconded. Wang Hui and Chen Xiao followed suit, also raising their middle fingers. How can sons denounce their father? Qin Mo feigned innocence. Oh dear. He is provoking us. What shall we do, brothers? Lu Tao asked with a mischievous grin. Get him. Wang Hui and Chen Xiao shouted in unison. And the 3 brothers playfully charged at Qin Mo. After a brief tussle, the antics ended with Qin Mo's surrender. Your mom has exquisite taste. That Panamera is truly remarkable, Wang Hui said, full of envy. I've grown tired of saying envy, Lu Tao replied. Me too. Same here. Wang Hui and Chen Xiao echoed in agreement. Get lost. Qin Mo jested with a laugh. I haven't even expressed my envy for you yet. Driving a car worth over 2 million. Is he mocking us? Wang Hui earnestly regarded the two. I think that's quite likely. Lu Tao asserted. Don't overinterpret it. Qin Mo rolled his eyes. At least you both have your own cars. If we're talking about misfortune, I'm the most pitiful one here. If this can be considered a form of suffering, then let this suffering befall me. Lu Tao declared with a bravado that suggested he was ready to face anything, then resolutely turned to Qin Mo. Son, I have never asked you for anything in my life. Just look. Get lost. Qin Mo laughed and kicked him lightly. Ha ha ha. Wang Hui and Chen Chao laughed so hard they could barely stand upright. Enough of this nonsense. Let us hurry inside. We'll lose our seats, Qin Mo urged. Only then did they notice that, in the short time they had been talking, the small eatery was nearly full. Quickly, I'll go in first to secure a table. Lao Qin, you go place the order. I'll have the usual, Lu Tao said hastily before darting inside. Comrade, this task is entrusted to you. I have faith in you. Go for it. Wang Hui and Chen Chao said seriously, patting Qin Mo on the shoulder before following Lu Tao inside. Afterward, he pulled out his phone to pay. The total for the four came to 236 yuan, a remarkably reasonable price. Qin Mo casually glanced at his message balance before making his way to the table Lu Tao had secured. Have you seen the group message? Chen Chao inquired. Zhang Jia is planning a gathering, claiming it's to bring everyone together before parting ways. Does he genuinely want to gather, though? I feel embarrassed to point it out. He's just trying to get close because he also got accepted into Modi University, and I heard the class monitor signed up for Fudan. Looking to ingratiate himself, Lu Tao scoffed. It's as transparent as Sima Zhao's intentions, everyone knows. His affection for Tang Shi in class isn't a secret either. He pursued her before, but she seemed indifferent to his advances. Wang Hui remarked calmly. What does it matter? If he is footing the bill, let him host. It's free food and drink for us. Qin Mo chuckled as he settled in. Zhang Jia was regarded as the model student in class, consistently performing well academically, and was known as the golden boy paired with Tang Shi. Given his respectable family background, he enjoyed a modicum of fame within the school. Moreover, his affection for Tang Shi was common knowledge, and he had previously attempted to win her over, only to face rejection. Even Qin Mo admired this guy's tenacity. After numerous rejections, he still maintained such resolve. If Zhang Jia were present, Qin Mo felt he might have to give him a nod of respect. If we're talking about being sly, it's definitely you, Lao Qin, Lu Tao teased. After all, he has good intentions, but if it's a paid event, count me out, Qin Mo replied matter-of-factly. The wicked face of capitalism. The others cast disdainful glances at him. I call it altruism, think about it. He'll likely order a lot, and if we can't finish it, it'll just go to waste. Waste is disgraceful. Let us refuse waste starting with ourselves. Qin Mo argued passionately. I've never seen someone take shamelessness to your level, Wang Hui remarked, exasperated. Lu Tao and Chen Chao nodded in agreement, expressing their concurrence. Just as they were conversing, the waiter brought the dishes to their table. Chapter 12, Fascination Bar. It smells amazing, just like I remember. Lu Tao inhaled deeply, a look of pure enjoyment on his face. What a pity, soon we won't be able to enjoy this anymore. Chen Chao lamented as he popped a piece of bullfrog into his mouth. Speaking of which, I'm feeling quite distressed, Wang Hui grimaced. You didn't sign up for some remote corner of the world, did you? Qin Mo teased, curiosity etched on his face. Lu Tao and Chen Chao paused eating, intrigued by Wang Hui's demeanor. Something like that, Wang Hui replied, a look of despair washing over him. The mention of this topic instantly drained his spirit. Even the delicious food lost its appeal. Come on, share it with us, it'll lighten the mood, Lu Tao urged mischievously. Qin Mo and Chen Chao adopted eager expressions. Ready for gossip. A small place in Guizhou, Wang Hui shrugged. Guizhou sounds nice. The scenery there is renowned. You should relish it. Lu Tao winked. Alas, I've heard the gender ratio at that school is severely imbalanced. There are far more wolves than sheep. My dreams of romance are shattered. Wang Hui lamented. What a pity for my handsome face, destined to suffer in solitude. Old Wang, have some confidence in yourself, with your looks. Even if you were thrown into a women's college, you'd still struggle to find a girlfriend, Lu Tao said earnestly, patting Wang Hui on the shoulder. Get lost. Have you forgotten my nickname at school? I'm the Sea King, okay? Wang Hui retorted defiantly. Your stubbornness is truly amusing, Lu Tao said seriously, eliciting laughter from the group. Ha! If we're talking about sharp tongues, besides Lao Qin, it must be you, Chen Chao exclaimed, slapping his thigh in mirth. Get lost. Wang Hui shot a fierce glare at Lu Tao. But seriously, Guizhou isn't bad, Qin Mo interjected. The city itself is fine, but the school is truly subpar. Poor A7 is suffering, and I'm now debating whether to transport the car there, Wang Hui lamented. Isn't that a waste if you don't drive it there? Qin Mo asked, looking at him. Exactly. Or we could swap cars. I hear there are plenty of spirited young men there who might appreciate my style. And if you added a couple of subwoofers, you'd be the brightest star, Chen Xiao jested. Forget it. Trading my A7 for a Mustang would be a loss. Wang Hui glared at Chen Xiao. Nonsense. With modifications, my car isn't worth much less than yours. Chen Xiao countered defiantly. At least mine is new. Can you compare that with your dad's old clunker? Wang Hui gestured dismissively. Mine hasn't been driven for long either. Chen Xiao shot back. As the two bickered, Qin Mo and Lu Tao laughed heartily, finding their antics far more entertaining than scrolling on their phones. Qin Mo glanced at his watch. It was already 7:30. It's about time. Let us head out, he announced. Is it time already? Chen Xiao looked up. Yes, it's 7:30. We'll arrive just in time. Qin Mo replied with a smile. Then let us set off. This time, I'm riding in Lao Qin's car, Wang Hui declared. Let us go. Lu Tao cheered. Wang Hui followed Qin Mo into the matte gray Panamera, while Chen Xiao and Lu Tao hopped into their respective cars. A cacophony of roaring engines erupted as Lu Tao surged ahead. The power of his BMW M3 Thunder Edition was undeniable. See you at the bar. Lu Tao shouted excitedly. This guy, Qin Mo chuckled, starting the Panamera and following suit, with Chen Xiao's Mustang trailing closely behind. The FT Bar, originally named Fascination, is situated in the New World Shopping Center in Hangzhou, designed as a mid-sized trendy nightclub. It is said to be one of the first establishments in Hangzhou backed by the sentiment of investment. Consequently, the place is teeming with beautiful women. After all, as a representative of good men in Hangzhou, known as the Master of Charm, the influence of this venue is beyond comparison, a top-tier establishment indeed. He is a man who brings his own background music, because I have once stood outside the door, climbing mountains and crossing seas for you, emptying my pockets to meet the expectations in your eyes. In order to prevent you from becoming complacent, conceal your exhaustion no matter how weary you feel. For the admiration reflected in your gaze, my story unfolds because of you, dear girl. Coincidentally, the song playing in Qin Mo's car was indeed this very tune. And it was the DJ remix version, prompting Wang Hui to excitedly join in the singing. How I wish I could be as carefree as our venerable master. Wang Hui suddenly lamented, his eyes brimming with envy. Ha ha, too bad you lack that face. Qin Mo unhesitatingly splashed cold water on Wang Hui, bursting into laughter thereafter. Feeling disheartened? Is it truly all right for you to be this way, Lao Qin? Wang Hui cast a forlorn glance at Qin Mo. Relax. Although you may not compete in looks, consider it from another angle. You can't even match his height. Isn't it somewhat balanced when viewed this way? Qin Mo teased while driving. Lao Qin, I could kill you. Despite the jest, Wang Hui refrained from acting on it, as Qin Mo was indeed behind the wheel. And this was not a trivial matter. Don't lose heart. You're still young. If you refrain from excessive indulgence, you might still grow. Qin Mo delivered another piercing remark. I'm done for. Lao Qin, your words are undoubtedly toxic. Wang Hui retorted, feeling completely at a loss. Initially distressed about his height, he now found himself further tormented by Qin Mo's banter, leaving him quite despondent. The classic words of the factory god perfectly suited Wang Hui's current predicament. Approximately half an hour later, they finally arrived at the New World. Qin Mo skillfully maneuvered into a parking space, unbuckled his seatbelt, and beckoned Wang Hui to exit the vehicle. As the two stepped out, they spotted Lu Tao leaning against his M3, animatedly conversing with a girl clad in revealing attire. Her curve striking. No way, has that rascal already succeeded before we've even entered? Wang Hui's eyes widened in astonishment. Qin Mo too was taken aback, for the girl was facing away from them, revealing only her silhouette. Curiosity piqued, he scanned her profile. Wang Qinran. Age, 23. Appearance, 76. Physique, 83. Purity, 73. Does this imply she has had intimate relations with more than 10 individuals? This old chap has quite the discerning eye. Qin Mo jested. Finally, you guys are here. I've been waiting for you for ages. Lu Tao exclaimed upon spotting them, waving his hand and exchanging knowing glances while his arm casually rested on the girl's shoulder, brimming with pride as if showcasing his conquest. The girl, clearly seasoned in such encounters, paid no heed to Lu Tao's arm and instead greeted them with a smile. At this juncture, Qin Mo's group finally caught a glimpse of the girl's visage. Although the system rated her a mere 76, it was evident that she frequented nightclubs. Dressed in fashionable attire and sporting commendable makeup, she appeared quite appealing, particularly due to her alluring physique, especially her ample bosom, likely a C cup, which undoubtedly enhanced her allure. Overall, she seemed rather impressive, though that assessment was contingent upon ignorance of her purity score. Presently, Qin Mo could only feel trepidation. Let us proceed inside, Qin Mo declared, securing the car. Lu Tao, arms still around the girl, strode ahead like a victorious general. Had I known. I would have driven faster, Qin Shao remarked, eyeing Lu Tao's ostentatious display with regret. As if we would lack for female company at a bar, Qin Mo chuckled. Exactly. Qin Shao nodded in agreement. Just look at how smug he is. I genuinely want to land a punch on him. So do I, Wang Hui concurred. All right. Let us hurry. There are plenty of girls inside. Just hope you two have what it takes. Qin Mo playfully patted their shoulders. Joking aside, I aspire to be the second most romantic man in Hangzhou. Surely, I won't fall short. Wang Hui puffed out his chest with pride. Upon entering the bar, Lu Tao remained glued to the girl, engaged in hushed whispers, both appearing thoroughly delighted. Since Qin Mo and his companions arrived just as the venue opened, the crowd was relatively sparse, avoiding a sense of overcrowding. With intentions of inviting more girls later, they realized that their small table would be insufficient. Lu Tao pulled out his phone and contacted the sales manager, and they ordered a medium table. In Hangzhou, bar types vary, resulting in differing minimum spends. For instance, the renowned OT bar charges a minimum of 1,500 for the most basic outer ring table, while better inner ring tables start at 3,000. And A1 tables on weekends exceed 10,000. Other smaller nightclubs have lower minimums. Here, the medium table's minimum was set at 1980, situated neither too far nor too close, making it quite acceptable. A $39.99 drink package, 6 bottles of soft drinks, 20 bottles of beer, and a bottle of Hennessy XO, Lu Tao instructed the sales manager. Wow, Lao Lu is really splurging to impress the ladies. Wang Hui teased. Do you underestimate me, Lu Gongzi? This amount is mere pocket change for him. Qin Mo chimed in. Ha ha, today's expenses are on Lu Gongzi. Qin Shao shouted. TSK, Lao Lu should really go for the legendary dragon package. With that spectacle, the girls would surely be unable to resist. Wang Hui encouraged. As if I wouldn't want to. But my budget is limited. Even the cheapest dragon package costs $419.99, which is nearly my entire monthly allowance. Lu Tao rolled his eyes, exasperated. After finalizing the drinks, the manager showed him the price, and Lu Tao promptly settled the bill. Nearly 10,000 yuan gone, without even factoring in the table fee. Do you have any girlfriends? Why not invite them to join us? Lu Tao leaned towards the girl and inquired. They are also here. I'll call them right away, Wang Qinran replied, pulling out her phone to notify her friends. The girls appeared to be from affluent backgrounds, and if she could secure their attention, perhaps she could finally acquire that handbag she had been eyeing. Wang Qinran swiftly contacted 4 or 5 friends, all dressed in trendy attire, and as they walked in a group, they stood out remarkably, each flaunting long legs adorned in black and white stockings. Many men cast envious glances in their direction. Hello, handsome boys. One girl, clad in a black tank top and a sexy short skirt, greeted them with a smile. Lu Tao and his friends nodded in response, introducing themselves. These are my buddies. Qin Mo, Wang Hui, and Lu Chao. The girls reciprocated with their introductions. The one in the black tank was named Zhao Lin, a budding model who often frequented nightclubs and was quite at ease in such settings. After casting a glance at the group, she naturally settled beside Qin Mo. Hello, handsome. Zhao Lin extended her hand. Qin Mo smiled and shook her hand, introducing himself. Utilizing his scanning system, he quickly assessed Zhao Lin's profile, discovering her purity score to be an impressive 86, even higher than Wang Qinran's, indicating a more typical standing. At this moment, the drinks ordered by Lu Tao were delivered, 1 each of pink agate, Parisian flower, 2 bottles of Jägermeister, 2 bottles of Pink X, a bottle of Hennessy XO, along with beer and some fruit snacks, as well as 2 sets of dice and a deck of cards. Let the games begin, brothers, Lu Tao shouted. Qin Mo and his friends raised their glasses in cheer, downing their drinks in unison. The nearby girls were equally engaged, concocting cocktails from the soft drinks on the table, sipping them before beginning lively conversations with the group. Due to the loud music of the DJ, they had to lean in closer to communicate, and soon the atmosphere became quite animated. Handsome, want to play dice? Zhao Lin asked, extending her drink towards Qin Mo with a playful smile. Compared to Wang Qinran, Zhao Lin's status is evidently elevated to a significant degree. As a model, her discerning taste is naturally impeccable, and she possesses an intimate knowledge of various categories and price ranges of luxurious items. Prior to approaching, she had keenly observed several individuals. She was quite familiar with the watch adorning Qin Mo's wrist, a Cartier valued at nearly 70,000, and the ring he wore was also of the Cartier brand. The mere accessories on his hand amounted to almost 100,000. Was this not the epitome of a high-quality benefactor she had always yearned for? Coupled with Qin Mo's sunlit appearance, he instantly captivated Zhao Lin's attention. With a playful wink, she allowed her long, leggy frame clad in Balenciaga to casually brush against Qin Mo's leg, testing his reaction. Zhao Lin adeptly leveraged her advantages. As a model, her figure spoke volumes, and her long legs were undeniably a divine gift for leg enthusiasts, drawing even the indifferent to steal a glance. Unfortunately for her, Qin Mo possessed an innate system that had laid bare her intentions. While he would not truly engage with her, indulging in a fleeting visual delight was certainly permissible. Qin Mo clinked glasses with Zhao Lin and smiled. Sounds good. Upon receiving Qin Mo's agreement, Zhao Lin's demeanor grew even more flirtatious as she set her glass down on the table before her, wearing an elder sister's smile as she declared, "The loser must accept the punishment. No cheating." "No problem," Qin Mo replied with a grin. Nearby, Chen Chao and Wang Hui observed the two engaging in a game of dice. Expressing their astonishment at how swiftly old Qin acted, Lu Tao, wearing a mischievous grin, directed his gaze at Qin Mo and Zhao Lin, chiming in. "This guy is just a wolf in sheep's clothing." Indeed, Chen Chao and Wang Hui nodded emphatically. After a brief period of drinking, Wang Qinran proposed, "How about we play the king's game?" "Absolutely." Lu Tao and the others readily agreed. The king's game involves drawing cards, with a few concealed kings among them. The individual who draws a king gets to designate others for any game of their choosing. With 9 players, they pulled out 9 cards, and Wang Hui shuffled them before laying them on the table. "Old Qin, join us," Wang Hui beckoned. "Sure," Qin Mo replied with a smile. "You all go ahead first." "Then I won hold back," Lu Tao chuckled, drawing a card from the center, glancing at it sneakily while revealing a mysterious smile. Before long, all the cards were drawn. "I am the king," Lu Tao bellowed, revealing the black joker in his hand. "What a coincidence, so am I," Qin Mo chuckled, unveiling the red joker. "What luck you two have." Wang Hui scoffed, noting that he had drawn a 2. Chen Chao grimaced, showing a 5. While Wang Qinran held a 6, and Zhao Lin drew a 1, with the remaining 3 girls showing 3, 4, and 7 respectively. "Haha, old Qin. Our luck is quite splendid," Lu Tao smirked. "Let us see, who shall I designate?" After a moment of contemplation, Lu Tao declared, "Let us have numbers 2 and 4 perform a toast while embracing and spinning 3 times. That is not too much, is it?" Lu Tao searched the group for the identities of numbers 2 and 4. At that moment, Wang Hui flipped his card, revealing a resigned expression. Qin Mo glanced over to see that he was number 2. "And number 4 is me." The girl revealed her card, appearing quite shy. Her name was Zhou Ling. Exuding an aura of innocence akin to that of a youthful tea girl, Wang Hui was elated, silently applauding Lu Tao for his choice, as Zhou Ling's appearance aligned perfectly with his aesthetic preferences. "Oh," the group began to cheer, casting flirtatious glances at the pair, yet the girl was quite amiable, showing no signs of hesitation as she swiftly completed the assigned task with Wang Hui. "How about that, my friend? Quite generous, right?" Lu Tao leaned in with a devilish smile towards Wang Hui. "No need for words. Brotherly bonds last a lifetime." Wang Hui thumped his chest. "Get lost," Lu Tao retorted with a laugh. Laughter erupted from the group, and the nearby girls were similarly amused, stifling giggles behind their hands. Come on. Old Qin hasn't faced a punishment yet," Chen Chao reminded, giving Qin Mo subtle hints about his own number. Qin Mo quickly understood, offering Chen Chao a reassuring glance, which left Chen Chao feeling immensely touched. This was true camaraderie. "Ahem, my turn now. I choose 5 and 7, Qin Mo announced. 5 and 7, step forward and reveal yourselves." "No hiding," Wang Hui teased. Chen Chao shot Qin Mo a loving glance before grinning. "I'm number 5. And I'm number 7, another girl stood, whom Qin Mo recognized as Zhao Limin, the one whose name had left a lasting impression during introductions. "Let us share a kiss. You decide the position," Qin Mo suggested, casting a knowing look at Chen Chao, granting him the opportunity to shine. With understanding, Chen Chao approached Zhao Limin, enveloping her in his embrace and leaning down for a kiss. "Wow, that is quite a lucky break for this guy," Lu Tao remarked. "Right? Next time something like this comes up, remember to pick me," Wang Hui shamelessly added. Qin Mo remained speechless, and the group resumed the king's game. That evening, Qin Mo's fortune was remarkable. He drew the king multiple times, orchestrating the fates of others. Eventually, it was his turn to face a punishment, and coincidentally, it fell on Zhao Lin. The kings for this round were Lu Tao and Zhao Limin, who exchanged a suggestive glance before Lu Tao offered Qin Mo a reassuring look, indicating that his friend would support him. Qin Mo immediately shook his head. He had no intention of using his first kiss in such a manner. He gestured discreetly to Lu Tao, who initially failed to comprehend, thinking he had misread the signals. Finally, after persistent nudges from Qin Mo, Lu Tao grasped the situation, donning a puzzled expression. Nevertheless, he still symbolically assigned the two to undertake simple penalties, avoiding any physical contact. "Finally, old Lu has understood what I meant. What is this? Trying to thwart my brother from finding love? Drink up," Wang Hui exclaimed. "That is unjust," Lu Tao protested, feeling more wrong than do-yi. "Unjust my foot, drink," Chen Chao urged. Lu Tao, with a pained expression, sought rescue from Qin Mo, who, unfazed, ignored his pleading gaze. Old Qin, you ungrateful wretch. With no choice, Lu Tao begrudgingly downed his drink, prompting a cheer from the group. The girls stifled their laughter, while Zhao Lin's expression soured. Feeling a pang of injustice, was this disdain directed at her? Yet, she could not voice her grievances, bottling them up inside, and her fondness for Qin Mo plummeted. However, this did not hinder the merriment of Qin Mo and his companions. They were here to enjoy themselves, and Zhao Lin's mood was of little consequence to them. After all, once they left, they belonged to entirely different worlds, unlikely to intersect again. Subsequently, Zhao Limin exercised her right as king, and the fortunate ones turned out to be Wang Hui and Qin Chao. One could not help but marvel at their luck. What the heck? How did it end up being you? Wang Hui exclaimed, eyes wide. I was about to ask the same. Qin Chao rolled his eyes. This scene elicited laughter from the girls, who playfully urged the two to kiss, much to their disgust. Fortunately, Zhao Limin kept it light, imposing only a symbolic penalty of 3 drinks. Thank you, beautiful. I'll send you a red envelope later. Wang Hui sighed in relief, expressing gratitude. Then I must thank young Master Wang. Zhao Limin replied with a playful smile, understanding perfectly, before settling beside Wang Hui and taking a sip from her glass. A few individuals continued to indulge in their revelries, the atmosphere brimming with mirth, and their glasses nearly empty. Qin Mo glanced at the time, which had already surpassed midnight. Shall we take our leave? He proposed. Lu Tao and the others, having also enjoyed their share of merriment, nodded in agreement. Consequently, Wang Hui promptly added Zhao Limin on WeChat and sent her a red envelope of 888 yuan, much to her delight as she accepted it with a smile. As they exited the bar, Qin Mo retrieved his phone and summoned a few designated drivers, recognizing the impracticality of driving after consuming alcohol. Old Qin, I noticed that Zhao Lin was quite the catch, tall and a model, no less. What do you think? Lu Tao leaned in, draping an arm around Qin Mo's shoulder, and teasingly remarked. Qin Mo shrugged. I never said she was undesirable. I simply have my preferences. Wow, a pure-hearted virgin. Wang Hui interjected with a dramatic flair. Laughter erupted among the group, prompting Qin Mo to retort. This is called preserving one's virtue. You lot wouldn't understand. Qin Chao shot him a disdainful glance, exclaiming, disdain. I share your disdain. Came the playful banter, as the group frolicked for a while until the designated drivers arrived. Let us head out, Qin Mo called. All right, we'll connect tomorrow. Lu Tao waved his hand dismissively. The group dispersed to their respective vehicles, with Wang Hui accompanying Lu Tao in the M3, as their residences were in proximity, allowing Lu Tao to give him a ride. Driver, to the Huaran community. Qin Mo fastened his seatbelt and relayed the destination to the designated driver. The driver activated the navigation and, upon confirming the route, started the engine, steering towards Huaran community. After a brief journey, they arrived at the underground parking lot. Mr. Qin, we've arrived, the driver announced, turning off the engine after parking. Thank you, sir. Qin Mo expressed his gratitude, settled the fare, and retrieved his car keys before heading home. Chapter 15. An old sage. By the time Qin Mo returned home, it was already past 1 o'clock, and both Wang Xia and Qin Jiaming were fast asleep. Qin Mo slowed his pace to minimize noise, making his way to the kitchen to pour himself a glass of water, feeling parched from the drinks at the bar. After a quick wash-up in his room, he soon succumbed to slumber. The following day, that rascal doesn't even know what time he came back last night. He's still not awake. Wang Xia remarked irritably in the living room, while Qin Jiaming, seated in front of the television, remained unconcerned. He's not a child anymore. He needs his own social life. Just indulge him. Let us see how pleased you are when he brings home a pregnant girlfriend. Wang Xia shot back with a glare at Qin Jiaming. What nonsense. Qin Mo would never do such a thing. Qin Jiaming replied calmly, confident in his son's character. Humph. Wang Xia scoffed, realizing she had merely spoken in jest. It was nearly afternoon when Qin Mo finally awoke, rubbing his eyes as he made his way to the living room. Good morning. Look at the time. It's hardly morning. Wang Xia shot him an exasperated glance. Qin Mo glanced at the clock on the wall, realizing it was already 1:30. He offered an awkward smile and hurriedly approached her to placate her. Wang Xia rolled her eyes but chose not to elaborate further. Mom, what did you have for lunch? Is there any leftover? Qin Mo inquired. Yes. It's in the kitchen. Heat it up yourself. Wang Xia directed him towards the kitchen. All right, he replied, heading to the kitchen to warm up the food. After a simple meal, Qin Jiaming received a phone call and stepped out. Mom, where did old Qin go? Qin Mo asked, carrying his bowl out of the kitchen. He has been busy with a project at work lately, Wang Xia replied. Oh, Qin Mo responded, quickly finishing his meal before retreating to his room. Lying on his bed, Qin Mo observed the familiar avatars in the QQ group still engaging in lively chatter. He found it amusing and decided to join in with a few replies. Wang Hui, Zhang Jia. Hey Zhang Xiao, when are we gathering? I've been waiting for this meal with bated breath. Lu Tao, Zhang Jia? Could it be that you're strapped for cash? Qin Xiao, Zhang Jia. Old Lu, I must interject. Our Zhang Xiao has the means. Wouldn't he possibly be unable to treat us, right, Zhang Xiao? The group was relentless in their playful ribbing. As Zhang Jia had mentioned a gathering a couple of days prior, but had since gone silent. Qin Mo chuckled, replying, perhaps Zhang Xiao is too busy studying to notice. Wang Hui, Qin Mo, haha, that's a good one. Zhou Qian, Wang Hui, please don't make baseless claims. Zhang Sheng, Zhang Jia, Zhang Xiao, come on. Don't be shy, we all agree to gather. With school starting soon, it's a good excuse for a get-together. Faced with the group's relentless banter, Zhang Jia felt compelled to respond, unable to remain silent under the pressure. Apologies, I've been preoccupied with school matters these past few days. Zhang Jia, Tang Shi, are you free the day after tomorrow? Let us gather as classmates. When Qin Mo read this message, he burst into laughter, realizing Zhang Jia's true intentions. Lu Tao and Wang Hui resumed their teasing in the chat. Qin Xiao, Zhang Jia, what do you mean, Zhang Xiao? If the class monitor doesn't attend, does that mean the gathering is off? Wang Hui, Zhang Jia. The purpose of this gathering couldn't possibly be to satisfy some personal whims, could it? Zhang Xiao. That would be quite disheartening for your classmates. Lu Tao, Qin Xiao, Wang Hui, what are you saying? Zhang Xiao is not that kind of person. You're all just being petty, right, Zhang Xiao? Speak up, don't be shy. When Qin Mo read this, he nearly laughed himself to tears. Recognizing Lu Tao as a master of humorous banter, Zhang Jia, observing the relentless mockery directed at him in the group, wore an expression as dark as a pot bottom, but strove to maintain his composure for the sake of appearances. Zhang Jia, let me clarify. The gathering is simply an opportunity for everyone to come together, nothing more than that. The day after tomorrow, I'll be at the tea house in Jiangnan, preparing a delightful meal. I hope everyone can join. After Zhang Jia's announcement, there was a moment of silence in the group before it erupted in excitement. Zhang Sheng, haha, long live Zhang Xiao. Wang Daqiang, Zhang Xiao is truly impressive. The tea house isn't cheap, averaging 160 yuan per person. Su Yuan, Zhang Xiao, you're magnificent. Zhou Qian, I've heard the dishes at the tea house are excellent. We're in for a treat. Thank you in advance, Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao is magnificent. Zhang Xiao is magnificent. Zhang Xiao is magnificent. The group erupted like boiling water. Even those who had been silent began to chime in. Zhang Jia basked in the flood of notifications, his vanity thoroughly stroked, and he promptly replied, Zhang Jia, you're all too kind. Consider it a farewell feast for everyone. Bowing in gratitude. The instant he sent that message, it garnered widespread goodwill. Just as he was reveling in his triumph, the next message struck him like a thunderbolt, darkening his expression. Qin Mo, Zhang Jia. Just to clarify, is this gathering on Zhang Xiao's tab? If we're expected to pay, I might have to decline. I'm rather impoverished. As soon as this message was sent, laughter erupted from Lu Tao and the others on the other end. Realizing who the true master of wit was, Tang Shi, who had been silently observing the chat, couldn't help but chuckle upon reading Qin Mo's message. It was amusing to see someone who could spend tens of thousands at Cartier lamenting about being broke. She quickly edited her own message. Tang Shi, Qin Mo, it seems certain individuals are the hidden wealthy, doesn't it? Rolls eyes Qin Mo, Tang Shi, I've read it. But I can't comprehend what the class leader is saying. Shrugs Tang Shi, Qin Mo, rolls eyes Zhang Jia. Qin Mo, you're overthinking it. Everyone can rest assured. I've arranged the entire gathering. Qin Mo, that's a relief. Otherwise, it would be quite a burden for someone from an ordinary family like mine. Salutes, what a burden indeed. Lu Tao and the others laughed so hard they could barely straighten up, quickly replying. 111. A message from Qin Mo's WeChat arrived. Upon opening it, he saw it was from Tang Shi. Tang Shi, you're quite mischievous, aren't you? Sneaky smile. Qin Mo promptly replied. Such words are not suitable, class leader. I'm merely advocating for the welfare of our classmates. Innocent Chapter 16. The Wild King of the Canyon emerges again. Qin Mo and Tang Shi chatted for a while longer when a message popped up from the small group established by Lu Tao and others. Lu Tao, old Qin. You keep saying there's nothing between you and the class leader. Why does she only reply to you? Qin Xiao, I've set up my stool. Prepare for some gossip. Wang Hui, confess honestly, and you'll be treated leniently. Qin Mo chuckled, swiftly responding. Perhaps this is the charm of the Wu Yin Zoo of Hang City. It's hard to conceal. Showing off Lu Tao. Who was it that claimed there was no relationship between the two of you? Sneering Wang Hui, you're keeping secrets from your brothers. How cruel. Spill the details. Any mischievous smiles? Qin Xiao, oh, big scoop. If I were to screenshot this and share it in the class group, would Zhang Jia still treat us to a meal? Sly grin. Qin Mo replied with a smile. You all are too much. I assure you, there's nothing between the class leader and me. She might just not want to reply to Zhang Jia. Lu Tao. For goodness sake, if you're going to fabricate a story, at least make it believable. Sneering Qin Mo shrugged nonchalantly. If you don't believe me, so be it. Shrugs Lu Tao. Fine, I'll let you off this time. Wang Hui. When are we going to FT again? That girl asked me out last time. Smug Chen Xiao Zhao Li Min. Wang Hui. You're quite clever. It warms my heart. Chen Xiao, get lost. Qin Mo watched the two banter, choosing not to respond to the matter. Bars are fine for occasional visits, but going every day would become tiresome. He turned to Wang Hui. By the way, old Wang, has your A7 arrived? Upon mentioning this, Wang Hui immediately replied, yes, it has, but I sent it for upgrades, so it'll take about a week. Lu Tao quickly inquired, what upgrades? Wang Hui responded promptly, a complete set of RS7 front and rear bumpers and side skirts, 21-inch dragon scale rims, brake calipers, and an overall color change. This car has consumed a considerable amount of my thought. Chen Xiao. Wow, you've got some skills. That setup doesn't come cheap. Wang Hui. Of course, it's worth several months of pocket money. Qin Mo replied, astonished. Once modified, it will become a tool for attracting girls. Wang Hui. Haha. The one driving a Porsche dares to call an A7 a tool. Lu Tao. I find that amusing too. Chen Xiao. Haha. Qin Mo humorously responded. How did this conversation turn back to me? That's my mom's car. If anyone should be laughing, it should be me. As soon as this message was sent out, everyone instantly aligned with him, replying simultaneously with a cut. In this day and age, being honest doesn't pay off. Qin Mo laughed to himself. He stroked his chin, contemplating whether to buy a car to play with when he reaches Tianfu, but funds are limited at the moment. So he glanced at the system information. Host, Qin Mo level, LV2. Experience, 1014385000000. Attractiveness, 77. Physical fitness, 80. Since he spent money on dinner yesterday, his experience increased by 236. However, it was evident that he was still far from the next level. He then noticed that today's Blessing Gold had also arrived, with a balance of 161,664 yuan in his account. This amount seemed insufficient to purchase a decent car. Sigh. I'm still too poor. Qin Mo shook his head. If others heard this, they might be compelled to give him a beating. Isn't this a form of self-deprecation? For an ordinary family, earning 160,000 a year is quite a feat. Yet in Qin Mo's words, it becomes a sign of poverty. Isn't that bullying the honest? If he were to receive a 5-fold cashback consumption card, wouldn't he be rolling in it? Qin Mo pondered this, but alas, the system's tasks are random, leaving him powerless. Regretfully, Qin Mo maintained a positive mindset. After all, it was essentially a free gift. What is not obtained is of no consequence. Lu Tao inquired in the group. By the way, what's the plan for the day after tomorrow? Wang Hui responded, what else can we do? Of course. We're going. Qin Mo silently raised his hand in the group, agreeing. Do you have any idea what the concept of 160 yuan per person means for a child from an ordinary family? Lu Tao and the others were left speechless, each one muttering, this brat. Qin Mo chatted in the group for a while longer, then exited the chat, intending to play some King of Glory. However, he soon discovered that the season had been updated, making it impossible to play. Feeling bored, he lay on his bed when a voice from outside the door called. I've made plans with Aunt Lu to go shopping. You can handle dinner yourself. Qin Mo hurriedly jumped out of bed, replying, understood. Upon hearing Qin Mo's voice, Wang Xia said nothing more and simply left. Half an hour later, the update for King of Glory was complete. Qin Mo entered the game, greeted by the familiar interface and the nostalgic atmosphere. Another season passed, and his rank had dropped to platinum. In this rank, it's either fighting or on the way to a fight. One could say that in a 10-minute game, 7 minutes are spent on the way to battle, with the remaining 3 minutes being revival time. The defensive towers, to them, are far less important than engaging in combat, which is why many fail to ascend to Diamond. Last season, he was at Diamond, but now he finds himself at Platinum. The era of his unmatched prowess has become a thing of the past. Qin Mo chuckled. As he opened the ranked queue, he noticed that his friend, Xiao Yashengxiu, was also online and had already been in the game for 10 minutes. Without hesitation, Qin Mo dove into the game. Since it was a platinum rank, there was no band pick phase. Players had to rely on speed to select their heroes. Heroes like Monkey King, Daji, Guan Yu, and Ho Yi are considered T0 in this rank, as they are easy to play and deal significant damage, making them highly sought after. Essentially, if you're slow, you're out of luck. Qin Mo's 4 teammates quickly selected their heroes, 2 marksmen and 2 mages, resulting in a very platinum-like composition. Qin Mo chose Li Bai for this match. Don't ask why, just know he is handsome. As the game began, 2 mages took the mid lane, and 2 marksmen covered the top and bottom lanes. Qin Mo glanced, but said nothing. In this rank, as long as individual skill is strong enough, one can easily dominate the match through personal prowess. Coincidentally, Qin Mo's skills were indeed exceptional. For minutes in, after accumulating some economy, he began roaming across all 3 lanes, effortlessly establishing an advantage for his team. His personal score soared to 603, a remarkable feat under Qin Mo's control. By the 6-minute mark, they had already taken down the enemy's high ground, with the opposing jungler being left with a miserable 0-7, trailing 6,000 in gold. My Amami, wow, we have a god in this match. Sanhua Danai, you're playing well. Brother, can we add each other after this? The win-like man. That jungler on the opposing team? I could handle him too. The humble dog. Can you have some self-respect? If it weren't for him, they would have lost long ago. Reading the rolling messages on the public screen, Qin Mo nearly burst into laughter. Is this what they call an average man? Having witnessed it firsthand, it truly was a spectacle of bitter irony. He remained unresponsive, diligently executing his moves, ultimately freezing the game at 7 minutes and 13 seconds. The discerning eyes of the audience were sharper than ever. Exiting the match, Qin Mo couldn't help but burst into laughter upon viewing the performance of the man as swift as the wind. This fellow was playing as Hui, with a dismal score of 091, and that solitary assist was only secured at the very end. Chapter 17. Truly a man more handsome than Wu Yanzu. Indeed, a man as swift as the wind, Qin Mo jested. After the match concluded, Miao Mimi promptly sent a friend request. Qin Mo clicked reject without hesitation. He vividly recalled the words of a renowned streamer. Romantic entanglements were a taboo in the jungle role, and considering the nature of this ID, it could very well belong to an unkempt brute. The imagery was simply too vivid. A sudden shiver ran down Qin Mo's spine as he prepared for the next round. The rift was officially making its grand return. However, just as he was about to click start, a familiar friend invitation appeared on the screen. It was from Xiao Yeshengxiu, who had been waiting for Qin Mo since the previous match concluded. Xiao Yeshengxiu, Master, can we team up? Gazing at the name, Qin Mo still struggled to recall who it was, but this sense of familiarity intrigued him, leading him to ultimately agree. Taboos be damned. Xiao Yeshengxiu, wow, thank you for the honor, Master. Handsomer than Wu Yanzu. Let us keep a low profile. The game commenced swiftly, and since Xiao Yeshengxiu was in the diamond rank, the selection phase reverted to the BP mode. Xiao Yeshengxiu, Master, what will you play this match? Do you want me to support you? Handsomer than Wu Yanzu. Let us see how it goes. Just play what you're good at. Xiao Yeshengxiu did not respond further and immediately locked in a character beloved by female players, yet loathed by male players. Princess Yao Yao. It wasn't the character's fault, but rather the polarized skill levels of those who played her. A proficient Yao Yao could be utterly infuriating with her frequent shields and control abilities, potentially dismantling the enemy team in the early game and denying them late-game opportunities. Conversely, an unskilled Yao Yao would merely cling to a single champion, proving utterly ineffectual, a mere ornament, ensuring that selecting her would doom the team from the start. Thus, most players harbored a strong disdain for this character. Of course, encountering a skilled player could make Yao Yao a formidable asset, whether alongside the jungler or in the lane. She was undeniably a powerful presence. As soon as Xiao Yeshengxiu confirmed her choice, the other teammates began to voice their grievances. The Lang Tao Sha. I truly despair. Not this brain-dead hero again. I've lost 5 matches already. Can't we pick something normal? Mighty Man GG. I'm seriously fed up. It's a 6-minute surrender. Handsome guy present. Idiot. Xiao Yeshengxiu. Handsomer than Wu Yanzu. Quiet down. I'll carry this match. After typing that, Qin Mo swiftly locked in a hero. If we were to discuss pace-setting abilities, this hero would undoubtedly claim the title of the best. History relentlessly pursues me, but I am swifter. A blue lion appeared on the screen. Indeed, it was Pei Qintian, a favorite among high-tier jungler players. Once a must-pick champion for an entire season, his formidable mechanics allowed him to establish an early advantage, coupled with unparalleled mobility, making him the strongest and most rhythmically influential hero in the early game. In the hands of a skilled player, this champion was terrifying. Once an advantage was gained, his ability to switch lanes and demolish towers was unmatched by any other jungler in the game. Qin Mo's rationale for selecting him was straightforward. With a Yao Yao on the team, they could not afford to drag the game into the late stages. Thus, he opted for a strong early-game jungler to deny the opponents any chance of late-game resurgence. Handsomer than Wu Yanzu. You first clear the mid lane. Join me after level 4. Xiao Yeshengxiu. Okay. The game began promptly. In this match, Qin Mo decided to invade the enemy's blue buff, knowing that the opposing jungler was Zhao Yun, for whom the early blue buff was crucial. By controlling his blue buff and gradually wearing him down, internal strife within the enemy team was inevitable, perhaps even leading to an early surrender. Qin Mo had a firm grasp on these players' psychology. At the 30-second mark, the first buff refreshed, and Qin Mo approached the enemy's blue zone. Upon spotting Zhao Yun, he capitalized on the early strength of the tiger and his dual skill mechanics, lunging forward to execute a combination while simultaneously securing the blue buff. The tiger's level instantly surged to 2, and as Zhao Yun attempted to retaliate, Qin Mo applied a slow, switched forms, and executed his skills to claim the kill. Without hesitation, as Zhao Yun fell, Qin Mo collected the river crab and proceeded towards his red zone, altruistically assisting the mid laner in clearing the wave. Once revived, Zhao Yun fell victim to Qin Mo and his allies once more, effectively sealing the fate of this match. After clearing the enemy jungle camps, Qin Mo didn't T-rush back to his own jungle. Instead, he seized the opportunity to strike the enemy top lane as Lao Fuzi, assisting his top laner in securing the kill, thereby unleashing the game's rhythm entirely. Subsequently, utilizing the tiger's powerful lane switching and operational capabilities, he continued to take dragons and demolish towers while dispatching Zhao Yun with ease. Particularly after Xiao Yushengxiu reached level 4. Qin Mo's actions became increasingly audacious. Your jungle is my farm. A mere glance from Zhao Yun would lead to his demise. He showcased the essence of the tiger to its fullest. However, what surprised Qin Mo was Xiao Yushengxiu's proficiency with Yao Yao, which surpassed that of many seasoned players. At the very least, she could manage to shield, albeit at a slower pace, which was sufficient. As the game progressed to the 5-minute mark, Qin Mo's score reached 1-5-3, while the opposing team had already begun to implode under the pressure of Qin Mo's tiger. Zhao Yun had started to vent his frustrations. Unsurprisingly, the match concluded at 5 minutes and 40 seconds, with Qin Mo's score escalating to 1-8-0. Showcasing his prowess as the primary catalyst for the game's rhythm, his individual heroics were on full display. Xiao Yushengxiu, wow, master is so amazing. It ended before 6 minutes. Upon returning to the game lobby, Xiao Yushengxiu immediately sent a message brimming with admiration. Handsomer than Wu Yanzu. It's mainly because the opposing team's morale crumbled. Xiao Yushengxiu, master, don't be humble. Seeing this, Qin Mo couldn't help but chuckle, responding flamboyantly. Alright, I confess, I am a professional player. Xiao Yushengxiu, liar. You claimed you were preparing for the college entrance exams last time. Qin Mo swiftly replied, an amateur professional player. After sending that, Qin Mo found himself laughing. Xiao Yushengxiu, I roll. Taking no offense, Qin Mo clicked to start the next match, embarking on another journey through the rift with her. This time, he selected a different hero. One that was also notably skillful and visually captivating, Bai Li Xiansu, while Xiao Yushengxiu opted once again for Yao Yao. This hero, simple to operate yet forgiving of mistakes, was one she adored, though she would never dare to use it in her own games, fearing ridicule. As the match commenced, 5 minutes in, the praises began to flood in. Xiao Mo, no wonder you're a man more handsome than Wu Yanzu. Your skills are simply phenomenal. Loves the Tauren. Please carry me. I'm flying nationwide. Little Shiba. This match was exhilarating. Having a pro makes all the difference. Reading their messages, Qin Mo paid them no mind, focusing intently on his gameplay. Ultimately, this match concluded at the 7-minute mark, where he once again achieved an extraordinary performance without a single death, and even Xiao Yushengxiu earned the gold medal for support. Chapter 18. Random reward triggered once more. Qin Mo and Xiao Yushengxiu were galloping freely through the canyon, and before they knew it, Qin Mo had ascended to the diamond rank, while Xiao Yushengxiu was merely a star away from reaching the star glory rank. The sensation of clinging to such a strong player was simply exhilarating. It surpassed the feeling of playing alone by a multitude of times. Playing duo with Qin Mo and selecting Yao Mei without facing any reprimands significantly enhanced the enjoyment of the game. After concluding this match, Xiao Yushengxiu sent a message. Xiao Yushengxiu, are you still playing, master? Qin Mo glanced at the time, realizing that they had been playing for 4 hours without noticing. He checked his rank and saw that he was just 1 match away from advancing to Diamond Eye, prompting him to decisively opt for another game. Upon entering the game, the opposing team immediately banned Yao Mei, while their own team had also banned a number of soft supports. Xiao Yushengxiu was taken aback, exclaiming, how are we supposed to play? All the heroes I can use have been banned. She was in the first position and had to choose her hero. Just as she was at a loss, Qin Mo suggested she let him pick first. He chose the mage assassin hero, Sima Yi. This hero possessed formidable burst damage, capable of eliminating carries in an instant, and his ultimate entry was virtually unpreventable. With a second skill that silenced opponents, he could be considered a well-rounded hero. However, since there was already an auxiliary champion, the only available position left was mid lane, leaving Xiao Yushengxiu with no choice but to fill in. Xiao Yushengxiu, sorry master. I might let you down this match. Handsome as Wu Yanzu, no worries, just focus on farming. Heeding Qin Mo's advice, Xiao Yuxingxia locked in a hero adept at wave clearing, Zhang Liang. Not only could he clear waves quickly, but upon reaching level 4, he also provided reliable crowd control. Most importantly, he was simple to play. Casting 2-second skills at the start could efficiently clear the minion waves, and his damage output was commendable. On Qin Mo's side, the lineup consisted of Cheng Yaojin in the top lane, Sima Yi in the jungle, Zhang Liang in mid, and Gongsun Li and Niu Princess in the bot lane. The opposing team had a classic local composition, featuring Arthur in the top lane, a Monkey King in the jungle, Daji mid, and Bai Li Shouyue with Kai Wenji in the bot lane. Brave Niu, fear not the challenges. As the game commenced, a loud shout echoed through the voice chat, eliciting laughter from Qin Mo, who quickly typed a message. We understand, brother Niu. Cheng Yaojin, my brother. That voice could only be produced by someone who hasn't experienced the thrill of 2.5 years of oh yeah. Niu Mo Wang, what are you doing? I'm testing your code. Before the game had even begun, this lively group had already sparked some entertainment, creating an enjoyable atmosphere. Qin Mo maneuvered Sima Yi towards his red zone, as a level 2 Sima Yi with red buff was exceedingly powerful. After clearing the red buff and Little Pig Peppa, Qin Mo positioned himself in the middle bush, awaiting the river crab's respawn. Before long, the opposing Monkey King arrived from his jungle, and Qin Mo signaled to Xiao Yuxingxia to bait him into using his first skill. The Monkey King fell for the trap, and after he had exhausted his skills, Qin Mo emerged from the bush with Sima Yi, executing a flawless sequence of skills in conjunction with Zhang Liang's second skill, ultimately taking down both the Monkey King and a flashing Daji. This match, at that moment, was effectively sealed. In the ensuing 5 minutes, the Monkey King encountered no further monsters in his jungle, amassing a pitiful economy of just over 3,000. Under Qin Mo's repeated turret dives, Bai Li Shouyue found himself reduced to 0-6-0, exclaiming that the game must be rigged, and led by Qin Mo, their team swiftly pushed to the enemy's high ground. Qin Mo's performance soared, boasting a score of 13 kills, 1 death, and 6 assists. Though he died once, it was inconsequential. The game continued. Ultimately, after Xiao Yuxingxia used her flash to control Bai Li Shouyue, the match culminated in Qin Mo diving in with his ultimate, slicing through enemies like vegetables and swiftly dispatching them. Finally, Xiao Yuxingxia had ascended to star glory, and as the game ended, she sent a message filled with joy, along with a dancing emoji. You're welcome. I am logging off now. We can play again another day. After sending this message, Qin Mo prepared to exit the game, as the system in his mind emitted a chime, indicating that rewards had been credited to him. Wait, master, I see you're rarely online. Can I add you on WeChat? Xiao Yuxingxia messaged. Qin Mo briefly glanced at the message before sending his WeChat ID, then exited, deciding that the system rewards were far more enticing than the game itself. Ding. Given that the host has led a friend to victory in the game and gained their favor, a random reward of future stock information has been granted. Note, the reward consists solely of future trends for a specific stock. The host must execute the trading independently. The funds generated from the stock market will be considered a traceable and legal source and will be securely deposited into the host's account. The host may use them with confidence. May I claim the reward now? Qin Mo was astounded, wondering if stock trading was also within the system's capabilities. What else can you not do? The system remained silent on this inquiry as Qin Mo shrugged, undeterred, and quietly commanded, claim. Instantly, a flash of information regarding the stock of Wuliangye appeared in his mind, detailing its future trajectory. Qin Mo scrutinized it closely, then opened the stock market app on his phone to check the current situation. Wuliangye was trading at 22,742 per share, and according to the system's information, its price was projected to peak at 35,461 within the next 7 days before plummeting. This meant that if he seized the opportunity, he could easily turn a profit. I currently have over 160,000. If I invest all 160,000 at today's price, I could acquire approximately 703 shares. If the stock price rises as indicated, I might earn nearly 90,000. Qin Mo contemplated, stroking his chin and remarking, that doesn't seem too substantial, but regrettably, I lack a margin trading account to leverage my investment. Otherwise, I would be in for a windfall. Yet, such thoughts were merely fanciful. Regardless, every bit counts. After all, even a mosquito's leg is meat, and wealth must be accumulated gradually. Without further hesitation, he invested the entire 160,000 into Wuliangye stocks, purchasing 700 shares, as he could only buy in lots of 7. After setting an important reminder for 7 days later, he couldn't afford to forget, or he'd be devastated if the stock price fell. He awaited the day he could sell the stock. Buzz, buzz. After finalizing everything, Qin Mo suddenly received a notification on his phone, and upon checking, he found that his bank balance had dwindled to just 664 yuan, making him an actual pauper. I need to keep a low profile for a while. Being broke is nerve-wracking, Qin Mo sighed. Chapter 19. A chance encounter with Tang Shi at that moment. A friend request popped up on WeChat from none other than Xiao Yuxingxia, who noted, "Master, I'm here." Indeed, she was a young lady. Even her profile picture was an adorable anime avatar, featuring Anya from the recently popular anime Spy X family. Although Qin Mo wasn't particularly fond of anime, he had come across it on Douyin, so he was somewhat familiar with it. However, that was of little consequence. Habitually, he clicked on her moments, only to be disappointed. Her posts only showcased the last 3 days. Well, my attempt at gathering intel has failed. Exiting her moments, Qin Mo accepted the friend request. Just as he was about to greet her, she beat him to it with a message. "Hello, Master. My name is Shin Shiyu." Upon reading this, Qin Mo promptly replied, "Just call me Qin Mo. Master feels a bit odd." At this moment, Shin Shiyu sent another message, expressing her surprise. "Isn't it strange? With your exceptional skills, it's not an exaggeration to call you a master." Qin Mo replied, "Not really. I just feel a bit unusual." Shin Shiyu promptly responded, "Oh, I see." The two continued their casual conversation on WeChat for a while. As it approached 6 in the evening, it was time to head out for dinner. Compared to takeaway, Qin Mo preferred dining in, as ordering at this hour would likely mean a wait of over half an hour before receiving his food. Moreover, the steam from delivered meals could affect their flavor, so eating in-house was a more reliable choice. Having made his decision, Qin Mo glanced to see if his mother had left with her car. Fortunately, she hadn't, which was a stroke of luck for him. Grabbing the car keys, he headed out towards the underground parking garage. A quarter of an hour later, he arrived at a small eatery in a muted gray Porsche Panamera, a place he used to frequent during his school days, famed for its claypot rice. The establishment was tidy, and given the dinner rush, it was somewhat crowded. After parking, he entered and found a seat. "Boss, I'll have a spicy chicken claypot rice and a glass of mango juice," Qin Mo called out, his stomach rumbling in anticipation. "All right, just a moment," the boss replied, turning to attend to his duties. The flavors here perfectly suited Qin Mo's palate, which was why he often visited when he returned from school or when his mother was away. The prices were reasonable too. A claypot rice for 29 yuan and mango juice for 15 yuan, totaling just 44 yuan. Before long, the mango juice arrived. Freshly squeezed and slightly pricier, yet acceptable. Qin Mo took a sip, the familiar taste reminding him of the past. After about 7 or 8 minutes, his claypot rice was served, still steaming with a fragrant aroma. The rich scent of the spicy chicken was tantalizing, making his mouth water. "Graduated, I see." The boss set down the claypot, smiling. Due to Qin Mo's frequent visits, the boss had come to know him and was aware he attended a nearby high school. "Yes, Uncle Lee. Soon, I won't be able to enjoy such delicious claypot rice anymore," Qin Mo replied with a grin. "How did the exams go? Did you get into a university in Hangzhou?" The boss inquired further. "I managed to get into a second-tier university, Tianfu. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel this sense of regret." Qin Mo responded after taking a bite. "Tianfu. Now that's a great place," the boss noted. "No choice, my grades weren't ideal. So I had to settle for a city I like," Qin Mo jested. "Ha ha ha, you young man." The boss chuckled, shaking his head. Just then, another customer entered, prompting the boss to greet them. Meanwhile, Qin Mo savored his meal, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. What is it they say? Life's fleeting years are best accompanied by good food. With a hearty burp, he quickly finished the bowl of claypot rice. Checking his phone, he saw it was nearly 7 o'clock. To avoid being discovered by his mother upon returning home, he had opted not to wear his Cartier watch. After finishing the mango juice, he approached the counter to settle the bill. Today's total is 44 yuan. Host, Qin Mo level, LV2. Experience, 261582500000. Attractiveness, 77. Physical fitness, 80. Seeing the experience points, Qin Mo was taken aback. It seemed the system had included his stock purchases in the total expenditure. How thoughtful of it. A smile quickly spread across his face. Indeed, the perfect winner system was impressive. As he stepped out of the small eatery, ready to head home, he spotted a familiar figure. "Chunyan?" Qin Mo called out. "Oh, Qin Mo, what are you doing here?" Chunyan turned, surprised to see him. Chunyan was his classmate and an academic achiever. "I came out for a meal. I thought I recognized your silhouette, but I didn't expect it to actually be you." Qin Mo responded. "What a coincidence. I'm here with Shi to visit some teachers at school," Chunyan replied. Qin Mo nodded, understanding. He continued, "By the way, I heard you registered for a university in the capital. Congratulations." "Oh, it was just a fluke. I filled it out casually and didn't expect to get in." Chunyan shrugged nonchalantly. Qin Mo's lips twitched. Now this was what one might call humble bragging. Compared to her, his previous efforts seemed trivial. Chunyan asked, "And how about you? How did your exams go?" "Not bad," but certainly not on par with someone who casually breezed into a university in the capital, Qin Mo teased. Ugh, you're so annoying. Chunyin rolled her eyes, clearly aware of his jests. Where's class leader? Qin Mo glanced around, but didn't see Tang Shi. She went to the supermarket to buy some water. She'll be out soon. Chunyin indicated towards a nearby convenience store. All right, have you two eaten yet? Qin Mo inquired. Are you suggesting you want to treat us? Chunyin replied playfully. Claypot rice is on me. Qin Mo joked. Cut it out. I thought you were going to suggest some fancy French cuisine. Chunyin scoffed. How about a baguette? Qin Mo proposed. A what? Chunyin looked puzzled, clearly not understanding his reference. With a knowing smile, Qin Mo explained. It's a kind of hard, stick-shaped bread. Get lost. Chunyin exclaimed, her face flushing as she shot him a glare. Did you misinterpret? I was referring to bread. Qin Mo feigned innocence, looking utterly mischievous. Humph. Chunyin huffed. Qin Mo? What are you doing here? Tang Shi emerged from the convenience store and was taken aback upon seeing him. Hello, class leader. Qin Mo waved cheerfully. I came here for dinner, and didn't he expect to bump into both of you? What do you mean by that? It sounds like you're implying you dislike us. Chunyin shot back, fixing her gaze on Qin Mo. That is slander. Qin Mo protested vehemently. Chapter 20. The scheming Qin Mo. Chunyin rolled her eyes. And Tang Shi approached, holding 2 bottles of sparkling water. She handed one to Chunyin and looked at Qin Mo, saying, this one is for you. I'll go grab another. Thank you, class leader. Qin Mo accepted it without hesitation, showing no signs of pretentiousness. What was wrong with sharing a bottle of water among classmates? I've just realized how thick-skinned you are, Chunyin remarked, eyeing Qin Mo. You've just realized that? Tang Shi shot him a glance as she went back into the store for another bottle of sparkling water. By the way, where are you two headed next? Qin Mo twisted open the bottle and took a sip. Going home. We've finished all our errands, Tang Shi replied. Chunyin nodded, having already had her meal. That works out well. I can't let class leader's water go to waste. I'll drive you both home, Qin Mo suggested. After all, it was only polite to return the favor, especially since Tang Shi lived not far from his own neighborhood. You drove here? Chunyin exclaimed in surprise. Anyone who can afford to get a car right after graduation clearly has a powerful family background, she thought to herself. Qin Mo pressed the car key, and the lights of the muted gray Porsche Panamera illuminated, stunning Chunyin. Though she didn't recognize the specific model, she was familiar with the Porsche logo. This is your car? Chunyin gazed at Qin Mo in astonishment. Well, to be precise, it's my mother's car, Qin Mo chuckled. You've hidden this so well. I didn't realize you were from a wealthy family, Chunyin exclaimed, still in shock. Within the classroom, Qin Mo maintained a rather low profile and exhibited a disinclination towards boasting, leading his classmates to assume he hailed from an ordinary family. It's just a car. Is it truly such a spectacle? Have you ever seen a wealthy young master driving his mother's car? Qin Mo shrugged. Those acquainted with his family affairs understood that while his household was indeed comfortable, it did not possess the wealth that many imagined. It was merely a step above the average. The tone of a wealthy heir was unmistakably different. This vehicle alone would suffice for an ordinary person to toil their entire life for. Chunyin teased. Even the most affordable Porsche 718 starts at a staggering $56,000, and your car appears to be significantly more luxurious than the 718. I estimate it must be worth over $1 million. Such a price for a car is beyond the wildest dreams of an average family. Just the other day, someone was lamenting about being poor, and now they're flaunting their riches. Huh? Tang Shi joined in the jest. Hold on, I must clarify. I speak only the truth. I am indeed poor, Qin Mo replied, shaking his head. Yes, you're poor. Poor enough to splurge tens of thousands at Cartier, Tang Shi scoffed. What? Spending tens of thousands? Chunyin gasped, looking at Qin Mo in disbelief. Was this truly the realm of the wealthy? Qin Mo suddenly felt awkward, having forgotten this detail. But his expression quickly returned to normal. He genuinely felt impoverished now, having invested in stocks, leaving him with less than 2,000 to his name. What else could this be called if not poverty? Out of words, are we? Tang Shi smirked, sensing Qin Mo's unease. Dear class representative, you must see the truth. Qin Mo dropped the pretense, unabashedly flattering Tang Shi, creating an atmosphere of comfort rather than awkwardness. Constantly lamenting one's poverty could easily give the wrong impression, making one seem wealthy, yet miserly. Humph, Tang Shi shot him a glance of disdain. I wonder if I am worthy of such an honor, beautiful class representative? Qin Mo teased, adopting a gentlemanly gesture that resembled a courting frog, which appeared quite amusing. Both Tang Shi and Chunyin chuckled, and with the revelation of Qin Mo's affluent background, Chunyin felt no need for formality. Eager to experience the luxury of a high-end car. Then I shall grant you this opportunity, Tang Shi playfully obliged, attempting to embody the elegance of a princess. Which added to the amusement. Qin Mo burst into laughter, teasing, Who would have thought our class representative possessed such a side? Haha, you have yet to see more. Chun Yin winked suggestively. Do not speak nonsense. Tang Shi shot a glare at Chun Yin, signaling her to refrain from frivolous comments. Chun Yin merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate. Let us be on our way. Qin Mo pretended not to hear, recognizing that girls often shared more risque stories than boys. He could tell from Tang Shi's demeanor that there were certainly tales to tell, yet it was clearly not his place to pry. Asking too much would be intrusive. And he deftly avoided that pitfall. He opened the rear doors for the two girls before returning to the driver's seat, steering the car towards Chun Yan's residence. As her home lay in the opposite direction to his and Tang Shi's, necessitating a stop to drop her off first. Are you attending the gathering tomorrow, Qin Mo? Tang Shi suddenly inquired. Why would I not? Free food and drinks are hard to come by, Qin Mo replied. Why do you ask, class representative? If you're not going, then I shan't go either. That annoying fellow might pull another stunt, Tang Shi lamented. Despite her clear declaration of abstaining from relationships until after graduation, Zhang Ji persistently pursued her, leaving her exasperated. May I interpret this as a subtle hint? Qin Mo quipped, glancing at the rearview mirror. You wishful thinker. Tang Shi retorted with a huff. Hey, there are others in the car. Could you be a tad more considerate of their feelings? Chun Yin interjected, bemused by their flirtatious banter. No worries, you'll be getting off shortly, Qin Mo replied playfully. Tang Shi burst into laughter, noting how his words sounded like he was eager to shoo her away. How had she never noticed this side of him before? Am I that unattractive? Should I leave? Chun Yin joked. Oh, never mind. Since you're here, you might as well stay, Qin Mo shrugged, feigning a look of suffering. Do you realize you're quite the troublemaker? Chun Yin exclaimed, half exasperated, half amused. Haha, you're not the first to say that, Qin Mo chuckled heartily. Following this light-hearted exchange, the atmosphere in the car brightened significantly. After half an hour, Qin Mo dropped Chun Yin off at her community entrance. See you tomorrow. Qin Mo, Chun Yin waved goodbye. See you tomorrow, Tang Shi and Qin Mo echoed in response. As Qin Mo adjusted the mirrors and turned the car towards Tang Shi's home, he casually inquired, Class representative, shall I pick you up tomorrow? If you wish to. Tang Shi replied. Then I don't wish to, Qin Mo teased. Tang Shi was left puzzled by his playful antics. You ask if you don't want to. She huffed. There's no rush. Being sought after is what truly reflects one's worth, Qin Mo jested. You must let me feel valued, class representative. Otherwise, what sets me apart from Zhang Ji? He continued, laughing as he drove. He was not one to pander. If she had not consented, he would not rush to her aid. This was not his style. A man ought to be a bit more nonchalant. Humph. Come pick me up tomorrow, Tang Shi demanded, though she sensed something was amiss, yet could not pinpoint what. Little did she know, Qin Mo had her perfectly figured out. First, he piqued her interest, then asserted his independence to show he was not a sycophant, ultimately leading her to express her own desire for his company. Flipping the dynamic from passive to active. Chapter 21, The Story of Angkor Wat. Surely, class representative wouldn't want me to make a trip without some incentive, would you? Qin Mo switched to a mode of brazen boldness. What kind of incentive? Tang Shi blinked in confusion. Qin Mo leaned in slightly, prompting Tang Shi to quickly grasp his meaning. How did I never notice your shamelessness before? Tang Shi's cheeks flushed as she playfully scolded. Haha. Thank you for the compliment. Qin Mo laughed heartily. Tang Shi rolled her eyes, recognizing that he was merely jesting. Qin Mo was adept at maintaining the right balance. He did not genuinely expect her to comply with anything, and Tang Shi could see that, which fostered a favorable impression of him. At least he was not as bothersome as Zhang Ji. What kind of music do you enjoy, class representative? Qin Mo inquired casually. Angkor Wat, Tang Shi replied instinctively. Oh, you enjoy Cantonese music? Qin Mo expressed surprise. Yes, I find it very melodious, she responded. Are you aware of the story behind this song? Qin Mo asked, clicking play. A love deeply cherished yet unfulfilled, Tang Shi answered. The background of this song is drawn from a film that narrates the complex emotions of a third party, a love that is fervent yet doomed, unable to escape its grasp. Impressive. I did not expect you to be such a seasoned music enthusiast, Qin Mo teased. He had also heard the song and knew its backstory. But the most immediate impression it left on him was the notion that love can arise from the most unexpected places, leading one to profound depths. Are you concocting another mischief? Tang Shi cast a vigilant glance at Qin Mo. What nonsense are you spouting? Qin Mo feigned innocence. He swore he was merely inquiring out of curiosity. Tang Shi scrutinized him with suspicion, and through the rearview mirror, Qin Mo caught sight of her expression and sighed helplessly. Come on, can't there be a little more trust between people? Humph. Tang Shi scoffed, offering no reply. Qin Mo chose not to press the matter further, instead increasing the volume of the music as they made their way to her home. After half an hour, They finally arrived at Tang's neighborhood. Shall I escort you downstairs? Qin Mo turned and teased, and perhaps you could invite me up for a cup of tea? Don't be ridiculous. Tang Shi retorted, annoyance evident in her tone. Why do you have so many ulterior motives? Is it so wrong to be parched and crave a cup of tea? Qin Mo feigned surprise, then added, oh, class monitor. You can't possibly be misinterpreting my intentions? Go to hell. Tang Shi shot back, her face reddening at his shamelessness. Without another word, she exited the car, fearing that prolonged solitude with Qin Mo would unleash her temper. Ha ha, remember to message me tomorrow. Qin Mo chuckled heartily. Why? Tang Shi turned back, puzzled. If you don't message me, how will I know when you're ready? Qin Mo looked at her, as if she were simple-minded. Oh, Tang Shi blushed slightly as realization dawned. And after a brief affirmation, she entered the community. It seems one cannot excel academically without becoming a bit foolish, Qin Mo thought, shaking his head sympathetically as he watched her retreating figure. He then drove towards his own neighborhood, and after a few minutes, parked in the underground garage, locked the car, and returned home. I'm back, Qin Mo announced as he entered the house. Where have you been? Wang Xiao, already at home, was seated on the sofa watching television. She casually inquired upon his arrival. I went out for a meal, since you didn't make anything for me, Qin Mo shrugged. Are you still a child? Wang Xiao shot him an annoyed glance, then noticed the car keys in his hand and suggested, since we're heading to Tianfu soon, should I get you a car as well? It would be convenient. We'll see. Didn't Comrade Lao Qin say that the things we cherish must be earned through our own efforts to hold significance? Qin Mo replied candidly. Then how will you get around? Are you going to take the bus? How inconvenient. Wang Xiao remarked. What's wrong with taking the bus? It saves money, Qin Mo countered. Fine, do as you please. Wang Xiao relinquished the argument. Qin Mo handed her the car keys. I'm off to take a shower. Okay, go ahead. Wang Xiao waved him off, returning her attention to the television. After a refreshing shower and changing into clean clothes, Qin Mo lay on his bed and glanced at the class group chat. The schedule for tomorrow had been finalized, gathering at Tea People Village at 10 in the morning. Just then, a WeChat message arrived from Tang Shi. Chenyan wants to join us tomorrow. Is that all right? Upon reading it, Qin Mo quickly replied, no problem. Just let me know the time. How about 9 o'clock? Tang Shi suggested. Since they would need to pick up Chenyan, they had to leave a bit earlier. Otherwise, leaving at 9:30 would be just right. Okay, get some rest. I will be there promptly at 9, Qin Mo texted back. All right, Tang Shi replied, sticking out her tongue. Mom, can I borrow the car tomorrow? We have a class gathering, Qin Mo called out. Understood, Wang Xiao responded. Noticing that it was still early, Qin Mo decided to play a couple of games before heading to bed. He messaged Shen Xiyu to see if she wanted to join him. 2 seconds later, Shen Xiyu replied, wait for me. As Qin Mo logged into the game, he soon received an invitation from Xiao Yeshengxiu, and the two began their enjoyable journey to rank up. Before they knew it, it was nearly 11 o'clock. They had been winning consecutively, and Qin Mo had achieved multiple MVPs, dazzling everyone with his prowess. I'm logging off. I have things to do tomorrow, Qin Mo messaged Shen Xiyu on WeChat. Get some rest, she replied immediately, accompanied by a goodnight sticker. Setting his phone aside, Qin Mo drifted off to sleep. The following day, at 8:30 in the morning, his phone alarm rang punctually, rousing him from slumber. He groggily opened his eyes, turned off the alarm, and quickly freshened up. Wake up, have breakfast first. Wang Xiao called out as she noticed him. Yawning, Qin Mo grabbed a couple of bites of the egg on the table. I'm leaving. Finished already? Wang Xiao glanced at him. We still have a gathering later. I need to save some room. Qin Mo replied with a smile as he grabbed the car keys and stepped out. At 9 o'clock, Qin Mo parked his car in front of Tang Shi's neighborhood, and seeing that she had yet to appear, he sent a WeChat message. I'm here. You'll see me as soon as you come out. Tang Shi promptly replied. I'll be right out. Qin Mo set his phone down, and within a minute, Tang Shi emerged from the building, jogging towards him. Upon exiting the neighborhood, she spotted the gray Panamera parked by the roadside. Chapter 22, The Bold Zhangjia. Regretting that you didn't let me escort you downstairs yesterday? Qin Mo began teasing as soon as she entered the car. What do you mean? Tang Shi glanced at him. This way. It's like having a chauffeur as soon as you step outside. My good intentions have been misconstrued by someone, Qin Mo joked. Who knows what your true intentions are? Tang Shi fastened her seatbelt. You're viewing my intentions through the lens of a petty mind. Qin Mo shook his head, then switched the music to a song Tang Shi particularly liked, Angkor Wat. This small gesture pleasantly surprised her. Before long, a smile graced Tang Shi's face. Despite his penchant for jokes, he had a knack for making little interactions feel quite delightful. Open your eyes and dream. The melancholic melody played in the car, and Qin Mo found himself humming along. Tang Shi, seated in the back, was taken aback, surprised by his unexpected talent. If you're interested, class monitor, we could delve deeper into this topic, Qin Mo teased. You're being inappropriate again, Tang Shi admonished playfully. Qin Mo chuckled, feeling his spirits lift as they drove for half an hour, finally arriving at Chun Yin's neighborhood. Chun Yin had been waiting eagerly and waved upon seeing Qin Mo's car. He pulled up beside her. "Thank you, Qin Xiao, for traveling such a distance to pick up this little lady," Chun Yin exclaimed dramatically as she entered the vehicle. Her exaggerated demeanor was so amusing that even Tang Shi couldn't help but laugh. "Shouldn't you repay me by offering yourself in return?" Qin Mo, a master of banter, was unfazed. "Wow, are you serious, sir?" Chun Yin responded, wide-eyed. "I wouldn't want to, but you did call me sir." Qin Mo mimicked her tone, eliciting more laughter. "Haha, I knew this guy had a talent for being sarcastic," Tang Shi chuckled. "This little lady admires your wit," Chun Yin admitted, conceding defeat. "Make sure to buckle up," Qin Mo reminded them. "Thanks for the reminder, Gigi. Do you think she will get jealous?" Chun Yin winked. "Enough of that." Tang Shi pinched her to stop her from speaking nonsense. She and Qin Mo had no such relationship, after all. Qin Mo chose silence, as remaining unresponsive was undoubtedly the wisest course of action at that moment. The trio engaged in light-hearted banter, and after a little over 20 minutes, they finally arrived at Chashuran Village, a gem of Jiangnan. Qin Mo parked the car and gallantly opened the doors for the ladies. "I didn't realize you had such gentlemanly qualities," Chun Yin teased. "You're overthinking it. I'm merely serving our esteemed class leader. You're just a side note." Qin Mo replied with a playful wink. "My apologies, Lord Qin. I beg you to spare your talents and refrain from showing off," Chun Yin immediately pleaded. Tang Shi chuckled at the scene, finding it quite delightful, then shot a playful glare at Qin Mo. Even though she knew Chun Yin's previous remark was in jest, it still conjured a peculiar feeling. Just then, Qin Mo noticed 3 pairs of bright eyes from a distance, fixed intently upon them, gleaming with an unmistakable spark of gossip. Who else could it be but Lu Tao and his companions? The moment Qin Mo spotted them, he sensed trouble. As expected, the trio hurried over, with Lu Tao throwing an arm around Qin Mo's shoulders and exclaiming, "Didn't you say you had nothing to do with the class leader? When did you manage to pull off such a covert operation? What are you talking about?" Qin Mo replied, exasperated, knowing that his earlier words had been overheard. Had he known, he would have refrained from showing off. "Greetings, esteemed class leader." Chen Xiao, Wang Hui, and Lu Tao chimed in cheerfully. "Hey, have you forgotten about me?" Chun Yin interjected, her tone sharp. "How could we? You're our goddess," Wang Hui responded with exaggerated seriousness. "I don't believe you." Chun Yin rolled her eyes. "Why aren't you going inside?" Tang Shi inquired, looking curiously at the trio. "The main event hasn't arrived yet. We can't overshadow the host," Lu Tao shrugged. "There's no need for such formalities. If you're not going in, I'll head in first," Tang Shi declared, pulling Chun Yin along. "Class leader, you two go ahead. We need to have a word with old Qin," Lu Tao smiled. Tang Shi nodded, leading Chun Yin through the entrance of Chashuran Village. "Now, spill the beans. What is going on?" Lu Tao's expression turned serious, as if interrogating a suspect. "When did this begin?" Wang Hui leaned in closer. "How far have you two gone?" Chen Xiao's gaze was fixed on Qin Mo. Qin Mo found the situation amusing. He pushed the trio away, explaining, "Stop your wild speculations. There's nothing happening." "Humph. I'm merely serving the class leader," Lu Tao mimicked Qin Mo's earlier words in a mockingly dramatic fashion. "Ha ha ha." Wang Hui and Chen Xiao burst into laughter. Qin Mo, feeling somewhat speechless, thought, "Is this really necessary?" He shrugged. "What I said was true. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do about it." He adopted a nonchalant attitude. As he turned to walk towards Chashuran Village, he suddenly remembered something and looked back at Lu Tao, stating earnestly, "By the way, it's called in Du Chun Song, not in Du Song Ku. Next time, don't spout nonsense, otherwise you'll expose your lack of education." "Is he mocking me?" Lu Tao asked, pointing at himself. "It seems so," Wang Hui nodded seriously. "Brothers, let us get him," Lu Tao yelled, and Chen Xiao and Wang Hui immediately understood, lunging at Qin Mo. "Old Qin, don't run. We still have matters to clarify," Chen Xiao shouted while pursuing him. Even Tang Shi, who was inside, overheard this. Chun Yin stifled a laugh beside her. "What do you think, Shi?" Tang Shi rolled her eyes and chided. "You were present the entire time. You know our relationship well enough. TSK, I'm just serving the class leader." Chun Yin mimicked Qin Mo's words and then burst into laughter. "All right then," Tang Shi replied, exasperated. Soon after, Qin Mo and the others entered, and Lu Tao's group frequently cast glances at the two. However, seeing their calm demeanor seemed to confirm Qin Mo's assertion that there was nothing between them. The trio exchanged knowing looks, then shot disdainful glares at Qin Mo, who was preoccupied with thoughts of what to eat, suddenly feeling somewhat bewildered by their stares. "What is with those looks?" Before long, the sound of an engine echoed from outside, prompting the group to peer out. They spotted a blue Porsche 718 parked outside Chashuran village as a short-haired young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and the latest summer collection from Gucci stepped out. It was none other than the main character of the day, Zhang Jia. Just a mere 718, yet he's making such a commotion. One might think a tractor has arrived, Lu Tao scoffed. Ha ha ha, what a tractor indeed, Qin Mo laughed heartily. Wang Hui and Chen Xiao agreed with Lu Tao, noting that even the top configuration of the 718 would only cost around 100,000. More importantly, this model was Porsche's entry-level vehicle, typically favored by young women. It was rare for a man to purchase such a car, especially one that was clearly a hardtop version, indicating that Zhang Jia bought it merely to show off and impress those who knew little about cars. Chapter 23, The Essence of a Licked Dog. Zhang Jia, believing himself to be quite dashing, removed his sunglasses. Qin Mo and his companions watched this scene unfold in the main hall of Chashuran village, exchanging glances before bursting into laughter. Does this guy really think he is handsome? Lu Tao exaggeratedly remarked. It seems he does. Wang Hui nodded seriously, then erupted into laughter. He's trying to make a 718 feel like a 918. I'm impressed, Chen Xiao added, laughing uncontrollably. Shi, do you think he'll confess to you today? Chen Yan, relishing the drama, giggled from the side. Absolutely not. Tang Shi replied firmly, her expression indicating her disdain for the notion. At that moment, Zhang Jia walked in and immediately spotted Tang Shi, making his way toward her. Shi, I've reserved a private room inside. Shall we head in first? Zhang Jia said in an overly greasy tone, a term that perfectly encapsulated such individuals. Lu Tao and his friends nearly retched at the sound of his voice, as they realized they had never noticed how repugnant he could be. Zhang, don't just focus on the class leader. Your old classmates are right here. Lu Tao interrupted Zhang Jia's words directly. Zhang Jia turned back, his expression shifting slightly. My apologies, the lighting was too dim for me to see. Let us all go together. I've booked a room for 40, he replied nonchalantly. What a bold claim to say the lighting was too dim in broad daylight. He didn't even bother to feign politeness. But then again, Qin Mo and his group had never been on good terms with him within the class. Ignoring Qin Mo and the others, he turned back to Tang Shi, plastering a smile on his face as he attempted to cozy up to her. Unfortunately, Tang Shi was clearly not receptive to his advances, frowning as she distanced herself from him. I'll take you all over, Zhang Jia said, his voice dripping with insincerity. His demeanor was the epitome of a licked dog, a term to describe someone who excessively flatters in hopes of gaining favor. Qin Mo and his friends couldn't help but feel a sense of superiority at his expense. We should thoroughly investigate his family background. I suspect he's got some dubious connections, Lu Tao quipped. Confirmed, he's definitely a hopeless licked dog, Chen Xiao added. What is wrong with being a licked dog? Is it forbidden for licked dogs to have love? Wang Hui chimed in, seemingly defending Zhang Jia, but actually maximizing the sarcasm. I don't just disdain licked dogs. I also disdain those who don't disdain licked dogs, Chen Xiao retorted. This group was undeniably venomous, relentlessly mocking Zhang Jia while he was right there. At least Qin Mo managed to hold back until the person in question had left. This is a grave misjudgment. We cannot undermine the joy of licked dogs. 9 years of compulsory education has taught us that such behavior is immoral, Qin Mo proclaimed with righteous indignation. Laughter erupted among Lu Tao and his companions, with Qin Mo emerging as the most mischievous of the bunch. Zhang Jia's expression darkened as he cast a fierce glare at them, yet he restrained himself, eager to maintain a favorable image before Tang Shi. Lu Tao and the others exchanged disdainful glances, finding Zhang Jia excessively timid. Let's go. I wonder if Zhang Xiao has already ordered the dishes, Qin Mo remarked. Following Zhang Jia, they entered a spacious private room capable of accommodating over 40 guests, exuding an atmosphere of ancient elegance. As they entered, Tang Shi and Chun Yan found a spot to sit, and Qin Mo and his friends settled down as well. Zhang Jia, with a beaming smile, engaged Tang Shi in conversation, but she merely responded with curt remarks, yet he remained undeterred. This guy's skills are indeed impressive. I retract my earlier statement. I've begun to admire him, Chen Xiao commented, shaking his head. So do I, Wang Hui agreed. What about you, Lao Qin? Lu Tao inquired, glancing at Qin Mo. Qin Mo remained silent, amusing Lu Tao and the others by kneeling his fingers on the table. Soon, other classmates trickled in, and Zhang Jia snapped his fingers, calling for the waiter. Good, Mr. Zhang, came a female voice from outside. Zhang, you are too generous to treat us to a meal at such an extravagant place. You truly are a wealthy young master, Zhang Liang teased. This remark filled Zhang Jia with immense satisfaction, allowing him to show off before his goddess. He feigned indifference, asserting, consider it a farewell for my classmates. Once school starts, we will be scattered across the country, and reuniting won't be so easy. Haha. The outfit Zhang Xiao is wearing could cover my living expenses for a year. This small sum is nothing to him. Another boy chimed in, showering praise. Not quite so exaggerated. If my classmates need anything, I have a membership at Gucci that offers discounts, Zhang Jia humbly replied, while appearing generous. He subtly boasted about his Gucci membership, which discerning listeners understood to signify a considerable financial status. Even those less informed could easily search online to grasp its significance, reinforcing his boast. After all, only those who spend over 100,000 annually qualify for Gucci membership, and for an average family, that amount represents their entire yearly income. As Zhang Jia finished speaking, a wave of envious glances from classmates washed over him, particularly from some girls whose expressions grew fervent. Zhang Jia's vanity surged, and he turned to observe Tang Xi's reaction, only to feel disheartened as she saw through his ploy. Such a juvenile display of bravado was beneath her. Noting Tang Xi's lack of response, Zhang Jia felt a twinge of disappointment but quickly regained his smile. Just then, the door swung open, and the waiter brought in the dishes. Wow, it smells amazing. Try this, Zhang Jia offered a piece to Tang Xi. Tang Xi furrowed her brow and blocked his gesture, clearly displeased. No need. I can serve myself, she replied. TSK, a sycophant will meet a grim fate. It seems our Zhang Xiao doesn't understand, Lu Tao mocked openly. Qin Mo, however, paid no mind, instead complimenting the food. Really? I'll give it a try, Zhang Liang said, taking a bite and brightening up. This is actually quite good. As others followed suit, it became evident that the cuisine from Charan village was indeed exceptional, explaining its popularity in Hangzhou. In a stunning turn of events, Tang Xi surprised everyone by serving Qin Mo. Zhang Jia felt as if his teeth might shatter from the pressure. What is happening here? Chapter 24. Such a fool. Please don't embarrass me, class leader. Qin Mo was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood Tang Xi's intentions. Although she spoke one way, her actions betrayed her as she eagerly devoured the food, deliberately making a noise as she ate. The group of boys were left dumbfounded, their gazes shifting to Zhang Jia, who suddenly felt as if a green hat had been placed upon his head. The entire class knew of Zhang Jia's affections for Tang Xi, and today's gathering was merely an attempt to strengthen their bond. Unexpectedly, this explosive scene unfolded. Wow, Qin Mo is bold. He just swooped in on the class leader. Indeed, who would have thought the class leader had feelings for Qin Mo? This is the drama of the year. Whispers spread among classmates, some casting pitying looks toward Zhang Jia, who felt as if he had ingested something foul. Lu Tao dropped his chopsticks onto the table. Do you really expect us to believe there is nothing between them? This is the undeniable proof. Are you afraid of this? Tang Xi teased, clearly exasperated by Zhang Jia's annoying antics and wishing to dissuade him from his misguided notions. Fear? Qin Mo, I nod in agreement. Yet my demeanor betrays none of that fear, he replied, mimicking Tang Xi by serving her a piece, albeit with serving chopsticks. After all, they were not truly a couple, and public utensils were more appropriate. Tang Xi noted this detail, a smile gracing her lips as she accepted the food. Zhang Jia could no longer contain himself. He stood up and demanded, what is your relationship with him? Tang Xi glanced at him without responding. Chunyan, fully aware of the situation, added another jab. Isn't it obvious? A mutual affection, wouldn't you say? Tang Xi's cheeks flushed as she shot a sharp glare at Chunyan, who merely chuckled and stuck out her tongue. Qin Mo remained silent, embodying the principle that silence is golden. Others perceived this as further confirmation, their eyes scanning the two with intensity. I knew old Qin was cunning, Lu Tao whispered. Absolutely, it's infuriating. He even deceived us into believing there was nothing going on, Chen Xiao concurred. No wonder he wasn't getting close to that girl at the bar. Now it makes sense, Wang Hui added. Listening to their speculations, Qin Mo felt exasperated. How could they not see something so obvious? He questioned if their brains had been devoured by dogs. Zhang Jia's complexion darkened as he watched the two. Qin Mo was calmly enjoying the dishes he had paid for, appearing intimate with his goddess, making him feel like a mere jester. He nearly flipped the table in frustration, but ultimately resisted, recalling Tang Xi's statement about not dating before graduation, leading him to believe that her relationship with Qin Mo was merely an act. His expression brightened once more, realizing that both would be attending universities in Shanghai, offering him hope. Even if they ended up together, long-distance relationships rarely lasted. He still held a chance. Hadn't he heard the saying, with a good axe, no wall is too thick to break down? Moreover, he fancied himself no less than Qin Mo. Thus, he began to subtly flaunt his wealth, placing the key to his Porsche 718 prominently before him and casually remarking, let us head to school together. After all, we're both in Shanghai, and our universities aren't too far apart. Before Tang Xi could utter a word, a gasp echoed through the air. What? Is that a Porsche? Zhou Jia, standing closest to Zhang Jia, immediately spotted the Porsche key and gazed enviously at Zhang Jia. The mention of the Porsche instantly reminded Zhang Liang of the Porsche 718 parked outside, prompting him to ask, Zhang Jia, that 718 outside isn't yours, is it? It is, Zhang Jia replied, pushing his glasses up with a sense of pride while maintaining a facade of modesty, subtly glancing at Tang Shi, hoping for her change of heart. It's merely an entry-level 718, lacking a convertible top and sounding atrocious. If the class monitor were to ride in this car, I fear his ears would be deafened, Lu Tao derided. Qin Mo and the others erupted in laughter, recalling the tractor joke. Tang Shi shook her head in refusal, saying, No, my parents will drop me off during registration. Zhang Jia's smile faltered, his expression darkening as he directed a sharp gaze at Lu Tao, sarcastically retorting, If my 718 is so terrible, pray tell, what car do you drive? Lu Tao, amused, joyfully slapped his BMW M3 Thunder Edition key on the table, declaring, coincidentally, I drive a modest BMW M3 Thunder Edition worth over $1 million, in Brooklyn Gray. Qin Mo and the others burst into laughter, bemused by Lu Tao's flamboyant introduction of his car, including its color. Zhang Jia's face went pale. The BMW M3 he had seen outside belonged to Lu Tao? This was disastrous. Not only had he failed to impress, but he was also overshadowed. Chen Tao's M3 Thunder Edition was even pricier than his Porsche 718. Lu Tao chuckled triumphantly. Look at you, trying to show off with your little 718. The classmates gasped collectively, realizing one among them was a heavyweight. Zhang Jia's complexion soured as he turned to the other three. Don't look at me. I've already made my car public on social media, Wang Hui stated. His Audi A7 not a cheap vehicle, priced comparably to the 718. I want to reveal mine, Chen Chao replied. Compared to the Porsche, his Mustang lacked prestige. Even if priced reasonably, no amount of Mustangs could rival Porsche's brand influence. What about you? Zhang Jia's expression darkened further as his gaze settled on Qin Mo, hoping to regain some dignity through him. Before Qin Mo could respond, Tang Shi chuckled. Is the 718 trying to compare with the Panamera? She could already envision the dismay on Zhang Jia's face. What a coincidence, Qin Mo grinned, producing the key to a Porsche. Zhang Jia's face turned as dark as a pot bottom. He recognized it as the key to a Panamera. Although both were Porsches, there were nuances in the keys. For instance, the 718 and Mekong keys were thicker, while the Cayenne and Panamera keys were thinner, making them easily distinguishable. Zhang Jia's mood plummeted. He silently seethed, recalling how Qin Mo had lamented about being broke just the other day, claiming he couldn't afford the Tea People village, yet here he was, arriving in a Panamera for the gathering. What a farce. Look, this is what professionalism looks like. Lu Tao spread his hands. Indeed, Wang Hui and Chun Chao nodded in agreement. This guy is really showing off. Chun Yin stifled a laugh, reveling in Zhang Jia's discomfort. There was something hilariously satisfying about it. Perhaps it was the essence of being slapped in the face. Tang Shi smirked, imagining that if she were in Zhang Jia's shoes, she'd probably wish to find a hole to crawl into, utterly embarrassed. Is it amusing to play the fool? Zhang Jia's face turned a shade of green. He genuinely wished to disappear, especially under the peculiar gazes of his classmates, which felt like mockery. Qin Mo feigned innocence, asserting, You can't blame me for this. It was Zhang Jia who walked straight into the line of fire. You shameless scoundrel. Zhang Jia gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly, wishing he could annihilate Qin Mo with a single bite. Qin Mo shrugged, claiming it was not his intention to show off. Ultimately, the meal concluded on a sour note. Zhang Jia couldn't bear to stay any longer, having realized he was the true jester of the evening. Who could accept such humiliation? This was likely the last gathering for him. Zhang Jia snatched his car keys and stormed out, disregarding the others in the private room, leaving them exchanging glances. Don't forget to settle the bill before you go. A man's word is his bond. Don't make me lose respect for you. Lu Tao added with a jab. Zhang Jia stumbled, nearly losing his balance, before turning back to glare fiercely at Lu Tao, then stormed out in a huff, though he still ended up footing the bill. After all, this was his last shred of dignity. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. What a clown, Lu Tao guffawed, nearly doubling over with laughter. What do you call this? Losing the wife and the soldiers, and losing face too. The Porsche 718 indeed held a certain prestige among the classmates, but compared to others, it seemed less impressive, especially in light of Qin Mo's Panamera, even if it belonged to his mother. These guys are too mischievous, Chen Yin remarked with a smile. Tang Shi nodded in agreement, sharing the sentiment. The group decided not to linger. As they left the Tea People village, Lu Tao suggested, Shall we gather at Principal Lu's place? I'm still not full. They had been too preoccupied with showing off earlier to eat much. Qin Mo nodded, also feeling peckish. And Wang Hui and Chun Chao echoed his sentiments. Shall we go together? Qin Mo asked Tang Shi and Chun Yin. considering they had arrived in his car and it wouldn't be appropriate to drop them off midway. All right. Tang Shi hesitated for a moment before agreeing. And Chunyin nodded, deeming it trivial since they were all old classmates. Off we go to Principal Lu's, Lu Tao declared, retrieving his keys and heading straight for the gray BMW M3. Wang Hui and Chen Chao hopped into the Mustang, as Wang Hui's car was still undergoing modifications. So they were riding in Chen Chao's vehicle again. Let us go. Qin Mo opened the door, and Tang Shi and Chun Yin climbed in. He started the engine and drove towards Principal Lu's flagship store. Half an hour later, they arrived at the same mall as before, parking in the underground garage and taking the elevator to the 5th floor. Waiter, a table for 6. Lu Tao called out upon entering. For 6, sir. Please sit over there. A server approached, guiding them to a familiar spot from their last visit, placing the menu on the table. Class monitor, you guys order first. Lu Tao said, placing the menu in front of Tang Shi and Chun Yin. The broth here has a strong flavor, if you can't handle spice. Just go for the mild option, Qin Mo advised, recalling the fiery hot pot from their previous experience that left them all in anguish. Lu Tao and the others nodded vigorously, determined not to order the extra spicy this time. After all, they had witnessed little Daisy nearly breathe fire from the last meal, a sensation too intense to bear. Who do you think you're underestimating? Tang Shi huffed playfully, confident in her ability to handle spice, and Chun Yin agreed, ordering a medium spicy broth. The group then selected several dishes, and the server reconfirmed their order before notifying the kitchen. After the server left, Lu Tao and his friends fixed their gaze on Qin Mo and Tang Shi, their expressions playful and ambiguous. Qin Mo immediately understood the implications but remained nonchalant, while Tang Shi felt her cheeks flush, aware that their earlier antics at the Tea People village had sparked misunderstandings among her friends. Ahem, Captain, that scoundrel Qin Mo isn't being truthful. Pray, enlighten us. When exactly did this transpire? Lu Tao inquired with a playful grin. Indeed, Captain, do share the details. Wang Hui and Chun Chao chimed in, their expressions brimming with curiosity as they gazed at Tang Shi. What are you talking about? Our relationship is not as you imagine. Tang Shi clarified. Captain, when did you become as evasive as that rascal Qin Mo? Lu Tao remarked, disbelief etched across his face. Yes. The way you two act at the dinner table hardly suggests an innocent camaraderie, Wang Hui added with a chuckle. What innocent camaraderie? Please, refrain from such wild speculation. I assure you, it is not as you think, Tang Shi replied, exasperated. I told you, you wouldn't believe it, but now do you? Qin Mo smiled, reveling in their confusion. Is there truly nothing going on? Lu Tao and the others exchanged skeptical glances. If you don't believe me, you can ask Yin Yin, Tang Shi said, helplessly pushing Chun Yin forward as a shield. I can vouch for this. Chun Yin nodded in affirmation. Lu Tao and the others appeared disappointed, their hopes of juicy gossip dashed. What do you lot mean by that? Qin Mo exclaimed, half laughing, half scolding. By the way, when are you all reporting to school? Lu Tao swiftly changed the topic, directing his question at the group. I'll probably report at the end of August, Chun Yin responded, explaining that since the school is in the capital, she wanted to familiarize herself beforehand. I'm about the same, Wang Hui chimed in. Likewise, Chen Chao nodded, then turned to Qin Mo. How about you, old Qin? Same, end of August, Qin Mo replied. The group then turned their attention to Tang Shi, who remained composed. I'll also be reporting at the end of August. Ah, it seems we're all in sync, Lu Tao noted with a smile. Indeed. The start of the school year is just around the corner, Wang Hui lamented, feeling a wave of discomfort at the thought of attending that monk school. What do you mean by monk school? It's simply a place with more boys than girls. Poor Wang Xiao, who had plans to enjoy his university life, now finds his dreams shattered, Lu Tao teased. Seeing Wang Hui's expression, Chun Yin couldn't help but ask, and upon learning his situation, she could only look at him with sympathy. 3 years will pass quickly. Just endure it. Consider it a time to stockpile resources. Lu Tao quipped. Get lost. Wang Hui retorted, annoyance evident in his tone. Chapter 26, The Great Misunderstanding. Tang Shi and Chun Yin couldn't suppress their laughter. Lu Tao was simply too amusing, able to say something like stockpiling resources. Chen Chao, standing nearby, reminded the two to temper their amusement, especially with the presence of girls, prompting Lu Tao to finally quiet down. Captain, I'm usually not like this. It's all Qin Mo's bad influence. Qin Mo, who had been quietly listening, was taken aback. So when good fortune eludes you, I'm the scapegoat, is that it? Ha ha ha. Wang Hui burst into laughter. Old Qin, you've truly become a victim. Qin Mo could only roll his eyes, feeling exasperated to be surrounded by such mischievous friends. Before long, their hot pot base and dishes arrived. Although mildly spicy, the red broth instantly reminded them of the last time they had a fiery hot pot. Waiter, please bring a pair of public chopsticks, Qin Mo requested. Just a moment. Sir, the waiter acknowledged with a nod. Given the presence of Tang Shi and Chun Yen, Lu Tao and the others opted for a more refined dining approach. Otherwise, they would have been far less concerned about etiquette. The waiter soon returned, placing the chopsticks down. Here are the public chopsticks you requested. Thank you, Qin Mo replied courteously. You're welcome, the waiter smiled as he departed. Let the feast begin, Qin Mo declared cheerfully. How daring. Are you challenging me, the great eater of Hang City? Chen Xiao playfully shouted. Oh please you? Qin Mo and the others exchanged looks of disdain. Great eater? I distinctly recall you ending up in the hospital after gorging on fast food last time, Chun Yen teased, glancing at Chen Xiao. Sis, you're my dear sister. Please don't bring that up again. Just mentioning it makes my stomach churn, Chen Xiao pouted. That incident happened when they had just started their senior year. Having skipped breakfast, he thought to indulge a bit more at lunch, only to end up with gastroenteritis, spending over a week in the hospital recovering. Ha ha, gastroenteritis great eater. Here, have some lamb to calm your nerves, Lu Tao said mischievously as he placed a steaming piece of lamb into Chen Xiao's bowl. Bolt, are you stirring up trouble? Chen Xiao retorted, not amused. Shut up, I'm not Bolt, Lu Tao exclaimed, flustered by the sudden association with that infamous character. Are you deliberately trying to ruin my meal? Qin Mo and Wang Hui were nearly in stitches at the exchange. What else with this Bolt business? Is there a story behind it? Chun Yin asked curiously, looking at Qin Mo and the others. Hey, you wouldn't believe it, Lu Tao, at this point. Chen Xiao's enthusiasm surged as he was about to spill the beans, but Lu Tao quickly covered his mouth. Nothing, just a nickname, Lu Tao hastily explained. Such matters should not be shared with others. Otherwise, Tang Shi and Chun Yin would surely have a field day at their expense. Qin Mo and Wang Hui struggled to contain their laughter, while Tang Shi and Chun Yin exchanged puzzled glances, clearly sensing that there was more to the story than Lu Tao let on. What is really going on? Chun Yin asked skeptically. This. Tang Shi began to inquire, but was promptly interrupted by Qin Mo. Captain, please don't put me in a bind. Just ask Bolt. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing that name again, Wang Hui erupted into laughter, disregarding Lu Tao's scowling face, while Chen Xiao trembled with suppressed laughter, unable to express his amusement due to Lu Tao's hand over his mouth. Tang Shi and Chun Yin exchanged glances, utterly baffled by the inside joke, knowing that Qin Mo would never engage in backstabbing antics. Under Lu Tao's watchful gaze, Chen Xiao nodded in agreement to abandon the topic. After confirming this, Lu Tao finally released him. I'm suffocating here, Chen Xiao gasped, exclaiming. Lu Tao fixed a stern gaze on him, pointing 2 fingers at his own eyes, as if to say, I'm watching you. Choose your words wisely. Chen Xiao shrugged but quickly moved past the subject. Although it was an amusing topic, he had no choice but to comply, sighing in resignation. What a pity, the legendary Bolt has now disappeared from the scene. Forget about disappearing. If you're not a hater, just come at me directly. Wang Hui could not hold back his laughter, spitting out his drink. When did you become a yin yang master? You're nearly on par with old Qin. What do you mean, little hater? Qin Mo retorted, laughingly scolding him. Lu Tao wore a sorrowful expression. Realizing that his joke was no longer viable, he regretted his earlier words, wishing he could slap himself for not resisting temptation. Let us eat, Lu Tao urged, hastily pushing food toward them to quell their chatter. Tang Shi and Chun Yin, understanding the cue, refrained from further inquiries, and the group began to enjoy their delightful meal. To their surprise, the moderately spicy broth was just the right level to satisfy their palates, neither overwhelmingly spicy nor lacking in flavor. This hot pot is quite delightful, Qin Yin praised. Indeed. I discovered this hidden gem of a restaurant, Lu Tao boasted, filled with pride. Thumbs up for you. Qin Yin responded with a smile. After about an hour of feasting, the group felt sated as they approached the bill-paying phase. Qin Mo pulled out his phone, grinning, since old Lu treated last time, this time it's on me. You're not escaping, you big spender. Lu Tao immediately retorted. None of them were particularly concerned about the cost of the meal, as none were financially strapped. The essence lay in the principle of reciprocity. One should not receive without giving in return. Moreover, Qin Mo is not one to be stingy or to take advantage of others. Please help us settle the bill, he said as he approached the front desk and pulled up the Alipay QR code. Sir, the total is $16.39. Please have a look at the bill. The receptionist handed him the receipt. He cast a cursory glance at it before dismissing it. The price was quite reasonable, last time. 4 of them had spent over $1,300, so 6 people this time was entirely justified. The payment was swiftly completed, and Qin Mo's balance now stood at $66.71. As today's blessing money had already been credited, allowing him a bit more financial freedom. Otherwise, he might have hesitated to take on the hefty bill of over $1,600. After settling the bill, the group exited Principal Lu's Hot Pot restaurant. Lu Tao suggested they stroll around the mall since it was still early and they had no pressing matters to attend to. The others readily agreed. It wasn't until around 5 in the afternoon that they finally emerged from the mall. Next time, let us avoid escape rooms. It was rather embarrassing to have the staff rescue us. Lu Tao remarked with disdain directed at Wang Hui. Hey, what does that have to do with me? It was clearly Lao Qin who failed to find the clues. Wang Hui retorted defensively. Don't forget, the last clue was in your hands. Qin Mo countered immediately. Old Wang, my advice is to go home and ask your uncle and aunt to have another child. Your usefulness seems spent. Chen Chao quipped. Laughter erupted among the group. And even Tang Shi and Chun Yan couldn't help but chuckle, while Wang Hui wore a sullen expression. Chapter 27. Taking you to shine and soar. Upon exiting the mall, the group parted ways. Qin Mo drove Tang Shi and Chun Yan home. And soon they arrived at Chun Yan's neighborhood. Thank you, Chun Yan said politely as she alighted from the car. It is my honor to serve such a beauty. Qin Mo jested, and he spoke truthfully. He had assessed Chun Yan's appearance through the system and found her to possess an admirable score of 83. While not breathtaking, she was certainly attractive. Such a smooth talker, Chun Yan shot him a playful glance before waving goodbye and entering the community. Qin Mo turned the car around, heading towards Tang Shi's home. He turned up the music, opting this time for a favorite of his, Rascal, a classic Cantonese song performed by the Hong Kong star Zheng Zhongji, whose voice and lyrics he particularly enjoyed. Half an hour later, they reached their destination. Goodbye, class monitor, Qin Mo said with a cheerful grin. Goodbye. And thank you for today, Tang Shi replied, tucking her hair behind her ear with a soft voice. That was rather perfunctory. How about something more substantial? Qin Mo teased. You flatter me, Tang Shi retorted playfully. Ha ha. Goodbye, class monitor, Qin Mo laughed heartily, not taking her words to heart. After she exited the car, he drove away. Tang Shi waved, watching the departing Palamara with a smile, then hummed Rascal as she entered the community, clearly in high spirits. You're back? As she entered her home, a professionally dressed woman who bore a striking resemblance to her stepped out. It was Tang Shi's mother, Han Ying, an executive at a renowned company in Hangzhou. Yes. Tang Shi nodded. Didn't you say you were going out for dinner? Why are you back so late? Han Ying inquired. Oh, there was a minor hiccup. Tang Shi explained, filtering out some details before recounting the day's events. Was it that young man from Cartier who brought you home? Han Ying asked. Yes, Tang Shi replied. Just a regular classmate relationship, she added. Really? Han Ying teased, looking at her daughter. It's as true as can be. Besides, he might not even be interested in me. Tang Shi playfully pouted, sharing details about Qin Mo's situation. A car worth over 2 million was hard to fathom. And while her parents were corporate executives, it was conceivable that he might not regard her highly. Han Ying appeared somewhat surprised before chuckling. So a classmate relationship entails being driven around in a $2 million car? He didn't just drop me off. He also picked up Yin Yan, Tang Shi clarified. The one who got into Beijing University? Han Ying asked, astonished. Exactly, Tang Shi affirmed. Han Ying nodded, refraining from further questioning, but earnestly advised, you're growing up now. I have no objections to you dating, but be sure to discern character. Don't let anyone deceive you, understand? I know. Tang Shi replied with a mix of laughter and exasperation. She wasn't naive and could tell right from wrong. As long as you understand. What would you like for dinner? I'll cook for you, Han Ying said, visibly relieved and smiling. Let us keep it light. I had hot pot for lunch. And it feels a bit heavy, Tang Shi suggested. Meanwhile, Qin Mo had returned home as well, finding his mother, Mrs. Wang, lounging on the sofa with a facial mask. Mom, I'm back, Qin Mo called out. Just come back quietly, no need to shout. Wang Xia shot him an annoyed glance. Dinner's in the pot. Heat it yourself. Mom, don't you want to ask what I did today? Qin Mo lamented, feeling his mother was quite trusting of him. Do whatever you like. You're grown up now. Can't you behave yourself? Wang Xia replied with a hint of exasperation. Qin Mo fell silent, sighing inwardly. A classic case of a doting mother. Just then, a message popped up on his WeChat. It was from Tang Shi. Are you home? Qin Mo quickly replied. Thanks for your concern, class monitor. I'm back, followed by a panda emoji. Tang Shi responded immediately, that's good, with a sticking out tongue emoji. After chatting for a while, Qin Mo decided to take a shower. The hot pot was delicious, but the lingering smell was quite strong. Several minutes later, after finishing his shower, he opened the stock market app to check on the value of Wuliangye shares, which had indeed risen slightly, by just over 10 yuan. However, it was still far from the system's forecast. After a brief glance, he exited the app. With 6 days remaining, he could sell the stocks then, and with the returned funds, he could indulge in some shopping and perhaps trigger a system reward. If the 20,000 or so triggered a critical hit, yielding a 5-fold cashback card, that would be delightful. A perfect tycoon, a long road ahead. Qin Mo couldn't help but chuckle to himself. But at only 18, he had plenty of time ahead. Buzz, are you there, God? A message suddenly popped up, and recognizing the familiar title, He knew it was the internet-addicted girl. Shin Shiyu. Qin Mo quickly replied, "What's up? God, we have a team match today, and we're short a jungler. Could you help us out?" "It would mean a lot." Shin Shiyu replied immediately, sounding desperate. Qin Mo chuckled. Being invited to a star-tier team match was akin to a guaranteed victory. However, since he had nothing pressing to do, he decided to lend a hand. "How many matches are there?" 7 matches, first to 4 wins, Shin Shiyu responded promptly. Ding. A special mission triggered, taking you to shine and soar. Help Shin Shiyu win the match with an outstanding record in 4 games. And receive a random reward of 1 to 5 times cashback card. Qin Mo's eyes lit up. His earlier musings about cashback cards became a reality. The system was incredibly considerate. He replied immediately, "No problem. When does it start?" "Now. Thank you, God. It starts in 10 minutes. Please log in first," Shin Shiyu replied joyfully, sending a bowing emoji. Exiting the chat, Qin Mo promptly launched Honor of Kings, jesting that a few rounds of casual play would yield rewards. Only a fool would decline such an opportunity, especially when the rewards were precisely what he anticipated. Though randomized, even a modest gain could net him over 200,000, a veritable windfall. His enthusiasm was palpable. Chapter 28. Found the organization. The god has arrived. In the game, while coordinating teams, Xiao Yushengxiu typed a message on the public screen. "For love's aborted child. Is that the one who often carries you? For love's aborted fetus. Really? Chick, you're too beautiful, wow." Xiao Yushengxiu. Absolutely. This one is a bona fide god. Climbing ranks is as effortless as drinking water. Shin Shiyu enthusiastically promoted Qin Mo's prowess to the trio. And just as they were half convinced, Qin Mo logged in. Shin Shiyu wasted no time in inviting him. "Hello, everyone." Upon entering the team, Qin Mo greeted them. Although this was merely a game, basic etiquette was essential. However, when he glimpsed their peculiar usernames, he couldn't help but chuckle. Could these two possibly be a couple? "Hello. God. Greetings, God. We are entirely reliant on your prowess for this team match." "Hello, God." Despite harboring some doubts about Qin Mo's skills, the trio replied enthusiastically. "Please, no need for God. I've just been playing a bit longer," Qin Mo humbly responded. Although confident in his abilities, humility was still paramount. Such humility from the god. Such humility. The 4 of them sent identical messages. Qin Mo replied with an emoji, and the match commenced swiftly. As the loading screen appeared, he mused that the duo must indeed be a couple. Their choice of names was truly unique. Qin Mo readied himself, showing utmost respect for the game, preparing to sit up straight. After all, he was on a mission this time and intended to approach it with seriousness. In the first match, both teams selected fragile lineups, devoid of tank heroes. Thus Qin Mo naturally opted for a once-beloved jungle hero, Bailey Schwanza. Given the abundance of fragile opponents, triggering Schwanza's passive was a certainty, earning him the alternate moniker of Electric Rat. With an extraordinarily rapid attack speed, he could swiftly dominate the battlefield. As the game unfolded, Shin Shiyu continued to play as Yao, and Qin Mo directed her, "Follow me after level 4. Shin Shiyu readily complied. "Okay, God." Although he had chosen Bailey Schwanza, Qin Mo began with an invasion. The opposing jungler was Li Bai, so he planned to encroach upon their red buff. As a proficient Li Bai would typically commence with blue buff, who would anticipate a Bailey Schwanza attempting to invade early. As expected, Li Bai's red buff fell seamlessly into Qin Mo's grasp, and he even devoured the 3 Peppa Pigs before settling in the jungle to await the river crab's respawn, biding his time for Li Bai's appearance. With a hook and red buff, Schwanza was a formidable force. Anyone caught would meet their demise, even with a flash. Middle lane. Expose the flaw, Qin Mo commanded. At this juncture, Li Bai should have finished his blue and, if all went as anticipated, would be lurking in the river brush. Their mid laner was Diao Chan, while the opponent's was Wang Xiaojun. A 2v2 engagement was undoubtedly winnable, especially since Diao Chan had Purify, making the opposing duo incapable of eliminating her. For love's aborted child, understood. Diao Chan advanced beyond the minion wave to initiate damage. Li Bai, predictably, fell for the trap upon using his 2-part dash to reach Diao Chan. He was ensnared by the lurking Bailey Schwanza. By then, escape was futile. With red buff and a second hook still available, Li Bai's demise was inevitable. And Qin Mo claimed the kill without hesitation. The momentum surged, and Qin Mo cleared his jungle before compressing the enemy's territory, swiftly rotating between the lanes, with the score escalating to 60. Once Yao reached level 4, the enemy's nightmare commenced. With her interference ability, she and Qin Mo effortlessly executed tower dives, leading to a match devoid of suspense. Under Qin Mo's lead, the game concluded in 7 minutes and 30 seconds. With his impressive record standing at 8 kills and 0 deaths, truly splendid. The god is remarkable, truly a super carry. The two who had initially harbored doubts about Qin Mo instantaneously transformed into fervent admirers, showering him with praise. Qin Mo humbly replied, "It's primarily due to excellent teamwork." The opposing team was left bewildered. Their jungler was excessively formidable, maintaining pressure throughout and clearly exceeding the expected skill level for this tier. Next time, let's have a more aggressive jungler. We cannot afford to repeat the last match's tempo, the opposing mid laner cautioned. Understood, the jungler affirmed. The second match commenced shortly thereafter, with the lineup displaying notable alterations, particularly the addition of two frontline champions. The opponents featured Cheng Yaoyin in the top lane and a tanky support with a strong controllability. Qin Mo instructed the others to select their heroes first, then scrutinized the lineup. This match, he decided, would require early game aggression, ultimately locking in the Tiger. The opponent's jungler was Jing, another hero boasting high kill potential. At the outset of the game, Qin Mo chose not to invade. The opposing mid laner was Shun Mengxi, known for rapid lane clearing. And with Jing's early burst being on par with the Tigers, a reckless invasion could lead to disaster. He initiated his red zone, then took position in the mid lane brush to await the river crab, employing a strategy akin to the previous match. Once Jing emerged from his blue zone, Qin Mo refrained from rushing in, signaling his mid laner instead. The moment Jing stepped into the brush, Qin Mo unleashed a devastating combo, and with his mid laner's assistance, Jing's health swiftly plummeted. The first pivotal moment was once again under Qin Mo's command. After securing Jing's kill, he aided the mid laner in clearing the wave before invading Jing's red zone, tipping the scales of victory further in his favor. Empowered by the advantage, the Tiger transformed into a rhythm engine, securing the first tower in the top lane and eliminating Cheng Yaoyin within 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Before entering a 5-minute dark period, Qin Mo exhibited no errors. Under his guidance, the opposing Jing found himself severely suppressed, with a staggering economic disparity of 4,000 gold. With the Tiger's advantage, the damage output became incomprehensible. A full combo could easily obliterate the enemy carry. Before long, he effortlessly clinched victory in this match as well, ending with a score of 9 kills and 0 deaths. 4 loves aborted child. This is far too easy. The god is simply extraordinary. Chick, you're too beautiful. May I add you as a friend, god? Hey, what are you doing? Qin Mo teased in response. Chick, you're too beautiful instantly perked up, replying rapidly. You're a little black sheep, aren't you? Do you know how hard our Tycoon works? Qin Mo found this message utterly hilarious, replying without hesitation. With a rooster comb and suspenders, I'm Tycoon. Remember that. Chick, you're too beautiful. Branches 666. Without a moment's thought, Qin Mo accepted the friend request from Chick. You're too beautiful, not for any other reason, but due to the camaraderie they had found. We, Tycoon, are proud. The other 3 were left in stitches, laughing at the banter between the two. Indeed, Tycoon was a big family. After a 2-minute break, the next match commenced. Just 2 more victories were needed to secure the rewards, and Qin Mo was eager to get started, with the power of his Qin friends behind him. This match promised to be an exhilarating slaughter. Chapter 29. The 5-fold cashback card in this match. The early game proved somewhat disadvantageous. Qin Mo's mid laner was relentlessly targeted, compounded by the fact that the opposing mid laner was Zhang Liang while their jungler was Athena. After reaching level 4, any crowd control would likely lead to certain death. In this match, Qin Mo employed the strategic prowess of Sima Yi, exhibiting a rhythm that, while initially unfaltering, was momentarily disrupted by his mid-lane counterpart's frequent missteps, compelling him to focus on farming in the jungle instead. After 3 minutes, he finally seized an opportunity in the enemy's top lane, where Sima Yi, in conjunction with his ally Sikongzhen, successfully eliminated the opposing Zhong Wuyan, subsequently demolishing the top turret and regaining some momentum in the game. He then set his sights on ambushing Zhang Liang in the mid lane on 2 occasions, which allowed Qin Mo to reclaim total control of the game. Sima Yi's exceptional ability to ambush and counter-ambush was on full display, as he adeptly anticipated every offensive move from Athena, resulting in her being silenced after 2 unfortunate deaths. The match soon mirrored the narrative of the previous 2 games, culminating in the enemy's crystal exploding at 8 minutes and 10 seconds. Qin Mo's impressive statistics stood at 9 kills, 0 deaths, and 6 assists. In the final game, Qin Mo utterly dominated, showcasing an unparalleled level of skill and awareness that eclipsed all prior encounters, instilling a sense of suffocating pressure upon the opposition. It was as if Qin Mo's presence was as omnipresent as a tiger stalking its prey. As the game concluded, Qin Mo beamed at his outstanding record of 12 kills and 0 deaths, relishing the rewards bestowed by the system. Ding! The system has detected that the host has completed the task of showing off and soaring to greatness. A reward of a 1 to 5 times cashback card is being issued. The system confirmed. Rewards have been credited. Would you like to claim them? Claim. Qin Mo silently affirmed. Congratulations, host. You have received a 5x cashback card. His eyes sparkled with excitement. A 5x cashback card? The system truly excels. Does this mean I am now a millionaire? With a blink, he contemplated the impending sale of his Wuliangye stock, combined with the cashback card, ensuring his fortune surpassed $1 million. Thank you, great God, for your assistance. Should we team up for some ranked matches? In the game, Shen Xiyu inquired about Qin Mo's preferences. With the team competition concluded, she extended an invitation under the guise of seeking help. The other 3 members eagerly awaited Qin Mo's response, having witnessed his remarkable skills. They deemed him not merely a support, but a veritable titan. Emerging from his reverie of joy, Qin Mo quickly replied, "Sure. Yay, that is fantastic." The group cheered, embarking on a delightful journey to climb the ranks. As the clock approached 11, Qin Mo finally exited the game, feeling weary after an extended session. Shen Xiyu messaged him on WeChat, "Thank you so much, great God." "Don't mention it. I had no pressing matters," Qin Mo replied. "I feel your skills surpass those of many streamers," Shen Xiyu continued. "Haha, flattery will get you nowhere, though I may be inclined to agree." Qin Mo jested. "Haha." Shen Xiyu responded. After a brief exchange, she inquired, "By the way, I heard you took the college entrance examination last time. Which city did you apply to?" "Tianfu." Qin Mo replied. Shen Xiyu responded with several points. Qin Mo glanced at her message, his expression shifting oddly. "Could it be mere coincidence?" He asked. "Are you also in Tianfu?" "I'm in Qing City," Shen Xiyu replied. "What a coincidence. Tianfu is quite close to Qing City. It's just a 3.5-hour drive." Qin Mo quickly responded, playfully suggesting, "Shall we meet offline? Are you not afraid I might be an internet goddess?" Shen Xiyu joked in return. Internet goddess is a derogatory term, referring to beautiful and charming figures online, only to disappoint in reality, like Xiao Billuo. Qin Mo replied, chuckling at his own humor. "How unexpected that you are such a great god." Shen Xiyu replied, expressing mock disdain. After a lengthy conversation, the clock struck 11:30. Qin Mo typed, "It's getting late. I must retire. Good night." "Good night, great god," Shen Xiyu replied promptly. In a blink, 6 days passed, during which Qin Mo remained homebound, primarily due to a lack of funds causing him unease. In that span, his bank balance grew to 46,667 yuan, bolstered by 39,996 yuan in blessings and previous savings. This was the epitome of earning while lying idle. As he perused Wuliangye stocks, he noted their ascent to 35 for 161 yuan. He swiftly liquidated all 700 shares, resulting in 290 yuan being credited to his account. Although he would have to wait until the following day for withdrawal due to T1 settlement rules. Stowing away his phone, he contemplated the best utilization of this newfound wealth, cognizant that the cashback card required a single substantial expenditure to maximize benefits. However, he pondered how to spend such a sum in one go, realizing that purchasing a car might raise questions regarding the source of funds, especially since this amount would scarcely afford his ideal vehicle. Had he been in Tianfu, such concerns would fade, as luxury goods could be easily acquired with this sum. After mulling over his options, he concluded that he might have to venture to Tianfu after all. Shaking his head, he chuckled, pondering whether this could be considered a form of humble brag. The sensation of wealth without the means to spend it was indeed maddening. Had others overheard his thoughts, they might have deemed him insufferable. With nothing pressing on his agenda, Qin Mo habitually scrolled through his social media feed. His fingers paused when he spotted Tang Shi's post featuring an image from the New World Audiobook Cafe. He quickly crafted a comment. As expected of a top student, you are indeed different from us mere mortals. After posting, he resumed his scrolling, but within moments, Tang Shi sent him a message featuring 2 eye-roll emojis. Qin Mo was taken aback by her prompt response and quickly replied with a panda emoji. "What are you up to?" Tang Shi inquired. "Just lying around, bored," Qin Mo responded from his bed. "Care to join me at the New World?" Tang Shi messaged. Energized by her invitation, Qin Mo teased, "Are you implying that the esteemed class monitor is summoning me? I'll come if I must." Tang Shi, unfazed, simply replied with another eye-roll emoji. "Wait for me," Qin Mo swiftly responded. At the Audiobook Cafe, Tang Shi smiled subtly at her phone before setting it aside to read. After about 10 minutes, Qin Mo arrived at the cafe, ordering 2 cups of coffee before taking a seat across from Tang Shi. "Ah, you've made it," she greeted with a slight smile. "When the class monitor calls, one must respond, no matter the peril," Qin Mo quipped, placing a cup of coffee before her. "Foodie," Tang Shi replied, rolling her eyes at him, her tone slightly teasing. "What inspired you to come here?" Qin Mo asked after sipping his coffee. "Though it's called a book cafe, it's more of a leisurely tea spot than a study haven. I just wanted to escape the boredom at home. I had been here before and found the ambience quite pleasant, Tang Shi explained softly. Upon entering, Qin Mo had indeed noted the inviting atmosphere, resembling a genuine book cafe, complete with quaint trinkets for sale, as well as a variety of teas and snacks. Overall, it was an enjoyable environment for relaxation. Truly impressive. Even your leisurely outings lead you to a book cafe, Qin Mo remarked with a smile. Why do I feel as if you're mocking me? Tang Shi wrinkled her delicate nose, appearing somewhat endearing. This is unjust. I am a law-abiding citizen, Qin Mo replied, his expression one of feigned innocence. Tang Shi cast him a disdainful glance. A law-abiding citizen? How can you dare claim such a title? Does your conscience not prick you? Why am I not a law-abiding citizen? Qin Mo retorted defensively, albeit lacking conviction. He conceded that at times, he did exhibit a certain sardonic demeanor, but he would never publicly acknowledge it. Tang Shi suppressed a smile, recognizing his guilt, and teasingly mimicked his tone. Is our master of sarcasm feeling a twinge of guilt? Hey, Qin Mo immediately bristled. How audacious for little Tang Shi to dare insinuate such a thing. We? Are you implying something, class monitor? He said with a cheeky grin. What do you mean? Tang Shi feigned ignorance, her gaze wide and innocent. Qin Mo chuckled at her playful side and decided to tease her further. Leaning in and locking eyes with her, Tang Shi was momentarily taken aback by his sudden proximity. As she stared at his face, her cheeks flushed crimson, her heart racing, and she instinctively averted her gaze, creating a bit of distance. What are you doing? She asked, her tone unexpectedly petulant. Seeing her flustered state, Qin Mo couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, then earnestly declared, I was pondering why our class monitor is so beautiful. Didn't he see that coming? You're quite the charmer with the ladies, Tang Shi retorted, rolling her eyes at him. On my honor, I speak only the truth, Qin Mo insisted solemnly. Tang Shi's blush deepened, and she huffed lightly, though the smile at the corner of her mouth grew more pronounced. No girl dislikes being told she is beautiful. If so, she is merely pretending. Qin Mo decided to leave this topic, knowing that within their relationship, playful banter was acceptable. But crossing the line could earn him the label of a scoundrel. Although he had never been in a relationship, such a label, once affixed, could never be explained away. As a man of integrity, Qin Mo resolved that he could not accept such a title. Quickly shifting the subject, he inquired, Have you eaten lunch yet? It was nearly 11 o'clock, and he had not eaten before leaving home, now feeling a bit hungry. Tang Shi's expression returned to normal as she shook her head, indicating she had not eaten either. I haven't eaten yet either. Shall we go grab something to eat? Qin Mo suggested. Sounds good. There's a restaurant nearby that serves charcoal grilled bullfrog. Would you like to try it? Tang Shi proposed. What are we waiting for? Let us head out now, Qin Mo exclaimed, enthusiasm evident in his voice, for bullfrog was indeed his favorite dish. Wait for me a moment, Tang Shi said, rising to return her book to its rightful place. All right. Let us go, she announced. Class monitor, Qin Mo extended his hand, adopting a serious expression. I'm so famished that I lack the strength to continue. I require your assistance. How can you be so shameless? Tang Shi shot him an exasperated look. Having just seen him lively and now claiming to be powerless, who would believe that? I am indeed lacking in strength, Qin Mo insisted with unwavering certainty. Tang Shi rolled her eyes, finding his act overly theatrical, and reached out to pull him up. Let us hurry. Qin Mo nodded with a smile. And the two exited the cafe, taking the elevator to the 5th floor where the Bullfrog restaurant was located. Tang Shi led the way confidently to the eatery. Good day. Ma'am, welcome to our establishment. How many in your party? The server inquired at the entrance of the Bullfrog restaurant. 2, Tang Shi replied, following the server inside. They found a table amidst the bustling crowd. The server brought them a menu for selection. Is the garlic flavor acceptable? It's the restaurant's signature dish and quite delightful. Tang Shi asked Qin Mo. Absolutely. He nodded, taking the menu to order 2 main dishes, some spicy chicken, and a few appetizers, finally adding, let us have 2 cups of mango sago as well. Can you finish all this? Tang Shi asked, looking at him quizzically. You underestimate me, Qin Mo asserted confidently. His appetite was considerable, and given his current hunger, the amount of food was merely trivial. After about 10 minutes, the garlic bullfrog arrived, and the enticing aroma confirmed Tang Shi's praise of the restaurant. It smells divine, Qin Mo exclaimed, taking a bite and his eyes lighting up. The bullfrog was cooked to perfection, the meat firm yet tender, and the rich garlic flavor filled his mouth, delivering immense satisfaction. Of course, this is a place I frequent often, Tang Shi said, a hint of pride in her tone. Who would have thought our class monitor had such a discerning palate? Qin Mo teased. I also appreciate good food. You know, Tang Shi huffed playfully. Indeed, one must never overlook the pleasures of fine cuisine, Qin Mo agreed, nodding appreciatively. Before long, all the dishes Qin Mo ordered were served. The server politely informed them, Sir, your dishes are ready. Please enjoy. Thank you, Qin Mo replied. diving into the meal. Eat up, for the joy of dining is the pinnacle of humanity. Half an hour later, Qin Mo, thoroughly satisfied, declared, delicious. As Tang Shi stood to settle the bill, Qin Mo stopped her, to express my gratitude for leading me to this hidden gem. It shall be my treat. At worst, you can take me to a movie later, he quipped. Tang Shi eyed him suspiciously. I can't shake the feeling that you have ulterior motives. While paying, Qin Mo retorted. Oh, such words are unacceptable. I am a law-abiding citizen. When did I ever say I wanted to watch a movie? Tang Shi blinked innocently, though her smile revealed her willingness to consider it. You can buy the tickets and wait for me outside, Qin Mo swiftly countered. Only you could come up with such a suggestion, Tang Shi replied with an amused sigh. Surely, you wouldn't abandon me alone? Qin Mo shrugged. Tang Shi relented. The bill settled. They had spent less than 300, quite economical and satisfying. Let us go, class monitor, Qin Mo grinned, returning to her side. Tang Shi huffed lightly, but ultimately accompanied Qin Mo to the cinema. Since there was no theater in the New World area, they had to travel about a kilometer to the Dina Cinema, taking the elevator to the first floor. What would you like to drink? I recall there's a place called Fuxiao Peach. Their Fushimi Momoyama is quite good, Qin Mo suggested quickly. Sounds good, Tang Shi nodded. They arrived at Fuxiao Peach, where Qin Mo ordered 2 cups of Fushimi Momoyama, paying a total of 48 yuan. With their milk tea in hand, they walked to the cinema. As driving for such a short distance was a hassle with parking and all, after about 10 minutes, they reached Dina Cinema, where Tang Shi chose the nearest screening, not a romance nor a horror film, but a newly released comedy titled Solo on the Moon, which had garnered favorable reviews. Let us find a spot to sit. The movie doesn't start for a while, Qin Mo remarked, glancing at the time. It was approximately 11:40. With the film set to commence at 12:10, leaving half an hour to spare. Please save me a seat. I need to use the restroom, Qin Mo instructed as he placed the bubble tea in Tang Shi's embrace before departing. Tang Shi nodded in agreement, securing a suitable spot and placing the bubble tea beside her to signify occupancy, then began to respond to messages from Chun Yen. Wow, are you two on a date? Chun Yen inquired playfully, accompanied by a meme depicting a person eagerly watching. No, we're merely here to watch a movie, Tang Shi replied on WeChat. I don't believe it. There must be something going on between you two, Chun Yen quickly retorted. Come on. I want to hear all about the love story of the academic achiever and the wealthy heir. Tang Shi could only respond with exasperation. Approximately 2 minutes later, Qin Mo returned and noticed Tang Shi engrossed in typing. Curiously, he asked, is something up? Not really. Chun Yen is just asking if we're on a date. Tang Shi replied helplessly, then unabashedly showed Qin Mo their chat history. To be honest, this act instantly endeared Qin Mo to her, as even some couples would struggle to exhibit such honesty. He glanced over the conversation and said, just wait a moment. Tang Shi, puzzled by his sudden secrecy, watched as he pressed the voice message button and quickly declared, indeed, I am on a date with the class monitor. With that, he released the button, and the message was promptly sent. Tang Shi was momentarily taken aback, entirely unprepared for Qin Mo's boldness. By the time she processed what had occurred, the voice message had been dispatched. How could you be so mischievous? She playfully scolded, her previous explanation now utterly undermined. There was no way to clarify things now. True to form, within mere seconds, a video call from Chun Yen came through. Tang Shi shot a glare at Qin Mo. Look what you've done. You answer it. Unfazed, Qin Mo grinned and accepted the call, immediately greeted by Chun Yen's voice. No way, you two really? Just kidding. He interrupted, playfully teasing. Are you disappointed? His face appeared on the screen, beaming at Chun Yen. Huh. Chun Yen was momentarily stunned. What part of that was real? You're driving me crazy. Surprised to see you care so much. How about you ask the class monitor when she plans to pursue me? Qin Mo jested, glancing at Tang Shi. Tang Shi rolled her eyes. Why should she be the one to initiate such a pursuit? Shouldn't it be him taking the lead? Ugh, you really have no shame. Chun Yen quickly interjected. Ha. Qin Mo laughed heartily before handing the phone back to Tang Shi. They chatted for a little while longer before ending the call. You nearly got me into trouble, Tang Shi chided. Qin Mo chuckled and presented her with the bubble tea, thoughtfully inserting a straw. Consider this my apology. And I assure you, I have washed my hands. Oof, you've gotten lucky, Tang Shi retorted, taking a sip of the bubble tea, which indeed tasted delightful. After sitting together for a while, the movie finally began. Qin Mo went to procure popcorn, 2 servings, of course, as it would seem peculiar for 2 not-quite couples to share just one. Let us go, Qin Mo called, leading the way to the ticket counter. Once inside the theater, they found their seats, and the film commenced. Everything was quite splendid until the rather tragic conclusion, which brought Tang Shi to tears by the end. After 2 hours, as they exited the cinema, Qin Mo remarked, that was quite a good film. It was worth the ticket price. Emerging into the daylight, Tang Shi's spirits had lifted. though she had not anticipated such a somber ending. It was around 2 o'clock after the film, and Qin Mo, considering the time still ample, proposed. There's a go-kart track in Xinjiang that's quite entertaining. Would you like to give it a try? Go-karting? Tang Shi's eyes revealed her curiosity, clearly indicating she had never experienced it before. Yes, while the venue isn't vast, it is quite enjoyable overall, Qin Mo confirmed. Sounds great. I've never tried go-karting before, Tang Shi agreed enthusiastically. Let us go, Qin Mo declared with a smile. Tang Shi grinned, and they returned to Xinjiang, where they indulged in various activities until 5 in the evening, leaving the venue with smiles plastered across their faces, clearly having enjoyed the day immensely. My car is parked in the underground garage. Let me give you a ride, Qin Mo offered. Tang Shi did not refuse, and they took the elevator down to the B2 parking level. Qin Mo located his parking space, pressed the unlock button on his key fob, and opened the passenger door for Tang Shi. He climbed into the car, started the engine, and drove the Panamera out of the underground garage. After dropping Tang Shi off at her home, Qin Mo returned to his own residence, the clock nearing 6. To be honest, he found himself feeling a bit hungry again. Upon arriving home, Qin Mo placed the car keys on the entryway cabinet, and a delectable aroma wafted through the air. His eyes brightened. He recognized that scent, braised ribs. He quickly kicked off his shoes and hurried to the kitchen. Indeed, it was his favorite dish. Just in time, Qin Mo exclaimed, reaching for the ribs on the table. Wait, have you washed your hands? Wang Xia shot him a death glare. Qin Mo grimaced and awkwardly chuckled. I'm going now. Make haste. Wang Xia huffed. Casting a longing glance at the enticing ribs, he reluctantly suppressed his appetite and rushed to the bathroom to wash his hands, knowing full well that Mrs. Wang would never allow him at the table otherwise. Is old Qin back yet? Qin Mo called out as he exited the bathroom. Almost home. Wang Xia replied while stirring a pan. Nodding, Qin Mo seized the opportunity to sneak a taste of one of those glossy, enticing ribs. Channeling a famous food blogger's words, the taste of home. Just then, Qin Jiaming returned, the sound of the door capturing Qin Mo's attention. He turned to see his father looking a bit weary, yet a smile graced his lips, as if he had just received good news. Dad, Qin Mo greeted. Qin Jiaming nodded with a smile and walked into the kitchen. Back home. Wang Xia glanced at him. Yes, Qin Jiaming replied cheerfully, and mimicking Qin Mo. He reached for a rib, only to be halted by Wang Xia's admonition. At your age, you should know better. Wash your hands before coming to the table. She chastised him sternly. It was no wonder Wang Xia often remarked that Qin Mo had learned his manners from Qin Jiaming. Their behavior was so similar they might as well have been molded from the same clay. Dad, you'd better wash your hands, Qin Mo chuckled to himself. Qin Jiaming sighed and obediently went to wash up, knowing full well that in their household, Wang Xia held absolute authority. Neither he nor his son had any say. Did the order go through? Wang Xia inquired, eyeing Qin Jiaming as he returned. Yes, it did, Qin Jiaming confirmed with a smile, pleased that his efforts over the past few days had finally borne fruit. That's great, let us eat, Wang Xia announced. After dinner, Qin Jiaming asked, when do you report to Tianfu? This month end, Qin Mo replied. That gives you some time. How about checking out some cars? It'll be more convenient for you there, Qin Jiaming suggested. May I inquire about the budget? Qin Mo asked with a grin. Choose a car under $1 million, Qin Jiaming said calmly. Having just secured a business deal with a minimum profit of $3 million, presenting $1 million to Qin Mo for a vehicle posed no challenge whatsoever. Can it be liquidated? Qin Mo inquired with curiosity. What do you need so much money for? Qin Jiaming cast him a puzzled glance. I was thinking of saving up to buy a Lamborghini Huracan STO, Qin Mo jested. I haven't even had the chance to drive a Lamborghini. Qin Jiaming retorted with mild irritation. Such ambition. He, as a father, could only afford an old Audi A6. A Ferrari 488 wouldn't be out of the question either. Qin Mo playfully responded. It's just $1 million. You decide, Qin Jiaming replied with composure. I'll think about it. I haven't settled on a brand yet. Qin Mo replied succinctly. All right, consider it well. Qin Jiaming nodded, returning his attention to the television. Upon returning to his room, Qin Mo checked his WeChat messages and found a voice note from Tang Shi. He opened it to hear, thank you for today, I had a wonderful time. Following the events of the day, their relationship had evidently intensified. Will you invite me to watch another movie next time? Qin Mo playfully suggested, quickly adding, let us watch a romance film next time. Within moments, Tang Shi responded, you're beautiful, followed by a large eye-rolling emoji. Seeing the emoji made Qin Mo chuckle, and he quickly replied, you're not thinking too deeply, are you? I merely wish to watch a romantic film. Don't you have some on your phone? Tang Shi replied instantaneously. Qin Mo was momentarily taken aback by this message, just as he was about to ask how she knew. He swiftly realized that Tang Shi had picked up on such things. Something's off with you. Qin Mo replied at once. Tang Shi smirked slightly at this message and responded. You're not overthinking this, are you? There are plenty of romance films on certain streaming platforms. Must we watch one in a theater? Qin Mo stared at the message for a couple of seconds, realizing he had fallen into Tang Shi's trap. He promptly replied, the film isn't the focus. The company is what matters. After sending that message, a triumphant smile spread across Qin Mo's face. If she wanted to play games, she was still a bit inexperienced. Tang Shi paused, her cheeks slightly flushed. What did Qin Mo mean by that? Was he confessing to her? After hesitating for a moment, she typed a message, deleted it, and then typed again, finally responding with just an eye-rolling emoji. Qin Mo chuckled. Tang Shi must be shy. The typing indication on the screen had already revealed everything. His objective had been achieved, and he decided not to pursue Tang Shi further. She was indeed a remarkable girl, academically gifted, possessing admirable character, and undeniably beautiful enough to be considered a goddess. However, matters of the heart should not be decided impulsively. For now, Qin Mo felt content with their current relationship, and he believed that time would dictate what the future held. He returned a similar emoji in reply. Tang Shi, upon viewing the message, felt a twinge of disappointment mixed with relief. If Qin Mo had indeed confessed, she would have been unsure how to respond, and that feeling was rather conflicting. It would be disingenuous to claim she held no affection for Qin Mo. If she truly had no feelings, they could not have shared such a harmonious rapport, including watching movies together. Yet, to say she was head over heels was a stretch. This was her reason for relief. Subsequently, both skillfully avoided the topic, conversing a little longer until Tang Shi mentioned she had to attend an online class, thus ceasing further messages. The following day, at 10 in the morning, Qin Mo was already awake. The funds from his Wulianya stock had finally been released, totaling 290 yuan. With his initial investment and this profit, his total assets exceeded 240,000 yuan. Today's blessing coins had also been credited, amounting to 666 yuan. Without even using a cashback card, Qin Mo's fortune had already surpassed 300,000 yuan. While it may seem modest, it equated to the savings of most families for an entire year without expenditures. In Chapter 33, Fairy Sister, Qin Mo's wealth of over 300,000 yuan, combined with a five-fold cashback card, easily surpassed 1 million. Satisfied, he climbed out of bed, performed a quick wash, and made his way to the living room, only to find that Wang Xia and Qin Jiaming were absent, presumably at work. The kitchen table still bore remnants of yesterday's meal, so Qin Mo reheated them to satiate his hunger before lounging on the sofa, adopting a rather lethargic posture. What is happening today? On WeChat, in a small group with Lu Tao and others, Wang Hui sent a message inquiring about their circumstances. Qin Mo responded directly. What do you mean? Is there a plan? No plans, which is why I'm asking you all, Wang Hui replied promptly. Returning the message to Lu Tao and Chen Chao, Wang Hui continued, it's so boring at home. How about hitting a bar tonight? Lu Tao suddenly sprang back to life. Thanks for the invite, but I'm out. I've recently met a girl, and am working my magic. Wang Hui was taken aback. You're not looking for love on some chatting app again, are you? Old 20? Qin Mo teased, sending a message. Are you insulting my intelligence? After falling for it once, how could I stumble twice in the same place? Lu Tao retorted defiantly. So, are you using a different app this time? Qin Mo pressed on with his playful banter. Ha ha ha, I think so too. It's probably one of those on Douyin. Wang Hui quickly replied. Get lost. Do I have such poor taste? Lu Tao shot back, exasperated. This girl is someone I met at a milk tea shop. We already met in person. She matches my aesthetic perfectly, and most importantly, she gives off that ethereal Lu Yifei vibe. You all understand, right? She is like a fairy. Lu Tao boasted proudly. Keep dreaming. Wang Hui replied disdainfully, clearly unconvinced by Lu Tao's claims. You think you can meet such a gem just by buying milk tea? He expressed disbelief, stating he had consumed over 1,000 cups in his 18 years without encountering anyone like Lu Tao described. Is she really that fairy-like? Qin Mo quickly replied. Of course. I remember she has photos on her social media. Wait a moment, I'll find one, Lu Tao said before disappearing, seemingly off to steal a photo from the girl's social media. No way, did he really meet a rare gem? Wang Hui scoffed. Wait, what did I miss? Chen Chao just logged in and immediately caught wind of the gossip, eagerly asking. You'll find out when old Lu returns, Wang Hui replied. Approximately 2 minutes later, a photo of the girl, the one Lu Tao claimed resembled Lu Yifei, appeared in the group chat. No freaking way. Is this for real? I can't believe it. Jealousy is making me lose my mind. After 2 seconds, the group erupted in excitement. Qin Mo and the others stared incredulously at the photo, noticing that the girl did indeed bear a striking resemblance to a celestial being. Old Lu, tell us which milk tea shop you met her at. I want to try my luck too. Lu Chao read through the previous chat history, grasping the situation. This girl is something else. Qin Mo replied. having just used the system's scanning feature, revealing her beauty score was an astonishing 87, and her purity rating was 96, truly a goddess among women. Ha ha ha. Now you see who the real clown is. Lu Tao replied triumphantly to the group. Tao Ji, I'm the clown. Quickly tell me which milk tea shop. I'm heading out now. Wang Hui feigned humility, provoking disdain from Qin Chao and Qin Mo. Just a stone's throw from my home, I have gathered all the information. This young lady is the belle of the finance university, working part-time during the holidays. Lu Tao swiftly responded. Moreover, her milk tea shop is perpetually bustling, attracting patrons solely for her presence. In order to add her on WeChat, I have purchased over 100 cups of milk tea. Lu Tao continued. The taste of milk tea is so pervasive that even my urine has begun to resemble it. Is this my lot in life? If heaven were to grant me the chance to drink milk tea-flavored urine, I would gladly accept. Qin Chao replied promptly. Why is it that I cannot encounter such fortune? Wang Hui lamented. Tentatively, Qin Mo interjected, asking if there were any more young ladies in that establishment. This inquiry struck a chord, causing Qin Chao and Wang Hui to nearly shout father in the group chat. Lu Tao replied, stating there is one, but her looks are quite average. Likely not to your liking. The hatred of a rival for a beloved is insurmountable. Qin Chao responded in the group. The hatred of a rival for a beloved is insurmountable. The hatred of a rival for a beloved is insurmountable. Qin Mo and Wang Hui echoed in agreement. Heh, a pack of single dogs. Father is no longer available to play with you, for a celestial sister has invited me to dinner. With that, Lu Tao exited the group chat. This fellow truly possesses extraordinary luck. Wang Hui scoffed, filled with envy. Alas, starting today, I shall also frequent the milk tea shop. Perhaps I shall encounter my celestial sister. Qin Chao mused. Worthless. Qin Mo retorted in the group, before commencing his search for nearby milk tea shops. Is this a case of verbal disdain, but physical integrity? Indeed. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Wang Xia and Qin Jiaming returned home together. Observing the dozen cups of milk tea on the table, she frowned and asked, why purchase so much milk tea when we have drinks in the refrigerator? Alas, mother, you do not understand. Qin Mo lamented, nearly weeping. He had scoured over a dozen milk tea shops that afternoon, yet there were no celestial sisters to be found, merely deceivers. What do you know? Buying this much is impractical. Wang Xia glared at Qin Mo, scolding him for his reckless spending. Qin Mo glanced at the milk tea on the table, realizing that even his burps now carried the taste of milk tea. He was not far from Lu Tao's claim of urine tasting like milk tea. Mother, have a cup, it tastes delightful. Qin Mo wore a beguiling smile. Even if it is delicious, one cannot purchase so many at once, Wang Xia retorted sharply. I shall not do so again. Qin Mo immediately promised. What shall we do with these? Wang Xia frowned at the milk tea on the table. Why not you and my father? Qin Mo hesitated to suggest. Wang Xia's death glare halted his words, and with an awkward smile, he offered, I shall take care of it. Thus, Qin Mo, with a pained expression, begrudgingly carried the milk tea to his room, unsure if he would even drink any. The following day, at 8 in the morning, Qin Mo emerged from the bathroom. After consuming 3 cups of milk tea the previous night, who could withstand such a fate? Mother, is breakfast ready? He called towards the kitchen from the living room. 2 minutes. The porridge is still cooking, Wang Xia replied. Qin Mo yawned and proceeded to wash up briefly in the bathroom. Upon his return, breakfast was ready. By the way, your father and I have matters to attend to today. You will need to manage dinner on your own, Wang Xia stated succinctly at the table. What matters? Qin Mo queried with curiosity. Some issues regarding the collaboration project, Qin Jiaming replied calmly. Oh, Qin Mo nodded in realization. Chapter 34, Special Mission. Reward of 500,000 shark fins. After finishing breakfast, Wang Xia and Qin Jiaming departed, leaving Qin Mo alone in the house. He recalled Lu Tao's mention of the celestial sister inviting him to dinner and opened the group chat to inquire. What was the outcome? Curiosity 1. Curiosity 1. Qin Chao and Wang Hui were among the first to respond. The outcome has been remarkably fruitful, Lu Tao replied with pride. Do tell. Qin Mo's interest was piqued as he eagerly awaited details about the previous day's events. A secret, Lu Tao teased. Just as he had ignited their curiosity, he extinguished it, prompting thoughts of administering a beating to him from Qin Mo and the others. A fellow who prioritizes romance over friendship. I propose we expel him from the group chat, Wang Hui suggested. I wholeheartedly support this proposal. Qin Chao followed suit. I have no objections either, Qin Mo chimed in. Do not play with my emotions. We merely went out for a meal and then watched a movie. Overall, there was no substantial progress, Lu Tao clarified. Qin Mo, observing this itinerary, felt a sense of uncanny familiarity, reminiscent of his own arrangement with Tang Shi just days prior. Is that not considered progress? Must one engage in intimacy for it to qualify as such? Wang Hui immediately criticized. Goodness, jumping straight to innuendos. Qin Mo remarked, utterly exasperated. You, my friend, truly have a tongue unfit for polite company. No wonder you remain single. Lu Tao shot back. They simply went to watch a movie and did not even hold hands. How can this be deemed substantial progress? He genuinely harbors deep feelings for this celestial sister and intends to pursue her earnestly. Naturally, he cannot treat her as he would those ambience-enhancing individuals in a bar. I am appalled. Have you not yet found a partner yourself? Wang Hui retorted without reservation. Qin Mo and Chen Chao, witnessing their friend's playful banter, could not help but chuckle. These two are utterly ludicrous. After exchanging light-hearted jests for a while, the conversation dwindled as Lu Tao had left mid-discussion, citing a desire for milk tea. Is that really a craving for milk tea? I am too embarrassed to call you out. It is as transparent as daylight. Your intentions are hardly concealed. Qin Mo scoffed as he exited the group chat. Glancing at the temperature outside, he lost the desire to go out and decided to invite Shen Xiyu on WeChat. Shall we embark on a journey in the game? 2 minutes later, Shen Xiyu replied, stating she would be home shortly, urging the great god to wait for her. Upon reading her message, Qin Mo chose not to respond and opened the game, awaiting Shen Xiyu's arrival. Indeed, within 3 minutes, she logged in and promptly sent him an invitation. After accepting, they commenced their delightful ascent in rank. Throughout the game, Shen Xiyu lavished praise upon Qin Mo. His skills were undeniable, and they enjoyed a winning streak together. Shen Xiyu was absolutely elated. Had she played on her own, she likely would not have reached her current rank by the end of the season. Too amazing. After a game concluded, Shen Xiyu messaged in the public chat. A mere trifle, Qin Mo replied succinctly. For him, this rank was akin to child's play, even with Shen Xiyu, who was still learning the ropes. Climbing ranks was as easy as drinking water for him. As the afternoon approached 4 o'clock, the two had played for several hours, and Qin Mo felt his hands growing tired. He messaged, I have some matters to attend to. I will stop for now. Okay, see you later, great god. Shen Xiyu quickly replied, not pressing him to continue playing. This was precisely why Qin Mo enjoyed playing with her. Perhaps this was the essence of being easygoing. No, Shen Xiyu's skills could only be deemed non-intrusive. As for being easygoing, that undoubtedly belonged to Qin Mo. After all, he was a veteran player consistently ranked among the top 100. Once finished, Qin Mo decided to unwind by opening the Douxia platform. Douxia Live, a prominent live streaming platform in the country, boasts a substantial user base and is often regarded alongside Qi as one of the titans of the streaming industry. However, in recent years, the meteoric rise of platforms like Douyin and Kuaishou, along with other short video platforms, has somewhat diminished the luster of these two giants. Nevertheless, like a withered camel that is still larger than a horse, Douxia continues to maintain a respectable user community, with Qin Mo being one of its ardent users. Qin Mo's affection for this platform is rather straightforward. Those who have experienced it understand. The dance section of Douxia has always been a haven for numerous otaku and enthusiasts, drawing considerable traffic, and the content is indeed captivating. Some streamers have left Qin Mo utterly astounded. For instance, even the top-tier streamer, Teacher Piao, has expressed his admiration after watching Wang Zhidao, issuing a breathtaking 3-word compliment that speaks volumes. The platform has even witnessed notorious moments akin to killing the pig. As a seasoned enthusiast, Qin Mo often indulges in the luxurious fantasy of a harem of beautiful maidens during his leisure time. Upon entering the homepage, he noticed a game streamer he particularly enjoyed was live, prompting him to click in for a brief respite. Oh, the little boss is quite mischievous. He chuckled upon hearing the infectious laughter and a line that has become iconic. Wow, this person is quite something. Dashima, watching the dark screen, quipped about the ongoing content of the once popular game, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, from which he had been eliminated. The barrage of comments was filled with humorous critiques. Truly a man known for his death scenes, his reputation precedes him. Hey, this little boss is quite the rascal. Haha, silly goose. Mostile death. Woohoo, take off. The relentless stream of comments brought the atmosphere to life, invigorated by Dashima's antics, as he defended himself against the barrage of remarks. The little boss thinks he is playing well, but you're mistaken. I'm merely creating some entertainment here. Dashima flashed his signature grin. Having entered the realm of renowned live streaming moments, Qin Mo was thoroughly entertained, particularly by the comments during gift acknowledgements, where the absurd usernames elicited uproarious laughter. Thanks to the one who sent the airplane that tastes like the snot of an old horse, it's quite salty. Thanks to the one who pried open Dashima's laughing mouth to send the airplane. Thanks to Han Ting for the gift of the precious skin. Thanks to Stinky Skill Master for the airplane. Dashima earnestly read out the absurd usernames, sending the comments section into fits of laughter. Qin Mo laughed so hard his stomach ached, marveling at the creativity of the online commenters. Truly, There are no usernames more outrageous in the entire streaming community. Too bad I don't have any fish fins in my account. Otherwise, I'd love to experience this kind of fun, Qin Mo mused. Ding. A special task was triggered. Watch the live stream for 10 minutes. Reward: 500,000 dosha fish fins. Now it was Qin Mo's turn to be astonished. In terms of currency, one fish fin equates to 1 yuan, making 500,000 fish fins equivalent to 500,000 yuan. Qin Mo exclaimed. Is there really such a reward? Are you sure there is no mistake? Chapter 35. Questioned by others? Congratulations, host. You have completed the task and received a reward of 500,000 fish fins, which are now being bound to your account. As the binding was completed, Qin Mo was taken aback by the thoughtful system that could even link to his account. He quickly checked and found that his account had indeed increased by 500,000 fish fins. Well then, I guess I'm a bit of an internet tycoon now? Qin Mo joked. Although 500,000 sounds substantial, it only translates to 250 super rockets on dosha, which are valued at 2,000 yuan each, making them the most expensive gifts under the privilege category. Recognizing the opportunity, Qin Mo resolved to make an impressive display. He swiftly changed his username and sent 10 super rockets in Dashi Ma's live stream, instantly becoming the brightest star in the room. The comments began to flow. Who is this wealthy tycoon? TSK, 10 rockets, 20,000 gone. Poor guy, that's my salary for 3 months. Uff, that's nothing. At least it's half a year's salary for me. Ha ha, what a name. Dashima also noticed the gift effects from the super rockets. After glancing at the username, he shouted it out in the stream. Thanks to Old Ma for the completed expansion of the backhaul for sending the super rockets. Hee. The little boss is quite mischievous. After finishing, Dashima couldn't help but laugh, and the comments section erupted in laughter. This brother is truly talented. Does the tycoon have this quirk? Should I start streaming too? Just 1-6. No need for unnecessary chatter. God. The backhaul has been completed. This tycoon is quite the connoisseur. Laughter flooded the comments, and Qin Mo found himself in stitches. No wonder these people loved such quirky usernames. The entertainment value was unmatched. After a while, he ceased sending gifts, exited the live stream, and reverted his username. The thought of using that ID while gifting in someone else's stream painted an alluring picture. He browsed through the dance section for a while, but found no streamer who could truly showcase his skills. The dancing was indeed impressive, yet the aesthetics fell short of his preferences. Would Qin Mo pay for something he didn't fancy? Certainly not. He wasn't a fool. Although the fish fins could be considered a windfall, he believed in spending wisely. After some time, Qin Mo finally stumbled upon a live stream that caught his eye. Promptly clicking in. To clarify, he was not a lecherous individual. Welcome, Mo say, to the live stream. The female streamer greeted softly. This enchanting streamer had alluring features, with captivating eyes and long, straight legs that would delight any leg enthusiast. Her figure was undoubtedly above a B cup, exuding a mature charm. Qin Mo, using the ID Mo say, observed the live stream setup and noted a strange occurrence. The audience count was alarmingly low, with only 8 patrons in the VIP section, all of whom were wanderers. In dosha, wanderers represent the lowest tier of nobility, starting at a mere 78 yuan. Qin Mo found it odd. A streamer with such looks shouldn't have such a meager audience, especially in the dance section, which typically thrives on visual appeal. Was this streamer lacking in talent? After checking her information through the system, he was stunned to discover her attractiveness scored a remarkable 93 points, indicating she was indeed a rare gem. This discrepancy between her popularity and beauty was perplexing. He decided to watch briefly and soon identified the cause. A dance stream without dancing was akin to a bar without drinks, utterly absurd. Despite her commendable looks, her awkward attempts at conversation clearly indicated she was a novice streamer, perhaps even unfamiliar with the live streaming environment. In a sparsely populated live streaming room, he sent a comment. Will the host dance? The host replied, somewhat embarrassed, I'm sorry, but I don't dance very well. This young streamer had only recently embarked on her journey in live broadcasting and was unaware of the fierce competition that characterized the industry. Confident in her appearance, she believed that her good looks alone would attract viewers. However, upon beginning her stream, she quickly learned a harsh lesson. While high beauty standards might offer certain advantages, they were not sufficient in the realm of live streaming. Many prominent hosts in the dance category, despite perhaps only scoring 80 or lower in real life, could easily achieve a score of 90 with the aid of powerful beauty filters, such as the allure of cosmetic enhancement. What? Is this a deception? Please. The Qing dynasty has long fallen. To thrive as a streamer, one must possess not only high emotional intelligence, but also impressive skills. While good looks may enhance appeal, they are not the ultimate factor. For instance, being stunningly beautiful is futile if one lacks the ability to flatter wealthy patrons. The essence of this profession lies in the art of flattery. If one can win over influential patrons, who else would profit? Qin Mo replied with a comment. Sorry, but the host truly cannot dance. The young streamer continued to express her discomfort. The live room was painfully quiet, with only a handful of scattered comments, making it easy for her to spot Qin Mo's remark. Isn't this the dance category? Did I walk into the wrong room? He quipped. This is indeed the dance category, the young host replied shyly, feeling as though she were taking up space without contributing. Doesn't that constitute deceiving consumers? Qin Mo teased again. Let me clarify. You only become a consumer once you spend money, right? After Qin Mo's comment, a viewer with a secondary livestream badge retorted. Clearly a devoted fan of the host, Qin Mo raised an eyebrow, amused. He was being questioned about his purchasing power despite having 490,000 virtual currency at his disposal. He glanced at the username of that viewer, Guardian of the Best Cour. Cooper was the young streamer's name, Yang Cour in reality, which Qin Mo had learned through the system. He chose to ignore that individual for the moment and sent another comment. Can the host sing? Sing? I can manage a little, Yang Cour replied brightly. Let's hear Grandma's Bridge, Qin Mo requested, tossing a rocket as a token of appreciation. This rocket, not a super rocket, cost 500 virtual currency, in contrast to the 2,000 for a super rocket. Wow, this guy actually is spending power? Really? Is this a hidden big shot? 500 just to request a song? I am not Li Jia. That rocket caused the few remaining viewers in the live room to come alive, sending a flurry of comments, while the viewer who had previously doubted Qin Mo's spending capability also chimed in with a comment, punctuated with ellipses. Was he being slapped in the face? He felt a bit dazed. Am I now considered a consumer? Qin Mo had no intention of taking it seriously, merely teasing. Of course, you are the big brother. That viewer immediately conceded, realizing that one rocket could cover half a month's worth of food expenses. Qin Mo chuckled. The small live room had its advantages, as a mere 500 virtual currency gift could elevate one to a status of importance. Spending little to appear grand. I am all for it. Thank you, Brother Mo say, for the rocket. Yang Cour exclaimed, her excitement palpable. This was the first time she had received such an expensive gift during her streaming career, and she was overjoyed. The Dousha platform operated on a 55 to 45 revenue split, meaning if a host received a gift worth 100, they would take home about 50 after taxes and fees, typically around 40 in the end. If they joined a guild, fees could be reduced, but the guild would also take a cut, leaving the host with approximately 30 to 35. Since Yang Cour had only recently started streaming, she had not yet joined a guild, so that rocket would net her about 200 virtual currency. If she received one rocket daily, her profits would be quite considerable. In a city like Shanghai, while it is an international metropolis, not everyone earns tens of thousands a month. Many earn around 5,000. That single rocket equaled 10 days of Yang Cour's earnings. After expressing her gratitude, she began searching for the instrumental of Grandma's Bridge, when a dramatic moment unfolded. As the music started, Qin Mo realized something was off. Wasn't this a children's song? Did she think he was a toddler? Qin Mo quickly sent a comment expressing his bewilderment. Although 500 wasn't a huge sum, it was not meant for listening to children's songs. He felt like a foolish child of a landowner. Not just him, but the few remaining viewers were unable to contain themselves, commenting in disbelief. Incredible. This is the first time I've seen a host do this. 500 for a children's song. I am not Li Jia. Is it possible that there is another song called Grandma's Bridge apart from the children's version? I think I might have figured out why this host has so few viewers. The sparse comments continued to roll in, and Yang Cour noticed Qin Mo's remark, instantly feeling awkward. She cautiously asked, did Brother Mo say not mean this version? Am I really like a baby who needs milk? Qin Mo replied promptly. Ha ha ha, that's too much, calling me a baby. The young streamer, dear girl, you still have much to learn about live streaming. I can't take it anymore. I'm laughing so hard it hurts. Spending 500 to hear a children's song, what a talent. I'm sorry, I made a mistake, Yang Cour quickly apologized. Seeing her flustered reaction, Qin Mo couldn't help but laugh and sent another comment teasingly. If you keep this up, I might demand a refund. I sincerely apologize, please give me another chance. Big brother, Yang Cour pleaded. Let's get started, Qin Mo replied, having spent the money after all. Oh, okay, she responded, adjusting the background music before beginning to sing. Under the dark canopy, the lanterns flicker, the green stones on the rocks bear new patterns. As the gentle rain falls, the returning swallows do not wait for anyone. With fingers poised on the oars, the old man in the raincoat ties the rope beneath the bridge, rocking back and forth. The 15th day after the spring equinox is Grandma's Bridge. Longing and waiting, Grandma, Grandma, sweetly calls. Making a ruckus, the rice candy always hangs at the corner of the mouth. Never enough to eat. Beautiful, beautiful, little feet on the bridge, they sway and dance. As the song began, not only was Qin Mo astonished, but the remaining viewers in the live room were equally shocked. What was happening? Their beloved young host possessed such extraordinary talent, though not quite on par with professionals. Her ethereal voice was remarkably distinctive. Her earlier modesty about her singing prowess was clearly an understatement. Although her singing was indeed melodious, it appeared that Yang Kuer had not undergone formal training, as her rhythm was occasionally off. Nevertheless, her talent had already surpassed that of the majority. 2 minutes later, upon finishing a song, the viewers in the live stream showered her with compliments. Yang Kuer's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she graciously expressed her gratitude to the supportive fans. Is the emo-colored young man still here? She inquired. Yes, your singing is commendable. Take this, Qin Mo proclaimed with flair, promptly sending a super rocket that left the viewers astonished. Which big shot has come incognito? 2,000 yuan. My heart is bleeding. I'm in awe. I cannot comprehend the world of the elite. The little streamer isn't even flattering. This could be a wild big shot. Should I start my own stream? Oh, big shot. Look at me. I sing exceptionally well too. The barrage of comments resumed, yet Qin Mo refrained from replying, as Yang Kuer excitedly thanked him, even making a heart gesture. Thank you, emo-colored big shot, for your generous support. Little streamer is deeply grateful. What song would you like to hear next? Who said she couldn't flatter the big shot? Wasn't this quite impressive? Qin Mo found her antics amusing. This little streamer possessed a certain talent in some respects. He sent a comment saying, having witnessed your singing, I now wish to see you dance. It need not be perfect. I merely wish to observe. This was not a matter of being a lecherous man. It was absurd to enter the dance section without appreciating the dance. Indeed absurd. Yang Kuer felt a bit distressed. She truly could not dance. She had attempted it before, but even she found it quite painful to behold. Just as she hesitated, another 2 super rockets illuminated the live stream, courtesy of Qin Mo. All right. Since the emo-colored big shot wishes to see, I shall put myself on display, Yang Kuer declared, bracing herself. 2 minutes later, Qin Mo confirmed that she had not lied. It was indeed quite a spectacle. He had never fully grasped the meaning of painful to behold until now. Even the remaining viewers began to critique her performance, highlighting the impact of Yang Kuer's dancing prowess. I would like to inquire, where is the refund option? Yang Kuer had barely settled down when a comment floated by, sent by Qin Mo. Ha ha ha. It's over. The big shot is about to flee after witnessing the dance. I would run too. Ha ha ha. Big shot. I truly cannot endure this. It was hard to imagine the mental state of the streamer while performing such a dance. The live stream erupted with laughter. Yang Kuer's face turned crimson. She was well aware of the effect of her dance. Just as she was about to say something, another comment appeared. Oh dear, little streamer. Yang Kuer's face reddened further, and she bashfully suggested, big shot, how about I sing to make amends? After a few songs, the viewers gradually recovered from the earlier painful experience. I feel much better now. Indeed, as long as she doesn't dance, the streamer has quite a sparkle. Care for some inducing services? Is it my fault? Yang Kuer naturally noticed the comments and rolled her eyes, retorting, what do you mean, me? Qin Mo found this entertaining. From what he knew, this little streamer had a commendable figure, looks, personality, and moderate talent, but dancing was not her forte. That last point was particularly crucial. After watching for a while longer, Qin Mo relished the feeling of being regarded as a big shot. Although the audience was small, it was effective. In the grand streams of larger hosts, without a king badge, even if you sent 10 super rockets, you could hardly be considered a wealthy patron. Those streams required at least a king badge to be deemed a big shot, while only the super emperor could be titled a wealthy patron. The next tier above that was the phantom god. That was no longer merely a wealthy patron. It was a super wealthy patron, requiring not only the super emperor badge, but also a monthly expenditure of 500,000 soft sister coins to illuminate it, maintaining that for a month. If one wished to continue illuminating it, they would need to spend 500,000 each month. Such super big shots were exceedingly rare, even across the entire Douxia platform. In the end, Qin Mo sent 2 more rockets before exiting the live stream. Although Yang Kuer was quite beautiful, he thought, this is a dance section. It would be soulless not to appreciate the dance. He was prepared to take his ammunition to the next battlefield. But do not ask. He was simply in search of a soul's haven. The big shot has left. Oh no, the little streamer has reverted to her original form. You had your chance, and you squandered it. The opportunity to cling to a big shot was utterly obliterated by a dance. How utterly hilarious. Ha ha. The impact was too great. I too cannot accept it. In the live stream, once the viewers realized Qin Mo had departed, they began to tease Yang Kuer. She, not willing to back down, retorted, who says I cannot dance? Just wait until I practice for 2 days. I will certainly mesmerize you all. Do you believe me? Brothers? No, no. I have something to attend to. I'm slipping away. The teasing resumed, and Yang Kuer was left fuming. Meanwhile, Qin Mo had finally found a somewhat tolerable live stream. The host, whom he scanned, scored a 79 in looks, but with the aid of beautification. She could indeed be considered a goddess among homebodies. Welcome to the newcomers. The female host greeted in a clipped tone, having just finished dancing, her breath slightly hurried. The dance was decent, but the looks, sigh, having a scanning system is not always a boon, Qin Mo lamented. With the scanning system, the number of beauties in the dance section had plummeted significantly. Perhaps this was a drawback. He promptly exited the live stream, and, after a bit of back and forth, returned to the gaming section. After watching for a while, he sent 2 rockets and prepared to log off, having barely spent any of the 500,000 fish fins in his account. After all, finding a place to spend money was quite the challenge. The troubles of the wealthy were remarkably mundane. Just as he was about to exit Do Sha, he noticed the message icon in the upper left corner light up. Upon clicking it, he discovered that Yang Kuer had followed him and sent a message. Thank you, Big Shot, for your generous support. I am immensely grateful. May I follow you as well? Qin Mo glanced at her. The little streamer was not bad looking, so he decided to follow her without responding to her message. And then he logged off. At 6:10 in the evening, Qin Jianming and Wang Xia had yet to return. Taking the car keys, Qin Mo stepped out. After all, one must seek sustenance when hunger strikes. This time, however, he was not driving the Panamera but rather the older Audi A6 belonging to his father. As the Panamera was out with his father on business, Qin Mo was indifferent. He had driven it before, though the Audi A6 was indeed a bit dated. He was merely going out for a meal, not to woo women, so it mattered little. Arriving at the clay pot rice place he had visited previously, Qin Mo was still quite fond of it. Upon entering, he ordered his usual, spicy chicken clay pot rice and a glass of mango juice. Relishing the familiar flavors and satisfaction. This taste truly never gets old, Qin Mo remarked, letting out a burp. Having quickly finished his meal and preparing to settle the bill, he received a message in the group chat from Lu Tao and the others. Upon opening it, he was stunned to find a photo of 2 hands intertwined. Seeing that Lu Tao had sent it, he was taken aback. Hadn't this guy just said there was no progress in the morning? Wang Hui. Chen Chao, did you succeed? Lu Tao, not yet, but it's close. Qin Mo disdain. Wang Hui disdain. Chen Chao disdain. The 3 brothers swiftly united on the same front. To all the single souls out there, feel free to bask in your envy. Ha ha ha. Lu Tao replied with pride in the group chat, accompanied by a cheeky meme. Ugh, I'll give you 5 yuan to go take him down, Wang Hui quipped. I'll offer you 10. Make sure you eliminate him, Qin Mo interjected. I'll contribute 20. Make sure to procure the WeChat of the milk tea goddess. Chen Chao replied. What the hell? Astonishing. The villain is right by my side. Wang Hui and Qin Mo suddenly reversed their stance, with Lu Tao joining in as well. Chen Chao was left bewildered, questioning, what is going on? Where am I? Wasn't I just mocking Lu Tao? How did it turn into a focus on me? I considered you a brother, yet you covet my wife? Lu Tao swiftly retorted. How shameful to consort with a villain. Qin Mo also chimed in. Indeed, how disgraceful. Wang Hui echoed. This gathering had instantaneously transformed into a crusade against the villain. Chen Chao. I'm drunk. Chen Chao was at a loss. How had the flames of ridicule turned upon him? I propose we expel this villain from the chat. He is too dangerous. Who would have thought such shamelessness existed among us? Wang Hui added another jab. Get lost, you bastard. Chen Chao erupted. Ha 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 ha. Qin Mo and Lu Tao burst into laughter. What is up with you two? Qin Mo inquired. Wang Hui and Chen Chao fell silent, awaiting Lu Tao's response. Perhaps the goddess sensed my genuine heart, Lu Tao replied. That rascal should indeed be ousted from the chat, Wang Hui commented. I concur, Qin Mo replied. Let us kick him out. Chen Chao chimed in. Lu Tao expressed his disbelief. Chapter 38. Drink responsibly. Is it really that simple? Wang Hui asked incredulously. Lu Tao briefly recounted the duo's escapade. According to him, they merely strolled about, and things naturally progressed. Wang Hui and Chen Chao were utterly envious. Querying in the group chat if the milk tea goddess had any roommates to introduce to them, Qin Mo found it amusing, noting that school was about to commence. And what good would introductions do? What? Long-distance relationship? 90% of long-distance relationships end in tragedy. Who knows? You might even end up with a little cap, he remarked. Hey, if you call me dad, I'll help you inquire, Lu Tao boasted. I think it's better to consider getting rid of him, Wang Hui suggested earnestly. Agreed. Chen Chao added, feeling deceived by this rascal. He could not accept it. Ha 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 ha. These two were utterly amusing, and Qin Mo chuckled at the messages. Lu Tao replied with 6 dots, then continued, don't bother. After that, he vanished from the group. It seemed he was off to seek his ethereal goddess once more. After chatting a bit longer, Qin Mo got into his vehicle and drove home. By the time he arrived, it was nearly 8 o'clock, and neither Qin Jianming nor Wang Xia had returned. Qin Mo inquired via WeChat and learned that they were on their way back. After receiving the message, Qin Mo retreated to his room to play video games. Half an hour later, Wang Xia and Qin Jianming returned. Upon seeing Qin Jiaming's state, Qin Mo instantly realized he had consumed considerable alcohol and hurried to assist him. How much has my dad drunk? Qin Mo asked while helping. 5 people. 3 bottles of Matai. What do you think? Wang Xia replied, exasperated. A single bottle of Matai, 500 milliliters, is roughly a pound. Thus, 3 bottles total 1,500 milliliters, which is about 3 pounds. Calculating for 5 individuals, each would receive approximately 6 taels. Over half a pound? Qin Mo inquired tentatively. Yes, Wang Xia nodded. Then my dad has truly surpassed his limits. Qin Mo laughed. Qin Jiaming's tolerance was typically half a pound. Exceeding that would spell trouble, yet this time, he managed to drink 6 taels. Humph, just shy of embarrassing himself. Wang Xia rolled her eyes at Qin Mo, annoyed. After inquiring, Qin Mo learned that after the drinking session, Wang Xia had taken old Qin home, only to encounter a passing dog, which prompted old Qin to want to share a drink. Ha 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 ha. Qin Mo burst into laughter. It seems moderation in drinking is essential, he mused. Drinking excessively isn't frightening. What is truly terrifying is making a fool of oneself, and the most dreadful part is when someone reminds you the next day. The following day, at 10 o'clock in the morning, Qin Jiaming groggily awoke, having slept on the sofa. Upon seeing Qin Mo and Wang Xia having breakfast, he asked, "Why didn't you wake me? Go wash up first, then eat." Wang Xia shot him a glare. Qin Mo stifled a laugh, while Qin Jiaming appeared utterly perplexed. He could not recall anything from the previous night. After washing up in the bathroom, he furrowed his brow and asked, "What is that awful smell? You don't remember your own actions?" Wang Xia served him a bowl of congee, rolling her eyes. Ha ha ha. Qin Mo couldn't hold back his laughter. Subsequently, he recounted the incident of old Qin wanting to drink with the dog. Old Qin was left speechless, utterly incredulous. This can't be true. I can't remember a thing. Just smell your clothes, and you'll understand, Wang Xia replied. Qin Jiaming skeptically regarded the two, questioning if he could commit such an embarrassing act. He lowered his head to sniff, nearly retching. Hastily, he removed his clothes and rushed to the bathroom for a shower. Emerging about 10 minutes later, "Come eat. The food will get cold," Wang Xia called. "Dad, what kind of dog can make you want to drink with it?" Qin Mo teased. "How would I know? I don't have the slightest impression," Qin Jiaming responded. "That counts as a unique experience," Qin Mo chuckled. "Eat." Qin Jiaming glared at Qin Mo, muttering that he always brought up the wrong topics. Due to a recently signed major contract, some matters required Qin Jiaming's supervision. So after breakfast, he headed to the company while Qin Mo returned to his room. It was already August 18th. With just over 10 days left until he reported to Tianfu, Qin Mo pondered that he would certainly need to purchase a car by then. He still had a 5-fold cashback card in used and over 300,000 in funds. Thus, the total amount available to him was 1.5 million. Considering the price range, there weren't many options. A Porsche 911 Carrera seemed like a good choice. The base price was 1.29 million. But due to Porsche's usual practices, additional options were necessary before delivery. A simple selection, alongside taxes and insurance, would bring the total to roughly 1.6 million, barely manageable. However, having grown accustomed to the Panamera Sport Turismo, transitioning to a 911 Carrera was a challenge Qin Mo found hard to accept. If financing were an option, the choices would multiply: McLaren, Maserati, Lamborghini Huracan, Ferrari, and so on. But financing came with its own complications, as he would have to make monthly payments. Qin Mo expressed his aversion to that notion, leaving him conflicted. He had no intention of considering a used car. After all, one's first vehicle should undoubtedly be a new one. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm talking about a car, Qin Mo mused to himself. Finally, he sighed, realizing he was still too poor. If only his funds could skyrocket tenfold, all these worries would vanish. Then, no car would pose a problem. Never mind, I'll wait and see. There's no point in being troubled now. What if the system tasks deliver a critical blow, and I take off directly? Qin Mo pondered. He then opened the Douxia platform, thinking it would be a waste not to utilize the over 400,000 fish fins in his account. Was he the kind of person who liked to waste? Certainly not. To his surprise, Yang Cooter was also live-streaming at this hour, prompting Qin Mo to acknowledge the little streamer's dedication. Habitually, he clicked in to take a look. Since the last time she discovered her singing had a positive effect, she had transitioned her focus to the music category. Although her audience remained modest, the quality of her streams appeared to have improved significantly. "Ah, welcome, esteemed Mo say." Yang Cooter instantly recognized Qin Mo's ID and excitedly welcomed him, as he was the first to grace her stream with a super rocket. "Oh, the little streamer has changed categories?" Qin Mo observed the VIP section, noting that it still consisted of the same familiar water friends, and thus playfully sent a barrage of comments. The dance category truly doesn't suit me," Yang Cooter replied, somewhat embarrassed. Chapter 39, The Milk Bottle Link. Ha ha. The little streamer has recognized her limitations. If she stayed in the dance category any longer, even Dosha's management might intervene. Have you heard of the chaotic dance of demons? Qin Mo chuckled at the rolling comments on the screen, joining in the teasing. Give it a thumbs up. That is a wise choice. Yang Kuer's face flushed deeper, and feigning pride, she responded, I specifically learned to dance. In a few days, I'll definitely mesmerize you all, so don't regret it then. I'm a bit scared to ask, do you all dare to watch? Oh my. I feel that the ability to dance is not actually that important. What do you think? Exactly, not important at all. Yang Kuer gazed at the barrage of comments from her water friends, nearly exasperated enough to turn away. She wanted to ask, is it really that exaggerated? Qin Mo was amused by the antics of these water friends, but couldn't help but admire Yang Kuer. It was indeed miraculous that she still had fans. Although the stream had a limited audience, the atmosphere remained jovial, especially after Qin Mo's arrival, as those water friends remembered this generous benefactor. Esteemed one, what song would you like to hear? It's on the house. Yang Kuer playfully remarked, feeling grateful for the super rockets Qin Mo had gifted her previously. Without hesitation, Qin Mo requested a song, and Yang Kuer found the accompaniment and began to sing. Remarkably, she didn't bring up the topic of gifts, which earned her some goodwill from Qin Mo. Unlike other streamers, who would subtly or overtly remind affluent viewers to spend, since gifts were king in this industry, those without money were often ignored. After the song concluded, the water friends in the stream began to cheer and praise her, prompting Yang Kuer to smirk with satisfaction. Is the little streamer getting a bit carried away? How bold? Are you barking like a dog? I feel like it's time to teach her a lesson. Brothers, retreat. The water friends frantically typed in the comments. Qin Mo directly launched 2 rockets, diminishing 1,000 yuan from his account. Seeing the gifts, Yang Kuer exclaimed with gratitude. Thank you, esteemed one. This was an unexpected delight. She had not anticipated Qin Mo would spend again, and her face lit up with joy. I don't understand the world of the wealthy. Could it be that this benefactor has ulterior motives? Oh, is the little streamer in danger? The financial assault is too formidable. Yang Kuer noticed the comments drifting through the stream, her face instantly reddening. How could she not understand the unspoken rules between streamers and wealthy patrons? So, she cautiously remarked, esteemed one, the little streamer sells art, not her body. This statement made it clear that she would not succumb to monetary temptations. Although she was a streamer, she did not wish to earn in such a manner and still held her principles. Qin Mo laughed at Yang Kuer, as if she were insinuating he had nefarious intentions. He quickly typed a comment. Are you sure you want to hear what you're saying? Ha 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 ha. You've made me laugh, being scorned by the benefactor. TSK, how embarrassing. This is too entertaining. I've saved a screenshot. Confident yet ordinary, a typical girl. Ha ha ha, typical girl confirmed. The comments overflowed with joy, and Qin Mo's remark was simply too amusing. Was it really that nonsensical? Yang Kuer was left flustered, her face turning a deep crimson. After some time, she managed to regain her composure and indignantly retorted to the water friends. That's enough. Do you think I'm not beautiful? You're indeed beautiful. But typical is also typical. I refuse to believe it unless you show me in person. You're too much, brother. Can the streamer share her location? I'll head over right now. A torrent of comments flooded in again, gradually subsiding after some time. Yang Kuer was thoroughly exasperated by these mischievous water friends. I want to tell you my address, she huffed. Soon, more comments flowed in, questioning whether the streamer was afraid or if she would be exposed. The most outrageous comment read, I know it. The streamer is actually a man. We've all been duped. Qin Mo burst out laughing upon seeing this comment. These water friends were truly entertaining. Yang Kuer rolled her eyes in exasperation, retorting indignantly. Have you ever seen a man with such ample bosoms? The comments resumed their rapid pace. Although the audience was small, the speed of the comments created an illusion of a bustling stream. Qin Mo watched Yang Kuer banter with the water friends and chuckled. A streamer who could engage so well with the comments was indeed one of a kind, like a scorpion defecating, truly unique. Ahem, give me some face, Wienzu. Qin Mo sent a rocket, which immediately caught the attention of the water friends, who began to praise him again. Following up, he sent another comment asking, excuse me, where can I buy the streamer's milk bottle? Is there a link? My friend also wants one just like it. Wow, it must be the benefactor. It's so straightforward. Ha ha ha, is the milk bottle alright? Creating friendships out of thin air. Oh no, Wang Zai is about to become a hurricane. I can't handle it. Ha 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 ha, you're killing me upstairs. What is a hurricane? If you don't understand, just ask the fruit shop owner. Yang Kuer naturally saw this comment, her face turning a bright red. Fortunately, the lighting was sufficient, making it less noticeable. As an online warrior, how could she possibly back down? She immediately replied, then how about you come over here, and I'll personally take you? Time and place. I'll book the tickets immediately. Qin Mo wouldn't let the momentum die and boldly responded, asserting that he must help his friend acquire that milk bottle. Humph. Yang Kuer thought Qin Mo was serious and pretended to be frightened, rolling her eyes dramatically before refraining from further comment. Ha ha ha, the little streamer is scared. I'm dying of laughter. It's true that he is a benefactor, ready to fly at a moment's notice. Does this count as a reverse nationwide flight? Wang Zai is safe. Ignoring the barrage of comments, Qin Mo cheekily typed, "Is the streamer still there? Esteemed one. I was wrong." Yang Kuer pitifully pleaded for mercy in the live stream, unable to withstand the pressure, truly overwhelmed. Should she take it down and send it to Qin Mo instead? How dare you challenge me? Qin Mo chuckled triumphantly and subsequently sent a barrage of comments, stating, "Recognizing one's mistakes is a great virtue. Remember to send me the links in the future, as one should not indulge alone." What does this imply? Is Lee hinting at something sinister? Chapter 40. Let's delve deeper into this. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. The audacity to indulge alone has led me to suspect that the big shot is a rather lewd man. Insert Doge emoji for safety. Are you the one showcasing your skills? Branch 666. Are you going to eat the oil cake? Give me a little lychee. Do you heed the words of others? Quickly delete my words. Little black hat. All little black hats. Qin Mo swiftly recognized the nature of the comments and quickly typed, "I advise you, Susan, if this continues, I shall hold on tightly." Is the big shot also a chicken enthusiast? We chickens hold our heads high. It's already exploded with orange, thank you. Steamed shrimp head, is it good? Is it fragrant wings over rice? Susan Zisha. Steamed black fish. In an instant, it ignited the enthusiasm of all chicken lovers in the live stream. The essence was unmistakable. Indeed, the chicken community is a big family, and chicken friends do not deceive me. Qin Mo could not help but marvel. There are hardly a few in all of Huagua capable of achieving this. I beseech you to cease your divine antics. The super admin has issued a warning. Yang Kuter gazed at the warning prompt on the screen, pleading with her viewers to refrain, lest they find themselves in the proverbial black room after the stream. Qin Mo boldly sent 5 airplanes, declaring, "Little host, be silent. This is our chicken family as communication. Big shot, please don't go that far. The live stream may truly vanish." Yang Kuer lamented. Yet, before her words could fully escape her lips, a fiery barrage abruptly silenced her. And an even bolder maneuver followed. An emoticon of a chicken in overalls appeared on the screen in the blink of an eye. This move genuinely left everyone in the live stream dumbfounded. Even Qin Mo felt a shiver down his spine from the display. A chicken crown head in overalls. Yang Kuer's voice resonated in the live stream. She was about to express her stance, yet before she could finish, the screen went dark, displaying a message that the live stream had been closed due to violations. No way, Asian, are you serious? Ha ha, I can't take it anymore. Who will save me? This is hilarious. She is too good at streaming. A streaming genius. Qin Mo burst into laughter. This maneuver was simply too impressive. The entertainment value was explosively high. After about 10 minutes, Yang Kuer was finally released from the black room, and Qin Mo, along with a group of viewers, rushed back into the live stream. Ha ha, the warrior has returned. I've already recorded that move and posted it on a certain app. No need to thank me. If it goes viral, just give me a kick. This show is delightful. Qin Mo was the first to send a fiery gift as a token of condolence. And Yang Kuer had not expected the super admin to be so swift. However, upon seeing Qin Mo's fiery gift, she instantly cast aside the earlier incident. Thank you for the fiery gift, much love. Yang Kuer beamed with joy. To emerge from the black room and receive a fiery gift was simply a delightful surprise. Little host, splendid show, richly rewarded. Qin Mo proclaimed grandly. Thank you, big shot, Yang Kuer replied playfully, winking as she expressed her gratitude once more. I have seen. No need to thank me, Qin Mo teased. The barrage of comments began to fill with various memes, and Yang Kuer merely snorted, then turned on the music to serenade the audience. Truth be told, in that moment, Qin Mo sensed she possessed remarkable potential as a comedic talent. However, while Yang Kuer sang, she exuded a captivating allure, even causing the viewers to quiet down. Qin Mo quietly savored the musical immersion. Over the past few days, Yang Kuer had undoubtedly found her direction in live streaming. Every day after broadcasting, she would watch videos on enhancing her singing skills, indicating she had done her homework. Now, the results were evident. Qin Mo noticed a marked improvement compared to her earlier performances. Though still melodious, subtle distinctions were perceptible upon careful listening. Isn't the singing delightful? Why not send some gifts in support, you bunch of freeloaders? Yang Kuer smugly remarked, then added, except for the big shot. Asking for gifts yet being so arrogant? Little host, have you not grasped the situation? I report, there are individuals misleading others for gifts here. Apologies, I'm accustomed to freeloading. I've never known what gifts are. I suddenly remembered I have matters at home. I must take my leave. Yang Kuer was infuriated by these viewers, who loved to boast yet fled at the mention of gifts. Truly exasperating. Little host, your cohesion is lacking. Qin Mo teased in a message. Sigh. I've already given up, Yang Kuer half-jokingly replied. She understood well, but bore no ill will towards the viewers. Rather, she felt content simply having their company. After all, at least each of them would renew their subscription monthly, right? Clearly still quite enthusiastic, Qin Mo messaged. What? Yang Kuer was taken aback, not comprehending Qin Mo's meaning. At that moment, someone in the live stream deciphered the implication of his words. Is he openly flirting? Moderator, take note. Good heavens, I finally understand. The big shot's speed is astonishing. Heavens, ISNT that a kindergarten-level approach. I want to get off. Is the king of Autumn Mountain in your presence? If this is considered flirting, I can only say, as expected of you. Yang Kuer realized what was happening. Her cheeks flushed as she retorted, slander. You are slandering me. Qin Mo replied, big shot, surrender. Outside are all the admirers. Yang Kuer teased. You all are the ones imagining things. What does it have to do with me? You lot are the impure ones. Qin Mo messaged. Upon reading this comment, within seconds, the screen was filled with ellipses. The viewers were left speechless at Qin Mo's audacity to turn the tables and accuse them of being impure. Even Yang Kuer was taken aback, bursting into laughter. Big shot, your skin is indeed thick. Little host, have you gotten carried away? Qin Mo replied. I wonder who is the real father in this livestream. I was mistaken. Yang Kuer feigned innocence, instantly admitting her fault. Her pitiful demeanor paired with those enchanting eyes was utterly captivating. Oh no, it's the feeling of a heartbeat. As Qin Mo gazed at Yang Kuer, his heart skipped a beat. Could the little host not realize how lethal her charm was? Oh no, my heart races, I need help. Can't hold on any longer. See you in 2 minutes. Wait upstairs, let us go together. I only regret not having the funds to provide the host with a home. I'm truly sorry for you, my second brother. I must end the stream quickly. I need to have an in-depth conversation with you. Qin Mo promptly replied. Yang Kuer's face flushed instantly. She certainly understood the meaning behind those words and playfully rolled her eyes. Big shot. You're so naughty. Chapter 41. Tang Shi's Invitation. Amidst the viewers' teasing, Yang Kuer's complexion grew increasingly flushed, yet she could only choose to act as if she hadn't seen it, then rolled her eyes dramatically. Qin Mo couldn't help but chuckle at the scene before him. The young streamer seemed quite bashful. It was only natural, considering Yang Kuer had earned a purity rating of 96, having never experienced such matters, which would understandably render her somewhat shy. After a while, the barrage of comments began to subside, and Yang Kuer returned to her usual self, playfully sparring with the viewers in the chat. Qin Mo occasionally chimed in with a couple of comments to enliven the atmosphere. Before long, it was already noon. Yang Kuer glanced at the time and announced in the stream that she would be signing off, promising to return at precisely 4 o'clock. With that, the live stream abruptly went dark. The sudden conclusion left Qin Mo momentarily stunned. She could easily rival a certain renowned gaming streamer, Xiaobo. After Yang Kuer ended her broadcast, a few viewers sent a few more comments before logging off, while Qin Mo had already exited the live stream. He perused the homepage for a while, but found no intriguing streamers, feeling somewhat disheartened before logging off Dosha. At that moment, Tang Shi sent him a message inquiring if he was free. Qin Mo replied, asking what's up. He didn't respond to her question immediately, but instead asked first. I'm feeling bored at home and thought I'd take a stroll. Do you have time? Tang Shi replied. A world for two? Qin Mo teased in response. Tang Shi replied with a couple of eye-roll emojis. Not wanting to dawdle, Qin Mo sent a message asking, are you at home? Yes, Tang Shi replied almost instantly. Wait for me, Qin Mo texted back before getting up to find Wang Xia for the car keys. Upon reading the message, Tang Shi couldn't help but smile slightly. Setting her phone down to select an outfit from her wardrobe, knowing it would be a while before Qin Mo arrived. As Qin Mo pulled up to the entrance of Tang Shi's community in his Panamera shooting break, he texted her to announce his arrival, receiving a prompt reply acknowledging it. After about 2 minutes, a figure in a flowing white dress with French bangs, resembling a little fairy, emerged from within. It was Tang Shi. Qin Mo was momentarily taken aback. She had even put on makeup. The makeup was subtle, imparting an exquisite aura that made her appear even more pure and enchanting, truly like a beam of moonlight. Without makeup, Tang Shi's beauty rated at a solid 89, but with the light cosmetics, she certainly surpassed the 90 mark. Wait a minute, Qin Mo noted something unusual. Tang Shi usually went barefaced, yet today she had adorned herself? What could this mean? As Tang Shi approached the car and gently tapped on the window, Qin Mo snapped back to reality and pressed the unlock button. She got in, tucking a few stray strands of hair behind her ear. Her voice soft and curious as she inquired, what were you just looking at? Her keen gaze had caught his, prompting her curiosity. You. Qin Mo replied candidly. Surprised by his straightforwardness, Tang Shi glanced at him and asked, "Am I pretty?" "Absolutely. You look just like a star," Qin Mo marveled. "Flatterer," Tang Shi replied. A smirk gracing her lips as she turned away, satisfied with his answer. "Class monitor, does this count as a date?" Qin Mo teased. "What do you think?" Tang Shi countered with a wink. "Something's off with you," Qin Mo remarked, playfully suggesting, "I know, you have a crush on me. You're so full of yourself." Tang Shi retorted with an eye roll, dismissing his claim. "Ha ha ha, but you really do look stunning today, thumbs up." Qin Mo earnestly complimented, then added, "TSK. The goddess of Fudan. I can already envision the scene outside your school gate when classes resume." "It's not that exaggerated," Tang Shi replied nonchalantly, aware of her good looks, yet believing it wasn't to such an extent. "If I had known earlier, I would have pursued you," Qin Mo jested. "Humph," Tang Shi huffed, not directly addressing the comment as she turned to gaze out the window, a hint of a smile curving her lips. "By the way, where are we headed?" Qin Mo asked. Tang Shi had merely mentioned going for a stroll without specifying a destination, so he sought clarification. "Anywhere is fine. You decide," she replied casually. Still gazing outside, Qin Mo studied her expression. What did this mean? If a girl invites you out and lets you choose the place, there's a 90 chance she's hinting at something. It signifies that her concern lies not in the destination but in the company. "To home or to my place?" Qin Mo quipped. "Why do you have so many mischievous thoughts?" Tang Shi playfully shot him a glance, a rosy hue blossoming on her fair cheeks, enhancing her already alluring features. "Ha ha ha, how about we go to Songcheng?" Qin Mo pivoted the conversation and inquired about her opinion. Songcheng, located on Zhejiang Road in the Westlake District, is a cultural theme park themed around the Song dynasty, a must-visit spot in Hangzhou. Ideal for friends or couples to enjoy. Although a local, Qin Mo had never actually been there, having only heard others rave about it, and how one could experience various aspects of Song culture. "Sure," Tang Shi replied without a moment's hesitation, her eyes lighting up. Qin Mo wasted no time and promptly booked 2 tickets on his phone, which also included a performance of Eternal Love, scheduled for 7:30 in the evening. It was not his intention to book so late. The show only had 2 performances, one in the afternoon at 2 and the other at 7:30. Given that it was already 1 o'clock, driving there would take about an hour, making the earlier show impossible to catch. The ticket price was 330 yuan each, totaling 660 yuan, quite a lucky number. Qin Mo paid without batting an eyelid. "What? This small sum doesn't warrant a blink, does it? Who do you think I am?" The blessings of the day had arrived on schedule. Qin Mo had never fought such a wealthy battle, and his heart remained steady. "Buckle up, we're off," Qin Mo declared. He had no intention of helping Tang Shi with her seatbelt, as that gesture would come across as overly familiar unless they were in a romantic or flirtatious relationship, which would be quite awkward. Tang Shi quickly fastened her seatbelt, and Qin Mo started the engine. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Qin Mo finally arrived at Songcheng. As it was nearing the end of summer vacation, the tourist spot was bustling with people. After a lengthy search for a parking spot, he finally parked the car and exchanged the tickets at the ticket booth, allowing the two of them to enter Songcheng smoothly. Chapter 42. Your girlfriend is truly beautiful. Inside Songcheng, the crowd was thick, and the nearby alleys were teeming with people, creating a lively atmosphere. The air was infused with a faint aroma wafting from the incense pouch shop within Songcheng. "What a lively scene," Tang Shi exclaimed. Her spirits lifted as she took in the bustling, culturally rich streets. "It's the end of the holiday, so of course, there are more people," Qin Mo replied as he walked alongside Tang Shi, soaking in the vibrant Song dynasty ambience that made one feel as if they had stepped back in time. "This is my first time here. I've heard there are many fun things to do," Qin Mo said with a smile as they ventured deeper into the park. "By the way, I heard you can rent Hanfu here. Should we give it a try?" Qin Mo suggested, envisioning how stunning Tang Shi would look in traditional attire. "Sounds great." Tang Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had never had the chance to experience wearing Hanfu before. In the bustling North Street, the allure of Hanfu rentals beckoned to us. Qin Mo swiftly located the shop via Songcheng's dedicated app and led Tang Shi directly to the Hanfu store. "Good day. Are you two here to rent Hanfu?" Upon entering, the shop assistant greeted them warmly. The store was abuzz with women selecting their Hanfu, some meticulously choosing while others adjusted their makeup in front of mirrors. The variety of styles on display was quite impressive. "Are you going to choose one, Qin Mo?" Tang Shi inquired. "I think I'll pass," Qin Mo replied, shaking his head. He felt that wearing Hanfu would seem peculiar on him. After all, the elegance of traditional attire often favored those with a certain charm, and he was acutely aware that his looks did not align with that aesthetic. "All right then," Tang Shi responded, turning to browse the exquisite selections. The range of Hanfu styles was abundant, and she found each piece enchanting. After some deliberation and with the assistance of a shop assistant, she finally settled on a stunning outfit. Wait for me, Qin Mo, she said before disappearing into the fitting room with the assistant. She emerged in a flowing, water-green gown that gracefully accentuated her slender neck, the hem brushing her ankles. Delicate golden embroidery adorned her waist, while intricate patterns decorated the bodice, all topped with a sheer overlay that highlighted her curvaceous silhouette. After a lengthy moment of admiring her reflection, Tang Shi beamed with satisfaction. You look absolutely stunning. Your boyfriend will surely adore this. The shop assistant exclaimed as she helped smooth out the fabric. With her striking beauty, Tang Shi was indeed a rare gem, embodying the grace of a Jiangnan woman. Standing at approximately 1.7 meters tall, she appeared as if she had stepped straight out of a painting, radiating an ethereal charm. Thank you, she replied. A faint blush gracing her cheeks when the assistant mistakenly referred to Qin Mo as her boyfriend. However, she did not correct her, instead appearing slightly bashful. Qin Mo, do I look good? She asked softly as she approached him. Upon seeing her adorned in the hanfu, Qin Mo's eyes sparkled with admiration. You look beautiful, he praised enthusiastically. The assistant, observing their interaction, couldn't help but chuckle, sensing the sweet dynamics of a blossoming romance. You have great taste, young man, finding such a lovely girlfriend. Qin Mo paused for a moment, glancing at Tang Shi, who merely averted her gaze, clearly not intending to refute the comment. Haha, thank you for the compliment. I also think my girlfriend is stunning, he retorted with a playful wink in Tang Shi's direction. Unwilling to appear ungracious, Qin Mo conceded to the praise. Tang Shi's face flushed with warmth as she shot him an exasperated glance. The assistant giggled softly, leading Tang Shi to a makeup station for final touches. The rental service included makeup and hairstyling, providing excellent value at only 200 yuan, which Qin Mo found quite reasonable. After approximately 20 minutes, Tang Shi emerged with her makeup completed. She had already worn a light application of makeup, so only minimal adjustments were necessary. Her eyebrows were transformed into elegant, slender arches, and a decorative floral dot graced her forehead. Her hair was elegantly pinned up with a wooden hairpin, exuding freshness and charm. Qin Mo was engrossed in his phone when Tang Shi approached him and gently tapped his shoulder. He looked up, momentarily taken aback by her beauty. Are you all right? She playfully waved her hand in front of him, puzzled by his silence. I finally understand why the term little fairy exists, he exclaimed, genuinely impressed. Tang Shi's cheeks flushed again, and she playfully scolded him. Stop saying such things. There are others around. But it was too late. Her beauty had already drawn the attention of the other patrons, who cast envious glances her way. The men accompanying their girlfriends felt the sting of jealousy as they glanced between Tang Shi and their partners, suddenly feeling less satisfied with their choices. Bro, you have great taste, one man exclaimed, giving Qin Mo a thumbs up, clearly envious. Haha, thank you. Your girlfriend is lovely as well, Qin Mo replied with a grin, returning the compliment. At that moment, Tang Shi returned after settling the rental fee. All right, we can head out now, she said. Qin Mo nodded, planning to return the hanfu later that evening. Once outside the store, they strolled down the bustling street filled with unique culinary delights and cultural offerings, though the crowd was quite overwhelming. Tang Shi's attire attracted considerable attention, while Qin Mo felt slightly out of place, sensing the envious gazes of other men directed at him. Why do I feel a bit uneasy? He muttered to himself. What's wrong? Tang Shi asked, casting a concerned glance at him. Qin Mo grimaced. Just look at the way those guys are staring. It feels as if they want to devour me. Tang Shi glanced around, quickly understanding the situation, and burst into laughter. Well, you brought this upon yourself. This is clearly an unwarranted disaster. Qin Mo lamented, though his annoyance faded when he saw Tang Shi's smile. All right, I'll treat you to something delicious later, she said playfully, winking at him. I want a large portion, Qin Mo declared, his mood lightening as he transformed frustration into appetite, prompting Tang Shi to tease. Eat a large portion. The street was teeming with people, with long lines at nearly every stall, which left Qin Mo feeling rather despondent as they waited. Holding a dry, unappetizing baked flatbread, he raised an eyebrow. Are you serious, class monitor? Tang Shi took a delicate bite of her own flatbread, feeling a bit sheepish as she stuck out her tongue. This stall had a shorter line, but the others are taking forever, Qin Mo quipped. Does this mean I've been CPU'd by you? What do you mean? Tang Shi looked at him, puzzled, unaware of the reference. As he munched on his flatbread, Qin Mo explained the joke, prompting Tang Shi to roll her eyes. What do you want to eat? I can queue for you. I'm just joking. I couldn't possibly let such a beautiful lady stand in line for me. If Zhang Jia found out, she might just jump up and hit my knee, Qin Mo teased. Though Zhang Jia was not as short as he implied, but still smaller than him. Stop joking. And by the way, I have nothing to do with Zhang Jia. So don't say such things, Tang Shi retorted with a playful huff. Qin Mo nodded, chuckling while silently mourning for Zhang Jia. They continued to enjoy their culinary exploration for over an hour, ultimately sampling only 3 dishes due to the overwhelming crowds. I'm exhausted, Tang Shi said with a tone reminiscent of a playful pout. There's a resting area over there, Qin Mo pointed out, guiding her to a bench. Would you like something to drink? I can go get it. Tang Shi rubbed her legs, still holding half of her flatbread. After a moment, she decided. I want a Yuanchi forest. Qin Mo noted her request and headed to a nearby convenience store. Moments later, he returned with 2 bottles, one peach-flavored and the other sea salt lemon. Without hesitation, Tang Shi chose the peach flavor. Qin Mo attentively twisted open the cap for her. Tang Shi's lips curled into a smile as she took a sip, the icy refreshment instantly revitalizing her, with the rich flavor of peach flooding her palate. Why do I feel like I'm acting like a caring boyfriend? Qin Mo remarked. What? Do you wish to exercise the privileges of a boyfriend? Tang Shi blinked playfully. May I? Qin Mo retorted with a question of his own. Just kidding. Would you really be timid at a time like this? What privileges do you wish to exercise? Tang Shi took another sip of water, gazing at Qin Mo. This left Qin Mo momentarily taken aback. A kiss? That's acceptable, Tang Shi nodded. Qin Mo froze, his expression one of disbelief. After a while, he responded by touching Tang Shi's forehead and then his own, perplexed. You're not feverish, are you? Have you been possessed? You're the one who is possessed. Tang Shi swatted Qin Mo's hand away, casting him an exasperated glance. Seriously? Qin Mo questioned, his face reflecting skepticism. Tang Shi regarded him as though he were simple-minded, and only then did Qin Mo realize, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Well, I might just go for it. Too late, you missed your chance a moment ago, Tang Shi huffed with a hint of pride, tightening the bottle cap and rising to walk ahead. Qin Mo scratched his head, pondering whether Tang Shi had been joking. The thought struck him, leaving him with a sensation akin to losing a fortune. His lips twitched at the notion of letting such a splendid opportunity slip away. Tang Shi, observing his regretful demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle, feeling a twinge of satisfaction. Now you're regretting it, but it's too late. Qin Mo felt a bit disheartened, wishing he could slap himself for missing such a wonderful chance. Truly a heart-wrenching moment. Class monitor, you're not adhering to the usual script, Qin Mo sighed in resignation. Tang Shi offered no reply, her smile growing ever wider. As they strolled through Song City, immersed in the rich cultural heritage spanning millennia, passers-by were inevitably drawn to Tang Shi's appearance and style. Class monitor, do you know the pressure of standing beside you? Qin Mo teased. What? Tang Shi, oblivious to the envious glances surrounding her, responded with confusion. Qin Mo gestured toward their surroundings, and as Tang Shi looked around, realization dawned upon her, prompting an eye roll. Qin Mo chuckled, continuing his playful banter. Accompanying a goddess on a shopping spree is both a joy and a trial. All right, enough of that, Tang Shi softly interjected, a hint of shyness in her voice. Qin Mo laughed, refraining from further teasing her. The scenery was perfect for photographs, and with Tang Shi's appearance, it was simply a match made in heaven. When he proposed taking pictures, Tang Shi looked at him with curiosity. You can take photos? Am I underestimated? Qin Mo feigned indignation. Though I'm no professional, I should manage reasonably well, he humbly asserted. After all, I spend my days exploring the online world, so I've picked up a few tricks. Tang Shi readily agreed. And they arrived at an ancient street, an ideal spot for capturing memories. Qin Mo found a perfect angle for Tang Shi, pressing the shutter, and with a click, a photo imbued with ancient charm appeared on the screen. Let me see, Tang Shi said, smiling as she approached. Upon seeing the photo, she gasped in surprise. Qin Mo, when did you learn photography? This looks amazing. The picture was flawless in both angle and composition. Even Tang Shi was astonished by her own image. I've always said I'm a genius, Qin Mo replied with a grin. You're so full of yourself. Tang Shi laughed, then added. Let us take a few more shots later. No problem, Qin Mo readily agreed. They meandered, stopping intermittently, capturing over a dozen photos. The crowds made it challenging to get a clean shot, so they settled on these few. Each one was indeed exquisite, more than suitable for use as a phone wallpaper. As they wandered, the sky darkened, signaling that it was already past 6 in the evening. Look at the sachets I made, Tang Shi exclaimed, showcasing her freshly crafted sachet. Mine's not bad either, Qin Mo replied with a grin, brandishing his own sachet, which was a blue-patterned pouch, while Tang Shi's was a soft pink. Let us head to the next shop for a check-in, Qin Mo suggested. At 7:30, they arrived at the No. 1 theater, where the Eternal Love performance was held. Qin Mo and Tang Shi found their seats. Having purchased VIP tickets, their location was relatively close to the stage, offering a good view. After twisting open a drink, Qin Mo handed it to Tang Shi, who thanked him with a smile. After a day of exploration, their bond seemed to have deepened. Soon, the performance began. lasting around 60 minutes and comprising several chapters that narrated significant events and classic legends from Hangzhou's history, including the fall of the Northern Song and the valor of the Yu family army, the fabled meeting at the Broken Bridge from the legend of the White Snake, and the tale of Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai. As the lights dimmed, the performance commenced with a vibrant dance from the Song Palace, showcasing the opulence of the Southern Song court. After watching, Qin Mo remarked, "Who could resist that? No wonder everyone in ancient times aspired to be an emperor. It's truly magnificent." Chapter 44, Has Tang Shi Fallen? An hour later, as Eternal Love concluded, Qin Mo and Tang Shi exited the performance hall, marveling. No wonder it's said to be a must-see at least once in a lifetime. It truly has its charm. The show was indeed stunning. And even Tang Shi had to admit that this trip to Song City had exceeded her expectations. Glancing at the time, Qin Mo suggested, "There's half an hour left. Shall we release a sky lantern?" Song City closed around 9, and since the performance ended at 8:30, they still had a bit of time. Coincidentally, the theme of Song City was the Lantern Festival, with most events scheduled for the evening. Regrettably, Qin Mo had only just learned of this, leading them to miss several programs, which felt somewhat unfortunate. If only we had caught the afternoon performance of Eternal Love, it would have been perfect. We wouldn't have missed other events tonight. But will the Hanfu shop still be open? Tang Shi mused, tempted yet concerned about returning her Hanfu in time. It shouldn't take long. Releasing a sky lantern is quick. We should be able to make it, Qin Mo assured her swiftly, locating a spot on a mobile app. Then let us hurry, Tang Shi exclaimed eagerly, having never experienced releasing a sky lantern before. Despite being called sky lanterns, they were essentially flower lanterns, merely repackaged to align with the theme of the Lantern Festival. One could not deny that Song City at night was breathtaking, illuminated with countless lights, creating a scene of sheer beauty. It resembled the prosperous Chang'an of yore, where colorful lights and vibrant attire mingled in a harmonious display of beauty and splendor. "Boss, we'd like 2 sky lanterns," Qin Mo said as he approached a stall. "Sure thing." The vendor produced 2 brand new lanterns, smiling. "You can write your wishes on them before releasing them." "Thank you for the reminder," Qin Mo replied with a smile, then handed one lantern to Tang Shi. They found a place to sit, pens in hand, inscribing their wishes on the lanterns. "What did you write, Qin Mo?" Tang Shi inquired, still pondering her own wish. "May all your wishes come true," Qin Mo responded, chuckling. In truth, with the system in place, this wish had already come to fruition, for with wealth, what could not be achieved? "Oh," Tang Shi contemplated, then turned her back to Qin Mo, writing a few strokes on the lantern, while Qin Mo, curious, attempted to peek, but was obstructed by her. "Class monitor, what have you written?" Qin Mo inquired. "A secret," Tang Shi replied, obstructing the words above, igniting the sky lantern, and releasing it into the Song River. Qin Mo did not press further. He too lit his lantern and sent it afloat in the river. At this moment, many people were releasing lanterns, resulting in a multitude of lights that made it easy to lose track of one's own. "All right, shall we depart?" Tang Shi rose, only to find Qin Mo snapping a photo of her. Curiosity piqued, she asked, "What are you doing?" "Capturing a little fairy," Qin Mo teased, having been inspired by the artistic angle he had just captured. "You still dare to say that?" Tang Shi chided playfully, stepping closer to Qin Mo. "I want to see it." Qin Mo showed her the recently taken photograph, and she was instantly captivated by the profile shot of herself as she released the lantern, perfectly complemented by the surrounding ambience and her Hanfu attire. "Qin Mo, could you send me this photo?" she asked, her eyes sparkling. "Of course, it's your photo after all," he replied with a smile, promptly sending it to her via WeChat. "Qin Mo," Tang Shi called softly. What is it?" Qin Mo looked up, realizing her voice was barely audible, like a whispering insect. Had he not been close, he might have missed it entirely. "Shall we take a selfie?" Her heart raced as she nervously fiddled with her long hair, awaiting his reply. What did this mean? Did Tang Shi want to take a photo with him? Was she perhaps smitten by his charm? Sure. Qin Mo was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded with a grin. Such opportunities were rare and highly sought after. "Don't believe me? Go ask the men nearby, and see who would refuse. Then I will find someone to help us take the picture," he continued. Knowing he couldn't take it himself, Tang Shi nodded in agreement. After searching around, Qin Mo finally approached the vendor selling lanterns. "Excuse me, could you help us take a photo?" he asked. "Ah, it's you, young man." Of course. The vendor, a straightforward person, readily agreed. For taking a photo would not take much time. As he took Qin Mo's phone, he jokingly asked, "Are you two a couple?" "Haha, sharp eye, boss." Qin Mo chuckled. "Indeed, young man, you are quite fortunate." The vendor thumbed up in admiration. Tang Shi's cheeks flushed, but she did not deny it, standing quietly beside Qin Mo. "Over here, young man. This spot is better," the vendor directed. "Closer to your girlfriend, please." Qin Mo glanced at Tang Shi, Her face was slightly flushed, perhaps from shyness, yet she inched closer to him. Qin Mo chuckled to himself, then took her hand and gently pulled her closer. Ah! Tang Shi was taken by surprise, resting her shoulder against Qin Mo's. Yes, just like that. The vendor seized the moment and pressed the shutter, capturing the instant. Come. Young man, are you satisfied? He called to them. Qin Mo walked over to inspect the photo, immediately giving the vendor a thumbs up, smiling. Thank you, boss. It's simply perfect. Haha, as long as you're satisfied. You two seem to have just started dating, right? The vendor teased as he returned the phone to Qin Mo. Qin Mo had to commend the vendor's perceptiveness. Indeed, we haven't been together long. My girlfriend is a bit shy, he replied with a smile. Would you like to take a few more? Your girlfriend is too beautiful to settle for just one shot, the vendor suggested. That would be great, thank you. Qin Mo agreed without hesitation. The vendor snapped a few more photos, though none captured the charm of the first. Qin Mo glanced at the QR code on the counter, gratefully thanked the vendor, and sent him 188 yuan. Thank you, boss. Qin Mo waved as he led Tang Shi towards the Hanfu store. By the time the vendor realized what had transpired, the pair had already walked far away. The vendor, wishing to say payment wasn't necessary, found himself astonished at the generous tip. He reflected on the disparity between people, wondering how someone like Qin Mo could attract such a beautiful girlfriend. Chapter 45, Late Night Arrangements. How long do you plan to hold my hand? Tang Shi asked Qin Mo, having noticed he had been holding her hand since their photo session. This audacious fellow taking advantage of her. With so many people around, I must ensure the safety of our esteemed class monitor, Qin Mo replied nonchalantly. Showing no sign of embarrassment, Tang Shi was left speechless. If he was going to make excuses, he could at least come up with a decent one. With so few people around, did he truly think she might stumble into the river? You are quite shameless, she retorted, mimicking his tone. Thank you for the compliment. Qin Mo replied with a grin. After spending the day with you, I've certainly earned my keep. Haven Ti? Is holding hands really so excessive? Not at all. Tang Shi responded, albeit without resistance, allowing him to hold her hand. Qin Mo understood well that her acquiescence signified agreement, and thus he held her hand with a sense of entitlement. Upon arriving at the Hanfu store, they found it nearing closing time. Fortunately, they made it just in time to avoid having to wear their costumes home. Hello, miss, we are here to return the Hanfu, Qin Mo quickly explained. The shop assistant remembered them, for such high beauty was a rarity. Tang Shi changed back into her moon-white long dress. As they departed, the assistant cheerfully mentioned that next time they came, she could offer them a discount, provided they took some photos for her shop. Now I truly understand the meaning of beauty is justice, Qin Mo remarked. Tang Shi detected the hint of jealousy in his tone. Why does it smell so sour? Qin Mo, do you smell that? Qin Mo felt a bit annoyed when Had Bai Yue Guang started to tease him in such a manner. Haha, Qin Mo, your expression is quite amusing. Tang Shi burst into laughter. Class monitor, it's dark and the ground is slippery. I feel it's necessary to ensure your safety, Qin Mo said earnestly, once again taking her hand, despite her incredulous gaze. Humph, she huffed, deeply disdainful of his clumsy excuses for taking advantage of her. Qin Mo chuckled inwardly. When a girl no longer dislikes physical contact with you, it signifies she harbors some affection, or else she would have long since slapped you. Especially someone like Tang Shi, with her remarkably high standards. If she had no feelings, there wouldn't even be a chance for proximity. Qin Mo was aware of this, though he chose not to break the unspoken understanding. Qin Mo attentively opened the door of the Panamera for Tang Shi, then circled around the front to open the driver's side door, starting the engine and driving away from Song City. I know a great place for a late-night snack. Would you like to join me? Qin Mo inquired, genuinely feeling a bit hungry after only having a meager amount of snacks in Song City, insufficient to satisfy his appetite. Sure, Tang Shi nodded in agreement. Qin Mo glanced at her and noticed she was responding to a message. He surmised it was likely from her parents. Considering the late hour and the natural concern for a young woman, his guess was indeed correct. It was a WeChat message from Tang Shi's mother, Han Ning, asking where she was and why she hadn't returned yet. Tang Shi replied truthfully, mentioning that she would be back after having a meal. Han Ning then inquired who she was with, and upon learning it was Qin Mo, she fell silent for a moment before reminding her to return home promptly after eating. Got it, Tang Shi responded. After sending the message, she heaved a sigh of relief. Han Ying's inquiry made her feel as though she and Qin Mo had committed some wrongdoing, leaving her somewhat guilty. Holding hands shouldn't be crossing a line, right? She pondered. 20 minutes later, Qin Mo drove the Panamera to an old-fashioned lamb soup restaurant. Although the exterior was unremarkable, the flavors within were unparalleled, perfectly aligning with Qin Mo's palate. He and his friends, including Lu Tao, often frequented this hidden gem. Boss, one lamb soup pot, a large portion of lamb, and a few assorted side dishes. Qin Mo ordered with familiarity as he entered. Turning to Tang Shi, he asked, "Do you prefer the garlic or the 13-spice flavor for the crayfish?" The crayfish here is exceptional. Both the 13-spice and garlic varieties are good, but I recommend you try the 13-spice, Qin Mo suggested. All right, Tang Shi nodded, as both flavors were to her liking. And one large portion of 13-spice crayfish, Qin Mo called to the boss. Understood, one lamb soup pot, a large portion of lamb, and one large portion of 13-spice crayfish, along with a few side dishes, the boss confirmed before notifying the kitchen to begin preparations. There are still seats available. Feel free to sit anywhere, the boss warmly welcomed them. It was prime time for late-night snacking, and the restaurant was quite busy. The window seats were already taken. Qin Mo smiled in response, and led Tang Shi to a table further back. The small round table could comfortably accommodate four, with a heated section in the center for the soup pot, and they sat facing each other. I didn't expect it to be this crowded, Tang Shi remarked curiously, unaware of this lamb soup restaurant's existence in Hangzhou. Yes, this place is one I discovered with Lu Tao and the others after much searching. The quality is impeccable, with fresh lamb cut daily, and the soup base is simmered fresh each day. Absolutely delightful, and the crayfish is cleaned thoroughly, Qin Mo explained. It seems you've visited here quite often, knowing it so well, Tang Shi smiled. Of course, who doesn't love good food? Qin Mo shrugged playfully. Before long, the lamb soup pot, large portion of lamb, and side dishes were served. After turning on the heater for the soup pot, the boss inquired, "Haven't seen you guys in a while. Didn't your friends come along today?" The boss had grown familiar with Qin Mo and his companions due to their frequent visits. Haha, do you think today's setting would be suitable for them? Qin Mo joked, gesturing towards Tang Shi. The boss immediately understood, glanced at Tang Shi, and couldn't help but give Qin Mo a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Young man, you're fortunate. Your girlfriend is truly beautiful." Haha, thank you, boss, Qin Mo chuckled. This young man is bringing a female companion for the first time. You must savor our restaurant's culinary delights, the boss added, casting a knowing smile at Tang Shi. Providing unexpected support, Qin Mo returned the gesture with a thumbs up of his own. The boss was indeed perceptive. Feeling slightly embarrassed yet polite, Tang Shi nodded. "Young lady, you should try the lamb first. The crayfish will take a bit longer to prepare," the boss cheerfully suggested before returning to the kitchen. Despite the bustling atmosphere, the restaurant had only 4 staff members, making it quite a busy evening. Chapter 46, A Premeditated Scheme? Qin Mo stood up to mix a sauce to his liking, asking Tang Shi if she needed any. She also prepared her own concoction. "Give it a try," Qin Mo said, placing a piece of lamb in front of her. Tang Shi nodded, dipped it in her sauce, and tasted it. Delicious. Her eyes sparkled with delight, offering an enthusiastic compliment. "How did you find this place?" "It's better than any I've been to before," she inquired, curiosity evident in her expression. This truly was a hidden treasure, and the lamb had instantly captured her heart. "We practically scoured the entirety of Hangzhou to discover this eatery," Qin Mo lamented, recounting their culinary quest. Tang Shi chuckled, playfully winking. "So I'm benefiting from your efforts. Then, you should come with me more often to enjoy the perks," Qin Mo teased. Tang Shi's cheeks flushed. Did that mean she would have to act as his girlfriend every day? This shameless fellow certainly had ulterior motives. She shot him a playful glare. "Dream on. Haha. Let us eat," Qin Mo laughed, deftly steering the conversation away from that topic. Before long, the 13-spice crayfish was also served, again by the boss. "How is the flavor of our dish?" he inquired cheerfully. "Absolutely delicious. I'll have to make this a regular stop," Tang Shi praised, nodding appreciatively. "That's great to hear. Make sure to come often with this young man," the boss responded with another supportive remark. At that moment, Qin Mo placed a slice of cooked lamb into Tang Shi's bowl, stating, "Naturally, my girlfriend also adores this place." Tang Shi rolled her eyes at his casual use of girlfriend. His familiarity with the term was almost comical. However, she chose not to argue. Instead, she took the lamb he offered and savored it, as if consuming it was a way to respond to him. The boss chuckled, exchanging a knowing look with Qin Mo, who promptly reciprocated. The unspoken camaraderie between men in such matters was indeed a curious phenomenon. "You're quite adept at calling her girlfriend," Tang Shi remarked with a teasing smile. Qin Mo, seasoned by life's experiences, was unfazed by her playful banter and swiftly shifted the topic. "Try this crayfish. It's quite good." He held out a peeled crayfish for her, and though she initially pouted, the allure of the delicacy proved irresistible, and she relented, devouring the delectable morsel. "So good." Her eyes shone brightly as she embraced her inner foodie, grabbing another crayfish to indulge in. The meal stretched on for nearly an hour. Qin Mo let out a contented burp, reveling in the satisfaction of a truly delightful feast. Eating so much at this hour felt almost sinful. But the lamb and crayfish had been completely devoured, leaving only a few side dishes behind. "Time to settle the bill," Qin Mo called out. Did you enjoy your meal? The total is 398 yuan, but as regulars, you can just pay 390, the boss offered generously. Thank you, boss. Qin Mo expressed his gratitude, not merely for the few coins, but rather for the pleasant demeanor that made one feel at ease. Naturally, it would have been entirely justified had the proprietor chosen not to round down the bill, as the prices were clearly marked. And it was his right to earn that money. Allow me, he offered. Tang Shi scanned the QR code on the table to prepare for payment. But Qin Mo preemptively settled the bill. Just as Tang Shi was about to voice her thoughts, Qin Mo interrupted. All right, boss, it's all settled. Please take a look. The proprietor praised. I trust the character of this young man. You truly have found yourself a remarkable girlfriend. He had observed Tang Shi's earlier actions, noting that she was not merely feigning intent, but genuinely prepared to pay. The proprietor lamented that in this day and age, girls willing to spend on boys are a rarity. Influenced by the internet, many young women have come to believe that it is only natural for men to spend money, while women who do so are seen as foolish. This mindset has undoubtedly caused harm to countless individuals. In a relationship, mutual reciprocity is essential for longevity, be it friendship or romance. If one party chooses to be selfish and unwilling to contribute, no one is foolish enough to continue playing the role of the naive benefactor. As Qin Mo led Tang Shi out of the mutton soup restaurant, once they were in the car, she remarked, I'll transfer the money to you. Qin Mo understood her intention but feigned a wealthy demeanor, teasingly replying, Are you insulting me, class monitor? He ostentatiously displayed the key to his Panamera, his tone reminiscent of a foolish son of a wealthy family. Tang Shi burst into laughter, rolling her eyes at him. You know what I mean. I know you're not that kind of girl, but for me, the cost of a meal is insignificant. What matters most is our happiness, isn't it? Qin Mo resumed his normal tone. Money serves as a threshold for strangers, not for friends. Worst case, you can treat me next time. He cast a playful grin at Tang Shi. Of course, there was one thing he refrained from mentioning. This expenditure could be recorded as a system transaction. Achieving two objectives with one act. Tang Shi bit her lip, realizing this fellow was indeed waiting to take advantage of her. Next time? Wouldn't that mean falling into his trap again? This guy's hand-holding was becoming increasingly assertive. She hadn't even realized it before he had let her out. Hey, class monitor. Have you ever heard the saying? Qin Mo asked, starting the Panamera's engine and turning to grin at her. What saying? Tang Shi queried, puzzled. No meal is truly free. He chuckled, referencing a popular internet meme that those unfamiliar could look up. Tang Shi rolled her eyes, exasperated. Drive. Your wish is my command. Around 11:40 p.m., Qin Mo delivered Tang Shi to the entrance of her community. As she alighted, he followed suit, prompting her to ask, Why did you get out? Of course. To ensure your safe return, he replied. Is that really the case? Tang Shi scrutinized him with skepticism. Is there any doubt? Qin Mo replied with conviction. Tang Shi glanced at their unconsciously intertwined hands and said with amusement, Is this your way of guaranteeing my safety? Such details are inconsequential, Qin Mo said, pulling her gently toward the community. All right, let go now. My mother might see us. Tang Shi's cheeks flushed as they approached the building, dreading the explanations that would follow if her mother caught them. Fine, Qin Mo replied, somewhat regretfully, but he released her small hand. Tang Shi exhaled in relief, turning to say, I'll head back now. Send me a message when you get home. Qin Mo smiled without speaking, waiting until she had completely entered before departing. Chapter 47, Outdoor Paradise. Upon returning home, Qin Mo found Wang Xia and Qin Jiaming already asleep. He tiptoed to his room, washed up briefly, and sent a message to Tang Shi, informing her of his safe arrival. Okay, sleep early. I'm logging off, Tang Shi replied almost instantly, indicating she had been patiently awaiting his message. Qin Mo casually sent a goodnight sticker, exited WeChat, and checked his system information. Host, Qin Mo level, LV2, experience, 2628605000000. Attractiveness, 77. Physical ability, 80. There had been little change. His experience points had increased slightly, encompassing all his expenditures from the past few days. Yet he was still far from the significant threshold of 500,000. More effort was required. Qin Mo sighed, suddenly quipping in a self-deprecating manner. Is this the unadorned burden of the affluent? Upon uttering this, he couldn't help but chuckle, imagining how those who toil under the 996 work culture would react if they heard him. Do you hear the voices of others? Now past midnight. He noted the timely arrival of blessings, the balance on his card reading, 315, 988 yuan. With such a substantial sum at his disposal, Qin Mo felt an immediate lift in his spirits. Moreover, he possessed a 5-fold cashback card, undoubtedly the hallmark of a wealthy gentleman. Emo? That was entirely out of the question. Who has ever seen someone with over 1 million yuan feeling down? If such a person existed, they must be pretending. Content. Qin Mo closed his eyes, anticipating that tomorrow would be yet another splendid day. The next morning, at 8 o'clock, Qin Mo was roused from his slumber by a flurry of messages on his phone. Their small group chat had erupted in chaos, fervently discussing something. Still groggy, he opened his eyes and grabbed his phone, startled to find over 200 messages, all from Lu Tao and the others in their group. What on earth is happening? Qin Mo exclaimed, initially fearing something significant had transpired. Had Lu Tao finally struck a chord with that enchanting sister? Upon delving into the chat, he realized they were all in a frenzy over him. Qin Mo, Moses, what's going on? Lu Tao, holy cow. Guys, this rascal has finally shown up. Let us go out and beat him up. Chen Xiao, you sly dog, you've kept this under wraps. Confess freely. I advise you to come clean. Wang Hui, you said there was nothing going on. We've all been deceived. Qin Mo was taken aback. What on earth was this? Scrolling up through the chat logs, he stumbled upon the profile photo he had taken of Tang Shi, capturing her side profile as she released sky lanterns. Qin Mo blinked in surprise. How had they come across this? Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a screenshot taken from Tang Shi's moments. Realizing what had transpired, he feigned calmness and responded. Quite beautiful, what's the matter? Lu Tao, still pretending? Wang Hui, shameless. Chen Xiao, scoundrel. Qin Mo, take a look at the person reflected in the water. Lu Tao hit the nail on the head. The scheming frog had been probing his belly all along. Chen Xiao and Wang Hui eagerly awaited the spectacle, each sending a Detective Conan meme with an accompanying dramatic line. Upon clicking the photo, Qin Mo realized it captured his own reflection as he took the picture of Tang Shi. Qin Mo was speechless. Were these guys really so idle? Did they have nothing better to do than scrutinize a single photograph? Qin Mo, do you have anything else to say? Lu Tao replied triumphantly. You have the right to remain silent. However, anything you say may be used as evidence in court. Wang Hui and Chen Xiao chimed in, leaving Qin Mo utterly flustered. Under the relentless interrogation of several individuals, Qin Mo reluctantly recounted the events of the previous day, omitting any mention of the hand-holding incident. Wouldn't he that just invite trouble upon himself? He was well aware that these three would undoubtedly pester him with endless inquiries. Qin Mo, of course, was not inclined to act foolishly. I have expressed my envy 100 times, lamented Wang Hui. You were once a stunning beauty, yet regrettably, you were beset by swine. Lu Tao added with a look of deep regret. You ruthless scoundrel, Qin Mo. Chen Xiao interjected with a sardonic tone. Qin Mo responded with a shrug emoji, inciting irritation among the group. Just then, a message from Tang Shi arrived, inquiring if he had woken up. Discarding the trio, Qin Mo promptly turned to reply to her. Realizing Qin Mo had gone silent, Lu Tao and the others quickly deduced the situation and resumed their fervent banter in the group chat. Around 10 in the morning, Qin Mo finally rose, quickly freshened up, and found that Wang Xia had prepared breakfast. Finally, it's time to eat. I was starving. Qin Mo exclaimed as he followed the enticing aroma to the kitchen. What time did you return last night? Wang Xia inquired. Around midnight, I suppose. Qin Mo replied while eating. Why so late? Where did you go? She pressed further. I spent the day at Songsheng with friends and had dinner. That's why it got so late. Qin Mo briefly explained his previous evening. Make sure to come back earlier next time, Wang Xia advised simply. Acknowledging that her son was growing up and deserved his own lifestyle, as long as he did not err on the outside. Qin Mo nodded with a smile, readily agreeing. After breakfast, Wang Xia headed out for a beauty appointment, taking the Palamara with her. Old Qin, I'm downstairs at your place. Hurry up. Lu Tao called over the phone, leaving Qin Mo momentarily puzzled. Don't ask, just come down quickly. I'm taking you to a fun place, Lu Tao urged. After hanging up, Qin Mo was left bewildered. He returned to his bedroom, changed his attire, donned his Cartier watch and ring, and stepped outside. What's the rush? He mused as he exited the community and spotted Lu Tao's gray M3, a rather conspicuous color. Once inside the car, he asked curiously, Hey, just where are we going? Just follow me. Wang Hui and Chen Xiao have already gone ahead, Lu Tao replied impatiently. Qin Mo felt a surge of confusion. But Lu Tao had already started the engine. He quickly fastened his seatbelt, and with a press of the accelerator, the 6-cylinder twin-turbocharged engine of the M3, boasting 510 horsepower and 650 Newton-meters of torque, roared to life like a beast. Approximately 2 hours later, they arrived at OMG Heartbeat Paradise, where Qin Mo and Lu Tao disembarked to find Wang Hui and Chen Xiao waiting for them. You guys are so slow, we've been waiting ages. Chen Xiao scoffed. What kind of dog are you barking? Lu Tao shot back. Old Lu, what kind of place is this? Qin Mo asked, genuinely curious as he had never been here before. You wouldn't understand. This is a fantastic outdoor amusement park I recently discovered, with thrilling attractions. Lu Tao explained with a mischievous grin. Qin Mo remained skeptical. How thrilling could an outdoor park truly be? Let us hurry. They close at 4:30. And we still have time to enjoy a few rides, Wang Hui urged. By the way, where's your fairy sister? Didn't Tu bring her along? Qin Mo suddenly remembered, glancing at Lu Tao with a smile. You're mistaken there, Lu Tao declared proudly. You actually brought her out? Qin Mo asked, astonished. Indeed. Both Wang and I have met her. It's a story filled with tears. Chen Chao chimed in, looking enviously at Lu Tao. Right. Wang Hui nodded emphatically. Where is she? Qin Mo genuinely believed him, scanning the area for the elusive fairy sister. She's inside. I was afraid she might get bored. So I let her go in first, Lu Tao explained. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go. Qin Mo's enthusiasm surged. I told you. This is definitely a case of a crafty rogue. Wang Hui quipped. Old Lu, your backyard is in peril, Chen Chao added, giving Lu Tao a pat on the shoulder with a serious expression. One need not fear a thief stealing, but rather the thief who covets. Wang Hui echoed. Get lost. Am I that despicable? Qin Mo retorted with a laugh, feeling insulted. What is the saying? One should not covet a friend's wife. No, that is not it. One must not deceive. The group exchanged disdainful glances, and Lu Tao eyed Qin Mo suspiciously, murmuring, Old Qin, you mustn't engage in such behavior. Qin Mo, exasperated, pointed at his own face and protested. Do I look like someone who would do that? The others exchanged glances, then nodded earnestly, declaring in unison, yes. Qin Mo fell into a sulk. Fortunately, Lu Tao had purchased tickets in advance, allowing them to enter the amusement park seamlessly. Once inside, Lu Tao led the group to an attraction, and Qin Mo immediately spotted the fairy sister. Having seen her photo before, she was easily recognizable, resembling Lu Yifei. Standing out in a crowd. Siki, Lu Tao waved. The fairy sister approached, her long legs striding confidently toward them. Based on Qin Mo's estimation, she stood approximately 1.72 meters tall, which was certainly not short. Old Qin, let me introduce you. This is my fairy sister, Wang Siki, and this is my buddy, Qin Mo. Lu Tao said as he made the introductions. Hello, Wang Siki greeted with a soft voice, reminiscent of a Jiangnan maiden, extending her hand politely. Hello, Qin Mo, he replied, shaking her hand gently before quickly withdrawing it. Joking around was one thing, but engaging in unscrupulous behavior was another. Such an act would be utterly repugnant. So, what do you think? I wasn't lying, was I? Lu Tao beamed with pride, knowing Wang Siki's beauty was indeed remarkable. Her resemblance to Lu Yifei, making her stand out distinctly. You're amazing, Qin Mo exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. Ha! Lu Tao's vanity soared to new heights. Meanwhile, Wang Hui and Chen Chao watched with envy, lamenting, it's so unfair. Why does this guy have all the luck? Observing their dynamic, Wang Siki couldn't help but smile, finding the group delightfully entertaining. Let us go over there. I've heard the Sky Road roller coaster is particularly thrilling. Lu Tao exclaimed excitedly, as this was the attraction that had captured his interest the most. The Sky Road was an elevated track stretching over 2,200 meters. With a height drop of 150 meters, a sensation of free falling from such heights was undoubtedly exhilarating. Furthermore, the track featured numerous bends, complete with safety railings and rubber tires for cushioning, ensuring safety was not a concern. Soon, they arrived at the launch point for the Sky Road roller coaster. Each person selected a small car similar to a child's ride, large enough for an adult to sit comfortably. Equipped with bicycle handlebars for steering and brakes to control speed, Qin Mo chose a bright yellow car resembling a small boat, while Lu Tao and the others picked their vehicles, with Wang Siki opting for a pink one. Indeed, pink remained the quintessential choice for women at any time. Oh no, I shall take the lead, you all follow, Lu Tao exclaimed with unbridled excitement, gazing at the steep and winding bends. Instantly reminiscent of driving an AE-86 on the slopes of Aquina, Lu Tao surged ahead, with Qin Mo and the others closely trailing behind. Due to the tightly packed curves, their speed was not particularly swift, allowing them to savor the surrounding scenic beauty. In no time, they reached the finish line. Aside from the somewhat short distance, which left them wanting more, there were no other complaints. The environment was indeed delightful. It wasn't quite enough. I wish the distance were a bit longer, Lu Tao lamented. Absolutely, Qin Mo and the others nodded in agreement. Let us move on. There are other attractions to explore, Lu Tao suggested. A few minutes later, Wang Siki and Lu Tao were shrieking with joy on the swing, suspended high above the ground. This swing, positioned at an altitude of 400 meters, resembled a pendulum, and it was highly inadvisable for those with a fear of heights to attempt it. Qin Mo kept his distance, while he could tolerate roller coasters. He had no desire to try such a contraption in his lifetime. Old Lu is truly going all out for the sake of impressing the ladies, Wang Hui remarked in wonder. Indeed, Chen Chao and Qin Mo nodded in unison. 10 minutes later, Lu Tao descended from the swing, his legs trembling, nearly losing his balance. feeling as though something was surging violently in his stomach, his face pale. Wang Siki supported Lu Tao, and upon seeing his pallor, she inquired with concern, "Are you all right?" To avoid embarrassing himself in front of the goddess, Lu Tao waved his hand dismissively, responding, "I'm fine." Qin Mo and the others also came forward to assist. "You truly are a man," Wang Hui teased. "I can't take it anymore. Help me sit down for a moment," Lu Tao stammered. "Ha ha." Qin Mo and the others could no longer contain their laughter. After approximately 20 minutes, Lu Tao finally recovered, and Wang Siki handed him a bottle of water, having thoughtfully opened it for him. "Thank you, Siki," Lu Tao said, his expression filled with gratitude. Sometimes, for a young man, the little things matter greatly. With the goddess's water, he felt rejuvenated. "It's nothing. I didn't know you were afraid of heights. It's my fault," Wang Siki replied apologetically. Observing the affectionate exchange between Lu Tao and Wang Siki, Qin Mo and the others exchanged glances. What does this mean? Public display of affection? Who am I? Where am I? Why am I witnessing this? Chen Chao, the single dog, could not help but lament. Lu Tao even cast a smug glance at the others. His demeanor utterly insufferable, feeling that the previous ordeal had not been in vain. This water was indeed sweet. Chapter 49. Suddenly wanting to travel at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the group emerged from the amusement park, with Lu Tao beaming. After a day spent together, the bond between him and Wang Siki had evidently deepened. "I've just realized that we are merely tools," Wang Hui grumbled. "Huh, man," Chen Chao chimed in. "Huh, Lu Tao?" Qin Mo mimicked their complaints, and the three formed an instant alliance. "Old Wang, I'll ride in your car," Qin Mo stated. Not wanting to intrude upon Lu Tao and Wang Siki's world, he decided to ride back with Wang Hui instead. "No problem," Wang Hui generously replied, assuring that even with 3 more people, his A7 could accommodate them all. "Let us go, having been a third wheel for an entire day? I never wish to experience that feeling again. It's too sour," Chen Chao complained, to which Qin Mo and Wang Hui nodded in agreement. "Brothers, shall we gather for Principal Lu?" Lu Tao called back. After a day of fun, none of them had eaten, and arriving back in the city coincided perfectly with mealtime. "Today, you must spend extravagantly, damn it," Wang Hui exclaimed. "That's right," Chen Chao echoed. Naturally, Qin Mo had no objections, and the group drove back to Hangzhou. Around 6 in the evening, they arrived at Principal Lu's hot pot restaurant. After dining, Wang Hui dropped Qin Mo off at his residential complex, while Lu Tao, the inconsiderate fellow, slipped away immediately after the meal. Leaving now, Qin Mo waved before entering the complex, and Wang Hui drove off as well. Upon returning home, he found that Wang Xia had yet to return, which did not surprise him. After taking a shower, he opened Dosha and noticed that Yang Ku was online. Clicking in, he found her singing Night and Day by Lin Junjia, her voice lending a unique quality to the song. When night inquires of day, "Can you grant forgiveness to this gray world? Let us not exchange day and night. A single drop of frozen tears is already quite salty. Night questions day, thinking time for reddening my eyes. The halo of past events, each moment is so definitive. Those fleeting days and nights are a solitary cultivation. Saying goodbye is less than forgetting to meet again." After the song concluded, Yang Ku opened her eyes, preparing to invite her viewers to comment on her newly learned song, only to unexpectedly discover the IDMO say in the chat. "You're here, big shot?" Yang Ku exclaimed in delight, for he was her mentor. Without Qin Mo, she would have struggled to find her streaming style. "The small streamer sings quite well. Here, as a reward," a wealthy online patron declared, for what is most important to a network tycoon. Clearly, it is the ability to lavish money with ease. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 5 super rockets appeared on the chat screen, instantly vanishing 10,000 yuan. Qin Mo was entirely unfazed. After all, it was all free money. And he had over 400,000 fish fins in reserve, so why not? "Thank you for your generous support. Love you," Yang Ku cheered, making a heart gesture with her hands, which left the viewers in the chat astonished. "I can't believe it, little streamer, you're committing a crime. With my extensive experience navigating the world, it must require AC. Has the hurricane been revealed?" "I'm good now." The chat buzzed with playful banter and teasing. Qin Mo was equally taken aback by her actions. "Cough, little streamer, where do you live? I suddenly feel like traveling." Qin Mo quickly sent a message. However, he was immediately met with skepticism from the viewers. "Are you really going for a trip? I can't believe you." Yang Ku's cheeks flushed, and rolling her eyes, she retorted, "You're too bad, big shot. You're acting suspiciously, little streamer. I simply want to go out for a stroll." Qin Mo feigned innocence. Yang Ku regarded him with disbelief, prompting Qin Mo to reflect. Had he been too obvious? "Please, you might as well have written, 'I want to see you on your forehead.'" The chat exploded with laughter. It turned out that even wealthy individuals face challenges in courting women, instantly restoring a sense of balance. Rich people, courting women, facing setbacks. Me, courting women, facing setbacks. I'm a rich person. The logic is astounding. Well done. Haha. Yang Kuer couldn't help but laugh at the chat, finding the viewers utterly amusing. By the way, big shot, I've never seen what you look like. How about we connect via voice chat? Yang Kuer extended the invitation. It wasn't only streamers who could connect. As long as the current streamer activated the voice chat feature, viewers could join as well. Never mind. I'm a bit socially anxious, Qin Mo replied in the chat. Being in front of so many people felt rather strange to him. Social anxiety, a term for those who instill fear in society? Master, I've understood. Is this the disparity between me and the big shot? Forgive me for not being able to induce fear in society, ha. Well understood. The barrage of comments was rife with teasing. Yang Kuer felt a tinge of disappointment. However, there was little she could do about Qin Mo's reluctance. Ahem. Perhaps we could exchange contact information. I have everything you wish to see. Qin Mo replied with a mischievous grin. Is there an old six? I hope my house isn't being robbed, came the playful banter. Alas, the little streamer is surely doomed. I am filled with rage. Yang Kuer neither rejected nor accepted, but instead typed a flurry of letters on her keyboard. Qin Mo initially believed he had failed, only to be surprised moments later when his private messages lit up. It was Yang Kuer, sending her WeChat number. Received. Qin Mo returned to the live stream, sending a barrage of comments. I regard you as a sister, and you see me as a cousin? The screen was awash with question marks, and the viewers quickly grasped that there was certainly an illicit transaction between the two. Oh dear, you are too wicked, my lord, Yang Kuer chided. Her alluring expression reminiscent of a classic scene from Teacher Park, truly captivating. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 super rockets soared by once more. What did you say, little streamer? Qin Mo inquired through the comments. Did I say anything? Yang Kuer feigned ignorance, her rapid change of demeanor eliciting exclamations of professionalism from the viewers. Oh, a promising student indeed, Qin Mo teased in the comments. Thank you for the compliment, my lord, Yang Kuer replied sweetly, reviving a familiar scene, her heart aflutter. Oh no, I'm feeling butterflies, Qin Mo declared with enthusiasm, quickly typing, as a streamer, you are indeed a professional. 6666. The screen was filled with SIXS. At 10 o'clock, Yang Kuer concluded her live stream and promptly sent a message to Qin Mo. Are you there, my lord? Accompanied by a cute bunny emoticon. What's the matter, little streamer? Qin Mo replied. Thank you for your support. Without your encouragement, I fear I might not have continued, Yang Kuer responded. Chapter 50, Mercedes-AMG GTR Pro. This is your own talent, Qin Mo stated honestly. Hee, I still want to thank you, my lord. By the way, I don't even know your name, she inquired. Qin Mo. Oh, I see, Yang Kuer replied, then asked about his age. Upon learning he was merely 18 and still in school, she was momentarily taken aback, then cautiously queried, are you a rich second-generation heir? This was hardly a surprising question. Aside from wealthy heirs, who else would spend lavishly on gifts for female streamers at such a young age? Did you figure that out? My family's coal mine in Xishan is quite substantial. I'm known as the Prince of Xishan. You can look it up online, Qin Mo responded with mock seriousness. So, I've encountered a true big shot? Yang Kuer believed him, causing Qin Mo to chuckle. The old adage about large bosoms and empty minds seemed to hold true today. I'm just teasing. I come from an ordinary family, Qin Mo revealed candidly. Ordinary, is it? Yang Kuer retorted. Then she specifically searched for the Prince of Xishan online, only to discover that Qin Mo had indeed been jesting. She promptly sent an emoticon of a faceless creature brandishing a knife, captioned, I'll get you for this. Where do you even find such bizarre emoticons? Qin Mo protested, ultimately swiping the emoticon for himself. The two continued chatting until 11 o'clock, at which point Qin Mo, feeling weary, decided to conclude their conversation. The following day, at 9 in the morning, Qin Mo awoke, spending a moment in bed lost in thought. He realized he wouldn't have much time left before heading to Tianfu for registration. Wang Xia had prepared breakfast and called out, prompting Qin Mo to rise and make his way outside, where he found Qin Jiaming just finishing his morning routine. Noticing Qin Mo's arrival, he inquired, have you considered the car purchase? If you have time today, would you like me to accompany you to take a look? With the company's affairs nearly settled, he had granted himself a day off. How about a Mercedes? The AMG GT is quite good, particularly suited for young people, Qin Jiaming suggested. Having been Qin Mo's age once, he understood the preferences of today's youth, which typically revolved around sports cars. While he felt helpless concerning top-tier supercars like Lamborghinis and Ferraris, he believed that a budget increase could certainly allow for a Mercedes-AMG. After all, the entry-level model could be acquired for just over 100,000. Qin Mo felt tempted and asked, how much more could you add to the budget? You rascal. I can add at most 500,000, Qin Jiaming chided with a laugh. 150,000, This price would indeed only secure an entry-level Mercedes-AMG GT. After taxes and insurance, the total would hover around this figure. Then let us go for cash instead, Qin Mo chuckled. Is a Mercedes-AMG not enough to satisfy your appetite? Qin Jiaming remarked, bemused by his son's lofty expectations. Cash is fine, but it will come with a discount. He agreed, albeit with conditions. How much? Qin Mo asked, curious. 80,000. Qin Jiaming replied. Qin Mo's expression darkened. Good heavens, you have the budget. From 150,000 down to 80,000. Are you perhaps the reincarnation of a miser? Qin Mo quipped. Enough nonsense. Make your choice, Qin Jiaming said, settling down to eat. All right, I suppose a minor loss is acceptable. Qin Mo ultimately decided to accept the cash offer. Qin Jiaming regarded him for a moment before consenting to transfer the funds. I'll send you the money. You can handle the car purchase yourself. Rest assured. I won't swindle you. Qin Mo retorted. That is for the best, Qin Jiaming replied. Qin Mo claimed this was an outright slander. All right, it's time to eat, Wang Xiao announced. Qin Mo helped fetch the bowls and chopsticks. After breakfast, Qin Jiaming and Wang Xiao left, ostensibly for a romantic outing, leaving poor Qin Mo feeling abandoned. However, it wasn't long before the 80,000 arrived in his account, instantly lifting his spirits. Gazing at his balance, 122. 621 yuan, over 1 million, and with a 5-fold cashback coupon, Qin Mo's net worth skyrocketed to over 5 million. Ding. Detected that the host has received a gift from a close relative, triggering a hidden task. Hidden task, a gift from a close relative. The system is calculating. Calculation complete. Given that the funds gifted by a relative are to be used for vehicle purchase, the system rewards automatically. Reward, 1 Mercedes-AMG GT R Pro. Reward is being dispensed. The reward has been successfully dispensed. The vehicle is stored in the underground parking lot of the New World Shopping Center, District D265. The key will be delivered to your doorstep by Shunfeng Express in 10 minutes. Please be on the lookout. Note, the vehicle information is legally sourced, and there are no legal risks involved. The host can use it with confidence. Ding. Detected that the host has acquired their first sports car. Rewarding the host with expert-level driving skills. Reward is being dispensed. Reward has been successfully dispensed. As the familiar electronic voice echoed, Qin Mo found himself in a state of utter bewilderment. They even deliver cars? How impressive. And expert-level driving skills sounds exceedingly overpowered. A torrent of both unfamiliar and familiar memories surged into Qin Mo's mind. In an instant, he felt an influx of driving knowledge. As if the mysteries he had once grappled with had suddenly become crystal clear, bestowing upon him the aura of a professional race car driver. As Qin Mo opened his eyes and sensed the transformation within himself, he couldn't help but marvel at the capabilities of the system, exclaiming in astonishment at its ingenuity. 10 minutes later, he received a call from Shunfeng Express, notifying him that a package awaited him at the community entrance. Qin Mo instantly realized that it must be the keys to the AMG GTR Pro. Hanging up the phone, he was overwhelmed with excitement and quickly changed his clothes before rushing downstairs. After all, this was a genuine Mercedes-Benz AMG GTR Pro. What man does not harbor a dream of owning a Mercedes, especially one at the pinnacle of automotive excellence? At the community entrance, a delivery person from Shunfeng was waiting. Hello, are you Mr. Qin? The courier inquired. That's me, Qin Mo confirmed. Here is a package for you. Please sign for it. The courier handed over a parcel bearing Qin Mo's information. Qin Mo couldn't help but admire the system's remarkable efficiency. After swiftly signing, the courier departed. And Qin Mo eagerly tore open the package to reveal the purchase contract, official documentation, and 2 keys for the Mercedes-AMG GTR Pro. Hailing a taxi, he set off towards the Xintiandi shopping center. Although his residence was less than 5 kilometers away, he opted for a cab to hasten his encounter with the AMG GTR Pro. What? Waste money? Please, he was now worth over 5 million. Why bother counting a mere 20 bucks? Wasn't that an insult? Driver, to the Xintiandi shopping center, Qin Mo instructed. A few moments later, he arrived at the underground parking lot and located parking space D265. His eyes lit up at the sight of a brand new AMG GTR Pro parked there. Its elongated front was striking, adorned in a pearlescent white finish, complemented by a striking sky blue racing stripe that radiated sophistication. This car was undeniably tailored for Qin Mo, especially since the domestic models came in only 3 colors, none of which featured a sky blue racing stripe. This vehicle was predominantly constructed of carbon fiber, boasting an extravagant set of wheels, undoubtedly representing the top-tier AMG GTR Pro, with a price tag exceeding 3 million. Furthermore, this was not just any ordinary version of the AMG. It was one of only 28 limited editions in the country, equipped with a 4.0-liter V8 twin-turbo engine, generating 585 horsepower, and 700 Newton-meters of torque, achieving a maximum speed of 318 km/h and accelerating from 0 to 100 km/h in just 3.6 seconds, guaranteeing an exhilarating driving experience for anyone. This car had also set a record lap time of 7 minutes and 4 seconds at the Nürburgring Nordschleife in 2018, marking the fastest time ever for a production AMG model. Its standout feature was the bespoke tuning for individual drivers, customized to match the owner's preferences, creating a unique beast that was exclusively theirs. It was also equipped with the AMG dynamic driving system, offering 6 distinct driving modes to perfectly cater to both everyday errands and track racing. Qin Mo could hardly contain his eagerness to take the beast for a spin. As he opened the frameless door, he was greeted not by the Spartan interior typical of supercars, but by the hallmark lavishness of a Mercedes interior, featuring Alcantara and genuine leather throughout. The high-performance steering wheel exuded a fierce, battle-ready aesthetic. With a roar, the engine sprang to life, reminiscent of a ferocious beast. The more he gazed at it, the more he adored it. This was the wild creature a man ought to tame. With his adept driving skills, he felt fully capable of mastering this formidable machine. Buckling his seatbelt, he pressed the accelerator, and the beast surged forth in an exhilarating rush. It wasn't until 4 in the afternoon that Qin Mo returned the beast to the underground parking lot at Xinjiang. Mindful that he could not explain the origins of the car, so it would temporarily remain there, conveniently close to his home, a mere 10-minute drive away. Feeling unsatisfied after stepping out, he left the purchase contract and documents inside the car and took a taxi home. "I'm back," he announced upon entering his residence, only to find that Wang Xia and Qin Jiaming were not at home. With a hint of resignation, he mused that perhaps he was indeed an unexpected addition to their love story. Later that evening, around 6, Wang Xia and Qin Jiaming returned, and Qin Mo eagerly greeted them, inquiring about dinner. He was met with the disappointing news that they had already eaten. "All right then," he replied, a hint of frustration in his tone. Thus, it seemed he was the sole recipient of culinary neglect. With a tearful glance at his account balance, he ventured out for dinner. Coincidentally, the blessing money had already been deposited into his account, a testament to the system's punctuality in ensuring funds were transferred daily. As he walked downstairs, preparing to grab a bite, he received a call from Tang Shi, asking if he had eaten. Qin Mo replied that he was about to, and she requested that he come pick her up, as she wished to take him to a hidden gem of a restaurant. Half an hour later, at the foot of Tang Shi's apartment complex, Qin Mo texted her to inform her of his arrival. She responded that she would be down in 2 minutes. 2 minutes later, Tang Shi dashed out with her hair tied in a high ponytail, but she did not initially notice Qin Mo's car. Just as she was about to text him, Qin Mo honked, prompting her to finally notice the striking white Mercedes AMG GTR Pro parked by the roadside. "Did you get a new car?" Tang Shi inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she appraised the vehicle's exterior. Compared to the Porsche Panamera, this Mercedes appeared far more dazzling. And with its 2-door design, it was clearly a sports car. "Yes, it just arrived today," Qin Mo responded with a smile. "Such a rich guy?" Tang Shi muttered under her breath. "How can you insult me like that, class monitor?" Qin Mo retorted. Tang Shi didn't answer, instead shifting the conversation to ask, "What about your other car?" "That one belongs to my mom." Qin Mo shrugged. "All right then," she nodded and continued. "This car must be quite expensive, right?" "Not too bad. Just over 3 million, Qin Mo replied nonchalantly. "You're definitely a rich guy," Tang Shi exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. If she recalled correctly, the Porsche Panamera was already around 2 million, and now he had purchased a sports car worth over 3 million. What kind of family was this? Qin Mo felt a pang of frustration. Why did rich guy have to come with the prefix dog? Observing the expression on his face, Tang Shi couldn't help but chuckle. Choosing to abandon her teasing and moved closer, presenting her phone's navigation screen to him. "Let us go here. Their sashimi is excellent." Qin Mo barely registered what she was saying, the scent of her shampoo wafting through the air. Could he interpret this as Tang Shi having gone out of her way to look nice for their dinner? After all, this was the highest form of courtesy among women. Typically, when meeting someone they disliked, not only would they skip washing their hair, but they would also neglect skincare. As those products were often quite costly, why waste them on someone they didn't care for? "What are you staring at, Qin Mo?" Tang Shi asked. Noticing his gaze fixated on her hair, her cheeks flushing slightly. "Is this considered the utmost etiquette?" Qin Mo teased. Tang Shi, well aware of the jest, shot him an exasperated glance. "Do spare me your self-adulation." Qin Mo chuckled heartily, glancing at the navigation system, and promptly started the engine. This establishment specializing in marinated delicacies was situated on Fuxing South Street, near line 4 of the subway. Departing from Tang Shi's residential complex, it would take approximately 50 minutes. Traffic permitting. Fortunately, Qin Mo's luck held, as they encountered no significant delays, arriving at the restaurant around 7:30. Chapter 52. A unique experience. How does this vehicle feel? Qin Mo inquired. It's not as uncomfortable as they claimed. However, compared to that Porsche, its comfort level does fall short, Tang Shi responded candidly. This is a common drawback of supercars. After all, such models prioritize speed, resulting in a notably low chassis. Nevertheless, the seats in this car are fairly decent, offering much better comfort than the average supercar. Have you ever heard the saying, class monitor? Qin Mo asked. What is it? Tang Shi inquired, puzzled. Those who can drive sports cars possess excellent waist strength, Qin Mo replied with a mischievous grin. You're being utterly ridiculous. Tang Shi rolled her eyes, realizing that he had seized yet another opportunity to make an innuendo. Are you suggesting something inappropriate? Qin Mo feigned surprise. When I mentioned waist strength, I was referring to my good health. What is inappropriate about that? Tang Shi regarded Qin Mo's serious demeanor, pursing her lips in disdain. I can hardly believe you. This fellow was full of mischief, easily leading her astray. Qin Mo shrugged. You've truly misunderstood me. I'm just hungry. Tang Shi shot him an irritated glance before preparing to exit the vehicle, wary of being ensnared in one of his traps again. Qin Mo laughed heartily, turning off the engine and following her out of the car. Good evening, you two, Tang Shi greeted the server. They were promptly escorted to a table by the window. The ambience here is quite pleasant, Qin Mo remarked appreciatively. Of course, Tang Shi replied with a hint of pride. A marinated and drunken crab set. A signature house-prepared crayfish with an additional bullfrog, a serving of crispy fried duck tongues, a cup of sour plum juice, and 2 portions of Thai fried rice. Tang Shi ordered with practiced ease. The marinated dishes here are delightful. I used to frequent this place, she recommended enthusiastically. Upon hearing her endorsement, Qin Mo felt a surge of anticipation. He had never tasted marinated delicacies before and was eager for the experience. It was said that individuals with sensitive stomachs should avoid marinated dishes due to potential digestive disturbances, but Qin Mo felt confident in his gastrointestinal fortitude. After a brief wait of around 10 minutes, an abundance of dishes graced their table, ample enough for 4 diners. The marinated and drunken crab set included 2 drunken crabs, 2 marinated crabs, a serving of marinated crab paste, and a portion of drunken river shrimp, accompanied by 2 servings of fried snacks and 2 side dishes. The crayfish portion was modest, but with the addition of bullfrog, it appeared satisfactory, and lastly, the fried rice portions were undeniably generous. Try this. Tang Shi placed a richly yellow drunken crab into Qin Mo's bowl. Eagerly, Qin Mo sampled it, and his eyes sparkled with delight as the sweet, succulent flavor of the drunken crab and the rich sauce enveloped his palate, completely devoid of any fishy taste. The flavor was simply exquisite. Ding! A random task was triggered. Task, a unique experience. Task progress, achieved. Reward, a 5-fold food cashback card. Note, the food cashback card is exclusively applicable for food-related cashback. It cannot be used for other expenditures. Special reward distribution in progress. Reward, alcohol immunity card, valid for 2 hours. Attention! During the use of the alcohol immunity card, the user will receive an alcohol immunity buff, enabling the automatic breakdown of alcohol in food, rendering them impervious to its effects, allowing for the unrestrained enjoyment of culinary delights. Qin Mo was astonished to discover that dining out could yield such unexpected benefits. This was truly a delightful surprise. He discreetly examined the usage instructions for the 5-fold food cashback card. It was straightforward. It could only be used for cashback on dining expenses. For instance, if today's dinner with Tang Shi amounted to 1,000 yuan, utilizing this cashback card would yield a remarkable 5,000 yuan in cashback. Then he perused the details of the alcohol immunity card, exclaiming in disbelief, what a game changer. With this at a drinking gathering, wouldn't it be an absolute advantage? This was indeed a splendid reward. However, he pondered why the system had granted such a boon. Glancing at the drunken crab in his hand, realization dawned upon him. Although marinated delicacies were delicious, their preparation involved substantial amounts of white wine or yellow wine, resulting in a significant alcohol content that could be detected. The system seemed to be safeguarding him from the potential repercussions of being pulled over for driving under the influence after indulging in such culinary delights. If that were to happen, the cost of this meal would be exorbitant. Truly, the system had outdone itself in its foresight. How was the taste? Tang Shi gazed at him with eager anticipation. Delicious. Qin Mo exclaimed without hesitation. Just to be clear, I am not being biased. Tang Shi beamed at his affirmative response, pleased that he had enjoyed the unconventional delicacy she had introduced him to. Here, try this. Tang Shi offered him a peeled drunken river shrimp, reminiscent of a girlfriend feeding her partner. Qin Mo savored it in one bite, finding the flavor distinct yet equally delightful as the drunken crab. The rich sauce and sweet texture harmonizing beautifully. Their meal extended for a full hour, concluding around 9 o'clock, with Tang Shi taking the initiative to settle the bill. Since it was her invitation to Qin Mo, it was only fitting that she treated him. Moreover, Qin Mo had been the one covering expenses on their previous outings. She was not one to behave in a manner so inconsiderate. Qin Mo refrained from insisting on paying. He understood Tang Xi's intentions. The principle of reciprocity was a common adage, but how many truly practiced it? Thus, he admired this aspect of her character and was eager to foster their connection. All right, let us go, she said as she returned after approximately 3 minutes. Upon exiting the restaurant, Tang Xi suddenly recalled something. Oh no, she looked at Qin Mo, her expression turning apologetic. I'm sorry, I forgot that marinated dishes contain alcohol. You might not be able to drive back. She only remembered upon seeing Qin Mo's car, and guilt washed over her face. I thought it was something serious. Don't worry, my constitution differs from that of the average person. The alcohol will break down quickly. Qin Mo waved dismissively, unconcerned. With the alcohol immunity card provided by the system, even if he consumed an entire bottle of liquor, it would not register as alcohol in his system. However, he chose to phrase it as a quick breakdown, acknowledging that some individuals indeed possess such a constitution, making it reasonable. Otherwise, declaring outright that he was immune to alcohol would likely lead Tang Xi to consider him a peculiar anomaly. Really? Tang Xi regarded him with skepticism, suspecting he was merely comforting her with a fabricated excuse. I wouldn't joke about my driver's license. I'd rather not have my newly acquired car taken away before I even get the chance to enjoy it, Qin Mo replied, his expression sincere. Tang Xi appeared somewhat convinced yet still harbored doubts, asking, Are you sure it's all right? Rest assured, it should be fine in about half an hour. Qin Mo assured her. Let us stroll around this vicinity. It would be perfect for digestion, he suggested. Chapter 53, Encountering a DUI Checkpoint. Around 9:30, the two returned to the parking spot they had occupied earlier. Qin Mo silently recited in his mind, System, activate the alcohol immunity card. Ding. Alcohol immunity card, in use. Usage complete. Effective for 2 hours, remaining 1 hour, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Qin Mo suddenly felt a surge of warmth within him, a sensation that dissipated almost as swiftly as it arrived, leaving him in awe of its peculiarity. Would Qin Mo truly be unscathed? Perhaps we should take a taxi back, suggested Tang Xi, her concern palpable. Trust me, Qin Mo reassured her with a calming glance. They both got into the car, and as Qin Mo started the engine. We are conducting a DUI check. Please cooperate, the traffic officer stated, gesturing for Qin Mo to lower the window. As a law-abiding citizen, Qin Mo complied without hesitation. He calmly blew into the breathalyzer, waiting a moment before the device registered no alcohol content. Thank you for your cooperation, the officer remarked, glancing at Qin Mo before allowing him to pass. Tang Xi, visibly astonished, exclaimed, I thought you were pulling my leg. It turns out your physique is truly remarkable. I possess even more astonishing abilities. Would you care to see? Qin Mo quipped teasingly. Tang Xi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she recognized his playful demeanor, rolling her eyes at him and choosing not to respond further. Since there was no traffic on the way back, Qin Mo safely delivered Tang Xi to her apartment complex just before 11. I'm heading home now. Send me a message once you arrive, she instructed. Qin Mo nodded in agreement and waved her goodbye. Given the late hour, he decided to leave his car in the open parking lot, planning to return to the Xinyiandi shopping center the following day. After all, it was merely one night, and unlikely to be noticed. Upon returning home, he exchanged a few messages with Tang Xi, then quickly washed up before heading to bed. The following day, Qin Mo awoke around 11. Seemingly due to the raw marinated food he had consumed the previous night, and was pleasantly surprised by the quality of his sleep. Could raw marinated food actually have a soothing effect? As it was already 11, and his parents, Wang Xia and Qin Jianming, had already had breakfast, Qin Mo resolved to fend for himself. He ordered a Japanese meal through his phone, costing 368 yuan. While this price might seem extravagant for breakfast, it was but a trifling amount for Qin Mo, especially with the blessing money he had received that day. Such an expenditure felt like mere droplets in a vast ocean. 20 minutes later, Qin Mo retrieved his takeout from the door, leaving a positive review for the delivery person and tipping an additional 10 yuan. The outdoor temperature in Hangzhou had reached a staggering 37 degrees Celsius. In such sweltering conditions, even a few extra steps could lead to heat stroke, let alone the plight of the delivery workers. As the saying goes, if one is not burdened by a 1,000-pound load, who would willingly venture out in such weather to deliver food? A mere 10 yuan may not even buy a cup of Starbucks for him, yet for the delivery person, it was an affirmation of their efforts. Each profession bears its own hardships. One need not empathize deeply, but mutual understanding suffices. After a simple breakfast and a brief chat with Tang Xi, who informed him she would be shopping with her mother that day, Qin Mo refrained from further interruption. Returning to his room, He intended to indulge in the gaming world, initially hoping to team up with Shen Xiu, but upon finding she was unavailable, he resigned himself to playing solo. Big shot. Just as he entered the game, a message popped up from Yang Kuer, a small streamer. It seemed she had just finished her game, and a friend request soon followed. You're slacking off. Instead of streaming, you're playing games? Qin Mo teased as he entered the room. Not at all. I've rescheduled my streaming to the evening, so I have time during the day to enjoy my hobbies. Yang Kuer replied. Oh, I see. Qin Mo responded. Let us begin. Today, I shall show you what it means to win effortlessly. The game commenced swiftly, and during the champion selection phase, Qin Mo found himself in the 5th position, with the jungle role taken by another player. Ultimately, he was left with the marksman role, which he reluctantly accepted. Admittedly, he was not particularly fond of this position. The developmental phase was drawn out, and the opposing team often favored this lane for ambushes, which was quite irksome. However, with the lineup already established, he had no choice but to comply, choosing to play as Marco Polo. A hero with built-in mobility and true damage capabilities, Qin Mo thrived. 5 minutes into the game, he had already penetrated the enemy's developmental lane, establishing a considerable economic lead of 2,000 gold over his opponent. It was evident that this match was all but concluded. Predictably, the game ended at 7 minutes and 40 seconds, with the enemy's crystal shattering, and Qin Mo clinching the MVP title with a commendable record of 1406. Wow, you're amazing. Yang Kuer exclaimed. Stay humble, Qin Mo replied. It's just a starry match. There's hardly any challenge involved. Soon, they began the next match, which ended unexpectedly quickly at 6 minutes. In this game, Qin Mo successfully selected the jungle role and executed a perfect rhythm with the hero Pei Qin Tiger, finishing the match decisively. Unbeknownst to them, they had played for 6 hours, and it was now 6 in the evening. Under Qin Mo's guidance, Yang Kuer had successfully advanced to the king rank, making for a most enjoyable gaming session. Choosing Princess Yao Yao means I have to do nothing. I can just ride on your coattails to victory. I feel incredibly fortunate to have such a teammate, she expressed. Let us call it a day. You probably need to stream soon, right? Qin Mo prepared to log off, inquiring. Yes, I'll eat something and then go live, Yang Kuer replied. Qin Mo left with a simple farewell. It was time for him to eat as well. He often found this part of the day rather vexing when Wang Xia cooked. It was manageable, but if she didn't tea, he would have to worry about what to eat. It wouldn't tea due to indulge in clay pot rice every time. No matter how much he enjoyed it, even the most beloved dishes could become tiresome with repetition. Mom, have you made dinner? Qin Mo called out as he headed towards the kitchen. To his dismay, he discovered that Wang Xia was not home, and neither was his father. Well then, I suppose I'll grab a bite at Zinni Andy. I might as well return the car, he mused, grabbing the keys to his Mercedes before heading out. At the B1 level of Zinni Andy shopping center, Qin Mo opted for a grilled meat bento, ordering a grilled eel rice bowl, a portion of Japanese-style chicken nuggets, and a bottle of soda. The eel rice cost 58 yuan, the chicken nuggets 18 yuan, and the soda 16 yuan, totaling 92 yuan for dinner. The eel rice arrived promptly, and for fast food, Qin Mo had no particular demands. He simply needed to fill his stomach. However, he found the chicken nuggets to be particularly delightful. Chapter 54, Preparing to Seize Opportunities. After dinner, Qin Mo walked home, leaving his Mercedes-AMG GTR Pro parked in the underground garage. He planned to contact a towing company in a few days to transport the vehicle to Tianfu. After all, would he drive it himself? Qin Mo chuckled at the thought. Hangzhou was nearly 900 kilometers away from Tianfu, and only a madman would undertake such a journey. He anticipated that after this trip, he would likely bid farewell to supercars for good, as his back would undoubtedly be wrecked. In the coming days, he would need to research towing companies, as transporting a supercar was no simple task. The first concern was insurance. Otherwise, who could one rely on if something went awry? Please, just forget it. Moreover, they will candidly inform you that without insurance, you alone shall bear the consequences in the event of any mishap. The more expensive the vehicle, the steeper the insurance costs. Thus, Qin Mo estimates that transporting this Mercedes-AMG GTR Pro will likely exceed 10,000 yuan. Such sports cars are typically transported exclusively by specialized carriers, with the journey from Hangzhou to Tianfu costing approximately 57 yuan per kilometer, contingent upon the specific transport company. Not to mention the additional insurance, resulting in a considerable total. However, for Qin Mo, this expense is trivial, merely equivalent to 2 days' worth of blessings. Upon returning home, Qin Mo logged onto Dosha Live, where Yang Kuer was already streaming. Welcome back, esteemed Mo. Yang Kuer joyously greeted upon spotting Qin Mo's ID. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Qin Mo dispatched 3 rockets, valued at 1,500 yuan, instantly igniting excitement in the chat room with comments like, what a generous benefactor. And the boss is magnificent. Yang Kuer was profoundly touched, as it could be said that the entire GDP of the livestream depended on Qin Mo's support. No need for further gifts, esteemed boss. What song would you like to hear today? Yang Kuer inquired while opening the app to search for a backing track. The young streamer is quite perceptive, Qin Mo chuckled. Then selected As You Wish, a song performed by the renowned diva Wang Fei, known for its considerable difficulty. Although Yang Kuer had never attempted this song, she was aware of its challenges and preemptively remarked, esteemed boss, I have not sung this song before, so there may be a few imperfections. Qin Mo reassured her. No worries, feel free to showcase your talent. Having witnessed Yang Kuer dance, he mused that nothing could be more daunting than that. Seemingly regaining her confidence, Yang Kuer chose the accompaniment and commenced her performance, while the audience grew quiet. Though her rendition was not particularly polished, it was far from unpleasant. He internally rated it a solid 7 out of 10. How was that? She eagerly asked as the song concluded, despite her lack of familiarity with the piece. Confident that her vocal prowess would suffice. Quite delightful. If only it could be a touch more refined. Very good indeed, keep it up. Lovely. I could take you home. That thought is somewhat perilous. Count me in. The barrage of comments resumed, igniting more playful banter. Yang Kuer chose to overlook them, as these mischievous viewers seemed intent on teasing or critiquing her. When it came time for gifts, they raced to send them at lightning speed. Whoosh. Qin Mo sent a rocket as a modest token of appreciation, not that he felt the need to justify it. Wow, heartfelt thanks for the rocket, esteemed boss. Yang Kuer expressed with delight. At 10 o'clock that evening, Qin Mo exited the live stream and lay in bed, perusing the balance in his bank account, which stood at over 1 million yuan, in addition to a 5-fold cashback card. He contemplated how to maximize the benefits of this cashback card, initially intending to purchase luxury items upon reaching Tianfu, but that plan was based on a budget of 300,000 yuan, which was hardly sufficient for high-end luxury. However, spending 1 million yuan seemed extravagant. He calculated that if he were to indeed spend 1 million on luxury goods, he would undoubtedly become a campus celebrity, especially since he had no real estate in Tianfu, meaning those items would have to be returned to his dormitory. He feared that word might spread among his roommates, and he would find no peace during his university years. Then, an idea struck him. Watches. His eyes lit up. It was a splendid notion. While 1 million yuan seemed substantial, some ultra-luxurious watch brands could easily exceed that threshold, with 1 million not even sufficient for entry-level models, let alone the truly top-tier timepieces. For instance, Patek Philippe. The truly high-end watches from Patek Philippe often surpass the price of a small vehicle, embodying the apex of luxury, often being priceless yet elusive. He promptly searched online for Patek Philippe's million yuan models and quickly identified 3 options: the complicated timepieces 5131 1P001 and the super complicated timepieces 5160J001 and 5160 R001. While the first model, 5131 1P001, was distinct, the latter two were variations of the same design, differing only in color. 5160J featured an 18K gold case, whereas 5160 are sported an 18K rose gold case. The prices were as follows: 5131 1P001 at 134, 100 yuan, and 5160J and 5160R at 129, 901, 212, 700 yuan, respectively. Although they belong to the same category, the 5160 R001 in rose gold was significantly pricier, and Qin Mo found himself favoring that option. However, he faced an awkward predicament. His card held only 128, 919 yuan, leaving him short by 83, 781 yuan to acquire the 5160 R001. Given his daily blessing income of 666 yuan, it would take him 11 days to reach the necessary amount, a timeline that felt excessively lengthy, especially as he anticipated his arrival in Tianfu. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He still possessed an unused dining cashback card. System, if I invite others to enjoy a meal together, will their expenses also count towards the total for this dining cashback card? Qin Mo silently inquired. Ding. As long as the host engages in the expenditure, and it pertains to food, the amount spent will automatically be included within the dining cashback card scope. Qin Mo's eye sparkled. This meant no limit on the number of participants. He recalled a restaurant in Hangzhou, Black Pearl Sushi, known for its average cost of 500 yuan per person. If he invited Lu Tao and a few others, they could easily exceed the threshold and still have leftovers. This price was undoubtedly top tier in Hangzhou, with reports claiming that the restaurant sourced its ingredients via air freight from Japan. He swiftly contacted the restaurant to inquire about reservations, as ensuring the freshness of the ingredients required advance booking. All right, let me confirm the number of guests, and I will get back to you shortly. Qin Mo quickly replied before hanging up. Urgent. Brothers, it's time to surface. Qin Mo exclaimed in a group chat with a few friends. Chen Xiao, Paratrooper 1. LBW ready. Wang Hui. Ding Ding, Paratrooper 2. Ma Fei ready. Lu Tao, Paratrooper 3, ready. What is going on? They responded almost instantaneously. Chapter 55. Manchu Sushi. I've booked a table at Manchu Sushi by Westlake. Do you guys have time? Qin Mo inquired. No way. No way. No way. That place at Xianzi Resort with an average cost of 500 yuan per person? Lu Tao quickly replied. Indeed, Qin Mo confirmed. Old Qin, have you struck gold? Chen Xiao and Wang Hui asked, aware of the restaurant's reputation as the pinnacle of sushi in Hangzhou. Just a little gift from my old man, who has been in a good mood lately. Qin Mo replied, a hint of pride in his tone. When's the date? I've never had sushi that costs 500 yuan per person. Chen Xiao was the first to express eagerness. Exactly. We can't waste our esteemed Qin's generosity. Wang Hui enthusiastically chimed in. We can't waste this. Lu Tao joined in the playful banter. Qin Mo chuckled and replied, let me confirm the number of guests first, and then I will inform you. Oh, and Lu, please invite that divine sister as well. What do you mean? Are you planning to take this to the next level? Are you not going to perform at all? Lao Qin, you wouldn't want to steal my thunder, would you? Lu Tao inquired, her expression laced with suspicion. Qin Mo was at a loss for words. Did he really resemble that treacherous figure, Chao? If it weren't for the desire to maximize the benefits from the cashback card, he wouldn't have mentioned that celestial sister. He then replied, you're overthinking it. I still have to invite the class monitor, which will make things less awkward. Oh, I see. I thought you were trying to poach me, Lu Tao said, visibly relieved. Qin Mo remarked that this was quite toxic. By the way, Lao Wang and Lao Chun. If you have partners, feel free to invite them along, he reminded them. To maximize the cashback, the more people, the better. However, there was no need to include acquaintances. Chen Xiao and Wang Hui felt utterly defeated, lamenting, why bring up that topic? Ha ha ha, where would those two find partners? They are pure, unadulterated single dogs, single for 18 years. Lu Tao immediately switched to roast mode, launching into a frenzy of teasing. Ha ha ha, if not, I'll just inform Manchu, as I need to count heads for the reservation. Qin Mo chuckled and replied in the group chat. Alas, I must find a girlfriend in college. Chen Xiao cried in despair, swearing he would find someone. Forget it, I'm in no position to talk. Wang Hui initially thought to join in the banter. But upon considering his chosen school, his enthusiasm promptly deflated. This led to a joint roasting session from Lu Tao and Chen Xiao. Qin Mo exited the group chat and sent a message to Tang Shi, inquiring if she had time. After a couple of minutes, she replied, likely having been studying. I'm available. What is up? She also sent a cute question mark emoji. Class monitor, may I have the honor? I've reserved at Manchu Japanese cuisine. And I'll pick you up, Qin Mo quickly responded. Why choose such an expensive place? Tang Shi asked, puzzled. As she had seen someone post about this renowned Japanese restaurant on social media, she assumed Qin Mo wanted to treat her alone and considered declining. Thinking it unnecessary to select such an extravagant venue just for a meal, it was too wasteful. I've heard that this restaurant has an excellent reputation. And Lu Tao and the others will be joining too. Qin Mo intentionally mentioned their group to alleviate any chance of rejection, knowing that if he invited just her, the probability of her declining was high. Undeniably, Tang Shi was indeed a good girl. Oh, I see, Tang Shi finally understood. It's settled then. I'll be ready for you to pick me up. Qin Mo quickly affirmed. Hello, we VE confirmed. There will be 6 of us. Let us schedule for 1 o'clock in the afternoon in 3 days. He subsequently called Manchu Japanese cuisine to confirm the number of guests and the time. The restaurant offered 2 packages, priced at 1, 588 yuan and 2, 588 yuan per person, requiring only a day's advance reservation. However, he opted for the restaurant's top-tier package, costing 3, 588 yuan per person, which needed a 3-day advance booking. After calculating the costs, Qin Mo found that the meal for 6 would total 21, 528 yuan, plus an additional 15 service fee of 3, 229 yuan, bringing the total to 24, 757 yuan. Utilizing the 5-fold food cashback card, he would receive 123, 785 yuan. Exceeding his expectations, he informed Lu Tao and the others about their meeting at Manchu Japanese cuisine at 1 o'clock in the afternoon 3 days later, and also notified Tang Shi that he would pick her up that day. Okay, Tang Shi quickly replied. Lu Tao and the others confirmed as well, with Lu Tao even having arranged for Wang Siki to join. 3 days later, at 11:30 in the morning, Qin Mo had already arrived at the foot of Tang Shi's apartment complex. He sent her a message from his car, and after about 5 minutes, she emerged from the complex. Today, Tang Shi wore a Gucci and Disney collaboration Mickey Mouse t-shirt on top, paired with hot pants, her hair tied in a high ponytail, and a light touch of makeup, radiating a wholesome, neighborly girl vibe. Her long, straight, fair legs were simply captivating. "Sorry for being late. I was tidying up my room," Tang Shi explained as she approached, a look of genuine apology on her face. She abhorred tardiness, even by just 5 minutes, hence her proactive communication with Qin Mo. "No worries. Who could blame you when you're a goddess?" Qin Mo shrugged, teasingly replied. "Shall we head out?" Tang Shi fastened her seatbelt and playfully stuck out her tongue. Around 12:50, Qin Mo arrived at the destination, Xuanzi Resort. Xuanzi Resort is part of the boutique hotel brand Lianqi Chateau, located within the picturesque West Lake scenic area, encompassing 7 villas and 3 top-tier restaurants, Hejie Xianglo, Manchu, and Sanyan Pavilion, all featuring the architectural style characteristic of the southern water towns of Jiangnan. Qin Mo sent the location details in the group chat, and Lu Tao and the others promptly replied, confirming their arrival at Xuanzi Resort. Qin Mo instructed them to wait a moment as he was on his way. He informed Tang Shi that Lu Tao and the others had also arrived, and that they were preparing to meet up. Tang Shi nodded, and as soon as they got out of the car, she spotted Lu Tao and the others, who were looking at Qin Mo with incredulous expressions. "No way. An AMG GTR Pro. Lao Qin, this is a slip-up, isn't it?" Lu Tao rushed over, his eyes gleaming with excitement at the pearl-white Mercedes AMG, a car limited to only 28 units nationwide, boasting 585 horsepower and 700 Newton-meters of torque, capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 in just 3.6 seconds. He was utterly envious. This was his unattainable dream. "Quick, lend me the keys. I want to experience the taste of wealth," Lu Tao exclaimed impatiently. Just based on the carbon fiber of this car, he could ascertain its value well exceeded 3 million. Whether it attracted women was uncertain, but it would definitely attract men. "It's not that exaggerated," Qin Mo chuckled as he tossed the keys to Lu Tao, allowing him to experience it freely. After all, it was a gift from the system, so he felt no remorse. Chapter 56, A Perfect Experience. Lu Tao revved the engine, and the explosive sound sent chills down his spine. Wang Hui and Chun Chao looked on with eager eyes, clearly envious as well. "No wonder Lao Qin chose to treat us here. With this little money, it's practically nothing." Wang Hui couldn't help but comment, though his envious expression spoke volumes of his own desires. Indeed, Chun Chao nodded in agreement, then turned to Qin Mo with utmost seriousness. "Uncle, do you need a son?" "I don't know if my dad needs one, but I think you could be my son," Qin Mo replied earnestly. "Let us pass on that. With your physical condition, I'd probably have to walk ahead of you," Chun Chao retorted, prompting laughter from Qin Mo and the others. Tang Shi also noticed Wang Siki standing nearby and curiously asked Qin Mo for an introduction. He briefly introduced her, and Tang Shi smiled, acknowledging that Lu Tao was indeed the one benefiting from their pairing. Soon after, Lu Tao stepped down from the AMG GTR Pro, reluctant to part with the car. Wang Hui and Chun Chao each took turns experiencing the ride, and their summary? One word: incredible. Wang Hui returned the keys to Qin Mo, exclaiming, "Another day of uncontainable envy. Envy. Envy." Lu Tao and Chun Chao echoed in unison. Subsequently, several individuals followed Qin Mo to Manchu cuisine, where they were greeted by a beautiful young lady clad in a kimono. Notably, her greeting was not merely conventional. She performed a kneeling bow, exemplifying professionalism at its finest. "Greetings, I am Qin. We have a reservation for 1 o'clock this afternoon," Qin Mo proactively stated. "Welcome, Mr. Qin. We have prepared a private room for you. Please follow me," the kimono-clad lady graciously responded after confirming Qin Mo's reservation. Manchu cuisine boasts 6 traditional Japanese-style rooms along with a VIP room, ensuring excellent privacy. The group followed the young lady through a corridor to one of the private rooms. Upon entering, they were greeted by a magnificent floor-to-ceiling window that offered a breathtaking view of the Japanese dry landscape garden outside. "This ambience is absolutely splendid," Chun Chao exclaimed. The others nodded in agreement, recognizing the value of this dining experience, which cost an average of 500 yuan per person. The kneeling service alone evoked a sense of being at home. The kimono-clad lady delicately placed the day's menu before each guest. This establishment curates seasonal menus that represent spring, summer, autumn, and winter. As it was the end of August, they were presented with the summer menu. Tang Shi glanced at it curiously and noticed that there were 13 courses, ranging from appetizers to main dishes and concluding with fruits for dessert, all served in a specific order. Lu Tao and the others also took a look, while Wang Siki expressed her astonishment. She had never even dared to dream of dining at a restaurant with such per capita spending, let alone actually visiting one. Instead of traditional tea, their pre-meal drink was peach wine, and the kimono-clad lady provided a brief introduction before personally pouring a glass for each of them. The wine was served in a small, exquisitely crafted dish, and the amount was just right. The peach wine, with its sweet and tangy flavor, served as an excellent appetizer, possessing a taste akin to fruit juice rather than alcohol. After tasting it, Tang Shi and Wang Siqi's eyes lit up, clearly enamored. "The flavor is delightful," Qin Mo remarked. Though he only took a small sip, mindful of the fact that he would be driving later and no longer possessed a tolerance for alcohol. Opting for caution rather than indulgence, Lu Tao and his companions shared the same sentiment, cautiously savoring the drink. The first dish was fugu fish skin with Namban vinegar. The texture was smooth, with a subtle vinegary aroma. The flavor, while not particularly striking, was intentionally mild, as the essence of Japanese cuisine often lies in its delicacy, especially in kaiseki dining, which this restaurant exemplified. Qin Mo felt indifferent towards this dish, and the second dish soon arrived. The lady provided yet another informative introduction, which seemed to be a hallmark of this restaurant's attentive service, as each dish was accompanied by explanations regarding the ingredients and cooking methods. The second course was hachin, which in Japanese cuisine refers to a type of appetizer measured in inches. Hachin represents a length of approximately 24 centimeters and is also a category of dishes. This course included 5 items: seasonal sweet fish, anago hachiman rolls, deep-fried river shrimp, lily bulb with black beans, and simmered whelk. The flavors were subtle, primarily highlighting the ingredients themselves with a hint of light culinary seasoning, meriting a score of 7 for freshness. The portions were modest, allowing the group to swiftly finish before the next dish arrived. The kimono-clad lady provided meticulous guidance on how to enjoy each dish. The seasonal sashimi was also delectable, featuring 6 types of sashimi that showcased the best textures of the current season. The 10th dish, herb-smoked wagyu beef, was undoubtedly the highlight for Qin Mo, as it featured M9 grade wagyu, renowned for its even marbling and superior flavor. A single bite filled his palate with rich fat and unique aromas. Although there was a downside, excessive consumption could become cloying, given the high-fat content typical of M9 grade beef. Nonetheless, this dish received unanimous praise from the group. The meal extended for nearly 2 hours, and Qin Mo initially anticipated leaving unsatiated, but to his surprise, the main course was particularly generous. The main dish was grilled eel rice, with the eel cooked to a perfect crisp outside while remaining tender within. The sweet sauce complemented the rice beautifully, devoid of any fishy taste, showcasing remarkable culinary prowess. However, by this point, the group was clearly reaching their limits, yet Qin Mo, with a hearty appetite, dismissed their concerns, assuring them it was merely a trifling matter. After the grilled eel rice, desserts and fruits followed. Although Qin Mo was not particularly fond of sweets, he sampled them nonetheless to avoid waste. The 2 desserts consisted of red bean tamagoyaki and mango ice cream. Tang Shi and Wang Siqi, both fond of sweets, concluded their meal with matcha and seasonal fruits flown in from Japan. "I'm quite full. I thought I wouldn't be satisfied, but I was mistaken," Lu Tao remarked contentedly, having overestimated his own appetite. Unexpectedly, the quality and freshness of the ingredients were absolutely exceptional, Wang Hui added in admiration. Tang Shi concurred, noting that despite it being her first visit, she had dined at other Japanese and Western restaurants in Hangzhou, and in terms of ingredient quality, this establishment was truly astonishing. After enjoying their meal, the group rested for a while before Qin Mo prepared to settle the bill, which totaled 24,757 yuan, inclusive of a 15% service charge. Chapter 57, Cross-Genre Music God? Host, Qin Mo Level, LV2. Experience, 287, 404, 500, 000. Attractiveness, 77. Physical ability, 80. Qin Mo briefly reviewed the system information, primarily checking his experience points, which brought him satisfaction as he was only a little over 200,000 points away from leveling up. He anticipated that once he purchased the Patek Philippe 5160 R001, he would undoubtedly achieve an upgrade. He wondered what new features the system might offer at that time. Soon, Qin Mo received a text message from the bank indicating that the payment had been successfully processed. He glanced at his bank balance with a smirk, silently invoking, "Use the food consumption cashback card." Ding. The system is calculating. Calculation complete. The host's total expenditure was 24,757 yuan. A 5-fold cashback on the food consumption card is being processed. The cashback amount is 123,785 yuan, which will be returned to the host's account through the financial market. It is traceable and poses no legal risks. The host can use it with confidence. As the system's voice faded, Qin Mo received another text from the bank. His balance was now 1,253,477 yuan. In total, he had amassed 1.25 million yuan, and the blessings from the past 3 days had already been credited to his account. Qin Mo marveled at how considerate the system was. The price of the 5160 R001 was 1,212,700 yuan, and after purchasing the watch, he would still have around 40,000 yuan left. He quickly calculated in his mind. Once the bill was settled, the kimono-clad lady politely guided the group to the parking area. Overall, this Japanese restaurant is quite commendable. Both the service and quality justify the price in Qin Mo's eyes. As they exited Manchu Japanese cuisine and found the evening still young, Lu Tao proposed a leisurely stroll around the West Lake scenic area. The group readily acquiesced, as returning home would be rather dull, and a post-meal walk would aid digestion. However, the rest were left speechless when Lu Tao, oblivious to his surroundings, boldly took Wang Siqi's hand, casting a triumphant glance back at his companions. Wang Hui immediately quipped, "Oh no, he's really getting carried away." It was evident that things were not as straightforward as they seemed. Lu Tao's antics were all too predictable. Chen Chao, equally exasperated, chimed in, "Class monitor, can you please provide some perspective? Who behaves like this?" Tang Shi stifled a laugh before responding, "I think it's quite normal. After all, you're the only single one here." Her words struck a chord with Chen Chao, leaving him despondent. He regretted bringing up the topic with Tang Shi, feeling worse than ever. "Ha ha." Qin Mo erupted in laughter, surprised to discover this more cunning side of Tang Shi. Chen Chao fell silent. Qin Mo glanced at Lu Tao and then at Tang Shi, who understood his intentions all too well. With a dismissive huff, she rolled her eyes and briskly walked ahead, wary of Lu Tao's ulterior motives. Qin Mo shrugged, wishing to clarify that Tang Shi had misunderstood him, declaring himself a law-abiding citizen, though, in truth, he harbored a hint of that intention. The weather was splendid, and the West Lake was bustling with visitors. The group embarked on a boat ride and toured Leifeng Pagoda, returning to Xuanzi Resort around 8 in the evening, where their vehicle awaited. "Let us indulge in some late-night snacks. I'll take charge this time," Lu Tao proclaimed grandly. Hearing this, the others realized they were indeed hungry after a long day of wandering. Naturally, Qin Mo had no objections and sought Tang Shi's opinion. She smirked and teased, "Are you planning to take me home first?" Qin Mo raised his hands in mock surrender, insisting that such an idea was out of the question. Tang Shi discerned his meaning, rolled her eyes, and playfully punched his arm, urging him to hurry. Following Lu Tao's BMW M3, they reached New World after approximately 40 minutes, where a music tavern called Walnut Bar awaited. This establishment was more of a music restaurant than a bar, though patrons could certainly enjoy drinks. Renowned in Hangzhou, the atmosphere here was undeniably exceptional. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sound of a live singer, a young lady performing Wulai by Zheng Zhongji, a Cantonese song that Qin Mo particularly enjoyed. Tang Shi had visited this place before, but it seemed to have undergone renovations, giving it a slightly different feel. The group settled at a table and began ordering. Lu Tao inquired about everyone's preferences and skillfully selected several signature dishes, concluding with a large pitcher of special passion fruit and dragon fruit juice. "You must try the roasted chicken here. It's exceptional," Lu Tao recommended to Wang Siqi. "Tut tut." Wang Hui observed Lu Tao's behavior with a disapproving shake of his head. "What are you two-taying about, single dog? If you're so capable, go find yourself a girlfriend," Lu Tao retorted with a smug grin. Wang Hui attempted to counter, but found himself at a loss for words, while Chen Chao empathized, remarking, "I understand what you're feeling, especially after being struck by Tang Shi's words this afternoon." Ha ha. Qin Mo and Lu Tao burst into laughter at Wang Hui's misfortune. Wang Hui pouted, giving each of them a middle finger. Before long, the dishes arrived, and they began to relish their meal. The live singer was replaced by a young man performing the popular song Obsessed, though his rendition could only be described as somewhat lacking compared to the previous female singer. "Listening to him sing makes me feel like I could do it too," Lu Tao remarked, lifting his head. "What are you all looking at? Don't believe in my abilities?" he added, noticing the skeptical expressions on their faces. "Please, Mr. Bolt, could you just eat your meal? No need to show off," Wang Hui interjected with a shrug. "You're not up to it. Come on, that is not fair." The group erupted in laughter as Chen Chao laughed to the point of tears, slapping Wang Hui's leg, exclaiming, "That was a brilliant roast." "I second old Wang. You should tone it down." Chen Chao imitated him perfectly, further inciting laughter. Even Wang Siqi couldn't help but chuckle at their antics. Lu Tao, visibly frustrated, turned to Qin Mo for support, only to find Qin Mo shrugging in agreement with Wang Hui, adding, "This is clearly crossing genres." Ha ha. Upon hearing this, Chen Chao and Wang Hui laughed even harder, drawing the attention of patrons at nearby tables. When it comes to sarcasm and wit, Qin Mo truly excelled. He understood the art of the roast. Bolt is known for running. Why would you insist on singing? Isn't that crossing boundaries? Unfortunately, the nuances of this joke were lost on Tang Shi and Wang Siqi, but they joined in the laughter, as laughter is indeed infectious. Chapter 58, A Rewarding Professional Voice. Lu Tao declared that he could no longer endure the teasing. He had to showcase his vocal talents. Today, I shall let you witness what it means to be Hangzhou's very own Lin Junjie. With that, under the incredulous stares of his friends, he approached the stage, briefly conversing with the musicians, who agreed to his request. He then flashed an OK sign to his companions. Wow, what a social butterfly, Wang Hui remarked, giving him a thumbs up. Regardless of how well he sang, his courage was commendable. Sister Fairy, have you ever heard him sing? Chen Xiao inquired curiously, as they were unaware of Lu Tao's hidden talent. Upon hearing Chen Xiao refer to her as Sister Fairy, Wang Siki felt a bit shy, but nonetheless replied, no. I haven't. Qin Mo exchanged knowing glances with his friends, silently coordinating a gesture, and murmured, amen. Wang Siki and Tang Shi couldn't help but giggle at their peculiar antics. These three were quite the characters. What does it mean to be a true friend? This is what it means. Lu Tao, oblivious to their comments, would undoubtedly have unleashed a torrent of sarcasm had he heard them. After the previous singer finished, he willingly vacated the stage. Lu Tao expressed his gratitude and briefly discussed the song he intended to perform with the accompanying musicians, who readily agreed. The audience began to take notice, intrigued by the prospect of a guest performer, as they had witnessed such events before, with some having even sung on that very stage. As the music started, it was clear Lu Tao would perform a song by Lin Junjie, as he had proclaimed himself the Lin Junjie of Hangzhou. The moment the accompaniment began, the audience recognized the song. Why should I be disappointed? Concealing tears within my heart, the past never lies. Let us not make things difficult between us. I wish to cultivate love's bittersweet essence. Indeed, this was Lin Junjie's cultivating love. While he may not have reached the level of breathtaking excellence, his performance was certainly far from unpleasant. Wow, this guy can really sing? Wang Hui was taken aback. Having previously asserted that Lu Tao wouldn't be able to carry a tune, only to be swiftly proven wrong. My bro can sing. I feel so proud. Chen Xiao's opportunistic praise left Wang Hui utterly speechless. Could it be that the clown was right beside me? Is it possible that the clown is none other than myself? As the performance concluded, the audience erupted in applause, and Qin Mo and his companions joined in the enthusiastic clapping. Lu Tao graciously bowed in appreciation, subsequently requesting the WeChat contact information of the accompanists and the resident singer. Lu Tao returned with a self-satisfied grin. I truly underestimated your prowess, Lu Xiao. Please forgive my ignorance, Wang Hui said, clasping his hands in a gesture of apology. His demeanor sincere. Ah, the youth is indeed teachable. Lu Tao feigned a lofty air, playfully flaunting his nostrils. Tang Shi couldn't stifle her laughter. His exuberance was simply infectious. Lu Tao then issued a playful challenge. I'll put up 1,000 yuan. Who among you dares to sing a song? That 1,000 is yours if you do. No way, no way. I'm terrified. Wang Hui immediately shook his head, realizing that this was less a challenge and more a recipe for embarrassment, especially since he lacked the requisite talent. Though I am tempted, a hero does not bow for mere trifles, Chen Xiao stated with feigned seriousness. You truly are a treasure trove, akin to Doraemon's pouch, Lu Tao remarked with disdain. What do you mean? Chen Xiao inquired, genuinely curious. You're quite the pretender. Lu Tao retorted without reserve. Laughter erupted among the group. Well, how to put it? It's just, an apt description. Chen Xiao realized he was out of the loop, having missed the joke entirely. Old Qin, why not give it a try? Lu Tao encouraged Qin Mo. Tang Shi also turned to Qin Mo, aware of his singing talent. Is there such a delightful opportunity? Qin Mo perked up, realizing there was a chance to earn some extra cash. Just as he was about to accept the challenge, a notification chimed. Task activated. I am not a singing deity. Choose one. Accept the challenge and select the song Encore What to gain professional vocal ability and advanced singing experience. Or refuse the challenge and receive the title, You Are Too Small, for 3 days. Something feels off with this system. Qin Mo mused, puzzled by the absurdity of the title. Besides, Encore What was clearly Tang Shi's favorite song. Glancing at her, he found her gaze fixed upon him. Well, at this moment, anyone with sense knows what the choice is. I choose option 1, Qin Mo silently resolved. Please take the stage and choose your song. Rewards will be issued upon completion of your selection, the system kindly prompted. Having accepted the challenge, Qin Mo promptly displayed his WeChat payment code to Lu Tao, indicating he could scan it. He then rose from his seat and approached the stage, discussing matters with the resident singer and accompaniment. Ding. Rewards are being dispensed. Rewards have been fully issued. Once he selected the song, a warmth surged through his throat. A wealth of knowledge about vocal techniques and singing flooded his mind, as if it had been innate all along. After the resident singer finished, it was Qin Mo's turn. Lu Tao and the others cheered him on, and the audience was taken aback. Who would have thought another singer would take the stage so swiftly after the last performance? This song is for my friend. If it's not up to par, I kindly ask for your understanding. Qin Mo humbly addressed the crowd while holding the microphone. The audience began to cheer, and he bowed in gratitude before signaling for the accompaniment to commence. As the music began, Tang Shi was momentarily stunned. She looked at Qin Mo, who flashed her a smile, causing her cheeks to flush. Luckily, the dim lighting concealed her embarrassment. With my eyes wide open, I dream a dream. I ask you, what use is it to send me home? Even though I know of her, she remains silent in her loyalty to you. Upon seeing you conceal your ring, I am burdened. My heartfelt whispers lie entombed in the cavern. God, how you mock me time and time again. Once his voice filled the air, the audience was spellbound. Qin Mo's melancholic tone seemed to resonate deeply within their souls, and his Cantonese pronunciation was remarkably precise, instantly captivating all ears present. If this was deemed subpar singing, then what did that make the rest? Some audience members even recorded his performance, sharing it online. Tang Shi felt that he sang even better than during their car ride. Wow, now that's what I call hidden talent. Wang Hui exclaimed. Class monitor, does old Qin's performance count as a scam? Lu Tao quipped. Didn't you just deliver yourself on a silver platter? Tang Shi playfully echoed Qin Mo's earlier sentiment, feigning confusion. Lu Tao found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 59. The invitation from the owner of Walnut Bar. As the song concluded, a thunderous applause erupted from the audience, the performance having been truly exceptional. Most notably, Qin Mo's Cantonese was impeccable, leaving even the local residents unable to find a single flaw. Qin Mo expressed his gratitude once again before returning to his seat. When did you learn Cantonese, old Qin? How come we didn't know? Wang Hui was the first to break the silence, filled with curiosity. Yeah. When did you sneak off to learn? Such a cunning boy. Chen Chao joined in with his teasing. We agreed to be a bunch of losers together. Yet here you are, soaring above us. They lamented, unable to bear it any longer. Qin Mo shrugged, feigning innocence. Perhaps it's just a matter of talent. Ugh. I'm nauseated. They exaggerated their reactions, finding his explanation rather distasteful. What is up with you all? Is this really that exaggerated? Qin Mo laughed, teasing them. Call me handsome. They chorused. You cheeky rascal. Handsome. You cheeky rascal. Eventually, they conceded, exchanging glances and shaking their heads in resignation. Our son has grown up and no longer listens to us. Get lost, get lost. Qin Mo laughed, scolding them playfully, as Tang Shi and Wang Siki exchanged amused glances. After their meal, Lu Tao distributed red envelopes to the accompanist and resident singer as a token of thanks. Upon exiting the Walnut Bar, a middle-aged man with elegant features and rimless glasses hurried after them, piquing their curiosity. Hello there, I'm the owner of this Walnut Bar. I was quite impressed with your singing earlier. Would you be interested in performing here regularly? You can rest assured regarding the salary, the owner stated, clearly drawn by Qin Mo's unique voice. The resident singers at Walnut Bar were typically students or part-timers from other professions, and talents like Qin Mo were exceedingly rare. I appreciate the offer, but I'm about to head off to study in another city, so I want to be able to perform here. Qin Mo politely explained his situation. Ah, what a pity. The owner expressed his regret. Let us exchange contact information whenever you return to Hangzhou during breaks. You're always welcome to come back. The owner was persistent, and eventually, Qin Mo could not resist his enthusiasm, and they exchanged WeChat details. I sang so beautifully. Why wasn't I invited? Lu Tao complained. I hope you realize the reality. Don't question the numbers, Chen Chao remarked seriously, wrapping an arm around Lu Tao's shoulders. I'm sickened. Lu Tao pushed Chen Chao away, then turned to Wang Siki, asking Siki, do you think my singing is better than old Qin's? Lu Tao looked expectantly at his goddess for reassurance, but Wang Siki appeared troubled and finally whispered, I want to lie. Lu Tao has completely withdrawn into himself. He now longs to find a crevice in the earth to hide away. That was not my intention, however. Upon seeing Lu Tao's face, devoid of any hope, Wang Siki felt compelled to offer an explanation. Lu Tao waved his hand dismissively and sighed, I understand. True masters are seldom comprehended by others. 3 seconds for 100 meters? I am indeed no match for sisterly. Wang Hui delivered a sharp retort. Ha ha ha. Qin Mo and Chen Chao erupted in laughter. This quip had effectively nailed Lu Tao to the pillar of shame. You will lose your father like this, Lu Tao responded, his tone filled with melancholy. Double happiness? Wang Hui once again showcased his talent for cutting remarks. I concede. You are truly a formidable opponent. Lu Tao lamented, unable to muster further sarcasm. Qin Mo patted Lu Tao on the shoulder. It's all right. You could always come back a few more times. Who knows? Perhaps the boss will extend a special invitation if you become a familiar face? Qin Mo's earnest words, undoubtedly, only served to further dampen Lu Tao's spirits. You are all a bunch of scoundrels, Lu Tao retorted before turning to seek solace from Wang Siki. Wang Hui and Chen Chao exchanged frozen smiles. Am I the clown here? Qin Mo too was taken aback by Lu Tao's move, In this round, they had all faced a resounding defeat. As the clock approached 11 in the evening, Qin Mo safely escorted Tang Shi back to her apartment complex. Tang Shi, as usual, reminded Qin Mo to message her upon his safe arrival home. Qin Mo naturally obliged, and after bidding farewell, he drove his NGGTR Pro toward his own residence, regrettably leaving it to park outside once more. Upon his return home, Qin Mo messaged Tang Shi, and after receiving her response, the two chatted for a while before he washed up and retired for the night. The following day, Qin Mo rose early, and after breakfast, he returned to his room. "Hello, I would like to inquire if the 5160 R001 wristwatch is in stock," he asked over the phone. On the other end was the Patek Philippe source in the metropolis. After receiving a clear answer, Qin Mo requested to schedule an appointment for the following day before hanging up. With no plans for the day, Qin Mo prepared to explore the canyon. He opened his phone, and the familiar tune of Timmy played. Upon checking his friends list, he found that Shen Xiyu was offline, as was Yang Kuer. Thus, he had no choice but to venture forth alone. At 4 in the afternoon, Qin Mo finally concluded his gaming session. The final match yielding disappointing results with a score of 20,312. He lamented, "I simply cannot carry this team." It was time to eat. And since Wang Xia was at home today, dinner would naturally be at home, given that his mother's cooking was most to his liking. "Dinner is ready," Wang Xia called out. With Qin Jiaming working late at the office, the meal was shared only between Wang Xia and Qin Mo. "When will Dad be back?" Qin Mo inquired between bites. "Probably quite late. The company has been particularly busy lately," Wang Xia replied. Nodding, Qin Mo returned to his room after dinner, turned on Douxia live stream, and indulged in a bit of entertainment in the dance section. After a few days of extravagant spending, he noted that his account balance had dwindled to just over 300,000. However, he felt no remorse, as it was not his own money that had been spent. After spending some time in the dance area, he shifted to a small streamer S channel, tossing 5 super rockets into the mix, thus disappearing another 10,000 from his account. "Wow, thanks to Brother Mo for the super fire. Love you," Yang Kuer exclaimed in her classic, lively manner. Recently, her streaming style had shifted somewhat, leaning towards a comedic flair. Perhaps after becoming accustomed to the rhythm of streaming, she began to express her true self. Regardless, the viewers seemed to enjoy it, as the VIP section had expanded from a mere handful to over 200, a clear indication of progress. Chapter 60, Patek Philippe Source. "Qin Mo, you've made it big." After watching the stream for a while, Tang Shi sent him a message containing a video clip, followed by a laughing emoji. Qin Mo was taken aback. Tang Shi urged him to open the video. Upon viewing it, Qin Mo was astonished to see a clip of himself singing in Hu Tao, now circulating on Douyin, garnering over 100,000 likes. He opened the comments section, filled with praises such as "the young man sings beautifully," and "simply extraordinary." Qin Mo was stunned, never anticipating that he would gain notoriety in such a manner. "A number of admirers are eager for your WeChat, superstar," Tang Shi teased him. Pout, pout. "I'm scared now," Qin Mo replied, feigning fear. Tang Shi continued to jest, asking, "Will you give me an autograph when we meet next time, superstar?" Frowning, he wondered if she were serious. This little enchantress dared to challenge him? Behold my might. Qin Mo chuckled, promptly responding, "No problem. Besides an autograph, I can also engage in other activities." Tang Shi blushed at his reply, though she couldn't suppress a smile, quickly retorting, "You're being ridiculous." Rolling her eyes playfully, Qin Mo couldn't help but laugh, and they chatted for a while longer. Tang Shi then asked why he had chosen to sing encore what the previous day. "Don't ask. Just know it's because you like it," Qin Mo replied, fully aware of the truth, which evidently left her silent for 2 minutes. After a brief pause, Tang Shi responded, "I didn't expect you to have a rogue side. Do you flirt with other girls like this too?" Qin Mo protested, feeling wronged, and replied in a mock-serious tone, "Class monitor. Is it really fair to accuse an innocent person like this?" Tang Shi smirked, teasingly responding, After all, a rogue wouldn't wear the title on their forehead. Would they?" "You've gone bad," Qin Mo retorted, frowning. "He who is close to ink is stained." Tang Shi playfully retorted, "Show off. I beg you to tone it down." Qin Mo exclaimed, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Was this a case of collateral damage? Was this the proper usage of the phrase? He felt he had been wronged in name. Subsequently, Qin Mo inquired if Tang Shi had plans for the next day. She mentioned that she would be going with her mother to Hangzhou Tower to look at autumn fashion, as Louis Vuitton had released new autumn pieces. Then Tang Shi asked him what was up. Qin Mo replied that nothing was wrong. He had initially intended to take Tang Shi to Patek Philippe Source the next day for afternoon tea at a Tiffany's on the Bund, which was said to be quite good, but he decided against it if she had other commitments. "Oh, okay," Tang Shi replied. And the two continued to chat for a while. The next day, at 8 in the morning, Qin Mo was already dressed and ready after his morning routine. He had scheduled an appointment for 11 o'clock. The journey from his apartment complex to Patek Philippe's source was over 170 kilometers, and taking the highway would take about 2 hours, which was quite convenient. Given the comfort of the AMG GTR Pro, Qin Mo felt confident that he could endure the 2-hour journey. After breakfast, he set out, dressed in a style reminiscent of Jiangsu and Zhejiang, with a pure white crewneck t-shirt as a base layer, topped with a black long-sleeve shirt featuring the LV logo. His bag was also an LV black monogram shoulder bag, and he wore Gucci shorts and MLB dad sneakers. Accessories were in place, featuring a Cartier ring purchased during his last visit to Hangzhou Tower. With his charming face and stature exceeding 6 feet, he certainly embodied the essence of a Jiangsu and Zhejiang heartthrob. High-quality version. As for distinguishing between a genuine high-quality heartthrob and a counterfeit, one must mention the significance of the Mercedes-AMG key, manual doghead. Certainly, standing at an impressive height of 1.80 meters, the credit for his stature can be attributed to the trendy dad shoes he wears. Yet, does this really matter? It certainly does not impede his ability to drive a Mercedes-AMG GTR Pro. Upon arriving at the location where he parked yesterday, he took a moment to glance around for any acquaintances before entering the vehicle. Once inside, Qin Mo couldn't help but express his bemusement, remarking that, although it was indeed his own car, he felt as if he were a thief. However, this sentiment was fleeting. He knew that such feelings would dissipate once he reached Tianfu. He fastened his seatbelt, started the engine, adjusted the navigation, and set off towards the highway. Qin Mo was fortunate, as he encountered no traffic before merging onto the highway. He had left early precisely to avoid such delays, but perhaps he had been overly cautious. With lively music playing in the background, he relished the ambience. Once on the highway, he was eager to experience the exhilarating capabilities of the AMG GTR Pro. Adjusting the knob on the steering wheel, he switched the mode from comfort to sport. He also took the initiative to disable the vehicle's electronic stability program, ESP, turning the distinctive yellow TC button to the 9th setting. This yellow button, known as the 9-stage traction control system, allows for adjustments across 9 levels, serving to control the degree of rear wheel slip, a crucial factor when drifting. The first level represents full traction control, minimizing rear wheel slippage, while the 9th level signifies complete disengagement, granting full control of the vehicle to the driver, transforming it into an untamed beast devoid of restrictions. The thrill of combat surged within him. With the traction control system fully disengaged, the AMG GTR Pro indeed became a tempestuous creature. Fortunately, Qin Mo possessed the system's gifted, expert-level driving skills, enabling him to maintain complete command over this performance powerhouse, even with the stability and traction systems turned off. At this moment, the true enjoyment of the vehicle was fully realized. He then switched from sport mode to race mode, colloquially known as track mode. In this setting, the auditory feedback, engine response, and the performance of the 7-speed wet dual-clutch transmission reached their optimal state. Qin Mo was immersed in the exhilarating experience of commanding a true man's car. The sensation of taming a wild beast with his own hands was simply sublime. The only drawback was the highway speed limit of 120 km/h, which left him feeling slightly unfulfilled. Perhaps he could seek out a racetrack for a more liberating experience. His expert-level driving skills positioned him as a formidable player, rivaling even professional racing drivers. Under Qin Mo's adept driving, he finally arrived at the Patek Philippe mansion on the Bund in the Magic City before 11 o'clock. This mansion, located at number 33, Bund Source, Building 2, is a charming 2-story structure imbued with historical significance. Qin Mo smoothly entered the Patek Philippe mansion, found a suitable spot to park his car, extinguished the engine, and prepared to disembark. Chapter 61. Successfully acquired the 5160 R001. The interior decor of the Patek Philippe mansion exuded an air of old Shanghai charm, elegantly blending vintage aesthetics. After a brief scan of the surroundings, Qin Mo was approached by a sharply dressed gentleman, who, with a professional smile, inquired, "Good day, sir. Do you have an appointment?" "My surname is Qin. I have an appointment for 11 o'clock this morning," Qin Mo replied, nodding as he displayed the appointment confirmation on his phone. "Hello, Mr. Qin. My name is Zhou Tong. We are delighted that you have chosen Patek Philippe. Please follow me. The timepiece you reserved is ready." As a sales representative for Patek Philippe, Zhou Tong was well aware of each client's reserved watch. Qin Mo nodded and followed Zhou Tong up to the second floor. "Mr. Qin, please have a seat while I retrieve your reserved 5160 R001 timepiece," Zhou Tong politely stated. Qin Mo readily agreed, finding a place to sit as he glanced at the time, 10 past 11, with several other patrons nearby. The other guests cast curious glances in Qin Mo's direction, having overheard the sales representative's words. Given their status, they were acutely aware of the value of the 5160 R001. Yet they were momentarily astonished that a young man was the one reserving such a costly watch. However, their surprise was short-lived. 1 million was trivial to them. And their curiosity about Qin Mo's age lingered, as he appeared to be a university student. It was evident that someone capable of spending 1 million on a watch at such a young age hailed from affluent circumstances, a typical scion of wealth. Before long, Zhou Tong returned with the 5160 R001, an exquisite timepiece from the super complicated series that immediately captivated Qin Mo, appearing even more striking than he had anticipated from his online research. The 18K rose gold case gleamed brilliantly, complemented by the intricate hand-engraved craftsmanship adorning the case, the dial, the lugs, the onion crown, and even the case back and lantern clasp, all lavishly embellished with meticulous engravings. Rather than merely being a watch, it could be regarded as a work of art. The other timepiece in the same super complicated series, the 5159 R001, bore similarities to the 5160 R001, with the primary distinction being the absence of hand engravings on the 5159R's case. The retail price of the 5159R, however, was set at $790,000, leaving a stark price disparity of over $400,000 between the two models. Zhou Tong presented the watch to Qin Mo, attentively detailing its functions and features. He elaborated on every aspect, from the case to the hands, the day and month markers flanking the dial, and the moon phase indicator below the dial, providing a comprehensive explanation. The watch's most notable feature was the semi-retrograde date hand, which would automatically leap back to the 1st when it reached the 31st. As a sales representative for Patek Philippe, Zhou Tong's expertise was undoubtedly commendable. Qin Mo was genuinely impressed, realizing that this seemingly small watch concealed an array of functionalities. Although he had conducted research online, it paled in comparison to Zhou Tong's thorough insights. Mr. Qin, choosing Patek Philippe will undoubtedly meet your expectations. Zhou Tong concluded with a smile. Qin Mo nodded, well aware of Patek Philippe's illustrious history and esteemed position within the horological realm. Indeed, it was common knowledge that Patek Philippe ranked as the industry's #1, both in terms of collectible and investment value. The brand's most formidable aspect lay in its remarkable retention of value. A timepiece at this price point would seldom depreciate and held a significant probability of appreciating in worth. May I try it on? Qin Mo inquired. Of course. Allow me to assist you with that, Zhou Tong replied courteously, skillfully helping Qin Mo don the 5160 R001. With gloved hands to prevent any unintentional scratches, Zhou Tong ensured the watch was fitted perfectly. As Qin Mo glanced at his wrist, he noted that the sensation was utterly incomparable to his own Blue Ballon Bleu. The price tag exceeding 1 million was equivalent to purchasing a house in a third-tier city. What was it like to wear a house on one's wrist? Qin Mo thought. No need to ask, it's simply divine. The only minor flaw was the 11.79mm thickness, which felt a tad bulky on his wrist. However, aside from this aspect, everything else approached perfection. I will take this watch, Qin Mo declared, nodding in satisfaction as he retrieved his bank card to proceed with the payment. The ease with which he prepared to pay for a watch exceeding 1 million, without a flicker of hesitation, undoubtedly marked him as a scion of wealth. Zhou Tong's smile was radiant. Selling this watch would earn him a substantial commission. Moreover, although Patek Philippe attracted a considerable number of appointments daily, most individuals merely sought to familiarize themselves with the timepieces and rarely made immediate purchases. It was indeed a rarity to encounter someone as straightforward as Mr. Qin. Please hold on a moment, Mr. Qin, Zhou Tong remarked. Qin Mo nodded, opening the black monogrammed box from LV and retrieving his bank card, ready to complete the transaction. He had already inquired about the price, which stood at the official amount of 1,212,700 yuan. 2 minutes later, the payment was successfully processed. At that moment, his phone vibrated, and without a doubt, it was a notification from the bank confirming the deduction. Qin Mo chose to ignore it, placing the receipt and bank card back into the bag, and inquired, Is everything in order? Yes, Mr. Qin. Please wait while I prepare this watch for you, Zhou Tong explained. The box for the 5160 R001 was crafted from solid wood, its lacquered surface gleaming, adorned with the Patek Philippe emblem, exuding an air of sophistication. Merely the box itself commanded a significant price in the secondary market. No need for that, Qin Mo replied, shaking his head. He intended to wear the watch immediately and asked Zhou Tong to package only the box separately. Zhou Tong, displaying remarkable skill, swiftly organized the box's accessories and the warranty card for the watch. By the way, I would like to inquire when the Starry Sky series will be available, Qin Mo asked with curiosity. He had previously researched Patek Philippe online and was aware that the Starry Sky series was among the brand's most sought-after collections. Aside from the entry-level Nautilus series, the Starry Sky series was undoubtedly a hot favorite, often out of stock, reflecting a scenario of high demand and limited supply. Whether it was the immensely popular Blue Starry Sky 6104G001 or the slightly less sought-after Black Starry Sky 6104 or 001, neither was readily available. Interestingly, the price of the Black Starry Sky surpassed that of the blue variant, yet the demand was inversely proportional. Indeed, Mr. Qin, aside from the secondary market, the Starry Sky series rarely has stock available. Even with reservations, one typically waits around 2 years or longer, Zhou Tong quickly elaborated. Moreover, the Blue Starry Sky 6104G001 is a fast-moving model in the secondary market. It is snatched up almost immediately upon availability. Despite its inflated price in the secondary market, buyers remain undeterred, and the same applies to the relatively less popular Black Starry Sky 6104 or 001. I see, Qin Mo responded, somewhat regretful. If Mr. Qin is interested, we can assist you in making a reservation, and we will notify you once stock becomes available, Zhou Tong suggested. What is the official price of the 6104G001? Qin Mo inquired. The official price of the 6104G001 is approximately 2,930,000 yuan. It may fluctuate slightly depending on the market, but it can certainly be secured for under 5 million, Zhou Tong clarified. Qin Mo contemplated swiftly. Even at the 5 million mark, it was within his financial reach. With the system at his disposal, achieving a net worth in the tens of millions within 2 years was not an unrealistic goal, thus alleviating any pressure. He then nodded in agreement. All right, please assist me with the reservation. Mr. Qin, please follow me. We will need to fill out your personal information for the reservation. Zhou Tong explained. After approximately 20 minutes, Qin Mo completed the registration process. Zhou Tong's smile grew even warmer, as the name beneath the reservation application implied a commission was assured for him. Even if Qin Mo decided against the purchase upon arrival, there would be no shortage of buyers for the Blue Starry Sky. A glance at the secondary market would suffice to confirm that. Do you doubt it? Just wait until my phone is flooded with calls from friends inquiring about the reservation. Zhou Tong enthused. This is the allure of the Patek Philippe Blue Starry Sky 6104G001. Mr. Qin, let me add you on WeChat. I will notify you immediately once there is stock available, Zhou Tong said. Qin Mo nodded in agreement, and the two exchanged WeChat information, with Zhou Tong noting, a Patek Philippe sales Zhou Tong. A clever touch, by prefixing the contact with the letter A. It would appear at the top of his contact list, sparing him the trouble of an extensive search later. Once their WeChat exchange was complete, Zhou Tong accompanied Qin Mo to his parking spot. Observing Qin Mo enter his Mercedes-AMG GTR Pro, he couldn't help but reflect on how this young gentleman differed from other wealthy heirs. Typically, affluent youths of this age favored ostentatious vehicles such as Lamborghinis, Ferraris, or McLarens, with even Porsches being a rarity due to their striking designs that captivate attention. This age is often marked by a proclivity for vanity, the more extravagant, the better suited to the nature of these young elites. However, Qin Mo's choice of vehicle was well understood by Zhou Tong. As a Patek Philippe sales representative, he possessed a discerning eye for luxury brands, high-end customizations, and exotic cars alike. He was well versed in the nuances of such possessions. For instance, this Mercedes-AMG GTR Pro was one of only 28 units produced nationwide, valued at over 3 million yuan. While it may not boast the flamboyance of a Lamborghini or McLaren, one could not deny its hefty price tag. In Zhou Tong's mind, Qin Mo had become a refined gentleman of substance. Little did he know that if Qin Mo were aware of his thoughts, he might burst into laughter. He too desired a Lamborghini, but the system would not permit it. Once seated in the car, Qin Mo glanced at his bank card balance, which stood at a mere 142 yuan. This amount accounted for the blessings received over the past 2 days. At that moment, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Current system experience points have reached maximum capacity, automatically upgrading to LV3. System upgrade in progress. Approximately 2 minutes later, the system upgrade was complete. The daily blessing amount increased to 888 yuan, and an event-triggered lottery function was added. The information scanning system upgrade was finalized, enhancing the capability to assess interpersonal relationship favorability. Following a series of system notifications, Qin Mo found himself intrigued by the event-triggered lottery function. After some inquiry, he learned that this feature would activate upon encountering special events, granting not only system rewards but also an additional lottery mechanism, with prizes determined by the nature of the triggering event. In essence, it offered an extra reward alongside the original. Qin Mo mused, considering this feature to be quite advantageous. As for the upgrade of the information scanning and interpersonal relationship favorability, this was straightforward. He directed the scanning system towards Zhou Tong, who had yet to depart. Zhou Tong. Age, 36. Appearance, 65. Height, 176 centimeters. Weight, 66 kilograms. Physique, 88. Favorability, 67. Relationship, Patek Philippe sales. The interpersonal relationship favorability feature indicated the affinity this individual held towards the host. A score below 60 signified dislike, potentially leading to covert sabotage against the host, a point of caution. A score of 60 represented a mere acquaintance, while 65 to 69 indicated a normal interaction. Scores ranging from 70 to 79 denoted familiarity with the host, 80 to 89 indicated familiarity without malice, and 90 to 99 represented close kinship. Note: the aforementioned favorability scores may fluctuate based on the host's interactions with the individual. Qin Mo gleaned an understanding. This system could indeed help him avoid those with ulterior motives. After all, affection is something that cannot be feigned. This feature proves to be quite practical, mitigating the risk of being stabbed in the back. At this moment, two affluent ladies emerged from the VIP lounge. Qin Mo utilized the scanning system to examine one of them. Jin Xiang. Age, 46. Attractiveness, 67. Height, 162 centimeters. Weight, 62 kilograms. Physique, 78. Purity, 85. Affection level, 60. Relationship, stranger. The ladies are assigned an additional purity rating, which is absent for men, alongside a physique rating that distinguishes between genders. For instance, Zhou Tong, who was mentioned earlier, boasts a physique rating of 88, clearly indicative of her frequent visits to the gym. Chapter 63, Wealth Multiplied. Host, Qin Mo level, LV3. Experience, 14. 760, 295, 000. Attractiveness, 77. Physique, 80. Physical fitness, 80. Blessing funds, 8. 888 yuan per day. Skills, driving, mastery level. Singing, professional level. Photography, beginner level. Hidden features, event lottery, triggered by special events. Items, 5-fold cashback card. 1. Funds, 55, 142 yuan. Qin Mo discovered that his system information had also been updated, becoming markedly more detailed following his upgrade, even displaying the items and skills he possessed. To his surprise, he found that he had acquired a photography skill, albeit at the beginner level. Qin Mo mused, could it be that even the system must acknowledge my talent for photography? He invoked the system, utilized the 5-fold cashback card. He silently commanded. After purchasing the Patek Philippe 5160 R001, his funds dwindled to a mere 5 digits, causing a flicker of anxiety within him. Ding. The consumption is being calculated. Upon completion, the 5-fold cashback card is activated. This transaction amounts to 1,212,700 yuan, and the cashback sum is 6,063,500 yuan. The funds have been credited. Note: this amount will be returned to the host's account via the financial market, traceable and devoid of any legal risks. The host may use it with peace of mind. As the system's prompt faded, reliable as ever, a timely bank message arrived, revealing an account balance of 6,117,579 yuan. Subsequently, his system information updated, reflecting 6,142 yuan in the funds section. 610,000. Qin Mo gazed at this figure, exhilaration soaring within him. His net worth had quintupled. What is the feeling of sudden windfall? Qin Mo thought to himself, I understand this feeling. In Hang City, even an individual with assets in the millions may struggle to access 600,000 in liquid funds. After all, this is tangible cash. What does 600,000 represent? If deposited in the bank, with a guaranteed interest rate of 4%, it would yield 240,000 annually, or 20,000 monthly, translating to 666 yuan daily. With a fixed monthly expenditure of 20,000, even without employment throughout the year, one could live quite comfortably in a city like Hang City, where the cost of living is relatively high. One could almost say they are savoring the pleasures of early retirement. What? Troubles? They are non-existent. Each day begins with 666 yuan credited, a source of unfettered joy. Consider the average annual wage across Huagua. For instance, in the capital, the average annual income for employees in non-private sectors stands at 194,951 yuan, amounting to approximately 16,245 yuan monthly, or 541 yuan daily. Conversely, employees in private enterprises average an annual income of 110,001 yuan. Even the annual income for non-private sectors barely exceeds 190,000 yuan, while you, lying at home, earn 240,000 annually, effortlessly surpassing them. This feeling is simply delightful. In comparison, the annual average income in Hang City is even lower. Despite the high cost of living and the presence of numerous luxury brands, the average income does not reflect this, showcasing a stark polarization. those with wealth grow wealthier, while those without are compelled to work tirelessly year-round, often earning less than what the affluent make in a mere month. Luxury goods are largely irrelevant to 90% of the population. One could say that these luxuries cater solely to an elite few. Though this statement may sting, it is indeed the reality, a microcosm of the entire nation. However, such worries, Qin Mo would assert, are best kept at bay. What is your income? Oh, not much. Merely 6 million in the bank. This utterance of humble bragging could surely leave many speechless. A smile crept across Qin Mo's face. Anyone in his position would be grinning from ear to ear, especially considering he was merely 18 years old and had yet to set foot in university. Grasping this opportunity? Not a chance. With the system in place, even if Qin Mo were to squander this fortune today, he would still receive 888 yuan in blessing funds daily, amounting to 640 yuan monthly and 680 yuan annually. His yearly income would still eclipse that of 90% of the population. In 2 years, he would emerge even more prosperous. The 996 work culture? Qin Mo declared he had never even heard of it. Setting off for afternoon tea at Tiffany's. Qin Mo felt elated. Though Tang Shi's absence was somewhat disappointing, it did not diminish his eagerness to indulge in exquisite cuisine. He ignited the engine, programmed the navigation for Tiffany's afternoon tea, and departed from the Patek Philippe Source estate. Tiffany's afternoon tea is located at 283 Huaihai Road, within Hong Kong Plaza. A mere 10-minute drive from Patek Philippe, given the distance is less than 4 kilometers. Thankfully, being the weekend, the metropolitan area imposed no restrictions on out-of-town vehicle licenses. Otherwise, encountering traffic enforcement could lead to a deduction of 3 points and a 300 yuan fine. While the fine was manageable, losing points was indeed a source of distress. Approximately 10 minutes later, Qin Mo arrived at Hong Kong Plaza, parking in the underground garage before following the navigation to Tiffany, situated within the plaza. Established in 1837, Tiffany is among the world's top 10 jewelry brands, often referred to as the Queen of Jewels. A film starring Hollywood star Audrey Hepburn in 1960 was even named after Tiffany. Upon entering Tiffany, the first floor featured luxury goods, while the second floor housed the afternoon tea restaurant. Qin Mo informed the staff of his intent to savor afternoon tea, and they directed him upstairs. He ascended to the second floor, where the seating and walls were adorned in a soothing blue, Tiffany's signature color, known as Tiffany Blue or Robin's Egg Blue, a delightful shade that evokes feelings of calm and freshness. The restaurant's porcelain and tea sets were also crafted from Tiffany's own products, showcasing exceptional quality and aesthetic appeal. "Welcome to Tiffany," greeted a staff member as Qin Mo arrived on the second floor. After a brief exchange, the staff led him to a window-side table. Given it was the weekend and the establishment was bustling, he was pleasantly surprised to find a table by the window. However, it soon became apparent that those enjoying afternoon tea were primarily young ladies and socialites. They primarily came here to check in and take photographs, with afternoon tea being a secondary concern. The well-lit window seats were not ideal for capturing the essence of Tiffany's elements, rendering the location somewhat inadequate. Observing the numerous young ladies fervently snapping pictures, it seemed as though this had become an unspoken rule of Tiffany's afternoon tea. Failure to document one's visit was akin to a transgression. Qin Mo found this perplexing. After taking a seat, the staff presented the menu to him. This establishment offered more than just afternoon tea. It catered to breakfast, lunch, and dinner as well. Qin Mo initially intended to indulge in the signature blue box cake, priced at 588 yuan, a renowned dessert of Tiffany's, only to be informed that it required prior reservation and was unavailable at the moment. Qin Mo was left speechless. Had he acted rashly? Chapter 64. Would the young ladies like a photo together? Very well, although it was somewhat disappointing, there was little he could do, as he hadn't clarified this before his arrival. He then ordered the Tiffany Diamond Cheesecake, the Tiffany Heart Dessert, as well as lobster and sea urchin flat pasta, and roasted spring chicken. He also opted for a special drink priced at 98 yuan. Though it was afternoon tea, he saw no harm in ordering a main course. Initially, he had considered opting for the afternoon tea set, which boasted 3 tiers filled with macarons, truffle burgers, magic mushrooms, sauce salmon, and crab meat tarts. However, upon inspection, it appeared far too substantial to finish, leading him to abandon that idea. The staff recorded his order and departed. After his meal, Qin Mo planned to take a stroll around Hong Kong Plaza, as it was a rare opportunity to be there, and it would be a shame to head back immediately. While waiting, he opened WeChat. The small group chat with his friends was unusually quiet today. These three hadn't chimed in at all, leaving Qin Mo feeling somewhat disoriented. Just then, Tang Shi sent him a message. It was lunchtime, so she was likely dining at Hangzhou Tower with her mother. "Have you finished shopping for autumn clothes?" Qin Mo inquired. "Not yet. I've only selected 2 jackets." The one I liked on the official website won't arrive until next week, which is a bit disappointing. Tang Shi replied. Send me a picture. Qin Mo responded immediately. If memory served correctly, there was an LV boutique approximately 4 kilometers from Hong Kong Plaza at the Lujiazui IFC. Before long, Tang Shi sent a photo of a checkered denim jacket, though it lacked the familiar LV logo, giving it a subtle charm. What size do you wear? Qin Mo continued to ask. 46. Why? Tang Shi replied, curious. I'm in Shanghai, quite close to the LV boutique at IFC. I can check if they have this style, Qin Mo explained. Surprised. You're in Shanghai? Tang Shi exclaimed in astonishment. Qin Mo confirmed, and just then, the food he had ordered arrived. Adjusting his position, he emulated the fashionable young ladies and captured a stunning photograph. No, rather, an exquisite one, and sent it to Tang Shi, along with his location. Does this count as being pretentious yet earnest? He thought after sending the photo. It seemed that Tiffany indeed had an odd ritual. One could not leave without taking a picture. Tiffany's afternoon tea? Oh my goodness. Tang Shi replied instantly, adding, I'm envious. Ha. Qin Mo replied. Show off all you want. Just hurry and worship me. Humph, how arrogant. Tang Shi replied playfully. Haha, I'll check at the LV store at IFC later. Qin Mo responded. Thank you, great benefactor, Tang Shi said, casting aside her playful demeanor, genuinely fond of that jacket. Otherwise, she would have to wait a week. The key was that by then, she would likely be busy reporting to Fudan University. Even though they were both in Shanghai, she wouldn't have time to shop then. Qin Mo relished this exchange, and after chatting for a while, Tang Shi asked what he was doing in Shanghai. Rather than boasting about purchasing a Patek Philippe, he simply stated he was there to explore. Such lowly pretentiousness was truly beneath him. As a cultured man, he would never resort to such behavior. After a bit more conversation, Qin Mo assured her that if the LV at IFC had the item, he would pick it up for her that evening. Okay. Tang Shi replied promptly, then added, if not, it's no problem. When you return, I'll treat you to something delicious. Qin Mo acknowledged her with 2 emoji, then began to enjoy his Tiffany afternoon tea. He first tasted the Tiffany heart, a chocolate mousse dessert shaped like a distinctive Tiffany blue heart. Beneath this confection lay a crunchy layer that provided a delightful crispness. The flavor was pleasant, albeit a tad too sweet for his palate, as excessive consumption would lead to cloying sensations. He also sampled the old Shanghai special black tea, which was refreshingly delicate and balanced the sweetness quite well. Next, he savored the diamond cheesecake, a delicious pairing of cheese and berries, with the cheesecake mousse and strawberry mousse providing a delightful tartness that suited his taste much better than the previous dessert. The lobster and sea urchin flat pasta, featuring a lobster broth topped with lobster meat and sea urchin, was quite enjoyable. The roasted spring chicken was tender but not particularly remarkable, adhering to conventional standards. Qin Mo spent 40 minutes relishing this afternoon tea, mainly because the Tiffany heart was overly sweet. Each bite required a sip of tea to alleviate the richness. Thankfully, the old Shanghai special black tea could be refilled, otherwise, he might have been in dire straits. After finishing, Qin Mo glanced at his watch. It was nearly 1 o'clock, and prepared to settle the bill and head to IFC. Just as he stood up, a young lady clad in a Chanel-inspired suit with a pleated skirt and impeccably applied makeup approached him, exuding a subtly enticing fragrance. If he was not mistaken, she was wearing Gabrielle by Chanel. Hello, handsome, the young lady greeted him with a sweet smile. Qin Mo paused, taken aback. Had he just been flirted with? He quickly checked her profile. Li Rue. Age, 20. Appearance, 89. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Figure, 85. Purity, 96. Affection, 64. Relationship, stranger. Qin Mo noted her information. He was surprised to find her beauty rivaled that of Tang Shi. He responded nonchalantly. Hello, is there something you need? I'd like to take a photo with you. If that is all right. Li Rue politely explained her request. A photo? Qin Mo was puzzled. He was no celebrity. You don't know yet? Li Rue, noticing his confusion, smiled and pulled out her phone, opening Douyin to a video she had liked, his recent singing performance at Walnut in Ziniandi. I watched for quite a while before confirming that you were this handsome guy, she said excitedly. I didn't expect you to be even more charming in person. And your fashion sense is on point. You've become quite popular. She winked, showing him the video, which had garnered over 50,000 likes, a staggering figure. The video featured his rendition of Angkor Wat, which even he had to admit was delightful. Subsequently, Qin Mo acquiesced to Li Rue's request for a photograph, albeit with a palpable sense of propriety, maintaining a distance equivalent to 2 clenched fists between them. Li Rue, noticing this subtle detail, couldn't help but stifle a giggle, realizing that he was indeed a rather reserved young man. Initially, Qin Mo believed that a single photograph would suffice, but to his surprise, Li Rue was accompanied by 3 other friends, and the four of them spent a full 10 minutes capturing various poses, only relenting after a considerable duration. Thankfully, they had shown some restraint. Otherwise, who knows how long it would have continued. Thank you, young man. Li Rue expressed her gratitude. Qin Mo waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was of no consequence. All he desired was to escape this situation swiftly, as the fervor of women taking photographs was quite overwhelming, leaving him with a smile that felt almost frozen on his lips. Chapter 65. It turns out she is a wealthy heiress. Once Li Rue and her companions departed, Qin Mo exhaled a sigh of relief. This was undeniably a unique experience. He then retrieved his phone to locate the video blogger whose name Li Rue had shown him earlier. He had discreetly noted the blogger's username when she displayed the video, and upon checking, he discovered that, in just a brief span, the number of likes had surged by 50,000 and the post had even trended. Goodness, could this be considered an involuntary foray into internet fame? Qin Mo's expression turned peculiar. While the notion of a young lady requesting a photograph was delightful, becoming an internet celebrity was certainly not for the faint-hearted. Perhaps it was wiser to remain a low-key affluent individual. As Qin Mo approached the front desk to settle his bill, he was informed that the afternoon tea had totaled 770 yuan. Ah, the extravagant world of the affluent. He felt a twinge of guilt, yet the smile lingering on his lips was genuine. Guilt? What nonsense. Wang Jing's fried rice is simply irresistible. Just as he prepared to pay using his Alipay code, he was informed that someone had already covered his tab. Stunned, Qin Mo instinctively inquired, "Who paid for it?" The staff member politely replied, "It was the young lady you took a photograph with." Qin Mo was taken aback. Such fortune was unexpected. However, he wasn't one to take advantage of others, so he intended to catch up and reimburse her. After all, it was merely a photograph, and there was no reason for her to foot the bill, especially for something so costly. He descended the stairs, but did not spot Li Rue. She must have already exited. As he emerged from Tiffany's, he began searching for her figure, only to find her across the street with her friends. Li Rue noticed him and cheerfully waved her phone in greeting. Just as Qin Mo was about to clarify the situation, a white Rolls-Royce Ghost pulled up in front of her, and the group promptly entered the vehicle. Was I the fool all along? Qin Mo stood frozen in disbelief. It turned out she was a wealthy heiress, and judging by her demeanor, she was likely far better off than he was. No wonder. Qin Mo murmured to himself, unable to suppress a chuckle. Now that he knew she was a young, affluent woman, he felt no guilt whatsoever about the meal. It was akin to having a crush on a girl, only to find out she had a greater fortune than he did. Who could withstand such a revelation? Qin Mo mused, remarking on the enchantment of Shanghai, where even a simple meal could lead one to encounter a wealthy lady. Afterwards, he returned to Hong Kong Plaza and made his way to the Apple Store, heading straight for his target, the iPhone 14 Pro Max in deep purple, 1 terabyte. Although his current phone was also a new model, it only had 128 gigabytes of storage. Apple's updates arrived swiftly, almost annually, since the release of the iPhone 6, and despite the consistent design across generations, the storage had evolved dramatically from an initial 8 gigabytes to a now standard minimum of 128 gigabytes. However, this increase came with a significant drawback. The storage often proved insufficient. Compared to the previous 8 gigabytes and 16 gigabytes models, 128 gigabytes felt almost illusory. Strangely enough, the primary culprits consuming storage were not various apps, but rather Apple's own system memory and cache. Qin Mo had experienced this firsthand with his iPhone 13 Pro, and he had complained extensively about it. The most frustrating aspect was that, aside from restoring and erasing all content and settings, there was no way to clear this system memory. What a rogue move. Although Qin Mo was not an ardent Apple fan, he could not deny that, in terms of aesthetics and smooth performance, Apple stood unrivaled at the pinnacle of the industry. At that moment, a store attendant approached him, and without hesitation, he stated, "I'll take the 14 Pro Max in this color, with 1 terabyte of storage. Please fetch me a new one." The price for the 14 Pro Max with 1 terabyte of storage was 13,499 yuan. "Kindly follow me, sir." The attendant responded with newfound courtesy, leading him to the counter. After a brief wait, the attendant returned with a brand new, unopened 14 Pro Max, exactly in the deep purple color and with 1 terabyte of storage. After inspecting the device to ensure everything was in order, Qin Mo prepared to make his payment. "Please take a look," he said, showing the attendant his payment record. Upon confirming its accuracy, the attendant nodded. Just then, Qin Mo's bank notification pinged, indicating a transaction of 13,499 yuan from his account ending in 6837, leaving a balance of 6,105,143 yuan. He glanced at it briefly, noticing that his system experience points had also increased. 10,000 yuan felt trivial to him now, and spending it was utterly devoid of stress. With his new device in hand, Qin Mo exited the Apple store, determined to head to the IFC in Lujiazui. As he had promised Tang Shi, he would help her pick out autumn attire. Returning to the underground parking lot of Hong Kong Plaza, he couldn't help but marvel at the opulence of the vehicles present. It was akin to an auto show. Rolls-Royces had become almost mundane here, alongside Bentleys, Ferraris, 488, 458, and SF90, Porsches, 911, 718, Tycoon, and Panamera, Lamborghinis, Huracan STO, and Aventador SVJ, Maseratis like the MC20, and so forth. He even spotted a bright yellow McLaren P1 parked there, which piqued his curiosity. This car had debuted at the 2013 Geneva Motor Show, boasting an astounding acceleration of 0 to 100 km/h in merely 2.8 seconds, and was globally limited to just 375 units, with only 37 available in China, one of which had tragically caught fire in Yiwu, resulting in its total loss. Originally priced at 12.6 million yuan, its value had skyrocketed to over 19 million, placing it alongside the Porsche 918 and Ferrari LaFerrari as one of the three divine cars. Even now, its value in the second-hand market remained robust, with well-maintained models still exceeding 10 million yuan. Of course, this was only applicable to those who had not owned one. Don't ask why, because those who had were surely lamenting their decision. Equipped with a 3.8 LV8 twin-turbocharged engine paired with an electric motor and a 7-speed dual-clutch transmission, this vehicle boasted a terrifying output of 737 horsepower and a peak torque of 720 Nm, making it the fastest among the three divine cars. Its most notable feature was not just its speed or sleek design, but rather its unparalleled depreciation rate. One could assert that among hypercars, if McLaren claimed second, no other vehicle dared to vie for the top spot. Who was the valiant owner of such a machine? A McLaren? Well, that is no concern. Qin Mo glanced at the McLaren S license plate, starting with HUF, and chuckled, realizing that even such a supercar did not bear a HUE license plate. Indeed, Shanghai was a city of fairness, he jested. The HUE license plate had become a running joke in Shanghai, with even the yellow HUE plates being treated as investment products. Can you believe it? A motorcycle license plate can fetch nearly $500,000, with prices continuing to rise. Qin Mo remarked that such audacious maneuvers could only be found in the magical city of Shanghai. He jested briefly before locating his own AMG GTR Pro, opening the frameless door, and settling into the vehicle. Amidst the array of luxury automobiles, his Mercedes-AMG GTR Pro did not quite command the same presence. However, this in no way diminished Qin Mo's affection for it. After all, it was his very first car, imbued with sentimental value. Chapter 66, another innuendo? Fastening his seatbelt and igniting the engine, Qin Mo drove the AMG GTR Pro out of the underground garage of Hong Kong Plaza. The distance between Hong Kong Plaza and the Lujiazui IFC was merely a matter of traversing the Huangpu River Tunnel. This tunnel, which connects Pudong and Puxi, was constructed in 1982 and spans 261 meters, 476 of which are submerged beneath the Huangpu River. As Qin Mo maneuvered through the tunnel, he couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of China's infrastructural engineering. Emerging from the tunnel onto Century Avenue, Qin Mo followed the navigation, reaching the Lujiazui IFC in a mere 5 minutes, parking once again in the center's underground garage. The parking facilities here rivaled those of Hong Kong Plaza. After turning off the engine and disembarking from the AMG GTR Pro, he surveyed the collection of opulent vehicles around him and once again mused. Indeed, Tycoon seemed particularly fond of the Rolls-Royce brand. Before him stood 3 Rolls-Royces, a specially customized pink Phantom for a lady, a twilight purple Cullinan, and a standard white Ghost. His gaze was drawn to the pink Phantom, which he learned retailed for over 5 million yuan, while the BB version exceeded 6 million. The specially customized edition was even pricier, with the pink paint alone costing over 500,000. Coupled with additional options, the total would easily surpass 8 million. The interior was a striking blend of Arctic white and pink, evoking an image of a soft, feminine owner, overflowing with youthful charm. Qin Mo felt an urge to take it for a test drive, muttering to himself that he might consider acquiring one in the future, though certainly not in pink. A man of his stature at 1.78 meters would raise eyebrows if seen driving a pink Phantom. Having exited the underground garage, he easily located the LV boutique on the first floor of Block D at the IFC. Upon entering, the sales associate warmly greeted him, instantly recognizing the Louis Vuitton box bag and shirt he wore, for the brand's logo was unmistakable to a connoisseur. Moreover, the discerning eye of the professional sales staff quickly noted the Patek Philippe watch adorning Qin Mo's wrist, its intricately engraved case indicating a value exceeding 1 million yuan. At this moment, the authenticity of his attire became inconsequential. Such a figure was undoubtedly a coveted patron in the eyes of luxury retailers. With a beaming smile, The sales associate showcased his expertise, and Qin Mo, not one to bear an air of superiority, reciprocated the warmth. "Hello. I would like to inquire if you have this piece of clothing in stock," he said, pulling out his phone to show the image sent by Tang Shi. "Yes, sir," the sales associate replied with certainty after a quick glance. Qin Mo presented the size provided by Tang Shi, requesting the associate to fetch it. The deep blue checkered outerwear was priced at 1,499 yuan. The sales associate acknowledged his request and shortly returned with the garment, thoughtfully inquiring if Qin Mo required anything else. Qin Mo indicated he would like to take a look first, asking him to wrap the outerwear while he explored the men's section. The autumn collection this year was surprisingly appealing, and he found himself drawn to a classic LV monogram denim jacket priced at 39,999 yuan. After confirming he could try it on, he removed his black long-sleeve LV shirt and, guided by the sales associate, approached a full-length mirror. The jacket's light brown hue, tinged with gray in the light, suited his demeanor splendidly. He decided to have this piece wrapped as well, eliciting a particularly radiant smile from the sales associate, who was evidently pleased to have recognized a true patron. Subsequently, Qin Mo perused the accessories section, though he found LV's offerings somewhat lacking. While the garments were commendable, the accessories remained overly burdened by the brand's logo, which failed to resonate with him. He desired to indulge further, yet felt constrained. After spending some time in the store, he ultimately purchased only the 2 outerwear pieces, as he had no need for bags or similar items. "Let us settle the bill for these 2 items," Qin Mo stated, donning his LV black long-sleeve shirt once more. "Do you have a membership with our brand, sir?" the sales associate inquired politely. Just like Gucci, LV also had its own elite membership system, with a higher threshold for entry compared to Gucci. To attain the status of a junior VIP, one needed to spend over 100,000 yuan within 6 months. Spending over 1 million in a year would elevate one to VVVIP status, replete with numerous benefits. Each transaction was recorded by the staff, accumulating spending records that would automatically upgrade members upon reaching the requisite standards, with details entered into LV's specialized system accessible across all LV boutiques in China. "No," Qin Mo replied, well aware of LV's procedures. He skillfully provided his information to the sales associate, who located a few past transactions in the system, though none had reached the 100,000 mark. The sales associate entered the current purchase into the system as well, and Qin Mo promptly paid for the 2 outerwear pieces, totaling 5,498 yuan. Having swiftly completed the transaction, the sales associate neatly packaged his purchases and recorded the information, then escorted Qin Mo to the store entrance. In essence, as long as one possesses wealth, the notion of clientele becomes merely a formality. One is treated as a revered patron. Poor service? That concept simply does not exist. After wandering the first floor for a while, Qin Mo spotted a Bulgari boutique and stepped inside, where he was met with equally high-quality service. The LV bag in his hand spoke volumes. Under the guidance of a sales associate, he purchased an 18K rose gold and black ceramic necklace, spending an additional 28,999 yuan. Content and satisfied, he exited Bulgari and proceeded to Gentle Monster to acquire a pair of orange sunglasses priced at 1,009 yuan. This brand, established in 2011 in South Korea, is renowned for its high-end trendy eyewear, which Qin Mo found quite appealing. Upon leaving this store, he realized he had accumulated quite a haul. Noticing the time, he saw it was already 2:30 p.m., with a 2-hour drive back to Hangzhou ahead of him. It was nearly time to return. Despite feeling a lingering desire to continue shopping, he recognized that his AMG GTR Pro might not accommodate any more purchases. Given the limited storage space of a supercar, his excursion to the IFC had cost him a total of 85,506 yuan. A significant sum had vanished. What sum, you ask? Isn't that a delightful treat? Upon returning to the underground parking of the China Financial Center, Qin Mo opened the frameless door of his car, where the spoils of today's endeavors lay piled in the passenger seat. He promptly snapped a photograph and sent it to Tang Shi, showcasing the deep blue checkered outerwear. "You must treat me to a grand meal later," he teased in his message. Tang Shi replied almost instantly, "Wow, food. Whatever you say, I'll eat it." Reading her message, Qin Mo chuckled and continued to jest. "Anything goes? What mischief are you plotting now?" Tang Shi quickly grasped his implication, suspecting that he was once again indulging in innuendo. Chapter 67. Return to Hangzhou Tower. Qin Mo, of course, would not confess, instead feigning righteousness as he replied, "I was merely curious about your thoughts." Disdain. "Humph, spare me your antics," Tang Shi retorted, her skepticism evident. "All right, as long as the class monitor is pleased," Qin Mo replied, feigning nonchalance while actually teasing her. Tang Shi found his message amusing, thinking it ironic that he seemed to be the one with ulterior motives. "Roll your eyes. When will you return?" She inquired further. I'll be back shortly, probably in about 2 hours in Hangzhou, Qin Mo explained. Oh, just come directly to Hangzhou Tower when you arrive. My mother and I will still be here, Tang Shi mischievously informed him. Qin Mo was taken aback. What was the implication? Were they to dine together, the three of them? He felt a twinge of pressure. Oddly enough, he mused, he didn't feel particularly hungry anymore. Gathering his courage, he asked, Are we dining with your mother? Knock knock. What are you thinking? Tang Shi laughed at his message and replied, My mom will return home after buying autumn clothes. I'll be waiting here for you. She appended a rolling eyes emoji. Instantly, Qin Mo's pressure dissipated, and he exhaled in relief, clarifying to himself that he was not being cowardly. Absolutely not. Understood, he replied, invigorated. By the way, how much was this outerwear? I'll transfer you the money. Tang Shi broached the topic, clearly having no intention of taking advantage. You must not refuse. Otherwise, I won't accept it, she added emphatically. Qin Mo reflected on this. How rare it was in this fast-paced age for a girl to take the initiative on such matters. Values and upbringing are not universal. Yet without a doubt, he felt a sense of purity in Tang Shi, akin to a lotus blooming untainted from the mud. She was truly a radiant beacon. Alas, he had initially hoped to gain a little advantage through this garment, only to feel his dreams dashed. With a light-hearted jest, he took the blame upon himself. Both Qin Mo and Tang Shi were considerate of each other, making their interactions quite pleasant. Just like now, Tang Shi made it clear that she wouldn't accept money for the coat, ensuring Qin Mo would not feel awkward. Conversely, some individuals might feign requests for help with takeout, only to later forget about the cost, which, though not exorbitant, could leave a bitter taste in one's mouth. If one encounters such people, it is advisable to distance oneself promptly. But did Qin Mo truly need the money for this coat? The answer was evidently in the affirmative. Had it been otherwise, why would he have brought it all the way back from the Magic City for Tang Shi? Moreover, he jokingly indicated that there need not be such rigid divisions between them, avoiding the appearance of a nouveau riche. It is indeed rare for two individuals with aligned values and integrity to cross paths, so cherish the moment. What advantage are you hoping to gain? Tang Shi replied. To this, Qin Mo chose not to elaborate, leaving her with an air of mystery. Given Tang Shi's intelligence, how could she not perceive his intentions? She responded in a teasing tone, What's the matter? Are your hands cold? Or are you too hungry to stand? Ha ha ha, the class monitor understands me. Qin Mo quipped back. Rolling eyes, I won't disturb you further. Text me when you arrive at Hangzhou Tower. I'll come find you. Tang Shi swiftly changed the topic. She then inquired about the price of the outerwear and proceeded to transfer him the amount, which Qin Mo ultimately accepted. Knowing Tang Shi's character, she would surely not take the coat without compensation. WeChat notification, 15, for 199 yuan received. After accepting the transfer, Qin Mo did not reply again. He closed the frameless door of the passenger seat, returned to the driver's seat, fastened his seatbelt, set the navigation, started the engine, and drove out of the underground parking of the China Financial Center. Once on the highway, Qin Mo switched the driving mode to Sport, the extreme performance setting. Yet he did not deactivate the vehicle's stability control system. Although the AMG GTR Pro in its aggressive mode offered immense excitement, the absence of stability and traction assistance made it exceedingly taxing to handle, requiring intense concentration. Over time, even he found it somewhat exhausting. The lively music continued to play in the car. Otherwise, the 2-hour journey would have been dreadfully monotonous. With the support of the stability and traction systems, Qin Mo felt significantly more at ease, even in the Sport Extreme mode. Furthermore, the comfort of this car's seats surpassed that of typical supercars, and he experienced minimal discomfort in his back, discovering more pleasant surprises the longer he drove. Qin Mo mused that even if a Lamborghini were to appear before him, he would have to seriously consider whether to trade it. At 4:40 p.m., Qin Mo arrived at Hangzhou Tower. He first parked the car in the underground garage, preparing to transfer the items from the passenger seat to the trunk, lest he be unable to deliver Tang Shi's belongings later. Though the AMG GTR Pro is classified as a supercar, it boasts a comparatively larger storage capacity than many of its counterparts, albeit still limited. However, every centimeter counts, and there's no room for debate. He removed his Patek Philippe 5160 R001 watch and placed it into its original wooden box, followed by his LV printed denim jacket, sunglasses, and Bulgari necklace into the trunk, leaving only his iPhone 14 Pro Max in the passenger seat, the only item he could bring inside without needing to explain. Otherwise, would his mother not suspect him of robbing a bank? After all, his father had only transferred him 800,000 yuan, specifically for purchasing a car, making explanations rather complicated. Qin Mo felt quite helpless, but such was the reality. He could only wait until he could legalize his assets in front of his parents. Class monitor, I have arrived, Qin Mo announced, closing the frameless door and grabbing the bag containing Tang Shi's deep blue checkered outerwear as he prepared to enter Hangzhou Tower. "Are you in the underground garage? I'll come find you," Tang Shi replied promptly. "No need. Which building are you in?" "I'll head up directly," Qin Mo clarified, suggesting they resolve dinner right there to avoid unnecessary hassle elsewhere. Frowning, she responded, "I'm in building B, Dior women's wear. Wait for me. I'll be there in 2 minutes," Qin Mo texted before taking the elevator to building B. 2 minutes later, Qin Mo indeed spotted Tang Shi in the Dior store, elegantly clad in a flowing white dress. However, today she appeared unadorned, her hair cascading freely, yet her beauty remained exquisitely intact, a testament to the system's assessment of her appearance, which stood at a remarkable score of 89, truly resilient. Tang Shi sat quietly in the lounge area, a pair of Dior shell white sneakers worth 7,099 yuan beside her. Chapter 68. Feeling unappetizing today? Tang Shi, feeling rather bored as she awaited Qin Mo, scrolled through Douyin on her phone. "Are you here alone?" She instinctively assumed someone was approaching to strike up a conversation. Furrowing her brow, she noted that the voice was not reminiscent of Qin Mo's, and thus she did not recognize it. Just as she prepared to rise and leave, she turned to find Qin Mo standing behind her, a teasing smile adorning his face. "You startled me," Tang Shi exclaimed, placing a hand over her heart, then shot a playful glare at Qin Mo. "I thought I was seeing a celestial being. Turns out it's just the class monitor." Qin Mo continued his playful banter. At that moment, others nearby instinctively glanced over, causing Tang Shi's cheeks to flush. She lightly punched Qin Mo on the arm. "All right, enough joking." Understanding the need for moderation and jest, Qin Mo smiled and handed her the LV bag he held, which contained a full-length mirror. He suggested she try on the size to see if it suited her, although this was a Dior boutique, who said one could not try on garments from other brands. Moreover, Tang Shi was indeed a valued customer here. Tang Shi's eyes sparkled with pleasant surprise, and she accepted without hesitation, clearly fond of the outerwear. Approaching the full-length mirror, she tried it on briefly, rolling up the cuffs slightly, and paired it with a white dress, creating a stunning effect. With no conspicuous LV logo in sight, it appeared understated yet chic. "Do I look good?" Tang Shi turned to seek Qin Mo's opinion. Qin Mo, of course, readily complimented her, and he was truthful in his praise. "Do you want to take a look at the admiration in the eyes of the men around us? Even if they're with their girlfriends, well, men are men." There was no need for further elaboration from Qin Mo. Tang Shi beamed with satisfaction. It seemed Qin Mo's opinion held more weight than her own. She then removed the LV jacket and placed it back into the bag. "Shall we go?" Tang Shi proposed, her tone eager. Qin Mo nodded, taking hold of the bag containing her shell white sneakers. "I've already paid," she replied with a smile. "Class monitor. You really don't leave me any chance to take advantage, do you?" Qin Mo teased in response. Tang Shi's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot him a look, extending her hand and whispering, 5 minutes, no more." Qin Mo chuckled, 5 minutes? Once it was in his hands, it was he who would dictate the time. He grasped Tang Shi's hand, and the pair exited the Dior women's section, drawing envious glances from the men behind them. "Humph. Look, a pair of shoes for 7,000. And that outerwear was 15,000. You can barely afford a bottle of Dior perfume, and you think you can look?" Instantly, some men expressed their discontent with the gazes of their girlfriends, their sarcasm reaching its peak. This scene was not unique to him. Several others caught in the same predicament were similarly vexed. As Qin Mo departed, he couldn't help but chuckle at those words, apologizing silently to his fellow men, assuring them it wasn't intentional. Since ancient times, beautiful women have been the source of trouble. The ancients truly did not deceive me, Qin Mo quipped. Tang Shi's cheeks turned rosy. She had, of course, overheard the previous comment, casting a reproachful glance at Qin Mo. He pretended not to notice, while Tang Shi mumbled under her breath, "Thick-skinned fellow. What would you like to eat, Qin Mo?" Tang Shi inquired next. "You decide, preferably somewhere in the Hangqing building," he replied, feeling somewhat fatigued after driving for over 4 hours and wishing to avoid any further hassle. "How about Lan Gui Jiangnan?" Tang Shi suggested. It was a restaurant specializing in Jiangnan cuisine, with an average cost of 137 yuan. While affordable, the flavors were commendable. It was said to be a more accessible alternative to Gui Yushan Fong, a renowned Jiangnan restaurant that boasted a Black Pearl 1-diamond rating and an average cost of a staggering 784 yuan. It was important to note that Jiangnan cuisine, priced at such a premium, assured quality, and if Lan Gui Jiangnan was considered its alternative, its taste would undoubtedly be commendable. Naturally, there would be some variance in quality, as it was quite unreasonable to compare a 784 yuan dish to one costing merely 137. Qin Mo readily agreed. Although he appreciated fine dining, he was not overly particular. Whether it was a 3, 588 yuan exquisite Japanese meal, or a humble takeaway costing just a few yuan. As long as it wasn't overly unpalatable or bizarrely inedible, like canned herring, which he insisted was far more odorous than anything he could produce, he was game. This Lan Gui Jiang Nin was located on the B1 level of the Hangxing building, and Tang Shi clearly had visited before, navigating the space with ease. Her mother was fond of this restaurant, making it a frequent choice for them. The establishment exuded a distinct Jiangnan charm, reminiscent of a traditional courtyard, adorned with the words, Jiangnan fireworks, 3,000 years. It appeared to possess an artistic ambience. The environment is quite pleasant, Qin Mo remarked appreciatively. Indeed, I particularly enjoy their bullfrog dish. I believe it surpasses the charcoal-grilled bullfrog from Xintiandi, Tang Shi stated, a hint of pride in her voice. Qin Mo found himself intrigued. Their tastes in bullfrog dishes aligned closely. The two then entered Lan Gui Jiangnan. Good day, how many in your party? The server inquired. 2. Tang Shi replied succinctly. In truth, this was standard practice for all establishments. Although only 2 had entered, who could say if others were to join or if a reservation had been made? Thus, servers habitually asked. Of course, some rude individuals misconstrue this politeness as mockery, retorting in a haughty tone, can't you see for yourself? Qin Mo deemed such a response indicative of someone who had not faced the harsh realities of life. Following the server, they were led into Lan Gui Jiangnan, where the decor remained elegant, though the crowd was somewhat dense. The server seated them at a 2-person table. Qin Mo placed the Dior shell white sneakers and the deep blue LV checkered jacket in a safe spot, ensuring he wouldn't forget them upon leaving. The restaurant offered both a QR code for ordering and a traditional menu. Ultimately, Tang Shi opted for the QR code to avoid flipping through a menu, finding the clarity of her phone more convenient. As it was Tang Shi who had taken charge of the arrangements, Qin Mo dutifully followed her lead. She ordered the stone pot bullfrog and spring water beef, priced at 58 yuan and 88 yuan, respectively. These dishes were the restaurant's signature offerings, typically found on every table. Shortly thereafter, Tang Shi handed her phone to Qin Mo. He felt no hesitation. In such moments, to be coy would be pretentious. He then added an 88 yuan golden soup sauerkraut fish to the order before returning the phone to Tang Shi. 3 dishes would surely suffice for the 2 of them. While affordable, wastefulness was not an option. Primarily, he was not particularly hungry at the moment, especially after indulging in a considerable amount of sweets during lunch, which are known for their satiating qualities. Oh dear, are you not feeling peckish today? Tang Shi inquired with a hint of surprise, as she recalled Qin Mo's usual appetite. What do you take me for? Qin Mo couldn't help but roll his eyes, directly retorting with a comment that even evoked memories of a film. Chapter 69, The Useless Reward. Seeing the expression of disdain on Qin Mo's face, Tang Shi couldn't suppress her laughter, and with a playful smile, she feigned confusion. How odd. Could it be that I misremembered? Wasn't it you who had an insatiable appetite last time? This remark left Qin Mo utterly speechless. Fine, he conceded. His appetite was indeed slightly above average, but that was context-dependent. He declared this a slanderous accusation, a blatant defamation. As soon as Tang Shi finished speaking, she erupted into laughter once more, prompting Qin Mo to shoot her a withering glare. All right, I concede, Tang Shi said, leveraging her charm to plead for mercy. Oh dear, what a heart-fluttering sensation. Qin Mo lamented that such an appeal was hard to resist, and then, with a grand gesture, he pretended to forgive her. What other choice did he have? Difficult? Even if it were challenging, it had to be managed. Before long, their ordered dishes arrived, starting with the stone pot bullfrog. The serving size was modest, yet the colors were vibrant, and the aroma was enticing. 2 segments of Hanzhong pepper adorned the bullfrog, making it visually appealing. How does it taste? Tang Shi asked, as she placed a piece of bullfrog into Qin Mo's bowl. Qin Mo sampled it, noting the dish's Jiangnan flavors, which leaned towards a sweet and salty soy sauce profile. The bullfrog was generously coated in sauce, though it lacked a bit of spiciness. The addition of Sichuan peppercorns enriched the flavor, creating a delightful complexity. What do you think? Tang Shi watched him expectantly. Quite good, Qin Mo remarked appreciatively. This sweet and salty taste might not suit everyone's palate, especially for those from the northern regions, but for Qin Mo, a local from Hangzhou, it was rather pleasant. With his endorsement, Tang Shi's smile broadened, and she offered him another piece before indulging herself. A defining characteristic of Jiangnan cuisine is its exquisite presentation. Yet it has a notable drawback. The pursuit of elegance often results in smaller portions. One could say there are pros and cons to this approach. The spring water beef was also commendable, presenting a particularly light broth that preserved the essence of the beef, which was tender and beautifully marbled. With the addition of lettuce shoots and pickled peppers beneath the dish, it offered a refreshing and rich texture. Qin Mo's eyes lit up after tasting it. This dish exceeded his expectations and was indeed worthy of the establishment's reputation. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Random task triggered, a unique experience. Task completed. Reward, a 1-5x food cashback card. Would you like to draw? Qin Mo was astonished. To think this meal would yield a cashback card was a delightful surprise. Soon, he chuckled to himself, realizing this meant another opportunity to dine at Manju Japanese cuisine for free. He mentally willed, draw distributing task rewards. Congratulations, host. You have received a 3x food cashback card. Qin Mo accepted it with satisfaction. Although it wasn't as tempting as the previous 5x card, it was still a freebie. And one shouldn't be too choosy. Ding. You have met the conditions for triggering a special event lottery. Would you like to start the draw? Another one? Qin Mo was taken aback, quickly recalling that the system had upgraded to level 3, introducing an event lottery feature based on unique triggers. He hadn't anticipated triggering this hidden function so soon and felt a surge of curiosity. He thought lottery, generating rewards based on the current special event. Ding. Lottery concluded. Congratulations. Host, you have earned the title of Beef Connoisseur. What in the world is a beef connoisseur? Qin Mo was left bewildered, glancing at the system's explanation. Beef connoisseur possesses professional-level beef appreciation skills, able to discern the quality and freshness of any grade of beef. So, essentially, it was a useless title? Qin Mo felt exasperated, realizing that the reward was indeed based on unique triggers and was of no use to him, as he was not a chef. Host, Qin Mo level, LV3, experience, 157503450000000. Appearance, 77. Physique, 80. Stamina, 80. Blessing gold, 8,888 yuan. Skills, driving, mastery. Singing, professional. Photography, beginner. Title, beef connoisseur. Hidden feature, event lottery, triggered by special events. Item, 3x cashback card. 1. Funds, 603,5136 yuan. Qin Mo glanced at his profile, noting the new title, and suddenly a wealth of professional knowledge about beef flooded his mind. Lasting for about 10 seconds. He thought to himself, what an odd experience. However, since it was a windfall, it was of little consequence. Qin Mo, are you alright? Tang Shi noticed his unusual demeanor and inquired with curiosity. Nothing much, just lost in thought over the delicious food, Qin Mo replied, naturally refraining from disclosing the system's secrets. Tang Shi shot him a skeptical glance, just as the final dish, the golden soup pickled fish, arrived. She proceeded to place a piece in Qin Mo's bowl and asked how it tasted. To be honest, it fell short of professional pickled fish standards. Yet it was still quite good, at least it was worth the price. Qin Mo maintained his positive feedback. They ordered a portion of rice, and the meal lasted about half an hour. Although Qin Mo claimed he wasn't very hungry, he adhered to the principle of not wasting food and polished off all 3 dishes. Tang Shi handed him a napkin to wipe his mouth. Thank you, class monitor. Qin Mo expressed his gratitude, quickly cleaning up before they departed from Longgui Jiangnan, noting that the bill had already been settled. The total expenditure was 234 yuan, with Tang Shi covering the cost. Once outside, Qin Mo asked Tang Shi if she knew of a reliable barber, as he needed a haircut. Having not styled his hair in nearly a month, and it was almost obscuring his eyes. Previously, Qin Mo had never perceived getting a haircut as a risky endeavor, until he encountered a barber named Jimmy, which made him realize the significance of having a dependable stylist. You've come to the right person, Tang Shi replied with a smile, leading Qin Mo to a salon she frequented with her mother. Upon entering, Qin Mo chose the most expensive stylist, priced at 298 yuan. After a meticulous 40-minute haircut, it finally concluded. Looks great, Tang Shi complimented with a smile. Qin Mo was very pleased, finding this stylist far superior to the previous one, Jimmy. He then proceeded to the front desk to settle the payment before departing. As they returned to the underground parking lot of Hangzhou City Tower, Qin Mo opened the frameless car door and settled into the seat, while Tang Shi took the items from his hands. After all, it wouldn't do for Qin Mo to drive while laden with packages. Did you buy a new phone? Tang Shi asked, picking up the 14 Pro Max from the passenger seat. I'll need to trouble you to hold on to it for me, Qin Mo replied with a smile. Chapter 70, A Few Farewells. Tang Shi naturally acquiesced, placing the 14 Pro Max alongside her LV and Dior bags on her lap. Qin Mo revved the engine, and after a span of 40 minutes, he deposited Tang Shi at the foot of her apartment complex. I'm heading off now. Do remember to send me a message once you're home. She bid farewell to Qin Mo as she exited the car. Goodbye, class monitor. Qin Mo replied with a smile. Once Tang Shi had completely vanished into the complex, Qin Mo drove the AMG GTR Pro back to the underground garage of Ziniandi, subsequently strolling back to his residence. Upon his return, Ms. Wang Xia was in the kitchen preparing dinner. Hearing the sound of the door, she turned to see Qin Mo. Where have you been? She inquired. I was out with Lu Tao and the others for a gathering, Qin Mo replied, conveniently using Lu Tao as a decoy. He certainly couldn't divulge that he had ventured to Shanghai today and purchased a Patek Philippe 5160 R001. Could he? All right then, wash your hands and get ready for dinner. Wang Xia continued. I've already eaten with Lu Tao and the others, Qin Mo responded with a grin. He then retreated to his room with the newly acquired 14 Pro Max, peeling off the protective film and replacing the SIM card from his old phone into the new device. A new phone certainly brings joy, though they were both 14s. One cannot help but harbor a penchant for the new over the old. After reinstalling WeChat and logging in, he sent a message to Tang Shi, who responded almost instantaneously, and they engaged in conversation for a while. By 10 o'clock that evening, fatigue from 4 hours of driving overtook him, and he succumbed to slumber. The following morning, at 9:30, Qin Mo awoke, reveling in the refreshing quality of his sleep. If only every night could be this restorative. At this hour, Wang Xia had already prepared breakfast, and after a quick wash, he joined her for the meal. Following breakfast, he habitually checked the system, pleased to note that his blessings had arrived on time. A satisfied smile graced his face as he opened WeChat and engaged in light banter within their small group. Lu Tao and the others were set to embark on their university journeys in just a few days. Aside from Wang Hui, who had confirmed his admission in Gue City, Lu Tao and Chen Xiao were heading to Lunnan and Liaoning Province, respectively. It appeared that Wang Hui was the furthest from everyone else. Qin Mo chuckled, reflecting on the consequences of not striving during the college entrance examination, yet still expecting to forge brotherly bonds in a prestigious school. He would be departing for Tianfu approximately 2 days later, meaning their next encounter would likely be during the spring festival. Lu Tao expressed his reluctance to part from his ethereal sister, yet lamented that it was unavoidable. After all, she was attending Zhejiang University of Finance and Economics, where the minimum admission score was 471, far beyond Lu Tao's reach. This led to a round of playful teasing among the group. However, on a serious note, if a long-distance relationship could endure, it would likely culminate in a successful outcome, though such endurance was a formidable challenge. Qin Mo inquired about Tang Shi's plans, learning that she would be reporting to Fudan University in Shanghai in 5 days. He promptly suggested a farewell gathering at Manju Japanese cuisine before their departures, insisting that Lu Tao invite Wang Siki as well. He intended to utilize his triple rewards dining card. Naturally, the group had no objections. Qin Mo was currently the wealthiest among them, and Tang Shi agreed without hesitation. He then asked Tang Shi when Chun Yin would be heading to the capital, to which she replied that Chun Yin would be departing at the same time as her. Calculating swiftly, Qin Mo realized that 5 days remained, ample time for arrangements. He urged Tang Shi to confirm with Chun Yin, and if all was well, he would proceed to finalize the details. Given that Chun Yin and Tang Shi shared a good rapport, and with the dining card offering only triple rewards, they needed to increase the headcount. So, I'm just here to make up the numbers? Chun Yin would certainly roll her eyes if she were aware of Qin Mo's reasoning. Yet, would Qin Mo admit to such a thought? Of course not. Moments later, Tang Shi replied, confirming that Chun Yin was on board. Qin Mo responded with an OK emoji and promptly called Manju Japanese cuisine to reserve a table for 7, opting once again for the 3,588 yuan package. The time was set for 1 o'clock in the afternoon 3 days hence. After concluding the call, he confirmed the time with everyone. They would gather at Manju Japanese cuisine at 1 o'clock in 3 days, and he would pick up Tang Shi and Chun Yin. Everyone was agreeable, and Qin Mo chatted with Tang Shi for a bit longer, acknowledging that meeting after the semester commenced would prove challenging. However, with transportation so convenient nowadays, a flight was merely a few hours away. As for travel expenses, who was he to scoff at that? Ending their conversation, Qin Mo calculated that the total for 7 people amounted to 25,116 yuan, with a triple reward yielding only 75,348 yuan, leaving a shortfall of over 30,000 from the previous reward. Nevertheless, it mattered little. A single LV denim jacket of his cost a staggering 40,000. Qin Mo then searched online for information regarding a towing company, intending to arrange transport for his Mercedes-AMG GTR Pro. A small flatbed tow would likely take around 2 days, and after some research, he settled on a company and called to inquire. Hello. I would like to ask about the cost of shipping a sports car from Hangzhou to Tianfu, Qin Mo inquired. It's a Mercedes-AMG GTR Pro, he specified, providing the vehicle details. How many days will it take to arrive? He pressed further. Upon receiving a positive confirmation, Qin Mo hung up. Finding that the estimated shipping time aligned with his expectations, it would take 2 days, with an additional day needed for insurance arrangements. The towing company he selected was reputable, charging 6 yuan per kilometer for the flatbed service. They offered a complimentary insurance coverage of 200,000, with any excess charged at a rate of 1,000th. Thus, The transport cost for his vehicle would be 11,800 yuan, and with highway fees and labor costs added, it would amount to approximately 4,000 yuan more, depending on circumstances. The price of Qin Mo's Mercedes-AMG GTR Pro was 3,200,000, making the insurance premium around 3,000. The final total came to 18,800 yuan, nearing 20,000. Indeed, supercars were exorbitantly priced, not just in purchase cost, but across the board. Transporting smaller vehicles with a large truck would only cost a few thousand. Yet, for Qin Mo, this expenditure was merely the equivalent of 2 days' worth of blessings, hardly a burden. Thus, he resolved to hand over the vehicle to the towing company 3 days in advance, fully aware of the process. 3 days later, Qin Mo requested the keys to the Panamera from Wang Xia, as he needed to pick up Chunyan afterward. His AMG GTR Pro simply could not accommodate everyone unless he forced Chunyan to perch on the hood, which he deemed unacceptable due to the potential damage. Taking the driver's seat in the Panamera, he couldn't help but reflect on how accustomed he had become to the AMG GTR Pro over the past few days. Switching back to the Panamera felt somewhat disorienting. Nevertheless, it must be said that while the racing seats of the Mercedes-AMG GTR Pro were among the most comfortable in the supercar realm, they still fell short in comparison to the luxury of a Panamera. Buckling his seatbelt and turning on the music, Qin Mo set off to collect Tang Shi before heading to fetch Chunyan. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of Tang Shi's apartment complex, and having sent a message in advance, he found her waiting there. Class monitor, Qin Mo called out, lowering the car window. Chapter 71. This is not a child's car. Tang Shi, today as ever, chose to go without makeup. Upon entering the vehicle, she greeted Qin Mo, interestingly opting to sit in the passenger seat. Typically, when accompanied by a sister, one would choose to sit in the back to avoid making the other feel awkward. Could this be interpreted as a declaration of sovereignty? Are you planning to make our affair public, class monitor? Qin Mo teased, unperturbed. What? Tang Shi fastened her seatbelt, casting a puzzled glance at Qin Mo, genuinely unable to comprehend his insinuation. Since Qin Mo had always picked her up for their outings while she occupied the front seat, she had not thought much of it until he mentioned it, leaving her entirely bewildered. With a playful smirk on his face, Qin Mo watched as Tang Shi, slowly coming to terms with the situation, rolled her eyes and quipped, "Shall I move to the back then?" Qin Mo, grinning mischievously, responded with action, swiftly accelerating the car. "Want to get out? The doors are welded shut." "Ah, take it easy," Tang Shi exclaimed, the sudden acceleration forcing her to experience the true meaning of pushback. "Haha. Class monitor, you're quite the rascal." Qin Mo chuckled, reducing the speed while continuing his playful banter. "Humph, those who are mischievous see everything as mischievous." Tang Shi's cheeks flushed as she shot him an exasperated glare. "Something feels off," Qin Mo teased again. "Ugh, how annoying." Tang Shi decided to ignore the cheeky guy, finding him utterly irreverent as he drove. Qin Mo laughed heartily, recognizing that occasional teasing was enjoyable, but too much of it would indeed brand him as a lewd character, which was not the impression he desired. "I am a person of integrity," he declared. Half an hour later, the gray Panamera appeared outside Chunyan's residence. Tang Shi sent a voice message to Chunyan, who replied that she would arrive shortly. Sure enough, within a minute, Chunyan emerged from the community and entered the car, immediately teasing Qin Mo. "What delicacies are you planning to treat this young lady to today, Qin Xiao?" "Something you've never tried before, a delightful surprise," Qin Mo replied with a grin, his tone irresistibly enticing. "Ah, lychee please," Chunyan retorted, recalling his previous mention of a baguette, and she couldn't help but scoff. "Ha ha ha." Qin Mo burst into laughter, and Tang Shi joined in, realizing this was the joy of understanding girls instantly. "Fasten your seatbelt. You'll find out in about half an hour," Qin Mo replied playfully, withholding the specific details that they were headed to Manchu Japanese cuisine. After all, a sense of mystery would heighten the anticipation. Tang Shi, emulating Qin Mo's mischief, chose not to reveal anything to Chunyan. Chunyan, rolling her eyes, understood that since she was tagging along for a meal, she would go with the flow. The two girls then began to chat animatedly, the soothing music within the car contributing to an exceptionally harmonious atmosphere. Tang Shi and Chunyan shared a close friendship, akin to soul sisters. When such friends gathered, the conversation was boundless. However, these exchanges were unrelated to Qin Mo, who remained focused on driving. They arrived at Chihu, at the Xuanji Resort, with Qin Mo steering the Panamera once again. "Isn't this Xuanji Resort? You didn't book a table here, did you?" Chunyan asked, astonished. Being a local from Hangzhou, she was well aware of the resort's prestigious standing. The 3 restaurants within, Manchu, Jixianglu, and Sanianj, were all listed as Black Pearl-rated establishments, with even the least expensive, Jixianglu, demanding a staggering 767 yuan per person. Manchu, however, was renowned as the pinnacle of Japanese cuisine in Hangzhou, with a price point that was truly astonishing. Correct, today's reservation is at Manchu. How does that compare to a French dinner? Qin Mo chuckled, confidently maintaining his playful persona. Qin, stop showing off. Chen Yan blushed, unable to withstand Qin Mo's teasing charm. Tang Shi stifled a laugh beside her, realizing they had become quite the comical trio. As they gathered, they soon discovered that Lu Tao was running late. This guy is always tardy, Chen Xiao quipped, though he didn't finish his thought. However, with Qin Mo and Wang Hui's knowing expressions, the implication was clear. I doubt it. The M3 has limited space. So that's improbable, Wang Hui argued seriously. Don't say it. You're surprisingly insightful. Qin Mo and Chen Xiao found his reasoning oddly plausible. Just then, the roar of an engine interrupted them. Who else but Lu Tao and his M3? Sorry, guys, I got caught in traffic, Lu Tao explained as he stepped out, clarifying that his tardiness was unintentional. Qin Mo glanced at the time. He was only 5 minutes late, which was quite trivial. He then resumed his playful jabs. Ah. The master of punctuality, 5 minutes late? What? Lu Tao looked bewildered, while Wang Siki seemed to catch on, her face flushing as she discreetly pinched Lu Tao. Ha ha ha. The group erupted in laughter. Nothing, let us head inside. Wang Hui suppressed his laughter, wrapping an arm around Lu Tao's shoulder as they made their way to Manchu. Chen Yan, intrigued, glanced at Wang Siki and learned about their relationship, prompting her to exclaim, "You're lucky. This lady is stunning and resembles that fairy sister." Having met previously, Tang Shi was already familiar with Wang Siki, so she took the initiative to greet them and introduce the two. Upon entering Manchu Japanese cuisine, the top-tier service left Chen Yan in awe. She realized that service could indeed reach such heights, broadening her horizons. Tang Shi and Wang Siki had been there before, so they were less astonished. They were seated in the same private room as last time, with an additional seat this time, and the menu remained the summer selection. Lu Tao sat beside Wang Siki, while Tang Shi and Chen Yan settled next to her, the three girls sharing a space. The familiar peach wine was served as an appetizer, and after tasting it, Chen Yan offered her enthusiastic approval, eagerly anticipating the subsequent dishes, particularly since this was touted as the pinnacle of Japanese cuisine in Hangzhou. Since they were still on the summer menu, the dishes were the same as before, and Qin Mo and the others were already familiar with them, so they simply awaited their arrival to savor them. Chapter 72, The Little Dragon Roll. The meal extended over 2 hours. The quality of the ingredients, the flavors of the dishes, and the impeccable service left Chen Yan with no room for criticism. She could only concede that it lived up to its reputation as the pinnacle of Japanese cuisine in Hangzhou. By the way, Lao Qin, when you go to Tianfu, aren't you sending that AMG GTR Pro over on a flatbed? Lu Tao inquired. Of course, I can't just drive it over myself, can I? Qin Mo retorted. Have you contacted a transport company? If they're reliable, send them my way. I want my M3 shipped too, Lu Tao clarified. Given that Hangzhou is over 800 kilometers away from Runan, nearly 900 kilometers, he certainly didn't want to make the exhausting drive. Especially since he wasn't financially constrained. Why endure such hardship? Oh right, I forgot about that, Wang Hui recalled, prompted by Lu Tao's reminder. Realizing his own car arrangements were also pending, he was heading to Guishu, which was even farther. I found a company that seems decent, Qin Mo responded, subsequently elucidating the charging and insurance details of the shipping company to the others before passing the phone to them. Gratitude flowed abundantly from Lu Tao, Wang Hui, and Chen Xiao, their eyes brimming with tears of appreciation. It seemed that poverty had its own advantages. Chen Yan, standing nearby, teased the group, proclaiming that she had no such troubles. However, why were tears flowing from her eyes? Guaranteed admission to Peking University, casually filling out an application and getting accepted? Qin Mo unleashed his wit, engaging in fervent banter. Chen Yan soon realized her folly. In the presence of this master of yin and yang, her abilities seemed almost trivial. Tang Shi chuckled, acknowledging that only Qin Mo could render Chen Yan speechless. I truly suspect you were a practitioner of yin and yang in your past life. Chen Yan quipped. No, Qin Mo replied with utmost seriousness. In my previous life, I was actually an alien from the Gigantium 9882 Nebula, colloquially known as the Chicken U2 beautiful extraterrestrial. Hilarity ensued. Hey, Little Black, are you hungry for some cold corpse? The others were thoroughly amused by Qin Mo's flamboyant display. What a premier team leader. If you were at this year's GNR World Championship, victory would be assured. Do you know how hard my GG works? Don't eat the eggs. Qin Mo scoffed at them, declaring that he was the sole leader of the team, while they merely feasted on the spoils. Team up? What nonsense! Qin Mo exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed by the absurdity of it all. Today's expenditure totaled 166 yuan. Qin Mo promptly settled the bill and then checked his personal information. Host, Qin Mo. Level, LV3, Experience 15, 753, 325, 000. Attractiveness 77. Physique 80. Stamina 80. Blessing gold 8. 888 yuan per day. Skills, driving, mastery level. Singing, professional level. Photography, beginner level. Titles, beef connoisseur. Hidden function, event lottery, triggered by special events. Items, food triple cashback card, 1. Funds, 6, 045, 224 yuan. Qin Mo silently recited the invocation for the triple food cashback card. The system notification chimed, indicating it was calculating the amount. Moments later, the cashback arrived. 6, 120. 570 yuan, restoring his funds to over 6 million. Subsequently, the group departed from Manchu Japanese restaurant. As Lu Tao and the others needed to handle the car shipping, they left directly, arranging to meet at FT Bar the following evening. After all, they had only 2 days left before their enrollment. They deserved a final revelry. Half an hour later, Qin Mo dropped Chunyan off at her residential complex. Qin Mo, I'm leaving. Chunyan waved goodbye. I fear the next goodbye will only be during winter break, Tang Shi murmured, watching Chunyan's retreating figure. Although they were once classmates, the sudden separation felt poignant. Indeed. Qin Mo nodded, reflecting that life was about moving forward, with every step revealing new vistas. No one remained stationary. After a brief moment of melancholy, Tang Shi regained her composure, acknowledging that all gatherings must eventually conclude. 30 minutes later, Qin Mo escorted Tang Shi to her apartment building. They exchanged farewells. And upon returning home, Qin Mo found his parents, Wang Xia and Qin Jiaming, still absent. He retreated to his room, opened the ticket booking application, and checked the availability of flights to Tianfu. With 2 airports, Tianfu Airport and Shuangliu Airport, he opted for the latter, given its proximity to Tianfu University, a mere 30 kilometers away. Departing from Hangzhou Shaoshan Airport, the journey would take nearly 3 hours, and he purchased a ticket for the morning of August 30th, choosing to travel light, planning to acquire any necessities upon arrival to avoid unnecessary hassle. After successfully completing the payment, a notification arrived on his phone. Bank balance, 6, 118, 445 yuan. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Wang Xia and Qin Jiaming finally returned home, and Qin Mo stepped outside to greet them. Have you eaten? Wang Xia inquired. Qin Mo shrugged, indicating he had not. Perfect timing then. Let us dine out, Qin Jiaming suggested, considering the late hour for cooking. The 3 of them strolled to the Xiniandi shopping center and selected a restaurant. Have you booked your flight? Qin Jiaming asked as they awaited their meals. Yes. For August 30th, Qin Mo replied. Qin Jiaming nodded, while Wang Xia reminded him to pack his belongings and not forget anything, to which Qin Mo readily agreed. After dinner, the trio walked back home. Once there, Qin Mo conversed with Tang Shi for a while before they both prepared for bed. The following day, in the morning, Qin Mo watched Yang Kuer's livestream, generously donating 5 super rockets, spending a modest sum of 10,000 yuan. After all, not indulging in the delights of the Dousha platform would be a travesty. As a flower of the new era, such behavior was absolutely unacceptable. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Lu Tao called, informing Qin Mo that they had reserved a booth at FT and requested him to pick them up, as their car had already been entrusted to the shipping company. After agreeing, Qin Mo grabbed the keys to his Panamera and set out, mentioning he might return later. Wang Xia understood the situation and did not press further. An hour later, they arrived at FT Bar in Xiniandi, where a staff member warmly welcomed them. Lu Tao had certainly spared no expense, booking the dragon package, which, although comprised of the golden, pink gold, and violet mini dragons, still cost an impressive 41,999 yuan. Due to the reservation, the staff displayed exceptional courtesy as they led the group to the booth Lu Tao had prearranged. What a show, Qin Mo teased. Naturally. This cost my dad 2 months' worth of pocket money, Lu Tao replied proudly. With his impending trip to Runan and being the sole heir in his family, his father had generously transferred him 300,000 yuan for the semester's expenses. Otherwise, how could he afford such extravagance? Chapter 73. The Unfortunate Package? Upon entering the booth Lu Tao had reserved, the FT staff inquired if Lu Tao wished to make an impression. In both Hangzhou and other cities, any patron ordering a dragon package would have all lights focus on their booth, with their location displayed on the big screen, announcing it to the entire venue. In some establishments, bunny girls would even accompany patrons with various props, creating a scene understood by those in the know, instantly becoming the star of the bar. However, there was a downside. Some seasoned bargoers would attempt to mooch off drinks, employing various creative methods. And as for the girls, once you ordered the dragon package, you instantly became their biggest target, seamlessly transitioning between manual and automatic. Care to give it a try? Lu Tao declared, insisting that having spent 2 months' worth of allowance, the experience must be worthwhile. Why shouldn't I flaunt my spending? Lu Tao proclaimed, waving his hand dramatically. What kind of nonsense is that? Lu Xiao is magnificent. Lu Xiao is magnificent. Lu Xiao is magnificent. Wang Hui took the lead, followed by several others who immediately began to cheer. Soon after, Lu Tao made a direct payment of 100,000 yuan, deducting the costs for opening the card and a set of Little Dragon drinks, instructing the sales team to manage the remaining funds with utmost precision. Lu Xiao, should we arrange for the Atmosphere Group? An FT sales representative inquired thoughtfully. After all, what would be the point of visiting a bar without ladies? Lao Qin. Lu Tao turned to glance at Qin Mo, his eyes conveying an unmistakable message. Certainly, a blatant LSP. What are you staring at? Do I look like an SP? Qin Mo retorted with a laugh, branding the accusation as a gross misrepresentation. A collective sigh escaped the group. The FT sales team proceeded to arrange for the Little Dragon to make its entrance, concurrently notifying the Atmosphere Group within the bar. The Atmosphere Group ladies were practically clamoring to join in, as such opportunities were rare, especially since those who could afford the Little Dragon set surely attracted attention. 2 minutes later, the information about Qin Mo's booth was indeed displayed on the grand screen, with the lights focusing entirely on him. Congratulations to young Master Lu from Booth K02 for acquiring the Black Spade, a Little Dragon set, the DJ announced to the entire venue. Instantly, the women in the bar turned their gazes toward Booth K02. The sensation was indescribable. Wow, what a grand display! Wang Hui exclaimed, his face brimming with excitement. Oh wow! Chen Chao echoed, also caught up in the fervor. Shortly thereafter, 3 luminous bottles of Black Spade A were hoisted overhead by FT staff and delivered to Booth K02, ensuring that the entire venue could witness the spectacle. Following that, an array of fruit platters, soft drinks, beers, and snacks were also brought over, alongside dice and playing cards. The Atmosphere Group ladies were now in position, and the FT sales representative cheerfully remarked, wishing Lu Xiao a splendid time at FT tonight. Lu Tao nodded and directed a nearby waiter to uncork the 3 bottles of Black Spade A in gold, rose gold, and violet. As it was said, each color offered a distinct flavor he was eager to experience. Brothers, let us drink up, Lu Tao called out. The waiter poured each person a glass, and the Atmosphere Group ladies also partook in the festivities. Come on, let us toast to the brothers. Lu Tao raised his glass. And naturally, Qin Mo and the others reciprocated with hearty gulps. Honestly, it's not as astounding as they say online, Lu Tao remarked after tasting, a hint of disappointment in his tone. The golden version of Black Spade A resembled slightly flavored sparkling water, far from the creamy smoothness advertised. The group then sampled the rose gold and violet versions. To be frank, the rose gold had a subtle peach flavor, while the violet left Qin Mo somewhat puzzled. No wonder some people use it to wash their hands, Lu Tao quipped after sampling all 3. All that money spent on 3 bottles of sparkling water? Lu Tao could not help but complain. I think it's quite decent, Chen Chao countered. You clearly haven't tasted any good pork, Lu Tao shot back. Laughter erupted from Qin Mo and Wang Hui. Chen Chao felt slightly offended but had to admit that despite Black Spade A's questionable value, its influence in the bar scene was undeniable. The title of nightclub darling was not easily earned. Was the allure of Black Spade A its taste? No. It was the prestige. On the table, there were also several other champagnes brought by the FT sales team. Lu Tao instructed the waiter to open them, and they sampled once more. I feel like a fool, Lu Tao mused, finding that the 1,000+ yuan champagnes even surpassed the Black Spade A in quality. Nonsense. That's exactly what you are, Wang Hui replied earnestly. The Atmosphere Group ladies could not suppress their laughter either. Having summoned the Atmosphere Group, Lu Tao proposed a drinking game, which the ladies readily agreed to, and Qin Mo and his companions had no objections. They continued playing until just past midnight. Although there were still many drinks left on the table, they had reached their limit. The Atmosphere Group ladies suggested storing the leftover drinks for their next visit. Despite the lackluster taste of Black Spade A, they finished every drop. After all, the price demanded it. They might as well embrace their folly. Lu Tao called the FT sales representative on his phone, requesting to store the remaining drinks, to which the representative readily agreed. Once the drinks were secured, the group departed from FT bar, and as they stepped outside, it was already nearing 1 in the morning. Qin Mo arranged for a chauffeur to take them home, and by the time he reached his residence, it was already 2 o'clock. After a quick wash-up, he retired for the night. The following day, Qin Mo did not awaken until noon, having returned home quite late the previous night and indulged in excessive drinking. Truth be told, although he had never tried baijiu, he felt his tolerance was likely superior to Lao Qin's, considering the amount of alcohol consumed the night before. He sent a message in the group chat, but received no replies. It seemed his friends were still in slumber. After setting his phone down and completing his morning routine, he discovered that Wang Xia had left breakfast for him on the kitchen table. A brief reheating led to a satisfying meal. At that moment, Lu Tao and the others finally responded in the group chat. Damn, my head hurts a bit. Please tell me we didn't drink fake alcohol last night. Lu Tao lamented. I feel fine. It's probably just your drinking capacity, little lightweight. Wang Hui replied. I can vouch for that. Old Lu's drinking skills are definitely lacking, Qin Chao chimed in. Nonsense. How could I be inadequate? Lu Tao swiftly countered. You nearly rode off on the chauffeur's electric bike, Qin Mo quietly added, delivering a subtle jab. Lu Tao chuckled. Haha. Right, I remember that now. Qin Chao roared with laughter. Chapter 74. Preparations before departure last night. Upon getting out of the car, Lu Tao insisted on riding the chauffeur's electric bike, leaving the poor driver nearly in tears. Such a loss-making endeavor was entirely unreasonable. It took considerable effort before they could drag him back home. The trio continued to tease each other in the group chat. Lu Tao admitted he had no recollection of such antics, questioning if perhaps his drinking capacity had indeed failed him. The conversation continued for a while, and all three of them had booked their flights for the following morning, planning to set off early. Qin Mo remarked, see you guys during winter break. Qin Chao mentioned, I've heard that the iron pot stewed goose in northeast China is quite good. We should definitely try it. The fried chicken from London is excellent too. Lu Tao replied, well, snail noodles are legendary. Wang Hui chimed in, not to be outdone. Good heavens, have we already prepared a food guide? Are we going to college? Qin Mo expressed mock disapproval. The rabbit head from Tianfu and Sichuan cuisine are the true classics. Regarding food, there was a running joke online that Hangzhou was a culinary desert, and anyone visiting must experience local delicacies, such as Barbie buns and the jet fighter combo. To this, Qin Mo conceded, well, perhaps it's just a matter of taste. With that, Qin Mo exited the group chat, needing to pack his luggage. Fortunately, his packing was relatively simple, consisting of a few summer and autumn clothes, along with an Apple laptop. A single larger suitcase would suffice. He planned to send his AMG GTR Pro to the towing company tomorrow and retrieve his Patek Philippe 5160 R001. After all, valued at over $1 million. It had merely been worn for a few hours before being left to gather dust in the underground garage of Xinyiandi. One must ask, who else among Patek Philippe owners is as extravagant as Qin Mo? After tidying up his luggage, Qin Mo prepared to watch a live stream, only to discover that the small streamer Yang Kuer had taken a day off. It was rather disappointing, leaving him no choice but to casually browse the dance section, only to find that director Wang had yet to start his broadcast. Qin Mo expressed his regret and promptly sent a gaming invitation to Shun Xiyu via WeChat. She replied almost instantly, indicating her eagerness to join, having endured a streak of defeats recently and in desperate need of a skilled player to guide her. Thus, the two embarked on a delightful journey to climb the ranks together. Alas, such joyous moments are fleeting, and before they realized it, it was already 5 o'clock. Qin Mo informed Shun Xiyu of his departure from the game and logged off. Coincidentally, at that moment, Wang Xia and Qin Jiaming returned home. Due to Qin Mo's impending trip to Tianfu, Wang Xia had taken it upon herself to prepare meals at home. As expected, tonight's menu featured braised pork ribs, a prediction that Qin Mo confirmed with certainty. After dinner, Qin Jiaming inquired about what car Qin Mo planned to purchase over there, to which Qin Mo did not respond directly, instead revealing his aspirations for entrepreneurship. It was a preemptive measure to prepare his parents, Qin Jiaming and Wang Xia, for what he might need to explain later. You want to start a business? Qin Jiaming expressed his surprise. Yes, the business environment there is quite favorable, and if a reliable opportunity arises, I might consider it, Qin Mo replied calmly. That's a commendable thought, but do not blindly follow trends. Ensure you conduct thorough research to avoid squandering your funds. Qin Jiaming, with the wisdom of experience, did not oppose Qin Mo's entrepreneurial ambitions, but felt gratified. After all, Qin Mo should carve out his own path in life, as it is unwise to live perpetually under the protection of his parents. Having aspirations is indeed a positive trait, a testament to the adage that the student surpasses the master. Nevertheless, he articulated the risks associated with entrepreneurship as a cautionary reminder for Qin Mo. Qin Mo felt a swell of emotion. Sometimes, the support and encouragement from parents serve as the greatest aid to their children. And such unconditional backing is the most invaluable treasure. Don't worry, Dad, Qin Mo replied with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. If you run low on funds, just let me know. As long as you don't squander the family fortune, you may do as you wish, Qin Jiaming responded. Qin Mo chuckled and teased, Dad, have you heard of the recent term rich second generation? What rich second generation? Qin Jiaming asked, puzzled. Qin Mo then explained the joke, prompting Qin Jiaming to laugh and jest. You little rascal. As long as you don't deplete your mother and my retirement funds, I'll be grateful. Haha, rest assured. I will at least save some money for your retirement insurance, Qin Mo quipped. Once again, Qin Jiaming laughed and scolded him. And the two settled in the living room to watch television while Wang Xia busied herself in the kitchen cleaning up. The following day, in the underground garage of New World, Qin Mo located his AMG GTR Pro, opened the trunk, and took out the Patek Philippe 5160 R001 from its box to adorn his wrist. He then opened the frameless car door and took a seat inside. His immediate task was to transport the car to the shipping company to address the insurance issues. 40 minutes later, Qin Mo arrived at the shipping company, explained the situation to the staff, who, after inspecting the vehicle, calculated the fees and informed him that the total amounted to 19,000 yuan. This was merely 200 yuan more than his initial estimate, a price he found entirely acceptable. After 10 minutes resolving the insurance and payment matters, the shipping company assured him that the car would arrive punctually within 2 days. Nodding in agreement, Qin Mo handed over the vehicle and promptly hailed a taxi to leave, carrying with him an LV-printed denim jacket and orange sunglasses purchased during his last trip to Modu. These items would also be shipped to Tianfu alongside the car. A notification pinged on his phone. Bank card ending in 6837, spent 19,000 yuan. Balance, 134,997 yuan. Glancing at the message, Qin Mo noted that the blessing money for 3 days had already been deposited into his account. He then opened the WeChat group chat. Lu Tao, Dad has passed away. Don't worry. Wang Hui, 1, Chen Xiao, 1. Qin Mo smiled and sent a meme he had pilfered from Yang Kuer into the group. After exiting the chat, he clicked on Tang Shi's profile and sent a message. Have you left yet? In less than half a minute, Tang Shi replied, not yet, still packing. Given the 2-hour distance between Hangzhou and Modu, there was no rush. She then sent him a photo of her luggage, leaving Qin Mo astonished. There were 2 large suitcases, and her bed was still cluttered with clothes yet to be packed. Are you sure this is for school and not for moving? He teased. All right. Perhaps girls do have more clothes, he conceded. Don't miss me too much, he added playfully. Should I fly over to Tianfu to see you? Tang Shi replied. Qin Mo laughed at the message and responded, that sounds feasible, and I must ensure the highest level of arrangements. Tang Shi, I roll, humph. What does that expression mean? You're not thinking of something inappropriate again, are you? Qin Mo feigned confusion, pondering if he possessed some sort of toxic aura that attracted such interpretations. Chapter 75, Departure for Tianfu. Class monitor, did you misunderstand something again? Qin Mo playfully replied. Stop it with the dog emoji, Tang Shi shot back. Aware that he was likely to steer the conversation in a mischievous direction, she nipped it in the bud, feeling somewhat wounded. Qin Mo continued their banter for a while until Tang Shi stated she needed to resume packing, promising to chat again once she arrived in Modu. Qin Mo responded briefly, noticing that among his classmates in Hangzhou, he was the last one to report. Out of boredom, he opened his moments and scrolled down, spotting Lu Tao and the others posting a boarding photo. What a flashy move. Qin Mo commented on their post. Checking the time, he realized it was already afternoon, and yet another dull day loomed ahead. With no intention of going out, he decided to play some games to pass the time. After all, his AMG GTR Pro was entrusted to the shipping company, and Wang Xia's Panamera was also absent from home. Without a car, venturing out was quite inconvenient. He settled for a quick takeout for lunch. That evening, naturally, it was his mother's turn to cook, and the menu featured Coca-Cola chicken wings alongside a clear stewed beef dish, both of which were Qin Mo's favorites. After dinner, he tuned into a live stream. Pleased to find the small streamer on schedule, and he watched for a while, sending a couple of super rockets as support. Most importantly, Director Wang was also online. A moment Qin Mo certainly did not want to miss. His days had been filled with a routine of eating, sleeping, playing games, and watching streams. This was how Qin Mo had spent the past few days. On August 30th, the day had finally arrived for him to report to Tianfu. Rising early, he completed his morning routine, and to see him off to the airport, old Qin had taken a day off work. Let us go, Qin Mo said, dragging his suitcase out of his room. Dressed simply in a Supreme t-shirt and Gucci shorts, paired with his trusty MLB dad shoes and an LV black monogram box bag, he looked less like a student heading to school and more like a traveler embarking on an adventure. Is that all you're taking? Qin Jiaming inquired with a glance. You can't expect me to bring my quilt along, can you? Qin Mo replied cheekily. This large suitcase of clothes is more than sufficient. And I've only packed 2 pairs of shoes. I can always buy more once I get there. That's true. Qin Jiaming nodded. Are you ready? Wang Xia emerged from her room, looking impeccably put together. Mom, I'm just going to school. Is all this fuss really necessary? Qin Mo quipped. What an experience it must be when the entire family springs into action to send off a new machine. Without further ado, let us tidy up and depart swiftly to avoid delaying the flight. Wang Xia cast an exasperated glance at Qin Mo. As the saying goes, a mother worries when her child travels 1,000 miles. Although Qin Mo had ventured out before, this occasion felt distinct, for he would be away at Tianfu for several months without a glimpse of home. Understanding his mother's concerns, Qin Mo stepped forward to embrace Wang Xia, smiling as he reassured her, "I'm not disappearing forever. Besides, with the internet being so advanced, we can video chat every day if you miss me. All right, let's hurry." Wang Xia replied, her words sharp yet soft-hearted. Nodding in agreement, the trio exited their home. At 9 a.m., at Hangzhou Shaoshan Airport, Qin Mo collected his ticket and checked his luggage while his parents escorted him to the security checkpoint. "I'm heading in now," he waved farewell. "Go ahead." Qin Jianming and Wang Xia responded. As Qin Mo entered the security area, Wang Xia's eyes glistened with unshed tears. As a mother, how could she not feel the weight of this moment? Qin Jianming understood her emotions and offered some comforting words before they departed the airport. Once through security, Qin Mo waited in the lounge for boarding, which began at 9:30. He found his window seat at the back of the plane, thus avoiding the hassle of needing to shuffle. The flight would take 2 hours and 40 minutes, taking off at 9:50 and landing at Tianfu Shuangliu Airport at 12:20. After boarding, Qin Mo closed his eyes, intending to rest for a while. As he had risen early that morning, he also sought to avoid disturbance, knowing that some passengers might request to change seats during the flight. Upon landing at 12:20, Qin Mo stretched, pleasantly surprised by the quality of his sleep. Who else could boast such deep slumber on a plane? Following the flow of passengers, he disembarked and retrieved his luggage. By the time he exited Shuangliu Airport, it was already past 1, and he took a taxi directly to Tianfu University. Founded in 1978, Tianfu University spans an area of 2,946 acres, and its history has been tumultuous, having undergone 3 name changes before finally reverting to its original name in 2008. Fortunately, the university boasts convenient transportation, with the subway just outside the campus gates, a boon for those without vehicles. The journey from Shuangliu Airport to Tianfu University took half an hour and cost 60 yuan. By the time Qin Mo arrived at Tianfu University, it was after 2. He approached the registration area, briefly explaining his situation. After completing the sign-up process, he inquired about his dormitory assignment. Fortuitously, he found himself allocated to Building 18, a place with a notorious reputation among students. Building 110 is referred to as the slum, Building 111 as the transitional zone, and Building 1520 as the wealthy district. The dormitory manager touted the accommodations in the new district, which began from Building 12 onward, as they featured superior amenities. However, this led many new students to mistakenly believe that all dorms were of the same quality. Those unfortunate enough to be assigned to the old district's Building 110 would find little solace. Although Qin Mo had not witnessed the conditions in Building 110 firsthand, he had heard tales of its 6-person rooms converted to 4-person ones. The disparity was indeed striking. Nevertheless, while the new district was less conveniently located than the old, it offered elevators and relatively new furnishings, an aspect Qin Mo could certainly accept. After confirming the location of Building 18, he wheeled his luggage over and, after a half-hour search, finally found it, situated on the 5th floor. "No wonder it's the wealthy district," Qin Mo remarked, eyeing the enormous touchscreen map by the elevator. Ascending to the 5th floor, he noted that the layout resembled a small apartment. Although the dormitory space was limited, it was well equipped. Chapter 76. Purchasing Daily Necessities. Hey, the third 1S here. As Qin Mo entered the dormitory, a tall, athletic-looking young man in a tank top greeted him enthusiastically. Another, seemingly quieter student exuded a more reserved demeanor. Naturally, Qin Mo understood the dormitory hierarchy was based on the order of arrival. "Hello, I'm Qin Mo from Hangzhou." He introduced himself with a smile, extending his hand. "Wow, someone from Hangzhou?" The young man appeared surprised and reciprocated with a smile, introducing himself as Jinja from Shenyang, Liaoning Province. "And you, buddy?" Qin Mo turned to the quieter student. "Hello, I'm Su Shi from Suzhou next door." Su Shi hailed from Suzhou? Quite impressive. No wonder he seemed so reserved. He was a poetic soul. Qin Mo joked, attempting to bridge the gap. "Oh no, I'm nothing compared to the great Su." Su Shi quickly shook his head, almost bashfully. "Haha, don't mind him. That's just his nature," Jinja laughed. Both had arrived 2 days early, so they were already familiar with Su Shi. As the first to enter the dormitory, Jinja naturally assumed the role of dorm leader. A native of northeast China, he was exuberant and warm-hearted, living up to the stereotype of his region's infectious enthusiasm. Nodding, Qin Mo sensed that Su Shi was indeed an introverted person, the often described quietly passionate type. "By the way, have you ever seen Hangzhou's most romantic figure?" Jinja asked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He was a devoted fan of this master of charm and had diligently followed his online broadcasts before arriving at Tianfu, eager to make a name for himself in college. "No, I haven't," Qin Mo replied, shaking his head. Despite residing in the same city, he had never encountered the figure in person. Oh, Jinja looked momentarily crestfallen. Haha, no worries. We can go to Hangzhou together during the winter break, and I'll introduce you to him. Qin Mo offered with a grin. That sounds great. Jinja nodded vigorously, a true fan indeed. After some friendly banter and getting acquainted, Qin Mo surveyed the dormitory layout. With 4 occupants, the space was compact, featuring bunk beds, computer desks, and a private bathroom. Quite commendable indeed. This environment is quite nice. It lives up to its reputation as the wealthy district, Qin Mo quipped. Haha, indeed. I nearly fell for the misleading marketing when I registered. It wasn't until I arrived that I realized the dormitories were categorized by quality. Jinja chimed in, venting his frustrations about the promotional videos he had seen. Isn't that a common tactic? Qin Mo teased. Most schools do the same. Who would showcase their shortcomings in a promotional video? Yet, there are exceptions. Like the recent viral sensation urging students to apply to Yunshe Agricultural University, which turned the institution into a laughingstock, prompting even the principal to take action. True. We were fortunate in our luck, Jinju agreed, nodding in understanding. After arranging his belongings, Qin Mo retrieved his Apple laptop and 2 watches, donning the Patek Philippe 5106 R001 on his wrist while placing the Cartier back in its original box. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already past 3 in the afternoon. He surmised that his AMG GTR Pro should be arriving soon, and indeed, 20 minutes later, the shipping company called to inform him that it had arrived at Tianfu University. Qin Mo requested his master to wait for 10 minutes before bidding farewell to Jinja and Su Shi as he stepped out. To his surprise, the third member was a scion of wealth. Jinja was utterly astonished. How did you discern that? Su Shi inquired, perplexed. The t-shirt he wore is one I've seen before, priced nearly 2,000 yuan, and if I'm not mistaken, the watch he placed on the table is a Cartier, Jinja replied, glancing at the Cartier box on Qin Mo's desk. Though I don't recognize the watch on his wrist, it likely isn't inexpensive either. Su Shi, equally astonished, was aware of the Cartier brand, knowing that a watch typically costs in the 5-digit range. A rich heir from Hangzhou. I wonder what level our 4th member is at. Jinja jested with a hint of anticipation. Qin Mo spotted a shared bicycle and, within 10 minutes, found the delivery company's cart. He secured the bicycle and coordinated with his master, suggesting they unload at a location away from the school gate to avoid hindering other newcomers. Naturally, his master had no objections, as Qin Mo was the employer. Once in the vehicle, Qin Mo instructed his master to drive 2 kilometers away to the roadside before unloading. Thank you, master. Qin Mo then stopped by a convenience store to purchase 2 bottles of water, handing one to the cart driver. The driver accepted it with a smile, expressing it was a small gesture, and invited Qin Mo to call them if he needed assistance in the future, as their company had multiple locations beyond Hangzhou. Qin Mo smiled in agreement, then opened the trunk of the car to transfer an LV jacket, a Bulgari necklace, and sunglasses to the front passenger seat. He was now prepared to acquire some daily necessities. Using his phone, he navigated to the nearest Mixi Mall, which housed a Muji store, well stocked with bedding and household items. Deciding to take a look, he arrived in just 20 minutes, and after parking in the underground garage, he made his way to the 2nd floor of Mixi Mall A to find Muji. Upon entering, he quickly identified the bedding section, where he intended to purchase a 4-piece set along with toiletries and slippers. In less than 2 minutes, he had gathered the bedding set, followed by a 10-minute search in the daily necessities area. Within 20 minutes, his small cart was brimming with items. Suddenly, he recalled the potential issue of fitting everything into the AMG GTR Pro, which had limited storage space. Estimating that it should fit, he wandered through the snack section, reasoning that offering some snacks during their initial meeting wouldn't be inappropriate, especially since he might need his roommates to cover for him in case of any class absences. After completing his purchases, he prepared to check out and noticed 2 people ahead of him in line. He waited patiently. Hello, your total comes to 1,280 yuan. Would you like to pay via WeChat or Alipay? The cashier inquired. WeChat, please. Qin Mo opened his WeChat payment code, noting that the substantial balance from the previous transfer by Tang Shi still remained. He borrowed a cart and transported his items to the underground parking lot, opening the trunk of the AMG GTR Pro to stow the goods. Fortunately, he had chosen lightweight bedding, or else it might not have fit. After closing the trunk and returning the cart, he was ready to head back to Tianfu University. Chapter 77. The roommate from the Magic City Brothers, I'm back. Qin Mo declared as he pushed open the dormitory door, laden with an array of items. Goodness, how did you buy so much? Jinja rushed forward to assist, while Su Shi joined in. Inside the dorm, there was another individual with a flamboyant hairstyle, holding a cup of coffee, adorned with 2 earrings, and exuding a particularly polished appearance. Surely you can't expect me to sleep on the floorboards? Qin Mo quipped, eliciting laughter. Haha, I forgot you only brought one suitcase. Jinja chuckled. This brother is? Qin Mo asked, eyeing the flamboyant young man. Hello, I'm Yangxing from the Magic City. The stylish lad introduced himself with an authentic Shanghai accent. Ah, a neighbor. Qin Mo replied with a smile. Haha, are you from Hangzhou? Yangxing asked, grinning. Old Fourth. You speak Mandarin. I can't understand your Magic City accent, Jinja lamented, feeling left out as Qin Mo and Su Shi hailed from nearby cities with similar accents. Wait, are you really saying that? Yangxing burst out, unable to contain himself, slipping into Northeast dialect. If it weren't for your accent being so infectious that I got off track in just an hour, would I be like this? He continued, poking fun at the strong influence of Northeast dialect he had just experienced. Clearly, this guy had a knack for humor, and Qin Mo couldn't help but laugh. Not to mention, Jinja was about to complain, but it seems that's indeed the case. Laughter erupted among them, revealing their good-natured camaraderie, especially with the addition of their humorous Northeast brother. Here, guys, try these snacks I just bought, Qin Mo offered, presenting the bag filled with treats. Feel free to take whatever you like. Haha, I want to be polite then, Jinja declared, boldly grabbing a bag of biscuits. What are you doing, you little girl? Grab more. Qin Mo teased, tossing Jinja 2 bags of chips and a packet of dried fruit. Old Third, your meals are on me from now on. Jinja laughed, patting his chest in a mock display of masculinity. You can't escape, Qin Mo replied, distributing the remaining snacks. Thank you, Su Shi accepted without hesitation. Or rather, out of politeness. Don't mention it, Qin Mo replied generously. You are quite the generous one, Yangxing chimed in, maintaining his Shanghai accent. Just a small gesture, Qin Mo responded with a smile. What does that mean? Jinja asked, perplexed. It means you are quite generous, Yangxing explained, shaking his head in mock exasperation. I'll have to teach you to tone down that Magic City accent this semester, Jinja joked, feeling utterly lost in translation. Stop being difficult, Yangxing retorted, showcasing another new phrase he had picked up. Enough already, Jinja sighed in defeat. Ha ha, Qin Mo burst into laughter. Who can withstand this? Even regional dialects have become infused with the Magic City accent. Let us create a group chat, guys, so we can coordinate easily, Qin Mo suggested. I wholeheartedly agree, Jinja said while munching on a biscuit. Sure, both Yangxing and Su Shi concurred, as they were all roommates, making it a perfectly natural decision. The 4 exchanged WeChat contacts, and Jinja established a group chat, naming it the 4 Heroes of the Slop Bucket. Slop Bucket? What is that? They all questioned, including Qin Mo, who admitted to his own ignorance. Ah, it's a culinary delight, Jinja stated with a serious face, attempting to enlighten them. Is that for real? There's no dish called slop bucket in Northeast cuisine. Yangxing replied, bewildered. Was I going to the wrong places? You have to specifically request that dish from the chef. Otherwise, it wouldn't even be on the menu in our city, Jinja asserted with conviction. At this moment, the astute individuals had already taken to the internet, such as Qin Mo. It turned out to be this way. I shall give it a try next time, Yangxing remarked, a look of vague comprehension adorning his face. Unable to contain himself, Qin Mo burst into laughter, fully grasping the meaning behind the term slop bucket. What are you laughing at, old three? Yangxing inquired, as the group had already embraced this moniker. Oh, nothing. Do let me know how it tastes after you try it. I am quite curious, Qin Mo replied, patting Yangxing on the shoulder, suppressing his laughter. Rest assured. I will remember it's called the slop bucket, Yangxing nodded, indicating that this was no trouble at all. Qin Mo exchanged a knowing glance with Jinja, both nearly succumbing to laughter. Su Shi, observing from the side, sensed that something was amiss but lacked evidence. Regardless, he resolved not to order the slop bucket when dining on Northeastern cuisine. 20 minutes later, with the collective efforts of the group, Qin Mo successfully made his bed. Although it did not match the comfort of his home, it was already quite satisfactory. What the heck? Old 3, is that a Patek Philippe 5160 R001 on your wrist? Yangxing exclaimed, his eyes widening. Unlike Jinja, who was not well versed in watch brands, Yangxing recalled that this particular timepiece was worth over 1.2 million yuan, with the intricately engraved dial being entirely crafted by Patek Philippe artisans, making it highly collectible. Do you like it? I can let you wear it for a couple of days, Qin Mo jested, reaching to remove the 5160 R from his wrist. What are you doing, testing the officials? Which official could withstand such a trial? Yangxing said earnestly, yet as he spoke, he swallowed hard. Ha! I truly admire your audacity, old 6, Qin Mo laughed heartily. Then tossed the 5160 R001 to Yangxing. Whoa, slow down, old 3, Yangxing exclaimed, startled, reverting to his northeastern dialect as he hurried to catch it. After all, this was a watch valued at over 1 million yuan, and damaging it would be a grave sin. You just throw around a watch worth over 1 million? What kind of household is this? Yang Xing thought, visibly pained as he gazed at the watch, which was clear evidence of his appreciation for horology. Old 4. Do you know what brand this is? Jinja asked curiously, as his knowledge of watches was limited to those priced under 100,000. You should ask Old 3. Yang Xing assumed Qin Mo was merely playing the fool, so he refrained from revealing the truth. Patek Philippe, Qin Mo replied nonchalantly. Patek Philippe? Where have I heard that before? Jinja mused in confusion. Patek Philippe is a Swiss watch brand founded in 1839. Boasting a rich history of over 180 years and a dedication to the art of horology. Patek Philippe employs 7 traditional watchmaking techniques, perfected to the highest degree. With every component from design to crafting, engraving, assembly, porcelain painting, and gemstone setting completed by hand. With exquisite craftsmanship and relentless innovation. It has ultimately ascended to the pinnacle of the world's top 10 watch brands. Each Patek Philippe timepiece is considered a work of art, and their prices are extraordinarily high. Yang Xing elaborated, clearly well-versed in the brand's history and prestige. It was evident that this individual possessed significant knowledge, suggesting that he hailed from a well-off background, particularly in a place like Magic City, where such insights were commonplace. If the capital could be said to crush a multitude of section chiefs with a single brick, then Magic City could do the same to a plethora of millionaires. Jinja, clearly astounded, asked, how much is this watch worth? Over 1.2 million, Yang Xing replied with utmost seriousness. What the heck? Jinja was flabbergasted. What did 1.2 million even represent? For his family, that was merely the income from 10 years of abstaining from food and drink. Was Qin Mo truly wearing 10 years' worth of his family's savings on his wrist? What a beast, Old 3. Jinja exclaimed. Did you teach him that? Qin Mo asked, bewildered, turning to Yang Xing. In the dialect of Magic City, beast referred to a rather unsavory term. You know the nature of our national essence. Yang Xing shrugged. There's a saying that if one cannot learn a dialect or a foreign language, it indicates that there are no profanities in that place. But is that even possible? Even with English, who doesn't start from a simple fuck you? Qin Mo chuckled, acknowledging the kernel of truth in that statement. Jinja, now captivated, joined Yang Xing in admiring the watch worth over 1 million, listening to Yang Xing's continuous praise. While Qin Mo insisted it was not an intentional display of superiority, he merely found himself in this fortunate situation. What kind of celestial family do you come from? Parading around with a watch worth over 1 million, while we mere mortals struggle to survive? Yang Xing quipped. And what about you? With such knowledge, your family must be quite well off too, Qin Mo teased, having noted that Yang Xing himself also wore a Patek Philippe, albeit an entry-level Nautilus valued at over 200,000. Let us not go there, don't mock me, Yang Xing chuckled, returning the 5160 R001 to Qin Mo. Aren't you going to wear it for a couple of days? Qin Mo inquired, puzzled, since he still had another Baume Mercier. As much as I'd love to, I don't feel worthy, Yang Xing declined, aware of the importance of propriety. All right then, what about you, big brother? Qin Mo asked with a grin. Oh my brother, don't jinx me. I would need to sell both my kidneys to be worth 1 million, Jinja quickly interjected. It's just a watch. It's not that exaggerated, Qin Mo retorted. Yet both men still expressed their apprehension. As mealtime approached, Qin Mo suggested they head to the cafeteria to sample the fare. He recalled that the 4th cafeteria at Tianfu University received rave reviews, with delicious food at reasonable prices. Let us go. I want to see what the quality of this year's girls is like. Yang Xing exclaimed, suddenly invigorated, recalling that his primary motivation for applying to Tianfu was indeed the high-quality female population. With your flamboyant demeanor, I doubt you'll find many girls. Though maybe some boys might take an interest, Jinja chimed in sarcastically. Qin Mo had also heard that Tianfu was particularly open-minded regarding such matters, with little judgment and a high level of acceptance. What the heck? Don't scare me like that, Yang Xing exclaimed, startled. With your delicate skin, you seem like a prime candidate for the bottom, Jinja remarked earnestly. Ha! Both Su Shi and Qin Mo erupted in laughter, and indeed, there was a hint of truth in that observation. Remember, if you ever encounter Gui Jingming in Magic City, steer clear, Qin Mo advised, patting Yang Xing on the shoulder. Yang Xing's expression turned dark. Chapter 78, Where to Begin with Envy. Truly, this is the land of abundance, and I am enamored. After ordering their meals, the group found a place to sit, observing the fashionable and sweet-faced girls passing by, a feeling that all lecherous souls would understand. Even Qin Mo could not help but compliment. The quality of girls in Tianfu is indeed exceptional. My DNA tells me it's time to stop being so low-key, Jinja quipped in a thick northeastern accent. Yang Xing, embodying a lecherous demeanor, was eager to commence the semester, uncertain of the girls in his class. One must admit, although Sichuan is renowned for its spicy cuisine, With both Chengdu and Tianfu favoring a piquant taste, the girls here possess remarkably exquisite skin, fair and delicate, as if one could squeeze water from it, particularly in Tianfu. It could be said that this city boasts the highest quality and quantity of charming young women in all of Sichuan. Could it be that spicy food has some kind of advantageous effect in this regard? There will be plenty of opportunities ahead. Let us eat, Qin Mo chuckled, teasingly wondering if these two would soon have their eyeballs rolling into their plates. I feel as though this place is my paradise, Jinzhu exclaimed, suddenly sensing the air had become remarkably fresher. Why not ask for her WeChat then? Qin Mo teased in response. Such words from you, my dear brother, are rather premature. What if there are more captivating individuals in our class? Wouldn't that leave me at a considerable loss? Jinzhu retorted. Goodness. Are you truly intent on pursuing this to the end? Qin Mo chuckled, unable to contain his amusement. For now, satisfying their hunger was of utmost priority, and he began to eat without regard for others, having ordered a delightful bowl of spicy stir-fried vegetables for merely 7.5 yuan. Can you believe it? After the group finished their dinner, they returned to the dormitory building 18, which, while commendable in many respects, was a bit distant. Indeed, one cannot have it all. Jinzhu remarked as he stepped inside. After a stroll around, I feel as if I could shed 2 pounds. Count your blessings. Over at building 16. They only have small fans. That's truly unfortunate, Yangxing retorted. That does sound rather dire. Qin Mo nodded in agreement, recognizing that even sleeping at night could pose a challenge. I heard that the advisors in other classes are all beautiful young ladies. How did ours turn out to be a man? Yangxing lamented. What? The others would be astonished to learn you even mentioned the advisor, Jinzhu exaggeratedly exclaimed. What are you thinking? It's nice to have something pleasing to the eye. Yangxing shrugged. I have reason to suspect you were a teddy bear in your past life, though I have no evidence, Jinzhu said, shaking his head solemnly. Ha! Qin Mo burst into laughter. Our advisor has sent a message in the class group. There will be a welcome meeting tomorrow, and all freshmen are required to attend. Susher suddenly announced while glancing at his phone. Soon, Qin Mo and the others also saw the news in the class group. It's just a welcome meeting. Essentially, a self-introduction. What's your name? Where are you from? And then there will be elections for class committee positions. They noted the time and then exited the group, as they were still unfamiliar with the members inside. Yangxing opened his computer and invited the others to play League of Legends, but Qin Mo declined, stating that his MacBook was too thin for gaming comfort. Jinzhu accepted, being a devoted fan of the game himself, with a rank of master. And he was quite accomplished in the first district. Is it the peak of the canyon? Jinzhu inquired. First district. But the peak of the canyon is swarming with too many players, Yangxing criticized. This district is overrun not only by performers, but also by various players who play poorly, and those who exert pressure. It's simply unplayable. Moreover, the developers show no intention of rectifying the situation, leading even professional players to become frustrated to the point of breaking down, he continued. Are you joining us, second brother? Yangxing asked. I'm in, Susher nodded. Despite his somewhat introverted nature, he was quite talented in this area, boasting the same master rank as Jinzhu. It would be a shame if you didn't join us, Yangxing teased. My computer is too uncomfortable to play on, and I didn't bring my peripherals. After one game, my wrist would likely be sore, Qin Mo joked. Yangxing nodded, and the three began their game. Qin Mo returned to his bed and messaged Lu Tao and the others in their small group to inquire about their experiences. Qin Mo, how's it going at your schools? Guys, there are so many girls here. Wang Hui, not great. Lu Tao, it's going well on my end. The brothers from London are easy to get along with. Chen Xiao, how can I put this? I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed by the Hangzhou dialect right now. These three responded almost instantaneously. Ha! Qin Mo couldn't help but burst out laughing at Chen Xiao's message. He had indeed experienced the power of the Northeast dialect and found it quite formidable. The group chatted for a while, sharing grievances about their respective schools. However, when Qin Mo sent photos of his dormitory, the others fell silent. So this guy not only ended up at a school with plenty of girls, but he also has such a nice dormitory? Qin Mo teased them before opening Tang Xi's profile to check on her situation. As a double first-class university in China, Fudan University boasted an exceptional environment, and its dormitory conditions were even superior to those of Qin Mo's. Feeling envious, Qin Mo messaged. Feeling okay, my roommates are quite friendly, Tang Xi replied. The dynamics among female dormitories can often be far more intricate than those among males. Encountering a less-than-ideal roommate could be akin to a scene from the legend of Zhenhuan. That's good to hear. I have a welcome meeting tomorrow. Qin Mo shared his situation. Haha, we've already had ours. It was quite the triumph, Tang Xi playfully responded. Their conversation continued until the lights went out in the dormitory. At which point Yangxing couldn't resist teasing. Old 3, is she your girlfriend? Right now, I can only consider her a friend. Qin Mo replied with a smile, neither confirming nor denying. Yang Xing and Jinja perked up at this, while even Su Shi cast a curious glance. Jinja immediately inquired, is she at our Tianfu University? No, she's at Fudan University in Shanghai, Qin Mo replied. What? A scholar and a goddess? Yang Xing exclaimed in surprise. Fully aware that in 2021, the admission score for Fudan University in Zhejiang Province reached a staggering 688 points, and this year it undoubtedly surpassed 690 points. Those who gained admission were undoubtedly top talents. Sort of, Qin Mo nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing that with Tang Xi's looks, she certainly deserved the title of goddess. And considering her admission to Fudan, it was evident she was academically gifted. I'm envious, truly envious, Jinja remarked with a look of longing. Chapter 79, Selection of Class Committee Members. The next day, wow, so dapper, Jinja exclaimed, admiring Yang Xing, who had meticulously prepared himself. To be fair, Yang Xing had an appealing foundation, scoring 79 in looks, even surpassing Qin Mo by 2 points, and standing tall at 1.8 meters, truly a quintessential internet heartthrob. How else could I capture the hearts of the ladies? Yang Xing replied with a sense of pride, applying a spritz of cologne, embodying the essence of a refined boy. Dressed in the latest summer collection from Balenciaga, along with a luxury Patek Philippe Nautilus worth over 200,000, he was indeed a prime candidate for admiration. Nice taste. Le Labo 33, Qin Mo remarked in astonishment. This fragrance is relatively niche, characterized by its layered woody scent. Cedar and sandalwood in the top notes evoke a damp earthiness, with a hint of leather in the middle notes, and the true magic unfolds in the base notes. Most importantly, it is not easily replicated. Wow, a kindred spirit. Old 3, you like this one too? Yang Xing asked in surprise. He was well versed in fragrances, steering clear of the common crowd pleasers like Bleu de Chanel, Savage, or Hermès Terra, as they were far too ubiquitous. He preferred unique woody scents that provide a special experience without the risk of overlapping with others. Sort of. Qin Mo smiled and nodded, recalling his brief obsession with fragrance culture during high school, which resulted in him amassing quite a collection, including Le Labo 33. Want to give it a try? Yang Xing held the bottle up to Qin Mo. I'll pass. Otherwise, if we sit together later, we might overwhelm everyone around us with the scent. Qin Mo declined with a shake of his head. Yang Xing thought better of it and put the bottle away. Jinja, observing from the side, found it all rather curious. The fragrance indeed smelled delightful, but as a straight man, he couldn't quite grasp the intricacies involved. Shall we head out? Yang Xing announced, fully prepared. You are more refined than a young lady, Jinja remarked sarcastically. Haha, this isn't even refined yet. If only I had a cup of coffee in my hand, that would be divine. Qin Mo jested from the side. The coffee culture in the Magic City has its own significance. There's a saying here, you can skip meals, but you cannot skimp on coffee. I'm done for. Yang Xing retorted. The group had all chosen to major in financial technology, and they located their classroom based on the location shared in their class group. Upon entering, they noticed that many students were already present. However, a glance from Qin Mo revealed that over half of them were boys. Yang Xing's spirits plummeted. Jinja seemed to catch on to something and couldn't help but chuckle softly, muttering, I told you, the fourth one is destined to be gay. Damn. Yang Xing felt as if he had been dealt a harsh blow, realizing that all his efforts to present himself well were in vain. Don't panic. There are still many who haven't arrived. Who knows, we might be in for a surprise. Qin Mo reassured. The four then settled into a spot. And Qin Mo scanned the room with his system, finding that the girls' looks averaged around 79 to 80 points. Not stunning, but merely at a standard level. Before long, another wave of freshmen entered the classroom, but it was still a male-dominated crowd. I should have listened to the third one yesterday and asked for WeChat in the cafeteria. Jinja lamented, his face displaying a sense of regret. Yang Xing echoed his sentiments. In about 20 minutes, the new students of Financial Technology Class 2 had gathered. To their surprise, a few attractive girls arrived later, with their looks averaging around 85 points. Quite impressive and certainly at the level of class beauties. Moments later, their instructor, Zhou Hua, entered. I believe many of you already know me, so there is no need for lengthy introductions. In the next 4 years, let us encourage one another and build a solid foundation for our futures. For years can be both long and fleeting. I hope everyone will achieve their goals here and cherish this wonderful time together. After Zhou Hua concluded, a round of applause erupted. Next came the self-introduction segment. After Zhou Hua stepped aside from the podium, the first to introduce himself was another boy from the Northeast, whose humor and thick accent elicited laughter from the class. The second and third introductions followed suit. When it was Qin Mo's turn, he appeared composed and unfazed. Hello everyone, my name is Qin Mo, from Hangzhou. My strength? I suppose I can sing. I hope to progress together with all of you in the next 4 years. Thank you. Qin Mo's introduction was succinct, lasting less than a minute. Old Third, you can sing? Jinja, Yangxing, and Su Shi cast curious glances at him. Qin Mo chose not to respond, but instead opened Douyin to show them a video of him singing at the Walnut Tavern, which had garnered an astonishing 80,000 likes. Wow, that's impressive, Jinja exclaimed in surprise. Yangxing and Su Shi were equally astonished. His voice rivaled that of many internet celebrity singers. Next, it was Yangxing's turn to introduce himself. He stepped up and said, I'm Yangxing, from the Magic City. I hope to progress alongside everyone in the future. Yangxing's introduction was even briefer than Qin Mo's, taking less than half a minute before he returned to his seat. Is that all you're going to say? Jinja asked, bewildered. You don't understand. Only by being unique can you attract the attention of the girls. Remember, I'm maintaining a cool persona. Yangxing replied with a smug expression, having noticed the attention from a few girls in the back row. Old Four, you're too sneaky. That tactic almost got me in trouble, Jinja complained. Haha. Qin Mo burst into laughter, finding the Northeast boys' humor quite amusing. Soon, it was Jinja and Su Shi's turn to introduce themselves, and their introductions were similarly brief. Before long, the entire class had completed their introductions. Next came the class committee elections, resulting in 4 girls and 6 boys being elected. Zhou nodded, jotting down a few names and instructing them to update their names in the class group to indicate their positions for clarity. He briefly explained the 14-day military training and listed several prohibitions, including not being allowed to date the instructors. Finally, he asked the class monitor, vice monitor, and group leader to gather everyone's clothing sizes for the military training uniforms, stressing the importance of accuracy to avoid embarrassment, as a size too large could be equivalent to 2 or 3 sizes in regular clothing. After Zhou outlined a few more matters, he allowed them to get acquainted. All the freshmen were waiting for the statistics to be compiled before they could leave. Damn, opting out of the committee was indeed a wise choice, Yangxing remarked. Qin Mo agreed, noting that this was just the beginning. After a brief wait, the statistics were completed, and the group left the classroom. It was already 2 in the afternoon, and the group planned to return to their dormitory. However, Qin Mo mentioned he needed to step out for a moment to retrieve his Patek Philippe box, Bulgari necklace, and LV jacket, which he had left in the car. He had purchased too many items yesterday, making it impossible to carry everything at once. After more than half an hour, Qin Mo returned to the dormitory, where the 3 were engrossed in a game. Gee, the trio shouted in frustration. They had been on the verge of winning. But Yangxing's ADC had mistakenly consumed a jungle monster, causing their jungler to rage quit. Being down 1 player made it impossible for the remaining 4 to hold their ground, and they quickly succumbed to defeat. What's going on, guys? Qin Mo entered the dorm to find the chaotic scene and glanced at their computer screens, quickly grasping the situation. The trio's stats read 1269, 943, and 651, all of which were acceptable, yet they still lost the game. Damn it, I need to report this. Where's my notebook? I have to remember that jungler's name. If I encounter him again, I'll make sure he regrets it, Yangxing exclaimed, furiously reviewing his damage statistics. After 34 minutes of gameplay, he had dealt over 30,000 damage, which was commendable for an ADC. Damn it, bring me along. Jinja echoed his frustration, noting that his score of 651 was his contribution as a top laner, which was quite standard. What a pity, Su Shi shook his head, remaining the most composed among them. Just as Qin Mo was about to comment on Yangxing's temperament, he turned to see Su Shi pulling out a small black notebook filled with names. This behavior reminded him of another player in the game, whose infamous death note had instilled fear in all players, including professional ones, before they faced consequences. Any comforting words Qin Mo had intended to offer were swiftly stifled. He realized he had underestimated Su Shi, who was undoubtedly a cunning character. Old Third is back, Jinja greeted Qin Mo, then noticed the items in his hands with surprise. Did you go shopping? He asked incredulously. Yangxing also turned around, eyeing the items Qin Mo held in awe. Wow, Old Third, you're truly heartless, he exclaimed. Qin Mo was holding a Patek Philippe 5160 R001 original wooden box, a piece from LV's Autumn Collection, a Bulgari necklace, and a pair of Gentle Monster sunglasses. Not a single item was inexpensive. Even the cheapest sunglasses were over 1,000 yuan, truly extravagant. How can it be this outrageous? These are all things I brought from home. I just couldn't carry everything yesterday, Qin Mo clarified. Pray tell, do you possess another vehicle beneath? Yangxing's eyes widened as he suddenly grasped the crux of the matter. The fact that it had not been brought up yesterday implied there was indeed a space for storage, and a remarkably secure one at that. After all, these items were of considerable value, and aside from the car, he could scarcely conceive of anything else that could facilitate such easy access. Jinja and Su Shi, upon hearing this, turned their gazes toward him, while Qin Mo, speechless, spread his hands and declared, I shall no longer pretend. I am a billionaire. I've laid my cards on the table. Ha ha ha. Goodness V. Let me witness your prowess. Jinzhou exclaimed, extending his hand. 1. Yang Xing and Su Shi chimed in, ready to join the fray. Seeking a wager? Qin Mo teased. Might I offer you a word of encouragement? The trio paused, bewildered. Qin Mo cleared his throat and quipped, if you require motivation, I shall cheerfully proclaim, I shall assess your capabilities. The three were left in a state of confusion. Had they just been insulted? By the time they regained their composure, Qin Mo had already departed. Goodness. We've been outsmarted by the third. Jinzhou cried. Pursue him. Yang Xing declared, his resolve unyielding. 20 minutes later, the three stood before a stunning white Mercedes-AMG GTR Pro, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and awe. Yang Xing, having encountered several top-tier supercars before, was somewhat less astonished, though he was still taken aback. This AMG GTR Pro, while not the absolute pinnacle of supercars, commanded a price tag exceeding $3 million. A sum that would deter many. Adorned with a Patek Philippe watch worth over $1 million and driving a vehicle worth more than $3 million. One had to wonder about the wealth of his family. Was it truly that formidable? After all, when he had come to study here, his father had only allocated $800,000 for his car budget, scarcely a third of the cost of this vehicle. My word, the aesthetics are unparalleled, Jinzhou remarked, reaching out to touch it, feeling a tangible sense of luxury, though he was not well versed in such automotive marvels. The brand and design clearly indicated that it was far beyond his financial reach. Su Shi appeared genuinely intrigued, revealing himself to be an aficionado of automobiles. What are you waiting for? Step inside and experience it, Qin Mo said, unlocking the vehicle and opening the door for Jinzhou to sit within. Am I permitted? Jinzhou exclaimed, brimming with excitement. What is stopping you? Do you possess a driver's license? Take it for a spin, Qin Mo replied with a grin. Not yet, Jinzhou admitted, shaking his head. Surely the fourth has a license? Qin Mo turned to Yang Xing, who nodded in affirmation. Would you care to take it for a lap? Qin Mo inquired. Absolutely. Yang Xing responded with enthusiasm. Qin Mo tossed him the car keys, indicating that he could give it a try. Yang Xing accepted without hesitation, recognizing that Qin Mo's demeanor was genuine and devoid of pretense. His regard for Qin Mo elevated further. Not only was he affluent, but he was also amiable and devoid of any air of superiority. Jinzhou eagerly settled into the passenger seat, and once Yang Xing started the engine, they took off for a brief excursion, returning 10 minutes later. At which point Su Shi also took his turn behind the wheel. The driving experience of the AMG GTR Pro left Yang Xing pleasantly surprised. Although the vehicle had undergone individual tuning, such calibrations were primarily felt on the racetrack, and everyday driving presented a different sensation. He found himself somewhat tempted, yet lamented his budget of only $800,000. This is truly remarkable, Yang Xing mused, clearly captivated by the vehicle, as its comfort and the seamless transitions between its 6 driving modes provided an exquisite experience. Envious? Qin Mo chuckled before teasingly remarking, alas, my budget falls short. Otherwise, I too would desire to acquire one for enjoyment. Yang Xing spoke earnestly. Jinzhou and Su Shi, on the other hand, were utterly captivated. How could any man resist such a powerful beast? Let me know when you wish to drive, Qin Mo said, taking the keys back from Yang Xing. Thanks, third. Yang Xing nodded appreciatively, not declining the offer, as he planned to explore car options during the upcoming Mid-Autumn Festival. Shall we return? Jinzhou suggested, to which the others readily agreed, and they made their way back to the dormitory. Once back, they prepared for another round of gaming, while Qin Mo opened his computer to explore entrepreneurial opportunities in Tianfu. After all, he possessed over $6 million in funds, and if a chance arose, it would undoubtedly be worthwhile. However, he intended to conduct thorough research first. Chapter 81, Tianfu International Auto Show. Are you contemplating starting a business? Third, Yang Xing inquired. Having just concluded a gaming session and noticing Qin Mo researching entrepreneurial information on his computer. Just gathering some insights, Qin Mo replied. To think you're planning to start a business in your freshman year. Your ambitions are quite grand. Third, Yang Xing jested. Although Tianfu's commercial atmosphere is conducive to young entrepreneurs, few embark on such ventures as early as their first year, given the challenges inherent in entrepreneurship. It's always beneficial to gather more knowledge, Qin Mo remarked with a smile. Yang Xing nodded in agreement before asking, what field do you intend to focus on? Finance, tech innovation, or the internet? The entrepreneurial and business environment in Tianfu is quite favorable, especially with the city's recent policy support, making these 3 sectors particularly appealing. Furthermore, the abundance of local academic and research institutions provides a rich pool of human resources, which is advantageous for startups, truly a case of seizing both opportunity and location. Yang Xing spoke confidently, clearly well-versed in Tianfu's business landscape. Qin Mo nodded in affirmation, as Yang Xing's insights aligned closely with his own findings. Let us observe for now. Most likely, I will begin with the internet sector, as it is more forgiving for novices like myself, Qin Mo explained. That makes sense. A small media company could typically be established with a budget of a few $100,000, Yang Xing concurred. As Jinja and Su Shi listened to their conversation, they were left bewildered, feeling as though they were lagging behind in their own dormitory. What was it like to share a room with two titans? The casual mention of hundreds of thousands left them feeling overwhelmed. After a brief discussion, Qin Mo closed his computer and prepared for bed, contemplating acquiring a better computer in the near future, as he found himself envious of the gaming setup that Yang Xing and the others enjoyed. Before long, the day of military training arrived, with outdoor temperatures in Tianfu soaring above 30 degrees Celsius, a sweltering heat that was nearly unbearable. Good heavens, this is sheer torture. Jinja lamented. After an afternoon of training, he discovered that his arms had become sunburned due to the lack of sunscreen. I concur with your assessment. Qin Mo, also drenched in sweat, admitted, having applied sunscreen alongside Yang Xing and Su Shi, though they still struggled against the heat, their skin reddening. I never imagined I would come to love Huaxiang Zhengqi water. Yang Xing also complained, glistening with perspiration. After a full day of military training, they had experienced its intensity firsthand, with some even succumbing to faintness, though fortunately, there were no serious issues. Today's training concludes here. We shall meet at the same time tomorrow. A minute late will earn you a lap around the field, understood? The instructor for the financial technology class 2 shouted. The entire class responded in unison. After all, who would dare provoke the instructor at such a time? The thought of an additional lap was genuinely daunting. Dismissed. The instructor called once more. Finally, it was over. I feel as though I've lost half my life. Jinzhou exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground. Qin Mo was utterly exhausted, exclaiming, "Is this what you call attending university? A nightmare, indeed." The mere thought of enduring another 13 days of torment left him feeling despondent, as Yang Xing lamented. Su Shi, nearby, echoed his sentiments. After a brief respite of 20 minutes, they made their way to the cafeteria, once again to the 4th dining hall. Following a grueling day of training, they found today's meal surprisingly delectable. Upon returning to the dormitory after their meal, they took turns showering. As Qin Mo lay on his bed, he received a message from Tang Shi inquiring about his military training experience. What else could it be? Utterly disheartening, he retorted. Tang Shi, also undergoing military training, sent Qin Mo a photo of herself in her training attire, which surprisingly accentuated her beauty. To Qin Mo's astonishment, her skin remained radiant and luminous. How do you manage to look so flawless, class leader? He inquired. What do you mean? Tang Shi replied, perplexed. Qin Mo sent a photo of his own arm, revealing a stark contrast in skin tone. Suddenly, Tang Shi understood. Perhaps it's the sunscreen, she suggested. I used some too. Qin Mo awkwardly admitted, questioning if his sunscreen was ineffective. Haha, perhaps you possess extraordinary talent, Tang Shi playfully responded. Qin Mo sent back 2 laughing emojis. The following day, military training persisted under the relentless sun, and the sense of despair remained. Yet, despite the arduousness of military training, the freshmen gradually adapted to the rhythm. Qin Mo felt he could easily consume 2 additional bowls of rice after each training session, a statement not exaggerated, as even Su Shi, who had the smallest appetite among them, surpassed his limits. At last, we can rest, Jinzhou exclaimed, catching a glimpse of hope. Don't celebrate too soon. The vacation ends, and the torment continues. Qin Mo chuckled. Hey, don't say that out loud. Let me bask in my own world for a moment, Jinzhou responded, looking forlorn. Is self-deception really viable? Yang Xing couldn't help but interject. Hey, what are your plans for tomorrow? Jinzhou asked. There's a car exhibition at the Western International Exhibition City. I'm planning to check it out, Yang Xing replied, noting that this exhibition came at the perfect time as he intended to purchase a car. I've heard. There are supposedly 126 brands exhibiting over 1,000 vehicles. Quite a grand scale, Qin Mo acknowledged. Shall we go together? Yang Xing invited the group. That sounds appealing. Qin Mo replied, intrigued by the prospect of encountering a system task. Never mind me. I don't belong, Jinzhou quipped. I won't be going either. Su Shi shook his head, indifferent to the exhibition since he couldn't afford to buy anything. All right, then it's just me and old 3 going tomorrow, Yang Xing declared. Qin Mo readily agreed, and the 3 made plans, while he intended to resolve some computer issues during the 3-day break. The next morning, at 8:30 a.m., Qin Mo was roused by Yang Xing. Upon glancing at the time, he grumbled, Goodness, the exhibition starts at 9:30. We still have time to sleep for another half hour. By the time we eat breakfast, it will be just right, Yang Xing countered earnestly. Defeated, Qin Mo freshened up, donned his attire, and strapped on his 5160 R001 watch before they departed the dormitory. After a quick breakfast, Qin Mo drove towards the Western International Exhibition City, arriving punctually around 9:30. Chapter 82, The Evidence of LSP. The Western International Exhibition City, situated in the Tianfu area's central business district, boasts a staggering total construction area of 570,000 square meters, resembling a soaring white dove, rich in symbolism. Qin Mo found a parking spot and parked the AMG GTR Pro before the two disembarked. Wow, this scale is impressive, Yang Xing exclaimed, awestruck by the architecture. Indeed, it's quite substantial, Qin Mo concurred, noting that the exhibition center housed 16 halls and over 10,000 booths. Truly formidable. Let us head inside and take a look. Qin Mo beckoned. Yang Xing nodded, and as they entered the exhibition halls, they were met with throngs of visitors. An apt description would be an ocean of humanity. Among the crowd were numerous automotive journalists. Qin Mo had already spotted at least 10 by the time they passed through. Today's car reviewers are a different breed, Yang Xing remarked, unable to resist teasing. Many online reviewers barely grasp automotive knowledge, merely skimming a few articles and gathering snippets to call themselves automotive journalists. The entry barrier for this profession is alarmingly low, and the phenomenon of pay-to-play has turned it into a cash-grabbing venture, he observed. Indeed, frightening, isn't it? How about a visit to the automotive zoo? Qin Mo joked. The motorcycle goddess reigns supreme, without a doubt. Yang Xing quipped. You certainly understand automotive reviewers. Qin Mo praised him with a thumbs up. However, I must admit, the motorcycle goddess does possess an alluring presence, Yang Xing chuckled. Qin Mo burst into laughter, affirming the evidence of LSP, and inquired, what cars are you considering? With a budget of 80,000, Yang Xing noted that only brands like BMW, Benz, and Audi seemed viable, while the Maserati Ghibli might exceed his budget. Even the 20T Ghibli would surpass 80,000 upon purchase, and the 30T starts at over $1 million. Qin Mo replied, I've heard Maserati recently released a new model that should fit your budget, he continued. Grayscale? Yang Xing asked, puzzled. Yes, it's Maserati's new SUV, designed to compete with the Porsche Macan. It looks quite appealing, and the interior has been upgraded with 3 large high-definition screens and a modernized interface, Qin Mo explained, adding. Although, at this budget, you can only afford the 20T version. I've looked into it, but it feels like something is missing, and the name seems rather amusing. Some even call it Curry Curry, Yang Xing remarked. However, his budget placed him in an awkward position. He couldn't afford the higher configurations and dismissed the lower-tier brands. While domestic vehicles have made significant strides in innovation and aesthetics recently, their depreciation rates remain a pressing concern, often discouraging potential buyers. The disparity in value retention was a significant factor for many when considering a purchase. Thus, the burgeoning domestic brands find themselves ensnared in an awkward predicament within the local market, with numerous automotive enterprises resorting to unscrupulous practices, absconding after swindling funds, leading to significant challenges even in terms of maintenance. This predicament has further exacerbated the struggle of domestic vehicles to attain prominence. Qin Mo, with a shrug, suggested, let us first venture inside and assess the situation. Yang Xing nodded in agreement, and the two made their way toward the nearest showroom, pausing at the display of the Tank 300. The latest offering from Tank this year is the Tank 300 HEV, which, in stark contrast to the limited edition Cyberpunk version, lacks the striking allure in both exterior and interior design that captivates the eye instantaneously. The Tank 300 brand, however, remains commendable, particularly among the domestic brands of the past 2 years. The launch of the Cyberpunk variant had propelled the brand into a momentary zenith, remarked Yang Xing. Of course, there are points of contention, such as the 20T's significant fuel consumption. Nonetheless, aside from this drawback, it performs admirably in other aspects. Qin Mo nodded, recalling having seen this vehicle online. The interior and exterior of the Cyberpunk version were indeed breathtaking, and with a price tag just over 300,000. Its cost-effectiveness is still quite compelling, disregarding fuel efficiency. This vehicle was not Yang Xing's target, so they continued their exploration. The number of car models present was truly abundant, with each model showcasing striking figures. Qin Mo noted through the system that they all averaged around 85 in ratings. One couldn't help but wonder if purchasing a car came with a complimentary model. Yang Xing mused aloud. I think you should give it a try, Qin Mo teased. Ding. A notification sounded. Location detected, triggering random reward. Verifying rewards. Congratulations, host. You have received a cashback card with a limit of 5 million for automobile purchases, with the cashback multiplier currently being drawn. After a series of notifications, Qin Mo was taken aback. A cashback card with a twofold 5 million limit meant that any vehicle purchased under 5 million would yield double the cashback. Did this not imply that the card itself was worth 10 million? How enticing. Qin Mo, a man of frugality, pondered whether the system was tempting him toward nefarious deeds. Annoyed, Qin Mo sought information on the location of the Mercedes showroom. Having heard that a G63 celebrating its 55th anniversary was available today at a price point that suited his budget. Upon inquiry, he learned that the Mercedes showroom was located in Hall 4. Are you planning to purchase a Mercedes, Lao-san? Yang Xing queried, casting a curious glance at Qin Mo. Could it be that Qin Mo was an ardent admirer of the brand? Indeed, Mercedes has a commendable quality control. I plan to peruse it shortly. Qin Mo replied with a smile, adding playfully, if I can snag something without cost, why wouldn't I be eager? That would be quite foolish. Shall we head over now? Yang Xing inquired. No worries, let us first finalize your matters. I am quite swift in my vehicle assessments, Qin Mo responded promptly. His intentions crystal clear. Once they arrived, all that remained was the payment. Very well, Yang Xing acquiesced, and the two continued to explore several brands. To be honest, they found them somewhat lacking, still grappling with the same issue. Vehicles with better configurations exceeded the budget, while those within budget left much to be desired.